cross-legged and resting the side of her face in her palm. This is taking so long. When will it end? She internally prayed before grumbling in dissatisfaction. This is the exact reason why I hate watching boring and long-ass cuts. Eventually, her mental prayer was answered at the cost of her being cut off by the jester's booming voice. The gods have decided on your boon, which they believe would bring them the most joy as you struggle with it. Lillian rolled her eyes at the jester's words. No new lines, huh? Wait. Her eyes then widened before gazing up at the sky. This is the cut scene for an Elm. Rise, Lillian Ker, Aureus, the pathetic rabbit of fated truths, and claim your boon, for this chapter in your life has reached its end. Lillian stared up at the sky, squinting as she spotted something of sparkling light barreling towards her. She then blinked, finding herself in the center of a starry column of light that reflected countless colors into her eyes. She then looked past the column of light and stared into the deep expanse of a dark world, filled with numerous pillars of light just like hers. Dozens, hundreds, possibly even thousands were shown stretching towards the sky, with more constantly appearing to join in the army of light. The upper top. Lillian stared in wonder before her eyes flashed with an unsatisfied expression. What a shitty name to name such a place. This is what she wanted to say, but nothing left her out of her moving lips, like someone had shut off her voice. Like someone had muted the entire world, but she knew it was because this place had no air for her voice to travel through. Despite this worrying feature of the upper top, she could still breathe. She think her organs still operated properly. She think she was still alive. She think. That last part was definite, though. However, even though this world was in complete silence, a cacophony of thunderous roars erupted, plunging the world in a state of peril, but also radiance. Soon enough, Lillian became unable to see past the column of light she was carried in. Deciding there was no point in trying to admire something she could no longer, she stared up, watching as her vision was filled with nothing but utter light. Chapter 83, Out of the Portal? Edited. Inside Lillian's empty living room, furniture was tossed over, and her carpet was turned. Suddenly, a duo, a man and a woman, wandered into the room. They were dressed in black formal, wearing the form of suits, scanning the surroundings with their eyes. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes before turning toward his colleague. I know it's obvious something happened here, but are you sure there were signs of a gate here? We have already looked over this dorm room from top to bottom and bottom to top several times in the past 6 days. The young woman nodded briefly. She had a black bob cut and wore a pair of sunglasses over her eyes. We were told there was by the observance department. Unless you doubt their skills. The man frantically shook his head with his hands raised and a crooked smile on his lips. No. It's just that every gate leaves behind a lingering trace even after it has disappeared. Although this room would most certainly need to be cleansed from the energy, we have no idea where the portal had appeared from or how. The woman held her chin in a thoughtful manner. The man stared at her sunglasses with a twitching eye. Was there any need to bring those? HM? Got a problem with them? Barato Rick? You know it's Derek, jackass. He yelled before rubbing the back of his head. He thought for a moment before sighing. Never min. The hairs on the back of his neck stood tall, like towering peaks on his smooth but scarred skin. He turned his head back around before widening his eyes. A swirling portal of deep green color appeared, vomiting out 2 humanoid beings stacked on top of each other, and left, thud, leaving behind a groaning man on the ground, crushed under the combined weight of 2 beautiful women. Lillian clutched the side of her head with her right hand, not having suspected the journey out to be so hazardously dizzy. The game definitely doesn't put enough detail into that. She then stared down and stroked her hand over a familiar black cardigan, which she found to belong to Marionette. Lillian drifted her eyes up, staring into Marionette's lovely pair of red eyes that were focused on her moving hand. She grinned. Hey, hello. Marionette seemed to have calmed down a bit, putting back on her mask of stoicism. Lillian pouted at her unenergetic response to their meeting. Just as she was about to open her mouth, her ears twitched at the sounds of a gruff man's groans beneath their bodies. Both of them drew their eyes to the man on the ground who had neatly trimmed stubble. Messy brown hair long enough to be tied into a ponytail, and brown eyes filled with irritation. You could have dodged that, Derek. Lillian then drew her eyes towards a young, beautiful woman with a bob cut, who craned her head down towards her partner with a mocking and also detestable smirk. Lillian then felt herself lifted off of the man. Marionette held Lillian up, holding the spot under her armpits like she was holding up an adorable kitten by its arms. The man gave one last deep groan and finally sat up, patting his stomach before staring up at his partner. You make it sound like I was intentionally trying to get crushed under two people. Were you not? Are you perhaps not interested in two beautiful ladies who are younger than you by a decade? The lady gestured towards Lillian and Marionette, who still remained in direct contact as they watched the spectacle unfold. The gruff man's eyes twitched in annoyance at the blatant woman's accusations, already having been through it several times. These days, I feel like you're trying to either get me fired or to just get under my skin, Lance. The bob-cut woman shrugged. Not my problem. You can't handle banter. That crap ain't banter. And you can cough. Cough. The two childish adults twisted their heads towards Lillian, who coughed in her fist, attracting their attention. Are you two here because of the gate that appeared here? The duo glanced back at each other before staring back. The gruff man finally pulled himself off the floor, brushing himself down of dust before responding. We're from the engaging department of this organization, which you obviously know is the Academy, and if you didn't, then that's kind of your fault and you're rambling again. The woman interrupted, causing his eyes to widen briefly in realization. He coughed in his fist and then got on to the main topic. Anyway, we're here due to a detection of energy signatures possibly relating to a Tier 3 gate. And seeing that you two have managed to escape, I suppose you two have either managed to find a way out or were able to defeat a C-rank monster. The man clapped. This will definitely be added as one of your achievements in your portfolios. The woman then elbowed his side. You're not meant to reveal that yet. The man winced, clutching his side with an apologetic look. All right, forgot about that. The woman facepalmed. How do you forget that? It was included in your contract as well. I don't read over my contract like you do before bed, Lance. He enunciated her name, dragging it on slightly. Plus, that thing is ridiculously long, although Derek couldn't see it. He knew his partner was rolling her eyes behind her shades. He rolled his eyes back like a child before turning towards the two students. He then squinted, stroking his hairy chin before lighting up like a light bulb. Lance felt her partner tug at her arm and leaned close to her ear. Marionette stared at the whispering pair, forgetting about her hands placed under Lillian's armpits. That was until she noticed a gaze from below. Lillian stared up with a smirk. So, you gonna unhand me? She snickered, leaning back into her. Or do you perhaps want another kiss to convey? Lillian then felt Marionette's hold on her vanish her body, leaning back before eventually falling and hitting the ground with a soft thud. Marionette stared at her from the side, huffing and turning her face away with her arms crossed. She then unconsciously caressed the smooth surface of her lips, briefly reminded again of what happened before giving a subtle shake of her head to remove it. Lillian gave a low groan, kneading her knuckles into her lower back before pushing herself off the ground. She looked towards Marionette to find her avoiding her gaze before staring back at the black-suited duo and finding them scrolling through a tablet screen. They glanced up from time to time from the screen and back at them before eventually speaking. You two are the first and second place holders for the recent entrance exam, right? Congratulations. That too will be... Derek snapped his gaze back at his partner to find her sighing and quietly muttering. They already know. He coughed before continuing. That too will be added to your portfolio. What a coincidence to find you two in the same room, though. Especially when one of them is a Rose. His partner slapped him over the head, shutting him up. She then turned towards the two and spoke in his stead. Anyway, since you two look close, could you two kindly live in the same room for a while? Until we remove all the lingering energy in this place. And I'm sure you know the harms of living with it would be quite painful. Lillian tapped her chin with a pondering look before opening her mouth only for Marionette to answer for her. The skin would develop deformities, and the heart would begin having trouble supporting the body. The shades-wearing woman nodded, correct. While it may take a while for such effects to occur, it is better to be safe than sorry if it is discovered either of you are more vulnerable to its effects. She then pulled up her tablet again. This room seems to belong to Miss Arias here, correct? Could she possibly stay with you for a while, Miss Roselle? Marionette stared at the woman, her eyes narrowing as though she could see past the dark shades. What may happen to her if I were to refuse? Lillian froze before tilting her head down a bit with a saddened expression. Lintz raised an eyebrow. Then we could find someone who would be willing. Do you perhaps have anyone in mind who is attending this academy, Miss Arias? Huh. Yeah. They're called Mill. Before Lillian could finish her response, Marionette chimed in. I didn't say that she wasn't going to stay with me. I was merely asking what would happen. That was all, she said with her eyes closed for a bit before opening them and staring at Lillian's shining eyes. She then watched as Lillian widened her arms out toward her, suggesting she come in for a hug. Marionette stared strangely at Lillian, which discouraged her and caused her to bring her arms back to her sides. Chapter 84, In the Elevator Again, edited. The shades-wearing woman stared at this spectacle with a raised brow before staring down at her recovering partner. She held up her tablet and then spoke to the pair of students with an odd relationship. Before you go, you two have been assigned to Paragon for the rest of your time here. Lillian tilted her head to the side before coming to a realization. Paragon? Oh, you mean the top classroom, right? Lintz nodded, correct. Do feel honored that you get tea? Derek stared at her. Do you need to say that last part? I find that we're the ones that need to feel honored to talk to this smack. Arg. Derek clutched his face. You're a bad person, you know. Who the hell does this on a daily basis? He asked, staring at her through the gaps between his fingers. Lynn shrugged before pulling back her attention towards Lillian and Marionette. You will, fortunately, be unable to retrieve anything from the room for a while, so you two can leave now if you would like. Unless, of course, you would like to be subjected to the horrific effect of, yeah, I think we'll just go, Lillian said in a defeated manner, garnering a satisfied nod from the woman. She then turned towards Marionette and tilted her head, gesturing to see if she was ready to go. Marionette stared down at her phone, specifically at the time, and found it to be quite late. She frowned and then turned towards Lillian, noticing her wondering gaze, and nodded. Right now would be good. Tomorrow is indeed classes, correct? She asked the woman. The two stared at each other, almost as though they were engaging in a staring contest for some odd reason, before eventually, the woman nodded. Yes. 9 a.m. The room number has been sent to your email. Once getting what she wanted to know, Marionette nodded stoically, walking past the woman followed by Lillian, who gave a short wave back to them. Derek waved back, noticing his partner's gaze and groaning, and just waving. Do you have to antagonize me? I haven't even done anything. Talp, talp, talp. Their coupled footsteps traveled down the moonlit corridor. As they walked, Lillian couldn't help but feel a sneaking suspicion that Marionette was avoiding her a bit. Not in the sense that she was distancing herself away, but more in the sense that she was avoiding making eye contact with her. Are you all right, Marionette? Has something soured your mood? Lillian asked with a tilt. In addition to her strange behavior, she was also more quiet compared to how she was during their trial. Lillian held her chin in a thoughtful manner, pondering about Marionette's sudden shift in personality. She tapped at her chin knot, realizing that they had already reached the elevator. Marionette pressed the button and folded her arms, keeping her gaze focused on the door. Lillian raised an eyebrow, tilting her head towards her. Hello? Marionette still remained unresponsive, calmly waiting for the elevator to open. And soon enough, it did. Ding! The faint voice recording of the elevator murmured inside the closed doors before opening with a cold hiss. The two swiftly got on, watching as the door closed and the elevator rose as Marionette tapped at button 9. The 9th floor, huh? Lillian asked, leaning her shoulder against Marionette's left arm as she glanced around, ignorant of Marionette's subtle jolt and stiffening. Marionette slowly drifted her eyes towards Lillian, resting her head on her shoulder. She quickly tore her gaze away once Lillian tilted her face up. So, want to tell me why you keep avoiding me? Lillian pouted before smirking. Is this still about the kiss? Don't be ridiculous, Lillian. It's just a mere kiss. Marionette answered, still with her face turned away. Lillian grinned. Is that so? Marionette felt an arm wrap around her waist, tightly pulling her body against Lillian's. She stared down with wide eyes, looking into Lillian's teasing eyes as she felt her body get pulled in tighter. Lillian stared at Marionette's arms, which remained unresponsive, something that wouldn't have happened in the trial for what she gathered. Oh, what's this? Not bringing your arms around me this time, even though I'm this close to you? That doesn't seem right. Are you sure you still aren't affected by that kiss? Would you like me to do that? Huh? Over her sides and around the sides of her head. Lillian watched as Marionette brought her arms around her neck, caressing the back of her head and softly kneading it. She then felt Marionette's slender, cold hands stroke the back of her head and the sides of her face, brushing the tips of her fingers over her ears and clutching her cheeks. She then stared at Marionette, deliberately leaning towards her face, pressing her forehead against hers. Listen here, Lillian. It's only just us in the elevator. No cameras or surveillance devices can record our presence here. Lillian raised an eyebrow, sneaking a glance towards the upper corner of the elevator and staring at a black blob stuck to it. Stretching from the blob was an ethereal black string that seemed to exist in both 3D and 2D at the same time as it crawled down the wall. Her eyes then brought her to its origin, being the back of Marionette's shoe. She blocked off the camera. Lillian widened her eyes, tensing at the warm air brushing against her face. And from what I remember, I'm still the stronger one of the two of us, she said, stroking Lillian's cheeks with her thumbs. Lillian shuddered a bit at Marionette's ominous tone. What did she mean by that? Was she threatening her? Marionette seemed to identify Lillian's uncertainty in what she meant. I suppose I should get to the point then. All I am saying is that I can press you against any one of these walls and do whatever I want. And that includes kissing you, Lillian. She enunciated, and no one would know. No one would hear. Especially so at this time when most are getting ready for tomorrow's classes, or they're out preparing. Lillian shivered at Marionette's right hand, stroking her jawline with her fingers before grabbing her chin, keeping it facing up towards her. Despite Lillian unconsciously wanting to back down under Marionette's intense gaze, she decided not to, out of pure curiosity about where this was headed. Well, it is obvious you can do that since you're much stronger. Kissing you is something I can still very much do, especially when you're in kissing range. Perhaps, but the question now is, are you going to do it? I could ask you the same thing, Miss Strongest in the room. Their eyes connected together like magnets, their faces merely inches apart from one another. Their intimate staring contest eventually came to an end once. Ding! Door opening. The elevator's doors widened and revealed the floor they were on being the 9th. It looked like an exact replica of Lillian's. A long, narrow corridor with occasional branches and a row of doors with numbers above them. Lillian then turned back to Marionette once she felt her hands remove themselves from her face. Marionette stared down at Lillian, unlatching the arm around her waist and gently lowering it back to Lillian's side. She then spoke in a stoic voice with a hint of warmth. A few months. That was what you said back in the trial, yes? We will get to know each other like you said until the day when we eventually do it. You still remember that? Huh. I suppose that is a good. What do you mean by eventually doing it? It seems we both have agreed, Marionette said, ignoring Lillian's question and walking out of the open elevator. Just before the elevator closed, Lillian managed to get out in time, soon following Marionette with desperate curiosity. You can't be serious about leaving me on such a question, right? Those words of yours can be misunderstood, you know. Marionette raised an eyebrow at Lillian's words. Like what exactly? She asked, waving her hand dramatically in the air as she summoned her ID card into her hand. Lillian watched as Marionette stood before the door that was titled 910 before continuing. Oh, come on. You definitely know. Marionette turned back and stared at Lillian before having the corners of her lips curling up into a smile. Who knows? She mumbled, walking in her room before asking, now then. Would you like to bathe first, or should I? Chapter 85, Looking Over the New Things. Edited F. Bathe. Lillian followed her through the door. She thought for a moment before smiling. How about we go together? Marionette stared back at her intently. We could. Do you perhaps want that? Do you perhaps want me to come along with you? Oh, okay. You can go first. Lillian gave in a faint blush on her cheeks. Marionette nodded, I see, and walked away, presumably to the bathroom. Lillian sighed, walking into the living room and taking a seat on the couch. She looked around, noticing that the room was identical to hers. So they aren't biased. Huh. She hadn't ever stepped foot in Marionette's room, even in the game before. However, she did have a sneaking suspicion that it would be the same, since even the second prince's room was also the same as any other. Tshhh. Lillian's ears perked up at the faint sound of running water originating from the bathroom. So she began showering. Lillian laid on the couch, reaching towards one of its pillows and embracing it tightly. If I said that I wanted to bathe with her, would she actually do it? She couldn't help but feel flustered at the thought, and had even begun to imagine a bit of the scenario. However, she soon shook her head clean of its degenerate thoughts. After calming down from the embarrassing thought, she slowly realized something. Did she intentionally say it like that? Did Marionette predict she would stray from the idea of bathing together if she made her flustered enough? Mun. Well, isn't she quite manipulative? She giggled, burying half of her face into the pillow. How interesting. She then sat up, moving her hand over her necklace. Moving on, let's turn this into a shard, shall we? She said, linking and feeling a thin connection with it to her mana realm, turning it into a shard. Since the sonata was destroyed, and I was able to achieve more room in addition to succeeding in the trial, I should begin increasing my arsenal. Lillian sat up, pulling her legs into a cross-legged position and closing her eyes, falling into a meditative state. Her mind tickled at the string of connection her mana core had with its realm before eventually tugging at it. Soon, she felt her mind enter a vacuum of space before eventually stabilizing. Lillian opened one eye, making sure she was indeed in her mana realm, before stretching her back with a satisfied moan. Getting off the solid surface of the ocean, she wandered around a bit, taking in the calming scenery before stopping. Having a place like this you can go to when you're stressed is quite comforting, Lillian mumbled, placing her hands on her hips before looking into her system. She then took a look at her shards and grinned. Shards, depressing warmth, Lady Fate's lucky necklace of entertainment. Carapace Hunter, her eyes glinted, excited at the new addition to her currently small arsenal. Without any delay, she looked into the newly acquired shard and couldn't help but be even more excited at what she saw. Entity name: Carapace Hunter. Entity rank: Savage, shells formed. 3 Entity description: a fearsome hunter with a carapace far exceeding the defenses of its prey in its environment. It has a sadistic tendency to group up its prey before hunting them. Entity attributes: Censor, tough attribute. Censor attribute description: born in a world mostly devoid of light, its senses are heightened. Attribute: tough attribute description: covered in an exoskeleton that is tougher than steel, it can survive some of the most abusive attacks. In Lillian's hand, she held a reflective palm-sized glass shard that could be mistaken to belong to a mirror. Although it was a broken-off glass shard, its edges were smooth, almost as though it was intended to be that way. Lillian traced the polished edges with the tip of her index finger before gazing into its reflective face. While some may expect the common sight of their own face, she was met with a monstrous, frozen visage of the Carapace Hunter, its discolored teeth baring at her. Lillian then, with a flick of her wrist, tossed it into the air like a sharp frisbee and watched as it shimmered and cracked before shattering into a cloud of dust. She watched as the cloud of glistening dust stretched into a familiar 6-legged entity. Despite the shard being so small and flat, thud, it was capable of transforming itself into the ugly hunter before her. It landed on the solid surface of the ocean and caused it to ripple slightly as its pointed legs pressed against it. Its polished, dark shell shone over the radiant light from the partially cloudy blue sky. Its ebony black horn curved towards the sky like a sharp spire, waiting to be coated in blood. Lillian stared up into its black, beady eyes that held sadistic darkness inside them and at its exposed maw. Its teeth were still sharp as they previously were, and this time weren't urging to grind her apart into a fleshy mush. "Here I thought I was able to get rid of you, you despicable, oversized beetle," she said with a grin. The beetle watched as the white-haired girl walked towards its side, patting one of its legs. "But here we are. It'll be nice to have a dependable ally, though especially one that can take the beating instead of me, finally." She chuckled lowly, imagining the sort of situation she may find herself in before clutching its leg. The smooth black surface of its exoskeleton became glassy and semi-transparent before transitioning into an ethereal and gaseous substance. The beetle's form returned into a cloud of glistening dust before swirling into a vortex and transforming back into its shard, which Lillian held between her index and middle fingers. She gave it one last curious look before casting it back into the ocean, watching as a bubble shot out from the surface of the water and catching the falling shard. It bobbed up and down for a moment before eventually falling back down into the ocean once it discovered Lillian had lost her interest in discovering more about it. Soon after that, she opened her system, taking a look at the newly acquired element she had managed to achieve, an element she had acquired from the gods that decided to use her for their amusement. Elements and traits. Rewards given upon completion of the trial are dependent on what the trial was about and its key features. A trial taking place in the sea may reward you with a trait related to swimming or an element relating to it, like water or, strangely, salt, if the gods found it funny enough. Lillian analyzed the key themes of her trial. The catacomb was an underground environment, with most of its area shrouded in darkness, as well as being home to a zone of true darkness. With these themes, she may have received a trait that allowed her to see through darkness or an element closely related to darkness or itself. The earth element wouldn't be too much of a stretch either, although she may not know what trait she could have gotten. Maybe one where her skin would have the toughness of stone. But the gods overseeing her boon must have felt quite curious and playful with her rewards. Wasn't because her boon wasn't anything overly ridiculous, but it was just that elements, water, parasitic, a damn element around parasites. Lillian's eye twitched. She knew that she had relied on Marionette the entire time to escape the trial. But who wouldn't? Marionette was the easiest and most obvious solution to getting out. But she didn't expect the gods would call her out on it. What theme did this even link back to? Lillian thought for a bit before coming to a realization. The parasitic ever-grower. So it was enough to be labeled as a theme for the trial. I haven't heard of the parasitic element before in the game, which makes sense since there was an infinite amount of things I could have gotten. She thoughtfully rubbed her chin. I wonder how I can use this. There are some obvious ideas, I suppose. The most apparent application of her element would be to leech off her opponent's mana and revitalize hers. I do tend to run out of mana fast for some odd reason, so this is a good development. But I wonder if my affinity with it would allow me to do much with it. Just as she was about to test her element's ability, she felt a sort of warm breeze pass over her body. Chapter 86, Sleeping Where? Edited. A chill yet warm breeze swept across the surface of the ocean, brushing against her face and causing a slight shiver. Did the outside get cold all of a sudden? Lillian muttered, gazing at the sky and absently scratching her head. She eventually decided to exit her mana realm, figuring there wasn't much else to do. Moments later, after she had closed her eyes and disconnected herself from the realm, she found herself back in the real world. The temperature of the air still felt balanced warm, but not enough to be irritable. What was it that had caused her to feel a chill then? She knew outside forces could cause slight changes inside her realm if her mind perceived it in detail enough. She soon realized the cause when a familiar and elegant voice echoed beside her. You're finally awake. Lillian turned her head and faced Marionette, who had her back leaned into the couch, her legs crossed over with a book in hand. She wore a beautifully long nightgown with an attractive black and red color scheme. However, black was the most dominant, as the red was mainly seen on the thin straps over her shoulders. Her skin was smooth and pure glisten from the small drops of water coating her skin. Lillian couldn't help but unconsciously ogle for a moment at the way Marionette's nightgown hugged her spectacular curves before turning away out of embarrassment. However, it was entirely out of embarrassment, but also the fact that Marionette had easily caught her wandering gaze. Marionette, without raising her eyes off her book, spoke in her usual stoic and neutral tone. "While your attention is appealing, Lillian, I think you prefer your first hot shower in a week over just staring at me read." Lillian's lips tugged into a small smile, her eyes rolling a bit. She pushed herself off the couch. "I suppose you're right. Although the smell and sweat from the trial is no longer on me, I still feel disgusting." "You didn't smell as horrid as you think, Lillian," Marionette said, turning another page of her book. "Is that so? Well then, that's a rel." Before Lillian could finish her sentence, Marionette chimed in, putting her down. "You were in fact sweaty, though." Lillian's eyes twitched. Yeah, I'm gonna go shower now." Marionette nodded at Lillian's words, still deeply focused on the contents of her books. Lillian stared at her briefly before taking a step towards the bathroom, where Marionette's words once again stopped her. "By the way, I've placed a comfortable set of clothes inside there for you to wear for bed. This is assuming you didn't bring anything to wear inside your spatial storage." Marionette stared up, looking into Lillian's grateful eyes. Lillian stared back and said, "Seriously? Thank you. Mun, you are quite considerate." "Huh?" she giggled, strolling off toward the bathroom. Marionette watched as Lillian left, and then shifted her attention back to her book. What book was it that got her so interested, you may ask? This little detail flew over Lillian's head as she was too focused on the luxurious through of a lovely shower. The book had a midnight blue-shaded cover with silver foil lettering. It had quite an elegant and mature look due to its minimalistic design. However, the title was enough to bring down those first impressions. Marionette flipped back through the pages, stumbling upon a specific start to a chapter and staring at the title. "Art of Seduction, 6 Hospitality. True hospitality disarms and invites trust. Create comfort through warmth and attentiveness, and you will be rewarded with your target's lowered guard, which will cause them to foster attachments towards you." Marionette reread the chapter summary and tilted her head at it. Foster attachments? She then went through page after page, digesting its contents and eventually losing track of time. She did, however, sense Lillian's presence back in the living room. Marionette felt the couch rise and fall, the cushion bouncing as Lillian threw herself back into the soft embrace of its pillows. Marionette snuck a glance at Lillian. The plain black shirt that she wore was a snug fit, possibly because their chest was around the same size. However, the hem did pop under the waistband of her equally black shorts. Showers really are lovely, aren't they? Especially when you haven't had one for a long time. It really does warm the soul. Lillian stretched her arms and back. She then pinched the shirt and tugged at it. "But anyway, you sure do love the color black, huh?" "I can't really judge, to be honest. It's a good color for everything, really," Lillian muttered, watching how far she could stretch it. Doing this, Lillian had allowed Marionette to unintentionally peer inside her neck opening, letting her eyes stare at Lillian's smooth and beautiful alabaster skin. Not only that, but she was also able to stare between the crevice of Lillian's chest and at the glistening drop of water rolling down it like a slide. Marionette soon turned her eyes away, staring back in her book before feeling a certain weight on her shoulder. Lillian yawned, covering her mouth as she leaned her body against Marionette. "You don't mind if I lean on you, right?" Marionette shook her head. "It's fine. You can do whatever." She then watched as Lillian leaned her face over her shoulder and gazed into the contents of the book. Lillian's eyes narrowed, reading and eventually having a shadow fall over her eyes. "What the? Is this some psychological book?" Marionette lowered the book on her lap, having the pages facing upwards and the cover away from them. "Are you perhaps judging my preferences on reading material, Huh. And no, nothing of that sort. Absolutely not. It just seems like one about forming relationships. Marionette hummed. I suppose it's something like that. She gripped the edges of the book and folded it up, revealing the title to Lillian, who widened her eyes. She looked towards Marionette's stoic face before glancing away. You do have quite the strange preference for books, though. Marionette rolled her eyes. I also seem to have a strange taste in friends, too. Lillian stiffened. I am not that strange, am I? She asked, tilting her head naively. She then realized something. Wait, did she just call me a friend? Marionette stared at her before saying, Who knows? It's not something for me to decide. Do you find yourself strange? Lillian scratched her cheek. Well, I guess I am a bit. She responded with a small pout. Marionette nodded. Then you are strange. She waved her book into her spatial storage and held the armrest of the couch. Just as she was about to get off the couch, she felt Lillian's warm hand softly clutch her wrist. Turning back, she stared at Lillian's face, which had a certain look to it, a look that Lillian had been using the most once exiting the trial. Even so, even if I'm a bit odd in your eyes, I'm sure you know that I can act like this around you, right? The two looked into each other's eyes, unmoving. Marionette slightly narrowed her eyes before opening her mouth. And why may that be? Have I done something that would allow you to be so comfortable around me? Lillian's eyes twitched, recounting the list of things Marionette had done, just a bit. And it's because I like you, Marionette, just enough to where my introverted self can bloom a bit. She chuckled at the end. Marionette stared deeply at her, moving her other hand over Lillian's and pulling it off her wrist. Lillian then watched as Marionette quietly turned away and walked off. She later returned back with a dark fur blanket and white pillow. Lillian raised an eyebrow. What are those for? Are we both sleeping on the couch? She asked in a confused manner. Marionette coldly shook her head. You will be the one sleeping here alone tonight. For what reason? Lillian inquired, reluctantly grabbing the blanket and pillow. She then pouted. I had just gotten used to us sleeping together, and now we aren't? Marionette raised an eyebrow. She then folded her arms before stating in a deadpan voice, Us sleeping together was your idea. You make it sound like I forced that on you. She then turned her face away from Lillian. Not only that, but unlike that hill, the bed doesn't have enough room for the both of us. Chapter 87 Good ending? Edited, If your bed is the same size as mine, it should definitely fit two people, and not that fat. Am I? Lillian asked in a concerned tone, pinching her stomach. She stared at Marionette's stoic face that hadn't shifted at her words. She raised an eyebrow. Okay, even if it's too small, can't we just, hug each other really close? I don't see much of a problem. Lillian inquired. She didn't know why, but she felt like their roles were reversed. Instead of Marionette being on the offensive, it was her. Was it just her imagination? Marionette turned her face back around. You're sleeping here. That's final, Lillian. She ordered, her voice cold and indifferent as she walked off. Lillian was left befuddled. Was it really just her imagination? Was their role actually reversed this time? She thought for a bit before smirking. How adorable. She neatly replaced the couch pillow with the one given to her, before turning off the light and wrapping herself in the blanket. If she keeps this up, I might just sneak into her room and cuddle with her. She giggled. She then shook her head, which I'm obviously not going to do. If she wants me to sleep here, then I'm going to do it. Can't be picky. She then thought for a moment, but what if I were to act really close to her tomorrow? I think that would be really fun, and also able to let me rack up some more points as well. Lillian then narrowed her eyes, remembering about a certain key. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a metal key from thin air, the one she had gotten as a reward. She scrutinized the key, peering into its description. Item name, gate key item rank. Item type, tool item description. This one didn't work either. Looks like I'll have to go to the next one. In the lands of the below Underay, Closed Gate resides in one of the 4 plagued regions. Once unlocked by this cursed key, you will plunge into a forgotten, perilous scenario. Enchantments. Lillian skimmed over the key's description, understanding how significant the item in her hand was. Lillian mused, well, Significant if I ever were to fall into the below under the consequence that comes from being unable to get to the exit portal in time. She then tossed the key back in her spatial ring and closed her eyes. But gladly that wouldn't ever happen. As long as my legs still work, I should manage to get to it in time. She then paused, swiping her hand through the air, opening up her quest menu and staring at the completed quest hanging in it. Entertain us. Completed. Quest description. After having been trapped inside the trial and surviving until the next day, the Lady of Fate felt it was right to give you a separate reward if you complete your very first trial. An extra reward would be provided if you managed to plant a kiss on the stoic villainous lips. Zuyuat, nam fai kong 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 tang fo? Claim? Lillian stared deeply at the rewards listed and couldn't help but smile. Having some more money is fine, I suppose. I guess I can afford some better items. Or should I save it and just buy from the bazaar? She held her chin thoughtfully before sighing. Let's leave it up to future me to deal with. Not like I would need to do much right now, other than a few minor events. December is the one I have to look out for. New quest acquired. HM? Lillian raised an eyebrow. Already? She stared tiredly at the notification before opening it with a grudging look on her face. Quest title. Good ending? Description. Every story will eventually have its end. The question is, how will it end? After an accidental kiss with your dear villainess, the Lady of Fate tasks you with the entertaining quest of creating Marionette Von Roselle's good ending. This doesn't have to necessarily mean everything in the world has to be perfected. Only an ending she would perceive to be a good one. Failure to complete this task would prevent you from forever continuing to exist in the world. A good ending, huh? Lillian yawned tiredly, her eyes drooping a bit. Doesn't sound so bad. And ITLL give me a good reason to stick by her side. Quite the harsh punishment, though. Her words became slow and eventually stopped. She took in a deep breath and thus fell asleep. Soon a brand new day will arise. One entirely unfamiliar, yet familiar to Lillian. But one that isn't so familiar for the villainess next door lying in her bed. Marionette POV. Beep, beep, beep. The alarming ringing of my alarm rang inside my ear like a never-ending screwdriver digging through my skull. I detested mornings, but they were a period where someone could make the most use of their time instead of lazing around. I turned to my bed, feeling the soft and smooth material of my nightgown rubbing against my body. I reached over towards my phone and slowly shut it off. I wasn't particularly in a hurry. The syllabus for my courses isn't quite difficult to memorize and learn. And on top of what I already know, I am most likely to excel decently at minimum. However, topping the class could very well be difficult. The countless times I thought about the entrance exam could have perhaps reached the dozens by now. The countless times I revised the possible course of actions I could take to escape that dire monster may have appeared inside my mind more than I could count. While it was indeed capable enough to catch up to my speed, I doubt it would be able to pursue if I put all my time and effort into escaping. I stared up at the ceiling, reflecting. I had come to a theory on why. Although it wasn't definite, it was the most likely scenario. A flaw has appeared. I raised my arm, the one I had been so clumsily losing. I gazed at my skin, which had been commented on countless times by bystanders. Such comments were pleasant. Am not so delusional to think that, for I believe I am too especially compared to how I looked before, this is far better. Getting up from my bed, I pinched the two thin red straps hanging over my shoulders and pulled them down my smooth skin. In my opinion, I believe people should have a certain pride in their beauty and have the urge to improve it not just for themselves, but for others. Art of seduction. 3. Appearances matter, even if it's outside of seduction. First impressions are always created on the foundation of sight. Everyone follows this rule, except for a few exceptions, of course. And Lillian Ker Arias isn't any different. The memory of her hesitantly shoving my pie down her throat still wandered through my mind like a floating ember in a blizzard. Even she was tricked into thinking the pie was delicious. Just like how the head of Roselle said, people in our line of work have no business of satisfying others through any other senses other than sight. As long as you are appealing enough to others in interest, you will be looked much more favorably and in turn have a certain amount of trust placed upon you by them. However, I can't help but let the lingering memory continue to burn like a comforting ember in my mind. I held my arm over my exposed chest. I stared down, unconsciously pressing them against my chest before staring up at the oval-shaped mirror near my bed hanging on the wall. I gazed at my nude body and caressed my abdomen, feeling my hidden abs. They always seemed to refuse to show and instead display a blank canvas. I then stared down at my legs as I crossed them over to hide my area. My legs have been commented to be long and slender, a trait most men found quite attractive in a woman, and also a topic I wasn't most interested in, especially when it regarded men. After looking over my body, I returned my attention back to my chest. I pushed them up and down slightly, noticing a minor change in them. I then murmured, "Have they grown bigger? How troublesome." I stared at them curiously before shaking my head, deciding that it could just be my imagination. I then glanced toward the door to my room. At any moment, the sight of me nude could be exposed to whoever was to open that door. I waited for a moment before wandering over to my wardrobe, and soon enough, I got dressed in my uniform. TSSS. Amid my change, the delicate smell of aromatic herbs and the faint sounds of sizzling oil echoed through the gaps in my door. After making my bed, adjusting my tie, and placing it under the black cardigan, I made my way out. I opened the door to a shadow-filled corridor and walked into it, soon being met with the morning light of the sun that tore through the windows that were uncovered by the living room curtains. Stepping into the open living room, I stared at the couch that Arius slept on and at the blanket that was messily placed on it. However, the clothes I had prepared for her were neatly folded on top of each other. I hummed at the sight before walking towards the kitchen and peering inside to see. Marionette, you're awake. Lillian holding 2 plates of scrambled eggs with thinly chopped green onions on top with a side of 2 slices of bacon and 2 sausages on each plate. She wore a pure white apron with small drops of oil stains over her uniform. Come. Let's eat before these get cold, especially the scrambled eggs. I don't know about you, but I hate it when they're cold. I stared at her warm smile and couldn't help but absent-mindedly nod. Chapter 88, Volume 1, Yindi. Unfamiliarity Blueberry Lollipop. Edited. We wandered over to the wooden dining table and sat down. I stared down at the dish placed in front of me before raising my head towards Arius, who was sitting opposite me. I watched as she scooped a bit of the scrambled eggs, dusted with black pepper, into her mouth. After that, the fork she had used moved toward a sausage. A bright smile spread across her face as she ate. Soon, she began to comment on how good it tasted. "Mun, these are pretty good. I was really surprised you had some food inside your fridge. Did you buy them the last time we went into the bazaar?" I shook my head. They were inside my apartment, and I believed it would be resourceful to bring them over to the dorm. Well, I'm glad for that. Now we don't have to buy anything for breakfast. I listened as Arius chuckled. I turned my attention back to my plate and held the silver fork to my left and the knife to my right. Although I'm not proud of it, this will be my first decent meal in a while. While my taste buds have grown used to eating dull and repugnant dishes, it is nice to... Well, does it taste good? Arius asked me as I fed myself a portion of the scrambled eggs. It had a fluffy texture with no overpowering taste. I could sense splashes of salt she had added and the sprinkle of pepper on top. The green onions she had added on also added to its texture with a hint of crunch. Well done. It is nice to have meals like these every now and then, ones that wouldn't cause me to retch. I suppose that means you enjoy it. And this is the sort of thing you can expect with my stay here. Aren't I so amazing? Arius said, turning her head slightly to the side and tilting upwards with a proud look. I stared at her deeply. Lillian Ker Arius, one of the only 2 children in the noble family, Arius. Their family head, Lillian Ker Arius, a specialist in the field of biomechanics, was known to be rather eccentric when it came to disturbing topics. His wife, Veronica Ker Arius, a woman who once belonged to the Jacob family, fell in love with the man's unique personality. As such, she had become quite the professional in the same field. She gave birth to 2 children, Lillian and Victor. the latter being the oldest and supposed heir of the family. Having already graduated from the same academy that we are currently in, he has gone on to be quite successful in the bio industry. And lastly, the youngest. Her first appearance was on a live television broadcast on the news as her brother carried her around when she was still an infant. She later grew up to be a young, spoiled, noble lady of the household, always being pampered by her family, even though she was in her teens and no longer a child. She always had a habit of going around and spending an exorbitant amount of money on useless items. Although they did indeed highlight the natural beauty it possessed, the bare minimum should be enough. But I suppose overindulgence is fine every now and then if there isn't any backlash. The family is quite wealthy. After all, you all right, Marionette? You've been a bit too quiet. My eyes briefly widened before staring back at Lillian, who gazed at me with a curious look before turning towards my surroundings. The bustling streets of the bazaar. The first place we fell into once entering the portal to get in here. While the items it had to offer were varied and only of decent quality, it was still pleasant to see that people were willing to dive into the trials to retrieve things for humanity's survival, especially with the recent ongoing war in the northern region. If I recall correctly, a high-ranked gate failed to be completed and had been causing numerous casualties with its monsters. Hey, could you wait for me out here for a bit while I go and fetch something? I turned towards Lillian and found us standing in front of the building with a conspicuously charming sign that read, "Candelicious." I reached into the inner pockets of my blazer and fetched my phone. Despite it being the latest model, it had quite a dull-looking black case. Something I find quite attractive in my opinion. It's 8:30. I suppose you can. Don't spend too long ogling at what you can get. Lillian gave a vibrant nod before pushing open the door. I listened as a pleasant chime of a bell announced her entry. I sighed and stared at the ground, scrolling through my phone. I didn't have too many interests, not like I could with my past busy schedules. But I suppose I could adopt a few hobbies now during my time here. Who? Is that you, Red Eyes? HM. I looked up and found Velen's playful voice irritatingly calling out to me. She stood next to me with a wave, leaning against the wall like me. I didn't have a particular problem with her that would incite my irritation. It was just that, you're ugly. Go away. W what the dash. Who the hell starts a conversation like that? Millis stammered, pointing at me with a twitching face. I turned away from her and stared towards the bustling crowds of workers and students passing through the cobblestone streets. Ugly, to be honest. I'm not even sure if she was in the ugly in the normal sense. It was just that, wow, aren't they really pretty? Millis grinned at what she had just heard, and just a playful wink at them before turning back to me. See, I ain't ugly. Even those cute ladies over there thought I was good-looking. I stared at one of the ladies she referred to as cute and saw a decrepit skeleton with unervingly long white hair still growing out from the top of its skull, flowing over its hunched shoulders. I glanced at the other and saw a deep cut around her neck that was stained with an uncomforting amount of blood that stained her clothes. This was the same for everyone I came across. A walking body without a head and white, twitchy maggots festering their rotten flesh like living pimples. Skeletons without legs that managed to move forward, or some without arms that still managed to grab and hold things. Bloodied corpses still moving as if they were still full of life, and their eyes haven't gone fully white. More continued to flood the streets. I saw ones with spilling organs, ones with eyes popped out of their sockets, ones with their jaw hanging loosely by a flesh thread. I turned my eyes back down to my phone. No matter who it is, and no matter what it is, my eyes would always plague me with the horrific sight of their lifeless, moving body. The head had considered such an anatomical trait of mine to be a positive thing with my profession. At a point, I had believed it to be, ignoring the heavy weight it had on my mind. But, I'm back. Oh, Millis, you're here too? Lillian exited the store with a plastic jar of what seemed to be flavored lollipops. Yep, I knew you would be somewhere around here. Millis wandered over to her, peering down at the jar. Hey, could I have some? Lillian nodded. Sure, have a pick. She then turned the red lid of the jar and held it towards Millis, whose eyes sparkled. Millis then reached into the jar and pulled out a lollipop in an orange wrapper before tearing it off and placing it into her mouth. Lillian then held the jar towards me with an urging look. You too? Marionette, are you sure? Why wouldn't I be? I see. Then I'll be taking one, please. I reached into the jar and pulled one with a dark blue wrapper. I scrutinized the cartoony picture on it and discovered it was blueberry. After unwrapping it and placing it inside my mouth, I couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity with its flavor. A familiar flavor. I then unconsciously glanced towards Lillian's wet lips as they played with the white stick of the lollipop she had in her mouth. Thump, thump, thump. My lips tightly closed around the lollipop as I dazedly stared at her. I wasn't sure, but I felt strange around her. Unlike our first meeting, flashes of our moments inside the trial had appeared countless times in my mind, particularly the one near the end. Thump, thump, thump. I'm not certain whether or not the accidental kiss we shared would be the reason for my heart's rapid beating, but what I do know is that she looked attractive. Unlike everyone else, she looked different, unique. She was living, full of life. Her bright blue eyes always seemed to shine in the darkness, and her pristine white skin and luscious hair. Nothing about her looked repulsive in my eyes. Why was she the only one different compared to everyone else? HM, you okay, Marionette? You've been staring at me for a while. Lillian asked with a concerned tone, standing closer to me. I think, yes, I am. Let's just make our way to the designated building. I'd rather not be late again. I think. Puffed. Sure. Lillian chuckled before slowly bringing her right arm and interlocking with my left. But let's try and not get lost this time. Okay. I stared deeply at her, my gaze softening a bit. I think. I like Lillian. By the way, what flavor do you have in your mouth? I asked curiously. Lillian stared up and drifted her eyes down at the short white stick coming out her lips before pinching it with her left index and thumb and pulling it out. The saliva-covered lollipop glimmered a pale pink color under the sun's light. I got strawberry. What about you? End of Volume 1. Unfamiliarity Chapter 89, Mist-Filled Hall. Skippable, edited. Third POV from an infinite height, above the artificial clouds of the Academy realm, was a small swirl of pure greenish energy. It hovered in the air, tilted slightly downwards, facing seemingly nothing. It had the energy of a disastrous gate this world's inhabitants have come to know so much, but it didn't infect its surroundings with its festering aura. No, instead, if one were capable of sight that was able to look past the clouds and make out the little blurry humanoid figures below, one would find it to be staring at a group of 3 commuting to a large modern academic building. While it remained inactive, it suddenly shifted color one to a more bluish shade and now displayed an eye at its core. The eye darted around, seemingly being able to look across the realm like it was a mere playset before disappearing into the portal. The gate's mere purpose of surveillance was then crushed as it folded in on itself, disappearing without a trace. In a hall coated with dense mist and decorated with mirrors, walked a lonesome figure with indiscernible features. Features that can't be reflected off the polished wall of luxurious and plain mirrors. Like a vampire before a mirror, it couldn't display the appearance of this figure, but it was more accurate to say that it refused. All that could be seen was a cloak of smoke wrapped around its body, hiding it from the world as it stood before an exaggerated gate with deep illustrations etched into its smooth stone surface. It depicted emotional tales of a great war with its detailed characters down to their wrinkles and miniature fingers on their many arms. It was a war between 4 factions, with one of them standing at the very center of it all, with clear excitement in their faces. This brave faction had a mere number of 5 members compared to the overwhelming numbers of the other 3. One was in the form of a young girl in a frilly dress and pigtails, wielding a beautiful greatsword, whose design gave off an imposing aura. However, its wielder's illustration gave off one on a much higher magnitude. Another was a tall man with an unbuttoned shirt, revealing his defined muscular body underneath as he wore a charming nightcap. He was shown to be yawning, but like the girl beside him, Excitement burned in his eyes like a never-ending flame. This man, too, gave off an imposing aura despite his unserious appearance in the Great War. But it was much less compared to the young girl on his left. On his right, however, was a charming young man dressed in a professional outfit consisting of a suit and tie with an old-fashioned cane in his hand. This chap also held another old-fashioned item in his hand, a trinket, you could say, which seems to be an old-timey pocket watch. And the aura emitted from this young man dwarfed the other two. But it was overshadowed by the next two, whose appearances were much grander and luxurious. On the right of the young girl stood a tall woman with a mature figure and stoic face, a face of supreme beauty. She wore a long dress that trailed behind her and was illustrated to have stars mixed in with its design. And over her eyes was a plain, bandaged blindfold. Something out of place with her appearance, but had much more significance than meets the eye. Just like those beside her exuded an overwhelming presence, so did she, but one only being surpassed by an entity who stood behind them with an ominous and mysterious mask. The mask Lillian would come to know to be the mask of deceit. Other than the mask, there wasn't much else about the entity. Not whether it had arms, legs, or even if it had a body or not. Only the mask to show that they existed. The smoky figure grunted in a deep masculine voice, pushing against the grand stone gates with his arms that seemed to also be hidden with smoke. He pushed and he pushed. The grand stone gates screeched against the black marbled floor. Soon enough, when a large enough gap had formed between the two doors, the figure walked in, stepping into a grand hall. A grand hall lined with black marbled pillars on the side, stretching towards the sky at assumably infinite height, hidden by the dark misty ceiling that shrouded their peaks. Under this ceiling, and at the center of the hall, was a large round table with stone thrones for seats. In total, there were about 5 seats, 3 having been taken before eventually the smoky figure took his seat at his respective throne. He looked to his left and saw a blonde young girl, just like in the deep illustration on the gate. The only thing different about her was the long, narrow, jagged scar across her face. She stared at the smoke-covered individual with a cheeky grin. "Looks like you finally decided to join us, S. T." The smoky figure identified as ST grunted. "I had important matters before this, so this better be important." ST then listened to an irritating snore to his far right. He stared at the next throne and saw a tall brunette man clutching a pillow in his arms, rubbing his face against it. "And why is this idiot still asleep?" he groaned, slamming his fist against the table angrily. "Wake up, SD." The vibrations sent across the table caused the sleeping man's eyes to flutter groggily awake. The sleeping man identified as SD groaned, rubbing his eyes. "Must you be so loud? I prefer SW more." SD sat up, leaning his back against the backrest and revealing a hideous scar on his bare chest. "Oh, quit your whining. We're here for a meeting, aren't we?" he scolded before turning towards the last individual he had yet to speak to, a woman with long, glistening black hair, which seemed to embody the concepts of the starry skies, paid him no attention. Instead, she fiddled with a dull-looking chess piece. Although her eyes were covered, it seemed as though she could see everything that was going on. SDS' unexposed eyes twitched. "Well?" he urged. The woman finally threw him a look, before smiling playfully. "Yes, you might say this is an important meeting. If, of course, you consider the new variable important." "Huh, we're here to talk about that thing? I've already lent you a speck of the damn parasite's power to bestow on your plaything. Why am I still called here, SF?" SO snickered beside him. "It's not like you have a choice, SD. She's your superior, after all." He slammed his fist against the table once more, causing it to shudder. "That's a shitty reason, and you know it." He then turned towards SF, the lady with the blindfold, and said, "And WHYD, you hand over something like parasitism to her. There were countless other entertaining rewards in your collection, and you decided to choose the dullest for mine?" SF shrugged. "Perhaps she would find an interesting application of it," she said, staring at the twitching face of the smoky figure. The young girl to the side then spoke up. "If it's about your creation, can we leave now? I doubt we have to go further into detail about her." SD also chimed into the conversation in a slurry voice. "Yay, Can we just go? Oh, you guys aren't interested as well? How disappointing. Oh, well, I only needed you two here, so SW can stay. SF shooed them away. Once the two had finally gone, SD stared back at her frustratingly. It's SD, not AW, he yelled. SF rolled her eyes. I'm much used to calling you SW. Where did that respectful young man go, I wonder? Stuff it. Hag, and tell me W. Boom. Ugh. SD's back was slammed against the black marbled wall with a slender hand clutching his neck, which was coated in a thin layer of bluish energy. Crack. The wall behind him cracked from the pressure. He stared down at SF's nonchalant yet playful smile she was giving him. You know, I hate that word, SD. With a stifled voice, he murmured, for one governing over fate, you sure as hell ain't patient. SF tightened her grip over his neck. It all depends on perspective, SD, before eventually letting him drop to the ground. He coughed, rubbing his neck before facing up at SF's back that was turned on him, her dress swerving around to follow after her. With her arms crossed behind her back, she spoke. What I want you to do, SW, is to infect the jester a bit more with whatever corruption we have currently. This time, SD didn't speak up when she referred to him with a W. Instead, he widened his eyes at her. Why this cycle? Is there a need to? This is irreversible, and you know it. SF just shrugged. Entertainment. And who cares? It's not living anyway. We're the ones who made it. We still need the other members to confirm this act. He then felt a hand clutch a shoulder and a brief cool breeze washing over his smoky body. No need, she said calmly, clutching his shoulder with increasing pressure. Just do what I say. It'll lead us closer to our goal. Young will. Arg. Fine. He broke, brushing off her hand and getting up. They'll do as you say, but if those damn hopeful catch wind of this, then I'm dropping you under the chariot. People these days say under the bus, my dear. You know what I mean. Soon after, the hall was left empty as ST's footsteps finally faded. All that was left in the misty meeting hall was SF, who wandered around the round table, taking in its sight before stopping at an empty throne. She stroked the armrest with a sentimental look. Don't worry, love, just a little longer. She then held up her hand and gazed into an ethereal orb that displayed a familiar white-haired girl. Yes, just a little longer. Chapter 90 Academy Building. Edited. Turn to the left from the bazaar. Go through a maze of houses. And eventually you find yourself here. Lillian flamboyantly gestured towards a wide building, several floors tall. It was the Academy's actual building for study. Compared to the medieval castle used as the main hall, this has a more modern look to it. Millis clapped her hands, her mouth forming an O. Whoa, you really know your way around this place. Huh, Lil? She said, staring at Lillian, who was still latching onto Marionette's arm like a pet. Lillian giggled smugly, holding a hand over her mouth. Of course. I have you know, my older brother used to study here. He told me all about this place and its routes. What she said was partially true, but her brother would only tell her the more exciting bits about the realm and not the entire thing. However, this was a good enough excuse for her excellent guiding skills. Lillian then stiffened as she felt a hand run through her hair. She gazed up, staring at Marionette's paused hand that was above her face. She then tilted her head to the side, looking past the hand. Marionette stared down at her. The edges of her lips curled into a small smile. Good job, Lillian. As expected of my guide. Lillian turned away with a slight blush, unable to face the beautiful smile Marionette had. Too pretty. The blush only increased as she listened to what Millis had to say about this scene. You two sure are close, huh? Did something happen when I wasn't around? She asked teasingly. Those words of hers caused Lillian to immediately detach from Marionette and point at her with a flustered look. And nothing happened. Is stuttering, so obviously something happened. What was it? Jagaiskis? Millis teased, stepping towards Lillian and leaning in with a grin. She also happened to take an inconspicuous look to the side, glancing at something in the air before looking back at Lillian. Oh, of course not. She stammered before feeling a pair of arms wrap around her neck and pulling her away from the purple-haired girl. Marionette rested her chin on Lillian's head and stared at Millis with a slight smirk. What if we did? What are you going to do about it? Millis was taken aback. Huh, you guys actually did. I didn't think you guys' relationship to have already reached this far. Because it isn't, Lillian yelled, staring up at Marionette with a scolding look. Marionette stared down with a raised eyebrow before looking back at Millis. We didn't. I was merely joking, gremlin. What the gee, gremlin? What the hell did Med do to deserve being insulted? Millis raised a trembling fist at her with a furious expression. Nothing. I just get irritated by your presence. WIU. Lillian sighed and pulled Marionette's arms off of her before pacifying Millis, who seemed like she was ready to throw down right in the streets as she pulled up her sleeves. All right, that's enough. You too. ID, rather. She swiftly pulled out her phone and checked the time. ID, rather not be late for the first day, like I was in the entrance exam. Well, you wouldn't have been if Red Eyes here would learn to discern directions better. Millis growled at Marionette, who rolled her eyes. Are you perhaps just jealous that Lillian finds me much more appealing to be around? Lillian rolled her eyes at their bickering and just began to make her way to the academy building. Although she was somewhat annoyed, she felt quite comforted by the fact they didn't get well with one another. Why? Well, just the fact that the heroine and the villainess are meant to be at odds with one another just feels right. She entered through the automatic doors and was instantly met with a faceful of cool air. It was like entering a supermarket that had its air conditioners continuously on. Now then, Paragon Classroom. That's on the first floor, right? Lillian walked through the hallways, which were quite crowded. Some of the people in the hall weren't entirely made up of first years. However, the some which were noticed as she walked down the hallway. Whoa, isn't she the one that scored first? Yeah, I think she is. Hey, isn't she quite pretty? I wonder what she smells like. Lillian couldn't help but feel her go inflate at their words. Although she was slightly weirded out by a certain comment, she still continued on. She pushed herself past and spotted the stairs and a sign with an arrow upwards with the words at the bottom reading, first floor. Yep, it's definitely on the first floor, Lillian thought, matching this scene well with her memories. Perks of being really good at pattern recognition. After walking up the flight of stairs and down the corridor, she stood before a plain-looking door with a sign above it that said, S1, here we are. Oh, this is the classroom? Lillian jumped at Marionette's sudden appearance behind her. Vuvoff, I thought you were still arguing with Millis. Wait, where is she? She tilted her head, looking past Marionette and finding no trace of the purple-haired girl. Ah, I forgot. Marionette pushed her hand towards the wall, reaching into the darkness she had formed and pulling out a tied-up Millis, who thrashed about like a chihuahua. She was wrapped in black ropes and was gagged with the same thing. Lillian's eyes twitched. Could you free her? Very well. Marionette sighed. Once the bindings had disappeared, Millis leapt towards Lillian with teary eyes and wrapped her arms around her. That menace was so rough with me. Lillian stared as Millis buried the side of her face against the chest and cried. Her lips twitched before bringing a hand on top of Millis' head, calming her down. There. Marionette watched as Lillian comforted Millis with head pats and noticed the smug side-eye she was getting. She frowned, grabbing the scruff of Millis' neck and tossing her away from Lillian. Lillian was then pushed inside the classroom, staring as Millis got up from the floor. She sighed and stared at Marionette. You really got to be nicer with her. Although their rivalry was comforting to see, the sight of Millis being mistreated pained her heart a bit. Whatever. Once entering the classroom, they were met with an empty classroom, with the left side being a stadium seating arrangement and the other being the teacher's desk. Well, it would be empty if it wasn't for the 3 students in the room. At the very front was surprisingly Testry, the girl Lillian had dubbed to be rule freak. And next to her was Xander, who said fiery adolescent. Testry was already prepared with all her equipment laid bare before her like the dutiful person she was, while her friend, Xander, held an ice bag to the side of his bruised cheek. As soon as they entered, Xander stood up and waved at them, specifically at Lillian since he was more familiar with her. Yo, I knew you'd be in here. Lillian raised an eyebrow at his friendly attitude towards her. before remembering he was usually like this without the influence of his anger-inducing earring. Yep, I'm surprised you were, though. No offense. None taken. We were lucky, actually, for all four of you actually managed to take down enough people for us to still enter, even if we were dead last. Xander laughed at the end. Lillian tilted her head to the side for. Xander nodded and pointed to the side with his thumb. Lillian turned to the side and noticed a familiar short blonde-haired man. It was the second prince. He sat in the middle row with his body hunched over, his head in his arms. It seems he was taking a nap. Oh, right. Didn't he get here by 7:30? Lillian thought briefly, recalling her memories. She then watched as Marionette made her way up the steps and approached the prince's spot. She stared down at his motionless figure before greeting him in a neutral tone. I greet the second prince. I hope this morning finds you well. The second prince continued to remain motionless at her words. That was until he groaned a few seconds later. He sat up and stared at her with weary eyes. Their eyes locked with one another only to be broken once the prince silently raised his hand towards her and curled his fingers in small repetitions. Marionette nodded and pulled out her phone, unlocking it and handing it over to the tired young man. The prince then pulled out his own and began to tap at the screens with his thumbs at a rapid pace, yawning before giving back Marionette's phone. The two gave each other a silent nod before separating. The prince went back to sleep, and Marionette traveled down the steps towards Lillian. Millis stared at her strangely. What was that about? Marionette ignored her and turned to Lillian, who had already had an idea of what happened. You guys exchanged phone numbers? Correct. Chapter 91 Evaluation Sphere? Edited. Moments later after that strange but efficient interaction, the three decided to make their way up to the very back row. The reason? Because all the cool people sit at the back, right? Millis said with her arms folded, sitting beside Lillian, whose lips twitched at her reasoning. Millis then continued, shooting Marionette a look, but of course, everyone but Red Ice over here. Lillian sighed, turned to her left, and stared at Marionette, who had chosen to take the seat beside the window. With her left cheek resting on her palm, she stared boredly out the window, spinning the pen in her right hand with impressive mastery. She then turned back towards them once hearing her name. That's because I'm far superior to whoever you consider cool. Millis' right eye twitched before grinning mischievously. So would you say that you're above Lilia? She snickered. Whatcha think of that? Lillian? Lillian stared at her with a deadpan expression. Are you really involving me? Millis stared at her with teary eyes as she placed her hands on Lillian's shoulder. Just let me have this. I can't think of a better comeback, she whispered. Lillian rolled her eyes. Well, this one wasn't very good. Obviously, she's superior to M. Before Lillian could finish her sentence, Marionette chimed in, repeating the question. Am I superior to Lillian? She tapped her chin with her finger. Of course I am, she said with a tone that could be read as, obviously I am. Lillian rolled her eyes and turned to Millis. See, I'm not sure why you think that would. Lillian was then interrupted once again by Marionette's slow voice. But she's a different case. And how so? Millis asked, tilting her head at her with a curious look. Instead of she's cool, it's more accurate to say that. She's mine. Marionette gave a small smirk. Millis widened her eyes in bafflement, staring at Lillian, who hid her face behind her hands. Her face was red, and so were her ears. Of course, that all disappeared once Marionette opened her mouth again. In the meaning of friends. She's mine in the meaning of friends, she stated, turning her face back towards the window and staring outside. Lillian stared at her silently before creakingly turning her head towards the front. Millis patted her shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, bud. You'll get her one day. Aw, shoo. Soon the classroom began to fill and flood with students that eventually took their places, once throwing curious glances at the second prince and also to Marionette. Most of them also briefly stared at Lillian, most likely for her achievement. The once silent classroom now became a murmuring cacophony of voices as the students chattered, befriended, and shared what they had done over the week. Lillian's ears twitched as she heard Marionette click her tongue and mutter. Noisy. Lillian thought for a bit. Is it though? I don't find it that noise. She then froze. When did I get used to noise? She couldn't linger long on her introverted and shut-in thoughts as the classical bell of the academy rang out like church bells. Ding, dong, ding, dong. Lillian scanned over the rows of people's heads before landing on the second prince to find him still sleeping, ignoring the girls beside him that tried to get his attention. She smiled a bit before flicking her attention elsewhere, specifically at the digital clock on the side of the wall. It remained at 8:59 for a bit until the door slowly opened to reveal a young man, possibly in his early 20s, walking into the classroom with a dark robe. He held a cold smile that was without any warmth as his black ponytail trailed behind him. His eyes were dark and seemed to swirl ominously as he stood at the front and gazed at the students in the classroom. Lillian stared at the teacher, her eyes shining with excitement. The young man then spoke in an upbeat tone that didn't match his cold aura. "Welcome, welcome. I'm glad to see so many people in this class. It truly warms my heart knowing the future is in good hands." He then took a bow. "I am Mirage. Some of you may know of me, some of you may not, and I don't care. I'm going to be your homeroom teacher and your teacher in every first period." Lillian couldn't help but put on a silly grin. She was finally progressing in the plot. The man who stood at the very front is one of the more important figures in the academy due to his seamless ability to take on the headmaster's appearance. And the need to do that was mainly because the real one was trapped inside a gate far underneath the main hall. From what she remembered, the gate was too high of a rank for anyone in the area. So after a few days of constant battle, the headmaster was able to slay the gate bearer and trap himself inside the gate. Also, the gate wouldn't summon any monsters into the realm and cause large casualties. If she remembered correctly, it was the same rank as the gate plaguing the North Region's kingdom called Nostra. "Now then, class, we shall now be checking the grades of your affinity." Mirage's voice resounded as he held a powder blue crystal ball. "I'm sure most of you know this is an evaluation sphere. BEM. Bam. Bam." Mirage looked to the side, staring at the open door as a tied-up caveman was pushed into the classroom. He raised an eyebrow and stared at the two staff members who shrugged. "This guy is in Paragon, sir." Lillian squinted her eyes and recognized the rugged caveman to be Graham. Although he was dressed in his uniform, he was still rowdy and savage-looking, especially with his gag. Mirage waved dismissively at Graham. "Just place him against the wall or something." Once that was out of the way, Mirage continued where he left off. "Where was I again before being rudely interrupted? All right, this here is an evaluation sphere. Some of you may have seen this when you first became an aspirant. Actually, let's do a show of hands. Who here isn't an aspirant and is actually a disciple?" The seated students remained motionless for a while. Not one arm was raised until the second prince finally decided to wake up from his nap. Mirage nodded. "All right, we have one. Any more?" he urged. Soon enough, another arm was raised, this time being Millis. "Me. She waved energetically. Mirage nodded, still holding his cold smile. "That's two." Lillian turned to Marionette and saw her folding her arms with an uncertain look. She leaned in and whispered, "I think we should put our hands up." Marionette raised an eyebrow before whispering back, "Any reason to?" Lillian gave it a thought before nodding. "We'll be given extra treatment if we do." Once she said that she raised her arm, garnering curious glances from the class. Such gazes would have caused her to shrink back in the past, but for some reason, she felt just a tad bit more confident in stretching her arm a bit higher. Marionette stared at her before sighing and doing the same. It seemed she too was interested in the offer of extra treatment. Mirage stared at the two, almost as though he wasn't surprised and was actually expecting it. Number 1 and number 2 in the exam. As expected to be already a disciple. Or perhaps did that happen recently? He tilted his head to the side, almost in a playful manner. He then heard loud grunting sound from Graham, who tried to bite through the rope tied around his mouth. Mirage stepped closer and held a hand to his ear, almost as if he was gesturing for Graham to speak louder. "I can't hear you," which was what he was doing. Moments later, Graham managed to snap the thick rope with his jaws and spoke in a crude manner. "If Ponytail Man is talking about the big, floating, swirly thing, They may have come through 2 and came back out of 2. Is that so? Then I guess that makes 5. And I guess this causes me to have 5 talents in my class, huh? Mirage muttered, walking back to his desk and holding up a clipboard. Now, then, I shall be reading out names and expect you to come down and have yourselves evaluated. And if you're too shy to do that, or speak up, then I will mark you as absent. He then looked around before adding, any objections, or can I now begin? None were called out, and so began his callings. He called name after name, not in any order at all, pure random. This gave some of the students quite a bit of anxiety. Each time a student placed their hand on the evaluation sphere, a number between 1 and 500 appeared, but the majority of the numbers displayed were between 1 and 200. This continued until Lillian's name was called up. Chapter 92, Affinity Ranks? Edited. Lillian walked down the steps, garnering the gazes of those on either end. She stared at those who were down at the fact they couldn't get a higher evaluation and those who were quite proud of what they got. Because of this, she couldn't help but think about what she might get. She eventually dashed away this thought once she reached the ponytail man. Mirage stared at her with a calm smile before holding up the sphere towards her. Lillian Ker, Arius, our number 1. A wry smile stretched across her face once she heard that. It was only but luck, sir. Mirage shrugged. Please place your hand onto the evaluation sphere, and we can begin. Lillian nodded and did as he said. She placed her hand on the sphere and noticed how smooth it was, not a single noticeable imperfection on its surface. She poured her mana into the sphere and waited, watching as it glowed faintly. She turned her gaze back to the teacher and asked, do you happen to know what I had before? Mirage raised an eyebrow, still smiling. Before? From what was written on your profile, your affinity was around 125, so around about an E rank. Hopefully, you train enough to get it a little higher. HM. Lillian remembered the couple of affinity pills she had consumed and couldn't help but let out a nervous chuckle. Maybe. However, she did hope it was above an E. The small amount of training she had done with Marionette back in the trial must have increased it a bit as well. She stared anxiously at the sphere, waiting for it to finish and send back a response. She wasn't too worried about using up her mana since it didn't take that much, and in addition, the volume she can store is much greater compared to an aspirant. Well, aspirant me, at least. That's enough now. You can pull your hand back. Lillian then perked up at Mirage's words to stop. She pulled back her hand and waited as he seemed to digest what was sent from the evaluation sphere. Soon enough, his eyes were focused on the sphere and then turned towards her. And then suddenly, his voice resounded quietly inside her mind. You have managed to achieve exactly 500. Rank D. Excellent work at achieving an entire rank up. Lillian smiled brightly and thought, not bad. That's not bad at all. She then wandered back up to her seat with a smile, something that got Millis' attention as she leaned over and whispered excitedly, hey, what did you get? It seems to be good with that smile on your face. Lillian giggled and whispered back, they'll tell you when you get evaluated. Millis in response pouted, leaning back in her seat and folding her arms. Lillian smiled at her reaction and leaned her elbow onto the desk, placing her cheek into her palm. Why was she so happy about her evaluation? It was because Rief von Leyenbricht. Lillian broke out of her daze once she realized who was up this time. Her eyes narrowed on the prince as he got out of his seat and shuffled past the girls, trying to get his attention. With his hands in his pockets, he stepped down towards the teacher with a nonchalant expression. After getting a nod from Mirage, the prince yawned before placing his hand on the sphere. Shortly after, he pulled back his hand, once getting the signal, and waited as Mirage digested the information passed to him from the evaluation sphere. Mirage then stared at the prince. Lillian suspected they were having a telepathic conversation. She then watched as the prince shrugged and the teacher nodded before grabbing a small stick of white chalk from his desk. On the black chalkboard behind him, he drew a large white arc that resembled, the second prince had permitted me to show you what he had gotten. Lillian stared at the chalkboard, rank C, exactly like in the game. At least that hasn't changed. She stared as the classroom whispered and murmured about what he got with expectant and wondrous looks. She then watched as the prince walked back to his seat, this time not falling asleep instantly, but instead staying awake. He got around 1400. I think it was 1442. Meh. Little details like those shouldn't overly matter unless it's for research purposes. People in this world are most likely to achieve rank D in their lifetime. Of course, that's only if they lazed around and didn't put enough effort. While the time it takes between each rank up does vary for people, you're still capable of increasing it nonetheless. People like the second prince, however, who have been able to achieve rank C at such an age were impressive, especially with how high he had been evaluated for. It was frustratingly hard to get an additional 100 in this world. Lillian had only been able to increase as much as she did due to the pill's effects. Next was Millis, who, just like the second prince, had achieved rank C and had even allowed it to be announced to the class. Lillian hummed in acknowledgement of what she did. People flocked to strong and attractive people, so her announcing this would allow her to have more interactions with the class. Millis went back to her seat and smiled at Lillian. "So, want to tell me what you got now?" Lillian rolled her eyes at her with a smile before whispering in her ear, "I got rank D." "For real? I thought you'd be in rank C at least, not gonna lie." Lillian shrugged. "I wouldn't have struggled as much if I was. I'm surprised you even lost to me." Millis chuckled. "I know, right? That's so crazy." Soon enough, it was Marionette's turn. Lillian turned to Marionette and saw her standing up. "Excuse me," Marionette muttered as she shuffled past her and Millis. Lillian's nose twitched at Marionette's smell. It was nice. She soon mentally slapped herself at how weird she was getting before watching as Marionette elegantly descended the steps. Marionette's beauty drew the eyes of almost everyone in the class. Read new chapters of my virtual library empire. Eventually, she stopped before the teacher and placed her hand on the sphere, once getting the signal. Soon after that, she took off her hand and stared into the teacher's eyes as they telepathically communicated with one another. Shortly after, Marionette shook her head, getting an understanding nod from Mirage before allowing her to go back to her seat. Lillian watched as Marionette shuffled past again and sat down. After fixing her skirt, Lillian tilted her head at her, leaning towards her and whispering, "What did you get?" Marionette glanced at her before whispering back, "They'll tell you after class." Lillian nodded and leaned back. She already knew what Marionette had gotten. It was rank C. She was just curious about what number she had gotten. Now that she thought about it, what number did Millis get? She turned to Millis and saw her focused on the teacher. She then shrugged. "I can find out later." Currently, she was too busy with being happy about what she had gotten. Later on, after Mirage had finished evaluating everyone, including Graham, which he somewhat struggled to do, he began to draw on the chalkboard. Scrape, scrape, scrape. While he was doing this, his voice echoed across the classroom. If you're in this class, then I am sure most of you know what each affinity rank means. But on the off chance that you don't, he took a subtle glance towards the savage, tied-up man in the corner before continuing. "Then we shall go over it." He then stepped away from the chalkboard before walking over to a large white E. Those of you who had received an evaluation between 1 and 200 would have gotten rank E. This basically means, well, the basic control over your element. Nothing fancy. He then stepped over to D. The hardworking few that manage to get a number above 200 are much more capable in shaping and controlling their elements. Next was C. Rank C, however, will allow those to apply their elements onto themselves. I'm sure you guys have seen someone turn their body into literal fire before or something like that. People in this rank have gotten evaluation above 500. Mirage then stood before B. On the off chance that you guys might get to rank B, which I'm sure you guys will if you work hard enough. Mirage's voice trailed off a bit before picking back up. Anyway, this one is a strange one. This rank is all about branch meanings. If you don't know what that is, then it just means you guys will be able to create extra meanings to your elements. Confusing, I know, but if you research about it, you'll get it soon enough. This level can be achieved once you are above 2,000. And lastly, he stood before an A. And finally, we have rank. And not much is known about this since we never get much nowadays due to the wars. But anyway, on this leave, you'll be able to summon your mana realm into the world. Its size will depend on how high your evaluation is, which is above 5,000. Chapter 93, The First and Fifth Eras, edited. Once Mirage was done talking, he was met with a raised hand from one of the students in the class. "Are there any after rank A?" they asked. Lillian stared down at them and thought, after rank, in other words, rank as the pinnacle of control. Mirage nodded at them. "What you are referring to is related to a theory. Is there a rank above A? What would it be called? What would happen if an individual were to reach it? And would said individual reach the peak that is control over their element?" He then gave a dramatic pause, leaving everyone tense. Of course, only a select few were not too bothered about what was going on. Mirage then smirked. "Nobody knows." This caused everyone to sigh in disappointment, and also subtle annoyance, Millis included. Lillian's ears twitched as she listened in on Millis' predictions. "I feel like this guy's going to pull things like this every now and then." Lillian couldn't but chuckle at how accurate she was. However, she did have to admit that it was rather entertaining. Mirage then spoke up again, except this time with something noteworthy. "Fortunately, you guys won't need to study that unless you want to." "Why?" "That's because it won't be in the written exam at the end of the semester." Just as everyone was about to unconsciously yell in joy, Mirage shot them down. "But that doesn't mean I don't expect you guys to study how to increase your affinity. I expect those in E to be in D by the end of this semester, and those in D to be at C." He then threw a few glances toward the prince, Marionette, and Millis before saying, "And those at C, well, try and survive long enough so you can do some good in the world." After saying that, he finally started teaching, and it seems he began with the most wordy subject, history. Lillian blocked 90 of it out. While she may have skimmed through most of the books in the game that related to history, she could still do decent if there was a test about it. However, that didn't stop her from writing down what she could on the notebook she fetched from her ring. The exact one she had used to list most of the important events in this world, which she hadn't gotten to finish noting. The topic Mirage seemed to be teaching was the 7 primary years of the world in which the trials take place. The first was the era of echoes, the beginning. It was said that a certain vibration shot through the void, causing it to react and coalesce into divine beings. It was these same divine beings that then brought on the beginning of the world. It was stated that space, light, and darkness were the first to appear and built the foundations for more to appear. The next were the 4 main elements: earth, fire, water, and air. All in that order of age. Earth formed spheres of rock and hard material before eventually growing bored with them and decided to create something softer dirt. Eventually, fire came and took light's place, bringing, well, light into the world as well as warmth. It was during this time that water and air were brought into the world and began to mess around with Earth's creations. This caused the first signs of mortal life to exist. After a few millennia, other divine beings began to be birthed into the world, some more special than others due to the concepts they brought with their existence. Eventually, after a few more thousand years, humans arrived and inevitably worshipped the divine beings and named them gods. They built temples and entire civilizations as they gazed up towards the sky, deciphering a rare phenomenon where the stars align and form patterns. It was later called the Whispers of First Light, and also believed to be divine messages of curious gods as they gazed down at the humans who continued to worship them and even went to war over their beliefs. The gods who had only had the void and the founding gods, who told tales of the past as their entertainment, were thrilled at the possibilities of newfound opportunities the humans brought. Not long after, the next age came, the era of luminaries. Lillian stared down at her notebook dazedly, scribbling down her notes. She then reached the end of the page and realized that she had spent a bit too much time on the first era. She looked up and noticed that Mirage had already moved on to the 5th era, the era of twisting currents. Lillian smiled wryly at her incompetence in paying attention and turned her page, writing down whatever she could before the lesson ended. The era of twisting currents was known as the Jester's Awakening, not the era in which it was made, but the era in which it unleashed monsters into the world. The scriptures, books, or any information material didn't particularly state the reason why it suddenly went chaotic. It was also during this period that the gods had already retreated from the world after their catastrophic war. Lillian glanced to the side, staring as Marionette dutifully noted down whatever she could on her notebook, the one found in the dorm room's desk. She stared at Marionette's beautiful handwriting that left her distracted for a bit, until Marionette eventually noticed and told her off. Not the best time to be distracted, Lillian, she scolded. Lillian pouted before glancing towards Millis and found her focused on her work as well. She widened her eyes at how neat her handwriting was. While Marionette's handwriting looked exactly like what a handwritten note from the royal family would look like, Millis would be one you would see on a scholar's paper. Lillian looked up from Millis' notebook and found her staring back. Millis tilted her head curiously at her before whispering, "Did you need something? If you need a pen, then I think I got a SP." Lillian shook her head. No, it's not that. It's just your handwriting. HM. Does it look bad? Ah, man. Millis stared disappointingly at her notes. Huh. It's the opposite, actually. It looks really neat, Millis. Did you practice or something? Millis smirked smugly before answering in a proud manner. Of course. The girls love someone who can write well. Right? Don't you think so? Lillian nodded, glancing at Marionette briefly before answering, I suppose. Millis then leaned over Lillian's shoulder and stared down at her notes. Anyway, I'm sure your one is way prettier. Millis stared down, her voice slowing as she noticed how small Lillian's handwriting was. Lillian smiled wryly. The past Lillian and her had quite varying styles. She didn't have to write much in her world and did it all virtually through emails, so it was quite messy. Past Lillian, however, wrote in quite the cutesy style in bold letters. While muscle memory did help Lillian in writing, it seems her messy handwriting still slipped in a bit and caused her writing to shrink to a size only she could read. Lillian stared at Millis, who squinted her eyes before leaning back. It's good. As long as you can read it, I guess. Lillian nodded. Good enough, right? She then paused. Hey, Millis, what happened to your accent? Huh? What accent? You know, the one you usually speak in? Oh, that one. I usually have that on when I feel like playing around or when I'm not serious. Millis shrugged. I managed to get into this class, so I want to learn as much as I can, you know? Yeah, wait. When you're not serious, does this mean you weren't serious in the entrance X? Before Lillian could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the academy's bell. Ding, dong, ding, dong. Mirage, who was facing the chalkboard, turned towards the class. All right, everyone, you may all leave for your 30-minute break. Come back in this room for magic theory. Your next teacher will be with a specialist in their field. He walked towards the door before stopping. He turned back towards the class and then said, By the way, I have placed the badges needed to access the Academy's facilities into your blazer pockets. Today was the only day in which you could enter this place without any intervention. After saying that, he then left. Following that, everyone scurried to their feet, exiting through the doors once packing up. Millis raised an eyebrow. Placed it inside our blazer pockets? Seriously? Lillian nodded and roamed through her pockets, pulling out a light metal badge with the Academy's symbol on it. This thing right here. Huh. Explore new worlds of my virtual library empire. Millis roamed in her pockets and found it as well. How the hell did he do that without us noticing? Lillian shrugged before looking towards Marionette to find her staring at the very same badge. She then asked, Are you ready to go? Marionette looked up and nodded. Sure. Chapter 94 Soda Break. Edited. So what did you think the ice bag was for? Millis asked while sitting on a wooden bench with her hands behind her head. They were all currently outside, sitting on one of the many benches around the Academy building. They haven't decided to walk to the forest yet. Lillian tilted her head at her, standing in front of a vending machine. Ice bag? Millis nodded. You know, that guy with red hair. She tried to describe his features. Marionette, who stood beside Lillian, then spoke up. Xander Fierreira. Oh, him. Not sure. Lillian shrugged, holding her phone over the vending machine scanner and paying for her drink. KRR. Bum. Bum. Lillian reached down and pushed her hand through the rectangular slit and fetching out a red can of soda. It had a silver-colored rim, top and bottom, with everything else being red and black. Its brand was illustrated as a singular wing with its brand name at the top reading, Norm. Lillian stepped away from the vending machine and let Marionette have her turn. She sat beside Millis and pulled against the tab, cracking it open and then taking a sip from it. Continue reading in my virtual library empire. Its cherry-like flavor flooded her mouth before draining down her throat, giving her that satisfying burn of carbonated liquid. Pwah, nothing like a good soda, huh? She then held her hand to her mouth before giving a small burp. Oops, excuse me. All good. Millis patted her back. Lillian chuckled, staring at the blue sky. Anyway, maybe that guy got into a fight and lost. He seemed like he was picking a fight with Graham after the exam. Graham? Oh, the caveman. Yeah, I guess so. Who the hell gets an item that makes you angry anyway? People want to pick fights. Lillian smiled, watching as Marionette sat beside her with a dark blue soda can. From what Lillian remembered, this seemed to be a blueberry-flavored soda. I didn't know you liked blueberry-flavored things. Neither did I. Until recently, Marionette responded in a stoic tone, cracking open the tab and drinking it. Lillian raised an eyebrow. Recently, huh? I always took you for a chocolate-liking person. Marionette gave her a glance, pulling the soda away from her lips and crossing her right leg over her left. She then placed her left hand slightly further back on the bench and leaned a bit. Who says I can't like both? Yeah, you're right. Lillian stared at her soda can, swirling it around a bit before perking up. Oh, right. What number did you get, Marionette? Marionette stared at her before glancing towards Millis, who was staring down at her phone, giggling at the short videos she scrolled through. She then faced forward, staring at the crowd of students communing around the building, while throwing them subtle, brief glances. They'll tell you later. Lillian groaned. Ugh. Seriously? Marionette then responded in a deadpan tone. HM, do you really expect me to openly state that in such a public area? Lillian sighed. I suppose you're right. Then suddenly, Lillian felt a hand stroke the back of her waist before making its way to her side. She was then pulled in by Marionette's arm before having her chin gently grabbed by her. Marionette turned Lillian's surprised face up and said, They'll tell you what you want to know once we get back to my room. Lillian blushed a bit, placing a hand between their face and turning away. All right. As much as she wanted to turn this around and possibly make it so Marionette was the one blushing, she couldn't help but shrink a bit. Her eyes then met Millis, who stared at them teasingly. She watched as she smiled and flicked her hand at them repeatedly. No, go on, don't let me stop you two from having a good time. I especially want to know about that room part. Shush, Millis, Lillian shouted, pushing herself away from Marionette. As she was doing this, her hand collided with a soft and bouncy surface. Boing, boing, boing. HM, this seems kind of familiar. Lillian turned her eyes back to what her hand was and was once again met with an embarrassing sight. Marionette stared down at the hand, grasping her left chest. After a few minutes of silence, she clutched the wrist and gently lowered it back to Lillian's side before scooting a bit away and turning her face to the side, taking another sip from her drink. Lillian stared at her hand, blushing once again before clutching her face, cursing herself. Damn it. However, she couldn't help but notice something odd. While her hand was pressed against Marionette's left chest, she felt the subtle vibrations that traveled into her fingers. It had a short interval and appeared rapidly. It was Marionette's heartbeat, and for some reason, it was thumping quite fast. She then felt an arm wrap around her neck and Millis' teasing voice resounding beside her. So you love grabbing boobs too, huh? I knew you had it in you. Millis grinned at the blushing Lillian, who shot her a look. You know for a fact that was on accident. Meh, but those few seconds weren't. Those were seconds of realization. Millis laughed, pulling away from Lillian, who glared at her. She then wiped the small tears from the corner of her eyes before staring back down at her phone. By the way, thanks again for the phone. Been using it a lot, and I mean a lot. I also sent you a few texts, which she pouted, didn't respond back to. Lillian raised an eyebrow. You did? She then checked her phone, went into her messaging app, and found Millis at the top with a notification symbol. She went into their chat and silently read the messages. Pervert. Hey, What are you up to? Pervert. HM? This thing has an autocorrect? That's super cool. Pervert. Well, anyway. Want to come over and hang out? Because I'm currently honey. Pervert. Oh boy. I can definitely see this autocorrect being annoying soon. Lillian's eye twitched at these messages. While they aren't so bad, she shouldn't help but stare at one of them and the message following that. She then creakingly turned her head towards Millis to see her with a mischievous grin. Wha? Blame me for shooting my shot with a hottie? Smack! Ow! Millis shot back, dropping to the ground while clutching the top of her head. She rolled around before yelling. Why is it always the head? Lillian stared down at her before feeling her phone being quickly pulled out of her hand. She stared back and saw Marionette looking through her phone. She watched as her eyes narrowed. It seemed she was reading the messages. Lillian then watched as Marionette tapped at her screen with her thumb before giving it back. Lillian looked down at her phone and saw a new contact on it. Is this your number, Marionette? Marionette pulled out her phone. I believe it was a good time to give it to you. Now call me so I can assign you as a contact of mine as well. Lillian nodded and did as she said. Marionette felt the buzzing on her phone and the display of an unknown caller. She then shot a random glance back at Lillian to find her placing her phone against her ear. She raised an eyebrow before accepting it and doing the same. Hey, hone. Marionette immediately hung up, leaving Lillian shocked. You couldn't have played along? Lillian asked in a low tone. Marionette stared at her before shrugging, didn't see a need to. She said, staring at her screen before standing up. It's 10:30. Let's head back to class, Lillian. Lillian gave a tired nod and got up, staring down at Millis, who was sitting on the ground, rubbing the top of her head. She then held out a hand to her. Millis stared at the hand before using it to help herself up. I swear there is some bias going on. Why am I always getting such abusive treatment while she gets to see you acting all flustered in that? She pouted, crossing her arms before grinning. That isn't to say I ain't Lee keen you touching me like that. Lillian rolled her eyes and drank her soda again. Was what she wanted to do before realizing it had somehow disappeared from her hand. What the? She looked around before eventually spotting Marionette, throwing away her empty soda can into the trash can before staring down at a familiar red can and chugging it. Lillian stared at her with wide eyes as she threw it into the trash and began to walk to the entrance. Millis glanced between the two before giving a teasing whistle. Well, ain't that romantic in a way? Hush it, Millis. Chapter 95 Magic Theory Class. Edited. Welcome to Magic Theory. Everyone, I will be your teacher for this particular subject from now on. A woman about 5 feet 11 sat on the teacher's desk with her right leg over her left, showing off her slender legs and black boots. She wore a tight black dress and a leather black jacket over her shoulders. She had long blonde hair that flowed down the back of her hourglass figure. Her purple eyes skimmed over the classroom, staring at the few students who were in a daze. She was quite attractive after all. Even Lillian was left stunned for a moment as she stared from the back. Isn't she a total bombshell? Lil? Millis whispered, her hands covering the silly grin behind them. Lillian nodded absent-mindedly, ignorant of the look she was getting Marionette, who gave a subtle snort. The teacher then went on to introduce herself. You can refer to me as Miss Danielle. Some of you may even know me as Sorceress. At her words, some nodded. Excellent. How about we begin attendance then? HM? After saying that, she held up a tablet and began to read in descending alphabetical order. Nothing particular special happened except a few flustered responses to their names. It was just regular old attendance checking. Continue reading on my virtual library empire soon enough. She finished and finally began the lesson. Can anyone tell me the most relevant meaning when I say spells? A hand was then raised, and who was then given permission to answer. Spells just means the application of an element, right? The sorceress nodded at the answer given, spot on. Usually with spells, it's all about how creative we are with its appearance. Once saying that, she moved her arm up and pointed her open palm towards the door. Jagged strings of yellow electricity flickered around her hand before coalescing in the center of it and shooting out, just dissipating before the collision with the door. That right there was electric bolt. A basic spell, and in other words, a basic form it can take. She then snapped her fingers, summoning a pair of yellow humanoid figures in her image. Once reaching a certain rank in affinity, you can a more creative form for your elements like these clones, right here. While not an overly creative idea, it still serves as an idea of what you can do. She explained, snapping her fingers and causing them to disappear. And as much as I would like to show more of what I can do, I doubt the academy would feel all right about one of its teachers causing a student to go to first aid. She chuckled. Lillian nodded her head, understanding where she was coming from. Electricity didn't have many applications outside of it being safe. Why would it if a mere touch from a high voltage could leave you in a hospital with fried nerves and severe burns? Well, she could think of one reason, and that would be to stimulate someone and heighten their senses. She took a sneaky glance towards Marionette. She wondered if she were to one day have the ability to heighten her senses, would that have a higher chance of getting an adorable reaction out of her. She also then took a glimpse towards Millis to see her dutifully writing down things. Lillian then imagined if Millis were to have electricity as her element instead of earth, what would she be like? She narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening at the thought of a more touchy and mischievous Millis. Oh, there is one more thing I could do that is relevant, the teacher said, forming a yellow scalpel and having it transition to blue. Buzz, electricity can't really take that many forms outside of, well, electricity. But I suppose changing its color is an aesthetically pleasing feature. She chuckled, swiping the air and causing the scalpel to shatter and disappear. Lillian leaned the side of her face into her palm. What forms could the element of parasitism take? Should she make it look like a leech? Wait, are leeches even parasites to begin with? She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. I suppose them sucking blood is a form of parasitism. But I really don't want it to look like leeches. She felt her skin crawl. The thought of shooting leeches out of her hand and watching them twitch in the air gave her an odd feeling. Well, this world was quite lenient with its rules when it comes to the supernatural. So she could, in theory, create an entirely new look to parasitism. But for that, I'm going to have to study, she internally groaned. Part of the ambition's to grow stronger, I guess. Can't hide behind Marionette forever like a shivering dog. This also brought on the question, what sort of forms could she make water take with her current capabilities? After all, what you can do was still ultimately linked to how high your affinity was. If it wasn't high enough, then all she could do was continue blasting her enemies with water until they drowned or she ran out of mana. Something like that. In my personal opinion, it's quite tedious to just wait and hope they drown or something. I guess me bloating their bodies could work, but that's still the same issue. Her thoughts were then interrupted as the teacher moved on to a topic that quite interested her. Can anyone tell me the difference between the mana shells of a human and the mana shells of a monster? The sorceress looked across the classroom, staring at the countless, uncertain faces. She also saw a few who jotted down the answers in their notebook. Lillian looked around the classroom and thought for a moment. I guess I can use this to test my current knowledge. Just as she was about to raise her hand, Tesdri, the rule freak, who sat at the front, raised her hand. Or I guess I can compare my answers with hers. Lillian gave a wry smile. The teacher looked towards Tesdri and noticed her to be one of the few who had jotted down her answers first. Miss Tyria, correct? Yes, please do tell. Tesdri nodded, placing down her hand and tilting her notebook to eye level. Unlike us humans who enter new tiers with the creation of shells, monsters go through states of self-destruction the longer they endure the corruption. While we humans can accumulate more shells through cultivation or completing the jester's trials, monsters have to devour others. And why may that be? That's because they're incapable of producing their own mana and have to get it from other monsters. Once they have retrieved enough mana through devouring, its core would transform to adapt to the large volume of mana inside their bodies. This essentially causes them to go through a sort of short metamorphosis. Lillian silently nodded at the back. In simpler terms, humans can increase the amount of shells around their core through cultivation, and monsters can through devouring other monsters' mana to break through. She jotted it down in her notebook. Pretty similar to my answer. The only difference between hers and Tezdrai's was that hers went into slightly more detail about the monsters, but it wasn't overly relevant currently. The sorceress nodded in satisfaction at Tezdrai's answer. Brilliant. You got all the needed details down. Now then, I heard you talked about corruption. Does anyone here want to tell me about the corruption? Tezdrai raised her hand up before being shot down by Danielle. You've already answered one. Let's have someone else have a chance. Lillian looked around, seeing that nobody was willing to put their current knowledge of this topic up to the test. She raised her hand. Ah, yes, you are number one, correct? Well done, by the way. What do you know about the corruption? Lillian arranged her thoughts before speaking. The corruption is the energy formed from the leftover remains of the gods, specifically the remains of the ones that fought in the Celestial War. Oh, and do you perhaps remember which era that was in? I believe GM, Mirage, went over history with you guys, right? Lillian nodded, but didn't want to say that she didn't pay attention much in his class. It was during the era of Shattered Veils, the era in which the gods had already descended in the world. The teacher nodded. Seemed like someone was either a keen listener or a good memorizer, or both, I guess. Now, do you any of the main forms it can take? Is it true darkness, true flesh, and true radiance? Correct, yet again. Chapter 96 Café. Edited, some time passed. The class went on to learn a bit more about magic, which Lillian had already been through, and eventually lunch came around. Currently, in the residential district of the marketplace of Wonder, most commonly known as the Bazaar, was a quaint little cafe. Lillian stood at the counter and waited, watching as the male barista prepared her coffee. Hey, race your large cappuccino, he said, gently placing a large white mug with two separate handles on each end on a small porcelain plate that was on top of a long, dark wooden tray. The coffee's layer of white foam was decorated with a generous amount of chocolate dust. And here is your slice of strawberry and vanilla cake. Beside the large cappuccino was a delectable white frosted cake with half-sliced strawberries placed on top of it like a crown. Lillian then watched as the man turned around the card reader. The price for the overall items was 3 semis, please. She nodded and held her phone over the scanner. Ding! Lillian held the tray and thanked the barista, who nodded back and got to work servicing another customer. She then turned her eyes back to the interior of the cafe. It had a jungle-like aesthetic to it, with its vine-like decorations crawling along the walls. She squinted her eyes, looking around before spotting a pair of beautiful girls at a round table. Millis stared down at her notebook with an annoyed expression and glanced at her phone beside her. On her screen was a set of questions related to what she had learned from magic theory class. It was homework. She fidgeted with her pen, clicking it repeatedly and shooting brief stares at Marionette, who was calmly making her way through the questions with ease, occasionally pausing to sip her coffee. Hey, what questions are you on? Huh? Millis groaned. How the hell are you getting through these so easily? She asked, leaning her elbows on the table and placing her cheeks in her hands. Marionette glanced up at her, stopping, and thought about how to answer. And in her usual nonchalant tone, she said, just focus in class. But I did focus. I was jotting done notes like mad. Then do it better. Everything you have written down should've. Oh, hey, Lil. Millis interrupted Marionette as she waved at the approaching white-haired girl, who stared at them softly. After placing the tray on the table and pulling out a chair, she asked her, Hey, how's the homework going? Millis groaned. Terrible. I'm still stuck on number 7. What kind of person gives homework on the first day of school? She growled. Lillian shrugged. The ones that want us to do well in our studies, I guess, she said, holding her fork and slicing through a small part of the cake. In the game, the sorceress would always give out quizzes and homework, a sort of thing every person dreads. But she felt like it was an understandable decision since the exams for it were actually quite hard, mainly because there aren't any multiple choice questions. It was all written and took hours to finish. After chewing and swallowing the cut-off piece, she sighed, already anxious about the exams, even though it wasn't even near them. She then asked, standing up and wandering behind Lillian and peering over her shoulder. What question was that again? The one about whether or not eating the mana core of a human would allow them to absorb their mana. As something like that. Millis glanced at Lillian's face. The two then began to go through the questions at a much greater speed compared to before when it was only Millis. Marionette stared at them, her elbows resting against the table and her fingers interlocked together, hiding the lower half of her face behind her hands. Her eyes narrowed slightly at how close in proximity they were, and the edges of her lips curled downwards into a small frown. After a while, Lillian leaned back and returned to her seat. Millis breathed a sigh of relief as she leaned back in her chair. Finally done, she then stared at Lillian. Aren't you going to do yours as well? Or do you want me to send my notes to you so you can copy them? Lillian shrugged. I can just do them when I get back to the dorm. Lillian, HM. She turned to Marionette, who called out to her. Yes. She tilted her head. Marionette tapped her notebook with the tip of her pen with a raised brow. Lillian tilted her head. Is there something wrong? Did you run out of ink? Wow, you're out a lot, huh? Lillian's assumptions seemed to be incorrect since Marionette tapped at her book again. Lillian's eye twitched. Was Marionette back to being unable to express herself properly again? Wait, if she was... Lillian held her chin with a thoughtful expression before lighting up like a bulb. Wait, do you want me to help you? That is what she wanted to say, but it didn't sound right. However, these words of hers seemed to have been able to make themselves known in her eyes as Marionette stared and nodded at them. She then said, explore more stories with my virtual library empire, yes. Lillian was shocked, confused even. Marionette actually needed help? You need help? Yes. Am I not allowed to ask for help? She asked, her voice lowering a bit. Lillian nervously chuckled as she got out of her seat. And no, he'll be happy to. She wandered around the table and reached Marionette's side. She placed her hands against the table and leaned against it, looking over and staring down at Marionette's elegant notes before. Lillian found herself in Marionette's lap. Marionette rested her chin on Lillian's right shoulder and wrapped her left arm around her waist. What are you doing? Marion Dash, I hope you don't mind us working like this. I feel like it would be much more efficient. Marionette stated, squeezing Lillian tighter. Lillian's body couldn't help but tense up. Why was Marionette so suddenly intimate with her? She fidgeted in her lap like a shivering rabbit that wasn't prepared to be held so closely and tightly. She was indeed no stranger to Marionette's sudden acts of intimacy, but she can't help but feel taken aback each time it happens. What is with you today? Lillian whispered. I have no idea what you could possibly mean. Lillian, Marionette responded before tapping at a question with the back of her pen. She then slightly moved her lips closer to Lillian's ear and whispered, Now, can we begin? I am particularly stuck on this one. Lillian shivered a bit before nodding. All right, we'll get her back for this when we get back to the dorm. As they went through the answers, Millis couldn't help but stare at them in a dumbfounded manner. She then muttered under her breath, These two really aren't dating, right? They couldn't possibly, right? Especially when they have only known each other for a week. Wasn't this going a bit too fast? Marionette glanced up at her before giving a small smirk. She then returned her focus back on the questions, putting back on her usual stoic face once Lillian turned to look at her. Millis' eye twitched. Was she taunting her now? She just sighed and shook her head. She then took a look at her phone and checked the time. They had about an hour of lunch. Some time has passed. Millis casually scrolled through her phone, giggling like a child from the countless short-form videos. Time from time, she would occasionally glance up from her attractive screen and gaze at the couple. Lillian continued to shuffle around in Marionette's lap, feeling her chest press against her back and her elegant and unintentionally seductive voice whispering into her ear. Her red-hot face stayed the same as she still noted how Marionette's arm was still wrapped around her waist, preventing her from leaving, until she finished helping her. She was still unsure whether or not Marionette actually needed her help or not. She seemed to be doing well without her help and understood her hints with superb understanding. Do you really need my help? I feel like you could have gotten this done minutes ago, Lillian asked, turning her head slightly to the side and staring into Marionette's eyes. Marionette continued to rest her chin on Lillian's shoulder. Yes. Do you perhaps not want to? Or do you prefer if we... Her words slowed down her arm, tightened her hold around Lillian's waist. Now want to help me? Well, I didn't say that. I just feel like you already have a good enough understanding of this particular topi. Marionette interrupted her by dropping her pen and grabbing her chin. They stared into one another's eyes. She then asked in a low voice, her eyes narrowing, "Consider this a bonding experience, Lillian. Nothing wrong with that, right? Just two friends getting along with each other and helping each other. That's definitely what they do, right?" Lillian gulped and thought, "I'm so get her back for this when we get back to the dorm." Chapter 97 Coliseum, edited. Once Lillian had finally managed to escape from Marionette's comfy lap, they left the quaint cafe. The Academy realm has 4 key areas inside it. The first was the ever-so-busy bazaar and its seemingly never-ending trade and offers. The second was the gender-divided dormitory, which was surprising in its size and held a noteworthy number of students in acceptable quarters. The third was the actual academy building for students to commute and study in as they get lectured by teachers, who would most likely curse them with work due in 2 days. And lastly, the fourth was a grand. Holy guacamole! Is shit a Colosseum? Millis yelled in shock, pointing at the humongous Roman Colosseum before her eyes. This was where their next class was going to be held. The headmaster must have been quite the fan of historical aesthetics, for its exterior was a splitting replica of the one found in Rome back in her old world. However, it was a replica that was without its damages and bruises from time. But that didn't mean it wasn't being used with its obvious signs of being used for entertainment. After all, why build such a building that would have cost you hundreds of thousands or maybe millions to make if you weren't going to use it? Lillian held her chin for a moment. I mean, if I was rich, I think having a Colosseum made for the fun of it sounds pretty hilarious. She watched as Millis energetically ran towards the archway of the Colosseum, guarded by people in eye-catching uniforms and wielding spears, before turning towards Marionette. Marionette had her arms folded, scrutinizing the imposing Colosseum with curious indifference. "Pretty cool building, huh?" Lillian asked, slightly interested in what the raven-haired beauty had to say about it. Marionette closed her eyes and thought about how to structure her words. This took her a few seconds. "It's big." Lillian, although standing still, felt like she tripped in the air. Like some sort of invisible rope has suddenly looped itself around her ankle and tugged at it. Even if she half expected such an anticlimactic response, she couldn't help but feel Marionette could have added just a bit more words. "That's it, huh?" Marionette raised an eyebrow. "I don't think I can say much here, Lillian." She then tilted her head. "What exactly do you want me to say?" Lillian rolled her eyes before chuckling. "Just wanted to see if something like this can get a reaction out of you. Like Millis." She then turned towards Millis and found that who was just talking to the guards had disappeared, already inside the Colosseum. Marionette's eyes widened slightly at her words, puzzled a bit. "You want me to be like that woman?" she asked, oddly offended a bit. "HM? Not real. If you do, then I absolutely refuse. Even if it's for you, Lillian. I'd rather not do something so inappropriate." The thought of Lillian being groped was strangely still floating inside her head, only now being more noticeable because of the conversation. She then side-eyed Lillian. "Or do you perhaps want me to get overly familiar with you like a degenerate?" Lillian's eyes widened. The usual blush returned to her face. Her face then twitched, and "pulling me into your lap wasn't inappropriate? I suppose you are, right?" Marionette nodded, reflecting on what had occurred a dozen minutes ago. "But my point still stands. And plus," she then gave a small smile, "would you not hug a rabbit tightly close to you?" Lillian silently stared at her before turning and walking towards the archway. She went up to the guards and just showed them the golden badge before heading inside, not speaking even a single word. Marionette stared at her strangely before muttering, "Did I say something weird?" The two swiftly made their way into the large open center of the glorious pale yellowish stone arena. Lillian's steps scraped against the gritty sandstone underneath her. She looked around, discovering 7 large separated crowds distanced by a meter gap in between. Her eyes eventually landed on Millis, socially interacting within one of these large groups. Lillian walked over, standing beside Millis, and spoke up. "You were excited to get in here fast." She snickered. Millis smirked and rolled her eyes. You wouldn't after seeing something like this? Fair enough. Lillian giggled. She then glanced to the side, discovering she was talking to the second prince of all people. He stood with a tired, hunched-over posture with bags under his eyes as he stared at her. Oh, I greet the second par. She was interrupted by the prince's dismissive wave. No need, Arius. No need. Just call me Ref. You earned the right to any way with how you've been able to beat the Roselle beside you. Roselle? Lillian raised an eye, turning to the side before jumping in fright at the sight of a stoic marionette. Lillian dramatically let out a few rapid breaths. Don't scare me like that. I didn't try to. Marionette stated before nodding towards Ref, who nodded back with his hands in his pockets. Millis stood closely next to Lillian and whispered into her ear, "What is this class again?" Lillian tilted her head at her. "I believe this is," before she could answer, a booming voice erupted at the very front of the Colosseum. "Welcome to the Academy's Colosseum." At the very front, standing on top of a wooden crate, was a short man with a large bushy beard and sharp eyes, with aged wrinkles around it. He was around the height of about 4 feet 11 and wore a set of leather armor with white fur coating the edges of it. He also had quite a nasty scar over his left eye. "I am Corin, the overseer and teacher of the survival combat class, alongside a few others." He gestured towards 6 other teachers. Some of you may know this, and some of you don't. Fortunately, I am going to explain either way. Each of these classes will be held with others of the same year. This is the reason for there being 7 separate groups, which I hope are divided into your classes, he said, scratching his chin through his beard before continuing in a gruff voice. "Anyway, we as the teachers have decided that all of you have to be sparing with one another." Once saying that, someone then raised their arm, specifically one from the aspirant class E class. It was from a timid young man. Will that be everyone here?" The gruff man raised an eyebrow. "Will that be a problem?" "Well, I find it unfair. What if we get matched up with someone from one of the higher classes?" The teacher just shrugged, "Push through it and do your best." This caused the young student to shout, Just push through it. Shouldn't we be paired up with someone close to our skill level, like a person from their own class? Life is unfair. The trials you may face are unfair. The strength of the monsters you will fight will be unfair to you, and so will their nature." Corin folded his arms. "Just because you got into this academy, be it through money or a recommendation, just know that we, your teachers, will work every single muscle inside your body to the point they will snap." Why, you may ask? It's simple. Because we are your teachers. In a world like ours that can at any point be subjected to monsters possibly many times stronger than us, we hope that we can pass down as much knowledge as we can to the newer generation in hopes they can survive. So you better keep this is unfair thought of yours deep inside that damn rich noggin of yours, and keep shut. Corin then felt a pat on his shoulder. He looked back and saw a colleague of his staring at him with a tired expression. He looked back towards the student he was berating and saw that they had already shrunk back. It seems I had rambled on long enough." He then coughed into his fist with an embarrassed look. He then listened to the words of his colleague as they whispered into his ear. "Apologies. We shall now be giving out some basic weapons. Please come up to your respective teacher and ask for what you would like. We will also make it so the Paragon class would spar amongst themselves instead." Once saying that, he comically hopped off the wooden crate and steadily ran over towards Lillian's group. Lillian's eyes twitched. This guy just contradicted everything he just said. The other teachers chuckled at his run before going over to their group. Lillian walked towards the back of the line. She kind of wanted to give herself some more time on what she wanted to use for the spar. She had been rocking the sword and rapier for a bit. Should she switch to something else? She was then snapped out of her thoughts once Millis closed in beside her and whispered in her ear while giving brief glances towards the short, scruffy man giving out weapons. "Your next chapter is on my virtual library empire. Is this guy a real-life dwarf?" Chapter 98, Survival Combat Class. One Lillian shrugged. The guy's public nickname is named Dwarf. She responded. She then tilted her body to the side, looking past the line of students, and stared at the bushy-beard man. Just like how dwarfs were depicted to be talented blacksmiths in fantasy stories, so was this man giving out their weapons. She remembered this particular man had the unorthodox element of metal, that, in the trait of increased strength, it kind of made sense for him to lean towards the smithery career. So why was someone like that in charge of being one of the teachers looking over this class? Like most who had entered through the trial more than once, he is an experienced fighter, a natural trait everyone needs. Lillian turned to Millis and asked, "What do you think of getting?" "HM? Maybe a shield?" "Probably," she responded with an uncertain look. Lillian smiled. "A shield, huh? That sounds like a good option. You aren't really the close combat type, are you?" Millis stared at her before folding her arms, pouting. "You could say that." Lillian chuckled before looking over towards Marionette, who quietly stood behind her. "What do you think of getting?" Marionette stared at her silently. She took a brief glance towards the yawning prince before swiping her gaze across the entirety of the students here. The likelihood that we aren't allowed to use anything other than our physical capabilities are quite high. If my predictions are right, then it'll be... She then paused and then folded her arms coolly. Who knows? Lillian's face twitched in irritation. With all the build-up, Marionette had just done, she really wasn't expecting her to not reveal her choice of weapon. Was there any particular need to remain secretive when it was most definitely going to be revealed soon anyway? Lillian groaned. "Fine, keep your secrets." She then turned towards the second prince with a hesitant look. They were definitely on the level where they could talk to each other casually, right? Well, it seemed she didn't need to ask him what he was going to get for it. Seemed he overheard their conversation. "The gladius," he said in a tired voice. "A short sword with a thin blade." Lillian nodded slowly. "I see. Thanks for that little extra detail at the end." Ref shrugged. "I was studying swords, so it slipped out of my mouth. Most of the time, I might be rambling on like a fool due to how little sleep I got, so sorry if it seems like I'm speaking a bit much. You see, I watched this series yesterday and had the greatest idea of watching it at midnight, so I didn't really get that much as a..." Lillian started blocking out 90 of what was leaving the prince's mouth as he seemed to rattle on about the show he watched. This topic did seem to interest Millis a bit as she listened to what he had to say and asked questions in between his long sentences. Wow, these two have quite the hobby. She wasn't really any different. If this was past her, she might have been interested. But currently, she felt like it would be wise to put most of her attention in bettering her skills. However, that didn't mean she wasn't going to ask Marionette what her hobbies were. "My hobbies?" Marionette raised an eyebrow at her. "I don't particularly have any unless you count researching as one." "Researching, huh? What may I ask?" Lillian asked with a curious look on her face. "Anatomy. I feel like that's a good place to end this conversation," she stated apathetically as she pointed behind Lillian. Lillian raised an eyebrow and turned around, staring at the non-existent line behind her and the patient stare of the dwarf. After getting Lillian's attention, he pushed out his hand and curled his index finger towards her, gesturing for her to come up. Lillian gave an embarrassed smile as she walked up towards the short, bearded man. Corin stared up at her, scratching his beard before tapping his foot against the ground. The ground beneath them shuddered. Confusion spread across Lillian's face as she felt the vibrations tickling her feet. The reason for this strange phenomenon was soon answered once she saw the short, muscular man rising in height. She looked back at the man and found him to be at a level with her. She then stared down at the gray metal cube underneath his feet. Looking back up, she was Corin staring at her intently, with interest in her identity as the highest achiever in the exam. "Lillian Ker Arias, correct? I happen to know of your brother." Lillian was taken aback by this sudden revelation. "Yeah, you do. Did her brother have this teacher before?" Corin gave a solemn nod. "Yes. I hope you aren't a troublemaker like he was." "What did he do?" Lillian asked, her voice unconsciously having a tired tone. Corin scratched the side of his head. "Your brat of an older brother poured a bucket of water over my head." Lillian's lips twitched wryly. "He did? Was there a reason for this?" "Well, it was an understandable but annoying reason." He sighed, face-palming. "April Fools," he muttered with a shake of his head. "I also hear it was due to a bet he had with another teacher, which to this day I do not know." He sighed again. "Now then, could you please tell me what you would like to have?" Lillian nodded. She then paused, rubbing her chin before asking the dwarf, "Is it possible you could recommend me a weapon?" The dwarf raised an eyebrow. He then hopped down the cube. "If you would like my opinion." He then raised his large hand towards Lillian's hand before stopping. "Do I have your permission?" Lillian nodded and watched as the dwarf held her hand and stared at her palm, running his rough index finger over it. He then went on to check the other hand before hopping back onto the cube. He sat on it with his arms folded and his eyes closed. He soon woke up from his deep thoughts as he summoned something into his hand. Chapter 99. Survival Combat Class. 2 in his hand was a double-edged sword. Its blade was straight, approximately 30 inches long. The hilt was around 6 inches long, big enough to only be a one-handed weapon, and it was wrapped in a cord. The crossguard was in the shape of an oval and was just big enough to protect its wielder's hand. The pommel was rounded, balancing the weight of the sword. A jian, a sword created by the Eastern Kingdom, Mon, will fit you for now, I believe. I could also be entirely wrong, Corin stated, stroking the flat side of the sword's blade before passing it over to Lillian. Lillian's mouth widened and shaped itself into an O as she took the jian into her hand, brandishing it. It was lighter than the sword she used in the exam. It was heavier than the rapier that she used in the trial. It felt a bit odd in her hands, but she was sure that would change once she started using it. Not everything will feel right at the beginning. After all, Lillian thanked the dwarf. Corin nodded before gesturing for her to move out of the way for Millis. Soon enough, everyone had their weapons. Millis, however, switched to a sword instead at the last second. "Oh, what made you decide to switch, Millis?" Lillian smirked, staring as Millis stared at her with a suspicious look. Was Marionette's theory about this being just physical true? Lillian turned her face away from Millis, giggling to herself. Perhaps. She then looked towards Marionette and found her to be staring into the blade of a common sword. This surprised Lillian a bit. Before she could think of walking over towards Marionette to strike up a conversation with her. Here are the rules. Seek out an opponent and have them accept your challenge for a duel. Win by either disarming or having them surrender. That's about it. Oh, and the use of elements and traits is prohibited in this one. We'll be focusing on your physical capabilities first. Once Corin finished, everyone in the Colosseum began to shift around. It seemed everyone was quite eager to test their skills against others once again. Clang, clang, clang. Lillian listened to the sounds of their sparring before looking towards Marionette to find her walking over to her. "HM, is she going to ask me to spar?" It would seem like it, but suddenly, "Would you like to spar, Miss Arias?" Lillian looked to her side and saw a green-haired man, bowing towards her respectfully. He stared up at her with his emerald green eyes. "For I would be ecstatic at fighting against you once more." Lillian stared down at him and realized who he was instantly. Killian Cran, Markslawn, one of the nobles she fought in the exam, specifically inside the forest. In the game, he was shown to be quite the gentleman, the type that would, for example, volunteer to walk ladies home every time when it's night. But there was another detail she remembered about him. It was that he was quite the masochist. Lillian's lips curled wryly as she glanced at Marionette to find her staring at them before turning away and going to look for someone else to spar with. She sighed and looked towards the green-haired nobleman and nodded. "Very well. Would you like to spar here or look for a slightly more empty space?" He straightened his back and sorted out his blazer by patting it down and pulling on it before glancing around. Around them was quite populated with people from their class. Perhaps it would be better for us to space out from our fellow colleagues. Would you like to lead the way? Sure. Oh, sure. Lillian nodded. She was half expecting for him to decide which spot they would spar. But this was fine too. After wandering over to a more empty spot, they got into a stance with a few meter gaps between them. Killian tilted his rapier at his chest facing the side and his left arm behind his back. Any person uncultured in his stance would assume he was mocking their strength and skill due to a well-known quote, "I can do this with one arm behind my back." Lillian too got in a stance. She raised her jian over her head and placed her right foot slightly further forward. Killian then asked, "When would you like to begin, Miss Arias?" Lillian shrugged. Whenever you want, really. Killian nodded and then said, "I shall be starting my attacks now then," he yelled, switching stance. Lillian stared at him weirdly as he approached her position. Did he really have to shout out that he was coming? She watched as his rapier stabbed her. She twisted her wrist and swung her jin at it, smacking it to the side. Clang! She then pushed forward and scraped the edge of her blade against his rapier and toward his throat. SKKKR. Killian leaned his entire upper body back, avoiding the swift swipe before rising again and slashing toward her. Lillian ducked, crouching before cocking back her arm and lunging towards him like a coiled snake. She then rolled to the side, narrowly dodging a kick to her face. After getting back up, she was soon met with Killian's charge. Ding! Their weapons collided with one another. The pressure she felt from his rapier lessened as she watched him pull it back and slash at her again. She narrowed her eyes, swiping at the rapier with her sword clang, before turning on her heel and side-kicking him in the stomach. Lillian watched as his body flung back a bit before landing on the ground with a thud. She stared at what she did with shock. She was so in the zone that she didn't even consciously kick him. I guess those little sessions with Marionette helped quite a bit. She stared down at the man, clutching his stomach with a somewhat apologetic look. Just as she was about to apologize and help him up, he, she heard a slight giggle from him. Chapter 100, Survival Combat Class? 3. Lillian stared down at him strangely. She had expected this sort of behavior, but just staring as he clutched his stomach with a pleasant smile on his face. Lillian wasn't sure, but it was an odd sight to her. Maybe it was because he was a dude instead of a hot woman. Well, that isn't to say he wasn't quite attractive. In fact, he was quite the eye candy. He was around 5'10" and had quite an androgynous appearance. However, he was just masculine enough to appear as a man. Although he was a bit strange. This guy's family is pretty rich. Let's try and have a good relationship with him. Lillian felt it would be wrong to pass up the chance of having another probable source of funds. Lillian bent over and pushed her hand out to him. Killian, after writhing on the ground, stared at her hand before tremblingly holding on to it. After that, Lillian pulled him up to his feet and patted his shoulder with a smile. "Your stomach all right?" Killian softly nodded back, patting his abdomen with reassurance. "All fine. My body is somewhat used to taking a beating," he chuckled. Lillian stared at him with deadpan eyes and a crooked smile. "Ah? Is that so? Do you perhaps not believe me?" he asked with a hand under his chin. No, I believe you," she responded before thinking. "I definitely believe you." She then took a curious glance across the Colosseum, specifically the Paragon's portion of it. Nothing particularly exciting was happening, especially when it was only limited to physical abilities. She took a look at Millis, who was prancing around her opponent and dodging their swings with ease before knocking their weapon out of their hands. Lillian watched this scene and mulled over a certain thought. Had Millis truly been taking the exam seriously? Or was she seriously been playing around the entire time? She shook her head and turned her attention to the next person of interest. The second prince had a bored expression as he roamed the Colosseum with his hands in his pockets. The way he moved was quite sluggish and dramatic. However, Lillian knew it was because of the prince's poor lack of sleep, since it was such a key part of his character. Anyway, she also realized that everyone around him seemed hesitant to come up and challenge. This was something that caused her face to twitch. How come he was excluded from being picked, and yet she wasn't? If she recalled correctly, wasn't she the one who scored first? She then thought about it for a moment and found it to make sense. She was, after all, being tossed around like the rag doll the entire time. Unlike the prince who was dominating in the exam before coming face to face with the Lady of Roses. Lillian then turned her gaze towards Marionette as it seemed there was someone brave enough to challenge her. Or perhaps were too scared to reject her proposal of a duel. And it was safe to say that Marionette was completely overpowering him as they were disarmed and simultaneously tossed several times against the ground. Each time they seemed to suggest surrendering, she was seen flicking back their weapon and instigating another duel with them. Lillian's eye twitched as she slowly turned away from her. If this is her way of getting through the hour of this class, then I'm not one to stop her. It wasn't that she couldn't, She was more or less afraid of fighting against her again. Not because Marionette would wipe the floor with her, but because it would somewhat lower her reputation a little. I'd rather be seen as constantly winning instead of losing. This was the sort of mentality she had when playing games with ranking systems. Whenever she got too high, she would go back down to the lower ones and just get a few win streaks. Although it was a bit shameless, she did comfort herself in the fact that there were way too many sweaty players. Wait, wasn't I one of them too? She deliberated before shrugging. Not. I had a job. Less time to play compared to those basement dwellers. She turned back towards Killian and saw him holding his hand out to her with an ecstatic look on his face. My name is Lillian Ker, the next heir after my brother. I'm glad you accepted my duel. Lillian stared at him with brief surprise before softly smiling at him. She clutched his hand and shook it. Lillian Ker Arius. But I guess you know that at this point. She chuckled. Killian nodded before grabbing onto her with both hands and staring at her with an expectant look. May we please have another duel? Lillian stared down at their hands before up at him and slowly nodded. Oh, sure. Mr. Mar, you can just call me by my first. I'm not one to nitpick at such a thing. He smiled brightly before letting go of her hand. Lillian's eyes narrowed at how bright it was. Is that so? Then let me get into my stance first, and then we can begin. She turned her body around and walked, not expecting to be stopped by a soft wall. Lillian paused for a moment before sighing, leaning into it a bit before staring up and into Marionette's eyes with an unsurprised look in her eyes. You're done already? Lillian asked, referring to Marionette's duel earlier. In response, Marionette tilted her head slightly to the side with a raised brow before tilting it back and nodding. Yes. Is it surprising? Lillian shrugged. I guess not. She then pushed herself off of her. So what are you doing over here? Am I not allowed to be near you? Huh? Lillian stared at her with a deadpan expression. I know for a fact that isn't your reason. Otherwise, you would have been playing around with that person for an hour. Marionette rolled her eyes. Let's train now. Chapter 101. Survival Combat Class? For Lillian's lips curled up wryly. She then gestured towards Killian, who stared at them innocently, twirling his rapier in the air like a wand. Well, you see, Marionette, I already decided to spar with. Marionette turned her gaze away from Lillian and towards the green-haired man, who stared back curiously. She then asked in a cold tone, Mr. Markslan, you don't perhaps mind if I have Lillian as my sparring partner now, do you? Killian shrugged, glancing at Lillian before responding. That's whatever Miss Arias decides. If she wishes to duel with me, then I will be joyful. If she decides to duel with you, then I don't mind either, he said with a cheeky grin. This caused Marionette's eyes to narrow before staring down at Lillian. Well, are you going to spar with him, or with me? Just so you know, I am in need of sparring partner now, she said in a low tone. Lillian sweated a little. She pulled against her collar and nervously looked to the side, staring at a certain carefree girl approaching them while waving their hand. Hey, guys. What you guys up to? Lillian then ran away from Marionette and wrapped her arms around Millis' side. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire, Millis. My best buddy. Lillian yelled as she pressed against her side. This shocked Millis a bit as she seemed to grin smugly at the raven-haired girl before wrapping her arms around Lillian as well. What's up, girl? What got you to wrap around me like this now? Could it be I'm finally more attractive to your eyes than red eyes over there? She asked in a cheeky tone. Lillian's right eye twitched at her words. Well, I'm going to need you to... Lillian hovered her face before Millis' ear and began whispering. Millis nodded periodically at her words with her hand under her chin like a scholar listening to his professor. While this was happening, Marionette stared at the two women's bodies pressed tightly against each other. She wasn't entirely sure why, but this sight caused her face to twitch unconsciously. In addition to that, seeing as their arms were wrapped around each other's bodies also had a strange reaction to her. This reaction grew slightly more apparent as she stared at their chests were smushed against each other. Her narrowed eyes eventually returned back to normal once Lillian stepped away from Millis, who had a thoughtful look on her face. Lillian moved her face from Millis' ear and then asked, You understand my plan? Millis nodded strongly with her arms folded. Of course. This plan was hella easy to understand. Are you willing to go through with it? Definitely. If it means I can piss off Red Ice over there, then he'll do it. Millis grinned, turning her nose to the sky, imagining the plan and being ignorant of the cunning smirk Lillian was giving. Yep, totally. Lillian then turned towards Marionette and waved. Hey, how do you feel about having Millis over here as your sparring partner instead of me? She asked in a cheerful tone. Marionette stared at her silently before nodding. He'll accept her as your replacement. Lillian nodded happily, noticing in the corner of her eyes the look she was getting from Millis. Millis stared at her with wide, betrayed eyes and a stiff body. This wasn't the plan. Bro clang. Just after finishing her sentence, Millis hurriedly raised her sword, blocking a swift strike from Marionette that launched her back. Lillian watched as Marionette followed after Millis. She stared at them with an apologetic look. Lillian then placed her hands together into a prayer. I'm a really bad friend, but I'd rather have this little reputation I have to stay up. Reputation was an important factor in everyday life, and it was especially so if she wanted to have a chance at getting into the student council. Why does she want to get into such an important group like that? Because first, it would be pretty cool. The thought of being in such a prestigious role is quite a dream of hers like any other person. But of course, she really just wants to have some more connections just in case. Nothing wrong with that. However, she wasn't going to be too hung up on the goal of trying to get ITIT wasn't really necessary for progression. Lillian stared back at Killian, who just watched as Millis ran away from Marionette before turning his head back to her with a soft chuckle. You seem like the person to lovingly bully someone. Lillian stared at him with a deadpan expression before brandishing her blade towards him. Let's duel. The duel wasn't that much different compared to last time. Clang, clang. While Lillian was much more nimble and flexible than Killian, he was undoubtedly stronger physically. But it was somewhat hard to tell when each clash was short-lived. However, there was something much different in this duel compared to the last. Lillian ducked and swung her blade towards his in hopes of disarming him. Instead of kicking at her like last time, he instead backed away, getting into a more defensive stance. Lillian raised a brow as she got back up. So I'm the one that's going to be offensive this time? Just as she was about to dash towards him. In the corner of her eyes, she watched as the back of a familiar purple-haired girl crashed into her. Thud! They crashed onto the ground roughly, dazed. Lillian felt slightly crushed under Millis' body, which wasn't quite bad to be undergiven her features. Lillian tilted her head towards Millis, who had her head resting on her chest with swirling eyes. Ugh! She let out a dizzy groan as she recovered. Once recovering, Millis stared at Lillian with a betrayed and tearful look. The plan was for us to act really close to one another. I mean, we can now. Lillian chuckled nervously as she got a glare from Millis. After I've been beaten up? Chapter 102. Survival Combat Class? 5 Millis sat on Lillian's lower abdomen and glared down at her with a pout. Lillian stared back with a shaky smile. She then watched as Marionette walked behind Millis and picked her up by the scruff of her neck. She stared down at her with a cold expression and said, "We'll be going again." Millis widened her eyes at that and thrashed around. "The hell we are. I ain't through that shit again." Marionette rolled her eyes and chucked her aside before staring down at Lillian. Lillian watched as Millis fell with a groan before slowly dragging her gaze towards Marionette, who stared down at her somewhat impatiently. "I'm done with her now. Let's spa, Lillian." Lillian smiled wryly at her. She then pushed her hand towards her. "Mind helping me up first?" Marionette stared coolly at her outstretched hand before grabbing onto it and pulling her up. After Lillian got back on her feet, she wondered about what to say. Should she just spar with her for a bit? Does reputation mean that much? It did a bit. She wanted to at least retain said reputation for more than a school day. Just as she was about to respond, a familiar voice came up to the side. It had quite the slothful tone, though. "How about we spar instead?" The two women turned their heads to the right, staring as the tired prince stumbled towards them. His hair was disheveled, something you wouldn't expect from the prince, and the flat side of his sword rested against his shoulder. He then added, "I'm sure you would rather have a more skilled opponent. No offense, Lillian. Lillian shook her head and stepped away from Marionette. None taken, and I think his logic is quite right. Don't you think it's better to fight someone like him? Marionette narrowed her eyes at Lillian before sighing, brandishing her blade at the prince and accepting. Very well, I shall take you up on your offer. The prince nodded, straightening his hunched posture and rolling his shoulders. They then entered their stance. Their hands gripped their weapons. The second prince pointed his gladius towards the marionette. Marionette did the same with her standard sword, a weapon most commonly mass-produced for ordinary soldiers. The prince's stance was sharp and at the same time imposing. The relaxed air around him was replaced with a radiant authority, a stark contrast to his usual manner. Marionette's stance was elegant and calculating. While she didn't give off any noticeable aura, you would feel as if an imaginary shiver crawled on your skin. After a few seconds of entering their stances, they leaned forward, bending their knees, and shot forward. Clang! Their clash rang like the fearsome ringing of a bell. During the exam, the prince, being a disciple at the time, had strength slightly greater than Marionette at the time. So after their beginning clashes, he would always seem to win over her in a contest of strength. The second prince pushed her gladius against the Lady of Rose's sword. An irritable scraping of their blades whistled as they struggled against each other. While the prince's strength was slightly greater than Marionette's, he was ironically overshadowed when it came to speed. SKRR. Marionette twisted her wrist, sliding the edge of her sword down to his sword guard. Experienced tales at my virtual library empire with their blades locked together. She pushed against his gladius. Meanwhile, her strength back then was inferior, but that ultimately changed once she completed her second trial. Ref raised a brow once he felt his arm being pushed back. A subtle, incredulous look passed across his face before being replaced with a small and amused smile. He then began to push back against hers, causing themselves to be locked in a contest of strength. SKRR. Their blades grated against each other endlessly, not one side seemingly budging. It was almost like they were evenly matched now in terms of strength. However, that changed once the second prince turned his blade, freeing himself from the struggle. He then twisted his body to the side, watching as Marionette's body tilted forward. Marionette watched her body fall forward and the downward slash from the prince. Clang! Ref stared at his redirected blade before shifting his attention back to Marionette, who had twisted her body in the air. After slapping the gladius away with her blade, Marionette tightly gripped her hilt and forcefully stabbed her sword into the ground. She then jumped, leveraging off her sword, and swinging her leg horizontally at him. The prince stepped back, narrowly dodging the kick and feeling the wind brush against his face. Once dodging the attack, he moved back in before having to defend against another one of Marionette's slashes. Off to the side, Lillian stared at them with an entertained expression. Millis walked up to her, rubbing the side of her arm with an annoyed look. You better got a good reason for getting me clobbered like that. Lillian smiled softly at her and patted her head. I wanted to see if Marionette could win against you on a one-on-one. For real? Lillian gave an innocent, strong nod. Of course. Millis squinted her eyes suspiciously at her. This look soon disappeared as she smirked smugly, folding her arms and tilting her face to the sky with a proud look. Well, if I was actually serious, I would definitely win. I'm glad you can see that. Best buddy. She patted Lillian on the back. Lillian stared wryly at her. I can't tell if she's being serious or if she's faking this. She rather just assumed Millis was serious about what she just said and patted her shoulder. Of course, best buddy. She then turned back towards the duel happening. Surprisingly, it went on for quite a bit, but it seemed like the two were just drawing it out just to waste time. A few dozen or so minutes later, they paused their duel as the dwarf teacher of the class called out to everyone. Chapter 103. Leaving early? I see that everyone has been working hard, and since we're about 3/4 of the way to the end of this class, I shall let you all off early. He rubbed his nose proudly as students seemed to whisper how glad they were. However, I may allow those who wish to spend the remaining time sparing here. Those who don't may leave early. This will be your last class for today. Lillian breathed a sigh and stretched her back. She then looked towards Millis, who was already prepared to leave. Come on, Lil. Let's get out of here while we still have the CH. She tugged at Lillian's arm before feeling it leave her grasp. She looked back and saw Marionette had pulled Lillian away from her. Lillian stared up at Marionette as she had her arms around her neck. She then shivered as she spoke into her ear in a breathy voice. You and I aren't leaving. Yeah. Lillian stared at her with a deadpan face. But what if I want to? No. Let's spar now. You're quite adamant on making me spar with you. Huh? Marionette nodded. Lillian smiled nervously at her before glancing towards Millis to find her staring at them teasingly. She then looked over to the second prince to find him surprisingly walking over to them. She believed he would be one of the many to instantly leave when given the chance. He then raised his hand and said, "We can continue sparing if she doesn't want tea." Millis then walked up to him and wrapped her arm around his neck. Hey, buddy, how about we head out of here and check out the cafeteria? I'm sure you don't want to stand around here and swing your sword willy-nilly now, do you? Huh? What if I want to nah? Come on, let's go check out the Academy's cafeteria. Lillian stared fearfully as Millis dragged Ref out of the Coliseum. Not only that, but she noticed the smug look she got from Millis. Was this her way of saying, screw you? She then scanned around and found that not even a single person other than them was inside the Coliseum. Didn't any of them want to better their skills, even a bit more? She trembled a bit once she felt Marionette's arms tighten around her a bit. Marionette then leaned slightly towards her ear and whispered, Now it's just us. Alone. Even the teachers have left. They left as well. Marionette nodded and pointed around. It seemed they're quite trusting of us. She then spun Lillian around and tilted her chin up. She stared intently into her eyes and asked, So what was that about? Huh? What was what? Millis. What about her? Lillian asked innocently. Marionette became silent for a bit before sighing. Nothing. Now grip your sword. We will begin immediately. Ashu, aren't you going to at least let me? Before she could finish her sentence, Marionette swung her sword at her. Rough? You were way too rough with me, Marionette. Lillian groaned as she piggybacked her. Marionette shrugged as she walked through the streets of the bazaar. The two garnered curious glances. It's to better your skills. Are you sure? I feel like you were a lot rougher with me this TI. That's just your imagination. Lillian sighed, is that so? She rested her chin on Marionette's right shoulder and stared at her ear. She then had a cheeky idea. As Marionette continued to walk towards their dorm, she felt a subtle, warm breeze blown into her ear. She paused her movements and turned her head back at Lillian and found it was her doing. What are you? Lillian grinned at her. Hey, beautiful, she chimed in a playful manner. Marionette stared strangely at her before turning her head back around and continued walking. Don't do that, she said in a quiet voice. Why not? Lillian teased, moving closer to her ear and tickling her ear with her breath. She then stopped once she heard Marionette's request. Could you let go of your arms for a moment? This left Lillian slightly confused, but she did it nonetheless. Huh? Sure? Why, before she knew it, her body fell as Marionette dropped her before being picked back up. She glanced around and found her to be in Marionette's arms. She was now in a princess carry. Marionette stared down at her. If you can't behave on my back, you're going to have to be carried like this. Vuvoaf. We're going to get a lot of stares and no. Lillian said, looking around and noticing more gazes on them. Marionette tilted her head at her. Why should that matter? I'm sure they wouldn't mind the sight of me carrying around a rabbit to be an exciting scene. What's with you and calling me a rabbit now? Lillian's eyes twitched. Marionette shrugged, because you are one. Find exclusive stories on my virtual library empire, and how so? Last I remember, I don't have ears like one. You're as adorable as one. Lillian's face heated up a bit as a blush became evident on her face. TSK. She clicked her tongue as she allowed Marionette to carry her. They eventually arrived at the female dorm. It was at this point Lillian would assume Marionette would let her down. Can you let me down now? Marionette stood at the elevator door and pressed the button for it to arrive. She then looked back down at Lillian and thought of a response. No. And why not? Because it's better this way. I just feel like you just want to hold me. Marionette stepped into the elevator that was somewhat packed and pressed the button for the 9th floor. And you would be right, she responded. Lillian sighed and looked around, giving brief waves to the ladies, who stared at them. However, she stopped doing this when she felt a certain gaze on her from Marionette. She raised an eyebrow. What's that about? She wondered, feeling this was out of character for the stoic assassin. Chapter 104. Dinner? After an awkward, long wait in the rising elevator, they soon made their exit onto the 9th floor. They walked through the corridors where some students found themselves enjoying the view through the windows. This gave Lillian the idea to take a look at the view some other time. But right now, she's still trying to convince Marionette to let her down. Come on, we're almost at your room. Can't you just let me down now? She asked, shuffling into Marionette's arms. Marionette didn't seem to pay any mind to Lillian's complaints as she continued to face forward, not sparing her even a single glance. Instead, all she did was tighten her hold on her before saying, "Since we're so close to my room, is there any need to let you down now?" "Well, there isn't. So I shall be carrying you until we reach the room." Lillian sighed and finally gave up. She then began to ponder about what to have for dinner. She was able to cook most things, and if she couldn't, she could definitely look online. She wandered through her head and tried to recall what was in the fridge. However, she didn't really need to think so hard, for they had already arrived. After entering, Lillian rejoiced a bit as she was finally let down, no longer being carried around like some baby. She then wandered into the kitchen and rummaged through the fridge, glancing at each individual item within. "Hey, Marionette, could you come in here for a second?" Marionette poked her head into the doorway of the kitchen before walking in. "Yes." She then watched as Lillian pulled herself out of the fridge and asked, "Would you like steak or chicken for dinner?" Discover stories with my virtual library empire. You want me to choose? Marionette tilted her head at her with her arms folded. "I suppose steak will be nice. Is that so?" She muttered before asking, "How would you like it cooked?" Marionette thought for a moment before answering with, "Medium rare." Lillian nodded and pulled out a variety of items from the fridge. Once doing that and putting on an apron, she noticed that Marionette was still there. The raven-haired woman stared down at her, leaning against the door of the fridge, and asked, "Would you require any assistance?" Lillian gave her a shaky, wry smile. She remembered the horrible pie. "Nah," she said, organizing the ingredients. She then smiled as she walked over to her. Marionette watched as Lillian leaned in and patted her cheek before saying, "How about you go freshen up while I get dinner ready?" Marionette seemed to freeze at her words before gently grabbing her hand and lowering it. "You're acting like a housewife," she muttered. Lillian stared at her before smirking teasingly, and with a tilt of her head, she said, "I could be yours if you'd like." Lillian's obvious flirt caught Marionette off guard, albeit difficult to tell due to her unchanging expression. Marionette slowly turned around and left the kitchen without commenting on Lillian's words. The white-haired girl watched as Marionette silently left before giggling a bit and sighing. Would have loved a reaction, but I'm sure it affected her a bit. After saying that, she prepped and began cooking. Lillian whistled a tune as she cooked and spotted someone entering her kitchen. She turned to the side and stared as Marionette entered the kitchen, attracted by the smell. She wore a black t-shirt and gray sweatpants. Her pajamas highlighted her curve a bit, especially her rear. Her choice of attire had also caused Lillian to stare a bit before looking away once Marionette noticed. TSSS. She listened to the satisfying sizzle of the frying pan as she seared a ribeye steak. Using the salt and pepper shaker she bought at the bazaar, she seasoned it while adding rosemary onto it. After a few minutes, using metal tongs, she flipped it onto its other side. TSSS. At the last minute, she turned down the temp and dropped an inch slice of butter. She then tilted the pan slightly up and began basting it. She wasn't a professional at this, considering in her past life she would rarely ever have the effort to do this. However, she did have to say that the smell that came from this did leave her mouth somewhat watering, and the slight rumble from her stomach didn't help with the feeling of wanting to eat it immediately. TSSS. Once she finished basting the ribeye, she gently picked it up with the tongs before carefully plating it next to some grilled asparagus. In her opinion, It looked like quite a luxurious meal. "Oh, are you done?" Marionette asked as she leaned her face over Lillian's right shoulder. "Yep. Could you do me a favor and help me bring that other one to the table?" She pointed towards a separate identical plate of meat and veg. Marionette nodded. "Silverware as well, if you don't mind." Lillian smiled. They made their way over to the table and sat beside each other. Lillian salivated at the sight of the food she had made and immediately dug into it hungrily. She pressed her fork into its brown surface, watching as its delectable juices seeped out. She then cut it in half with the help of her fork and spread it out. She stared at the delicious-looking pink before frowning a bit. It was slightly darker than was considered to be a perfect medium rare. She sighed and stared at Marionette, who placed a thin slice into her mouth and chewed. "So how is it?" Lillian asked anxiously. "The best chefs in my family are able to make steaks so tender it practically melts on your tongue," she muttered, chewing. Lillian rolled her eyes and cut into her steak, raising another thick slice. "All right, no need to brag. I'm not a professional anyway." She pouted, raising it towards her lips before feeling Marionette's fingers wrap around her wrist. The black-haired woman then leaned into Lillian's ear and whispered in a low voice, "However, I think I like your cooking a lot more compared to theirs." Lillian quickly leaned away a little flustered and watched as Marionette leaned down to her fork and snagged the slice of steak on it. She stared with wide eyes at the red-eyed thief as she ate her slice and then moved back to eating her own. "That was mine. Too bad." Chapter 105. Watching TV? Lillian laid back against the couch, patting her stomach. She had just finished dinner and washing up. Since she didn't have pajamas of her own, she had to resort to using Marionette's once again. She wore a white t-shirt and black shorts. By now, she had begun to understand Marionette's choice of colors. She shuffled around on the couch prepared to not get up from it. Fortunately for her, Marionette had volunteered to do the dishes. So now, she can just sit back and relax. She then pouted. "Oh right, the homework? I guess I can get it done now." She whipped out her pen and notebook from her spatial ring and pulled out her phone to look at the questions. It wasn't particularly difficult for her, since she had remembered the answer to all of these. But she did have to admit that the act of recalling was the only challenge. Is she even going to understand this? Lillian stared down at her handwriting with a wry smile before shrugging. Meh. If she can't, oh well. Homework doesn't overly matter as long as I pass the tests, right? She continued to scribble down her answer, and at the last minute of finishing, she felt a sudden wave on the couch. She turned to the side and saw Marionette sitting beside her. Marionette stared down at what Lillian was doing and raised a brow. "Deciding to do it now, HM? I suppose it is a good time to—" "Yep. Might as well get it done now. Want to help?" "I believe you can get it done easily." The same could be said for you, and I still helped." Marionette stared at her before sighing. "I suppose you're right." She then patted her lap. "Come here." Lillian was taken aback, a slight blush appearing. But I am already beside you. It's easier with you on my lap." "Come here," she stated, patting her lap again. Lillian pouted, "Oh yeah?" and then patted her own lap. "How about you come and sit on mine then?" Marionette silently stared before crawling towards her. This left Lillian a little flustered once she actually climbed onto her. Marionette had her legs over to the side while leaning her side against Lillian. She then leaned in and whispered into her ear. "So what question are you on?" 23. "Already, HM?" She then began to point down at her questions. Lillian listened dazedly as Marionette helped her through the questions, nodding absent-mindedly. While she knew that she should be focusing, she couldn't help but be distracted by the fact that she was on her lap. It was to the point that she eventually stopped listening to Marionette and stopped writing altogether. Continue your journey on my virtual library empire. This left Marionette a little confused as she waved her hand before Lillian's eyes. "Are you going to continue, or—" Lillian soon broke out of her stupor. She stared down at her notes and sighed, shaking her head. "Nah, I'm going to finish it tomorrow. It's due on Thursday anyway," she said, storing away the items. "Could you get the remote?" "The remote?" Marionette glanced towards the coffee table, and leaned over, grabbing onto the remote and passing it over to Lillian. Lillian held the remote and pointed it towards the TV. Any particular show you want to watch? Honey? She grinned playfully at her. Marionette narrowed her eyes and turned her face away. I primarily watch the news. Is that so? Lillian switched the TV to the news and placed the remote aside before wrapping her arms around Marionette's waist. She felt as though the raven-haired woman stiffened a bit at her hold before relaxing. The two then watched the news. Nothing much was going on today. Just some political parties banding against the royal family under the name of capitalism and some accidents that happened in the city. Other than that, there wasn't anything special. That was until the appearance of Gates in the world had increased by a concerning 9. Lillian watched as the news anchor talked about the sudden increase in Gates around the world with subtle shock. Increase in Gates? Around this time? That shouldn't be the case. She wondered what was going on. Was her appearance affecting the world? That could most definitely be the case. Lillian smiled a bit at this worrying news. Maybe some more exciting things could happen. She then paused her thought. Don't want to experience all that pain. Am I becoming a masochist now? Or am I just tolerant at this point? She shook her head dismissively and continued to watch the TV for a couple more hours. At some point, she eventually checked her phone and discovered it was, already? Have I really been watching the TV for that long? Time truly flies by, huh? She turned off the TV. She then stared up at Marionette to find her reading a book. Unsurprisingly, it was The Art of Seduction. She was beginning to wonder if she reads any other books at this point. Marionette noticed her gaze and glanced away from her book. Oh, you're not watching it anymore? What did you start reading? You answer mine first. Lillian rolled her eyes. Yeah, I stopped watching and instead began watching something that's more appealing to my eyes. She flirted. Marionette stared down at her and pinched her cheek, causing Lillian to squeal. She, you're quite flirty today, aren't you? She then sighed and let go. Getting off Lillian, I suppose it's time to head off to bed, correct? Already? Marionette nodded. I'm sure you don't want to wake up half dead in the morning. Lillian nodded with a pout. I suppose you're right, and watched as Marionette got off the couch. However, just before she could, she dragged her back down. Marionette back slammed into the couch. Her eyes briefly widened. What are you? She then stared as Lillian climbed on top of her, pressing her body against hers, and whispered in her ear, How about you sleep here today with me? Chapter 106. Good night. Lillian laid on top of Marionette, pressing her chest against hers with an urging look. Come on. Are you really going to leave me here by myself again? She snickered mischievously. Marionette widened her eyes before turning her face to the side, covering the lower half of her face with her hand. You were fine here by yourself yesterday. Lillian leaned closer to her face, simultaneously decreasing the gaps between their bodies. Who's to say? And you have quite the habit of looking away from me, she said, gently clutching her cheeks and turning her face back to face her. Lillian smiled a bit as Marionette continued to avoid eye contact. For an assassin, who should be able to control their emotions? I think you're flustered. Marionette finally stared back at her once she said that. She couldn't help but feel Lillian was taunting her a bit. Why would I be flustered over such little things? She said, reciprocating Lillian's intimacy by holding her cheeks as well. This seemed to excite Lillian a bit more, though, for she pressed the side of her head against Marionette's chest. Then why is your heart beating so fast? Since the beginning, Marionette's heart did not once slow down. Instead, it seemed to have only increased as she stared down at Lillian, pressing her face against her chest. Since she spat, her voice slowing down a bit. She then yanked Lillian's face towards her. Is yours not beating like mine? Lillian grinned. Who knows, am I right? But what I want to know is, were you going to sleep today? She asked, deliberately leaning in a bit. Lillian was finally going to have her get back with Marionette due to all her flirts and teases throughout the day. She stared down at Marionette's shaky frown. Marionette felt Lillian's forehead intimately press against hers. She gave a small exhale before leaning in as well. Well, I suppose I could sleep here with you. She moved her hands away from Lillian's cheeks and placed them on her back. And have you wrapped in my arms? Lillian smirked. And what other option do you have? My other option is to go sleep in a bed, which is much comfier than this couch. Oh, there's an easy solution to that now. Lillian cooed. Marionette's hands gripped the sides of her face tighter, stroking her thumbs against her skin. She then smiled a bit. Are you implying that you want to take this to the bed? Well, that's the O&L. Lillian felt her body spin and become lightweight before feeling her back bounce against the couch. She stared up, her hands laid beside her head. Marionette stared down at her intimately as she brought her hands towards hers and interlocked their fingers. It was like when they were back in the trial. Why is it that you want to sleep with me so desperately? She asked. In what way? Lillian winked. This gesture caused Marionette to freeze for a moment. She became silent. Her fingers rubbed against Lillian's, their palms tightly pressed together. Her lips then stretched into a thin, shaky line. It's so much harder to talk to you. I swear. Lillian chuckled. Did you prefer it if I became a blushing mess every time you touched me? It made you a lot more predictable. She snickered. That so? I'm sure I still am, considering you can definitely guess what I want right now. Marionette sighed, leaning down and planting her face into Lillian's chest, while still keeping their fingers interlocked. She rubbed her face against it, feeling how amazingly soft yet firm they were. She then glanced up and saw a familiar expression on Lillian's face. Lillian, flustered, stared down at her with a nervous smile. Oh, finally touching me there are you? I suppose it is the first time. Getting nervous? PFFF. Of course not. It's not like you're groping me. Marionette nodded. And I won't be, don't worry. She then deliberately moved her face closer to Lillian. But the question is if you want me to. Yeah? Lillian stared with wide, shocked eyes. She didn't know what to say to that. Lillian's silence allowed Marionette to push her a little more. Continue your journey on my virtual library empire. Could it be that was the reason you want to sleep with me? So that I may accidentally grope you in my sleep? With each sentence, she closed the gap between their faces. How perverse. Lillian gulped as it seemed like Marionette's ruby-red eyes were glowing. She also shivered a bit at her accusations. Oh, of course not. Then, how about you reveal the reason? Is there something so special about sleeping with me? Lillian's face twitched a bit. She was about to lose all the momentum she had built up till now. In an effort to prevent herself from losing this competition of theirs, she pecked the tip of Marionette's nose. She blushed and pulled back her head, staring at Marionette's frozen expression as she seemed to process what had happened. She then watched as Marionette unlocked one of her hands and then caressed the spot she pecked. Feeling like she could win today's battle, she hammered in the final nail. So I can do that when you least expect it, except on your lips. She grinned. Of course, she didn't really mean this. She was still going to abide by the rule of a few months before that, but that doesn't mean she couldn't bluff about it. Marionette stared down. Her eyes shone with shock at Lillian's words. Lillian narrowed her eyes as a light pink color appeared on Marionette's cheek. Are you BL? Before she could fully comment on it, Marionette had buried her face into the crook of Lillian's neck, shakily breathing into it. She then heard her whisper in a quiet and also shaky voice. I'll sleep here with you tonight. Lillian smiled widely, pumping her fist victoriously and patting Marionette's head like she was a kitten. Awesome. Could you let me go so I turn off the lights then? No. Huh. Before she knew it, Marionette had successfully wrapped her arms around hers, essentially locking them and her in place under her. After that, she watched as two separate dark hands stretched out from her back. One went towards the light switch, flicking it off, and the other, moving towards the blanket and pulling it over them. Lillian gulped anxiously. She fidgeted a bit under Marionette before being scolded. Stop. Stay still, she whispered, burying her face deeper into Lillian's neck. Lillian swore she heard a sniff. WL, you're hugging me a bit, Tig. You want to sleep with me? Do it without complaining. Vuvuha. You didn't act like this before? Marionette remained silent at Lillian's words and continued to hide her face. Lillian sighed before smiling and leaning into her ear. She then whispered in a soft and gentle voice. Good night. Marionette, Chapter 107. Next morning, Lillian's face contorted as she felt something on her chest, squeezing it. Her eyes fluttered awake groggily. She then gave a low yawn before glancing around. She tried to turn her head left, but found it to be stuck on something. She drifted her eyes down and saw the side of a familiar face. Lillian gave a shaky, wry smile. "She's still buried in my neck." She sighed, shuffling a bit under her before stiffening. She shivered as she felt Marionette's breath brushing against her neck. Her body tensed once she felt her move closer into the crook of her neck. Lillian stared down at her with a defeated smile before staring at her right arm to find it free. She ran her fingers through Marionette's long, silky black hair before stroking her head. This seemed to elicit a satisfied moan from her as she buried even further into her neck, seeking more warmth. "Okay, that worked against me," she lampooned. She then noticed something squeezing her right breast. She gazed down at Marionette's still hand that had wrapped itself around her breast. Her face flushed red. Marionette's fingers sunk in her breast and unconsciously squeezed it like it was her soft fidget toy. She stared back at Marionette and leaned into her ear, and with a shaky voice, she whispered, "Mardash." "Marionette, wake up." Her words instantly woke her up. She slightly pulled her face back from Lillian's neck. She glanced around her, eyes checking out the curtains, the ceiling, the blanket over them. Eventually, her eyes met Lillian's face. "Oh, good morning," she whispered before burying her face back into Lillian's neck. "Hold on. You can't, huh?" Lillian immediately clasped her hand over her mouth as she felt Marionette's lips brush against her skin. Did you say something, Lillian?" Marionette asked, pulling herself out from Lillian's neck and sitting up. The white-haired girl watched as the black-haired one sat on their hips, staring down at them with the blanket still over her shoulders. Lillian nervously shook her head. "Nope." She then said in a shaky voice, "Could you, stop groping me now?" Marionette tilted her head at her before staring down at her hand. "Ah." She let go of Lillian's chest. "Apologies. That was quite inappropriate of me." She may say that, but Lillian swore she gave one last squeeze before pulling away. Marionette stared at her hand before gazing back down at Lillian, who remained under her. "Besides that, did you sleep well?" Lillian pondered a bit before answering. "I did actually quite well compared to yesterday. This one was a lot better." She then grinned at her. "Maybe it's because I had someone as beautiful as you cuddled up against me." "Is that so?" Marionette asked. "Yep. How about you then? Did you find cuddling up to me help with sleeping?" She silently stared down at Lillian before answering. "It did. Your body works well as a bed and pillow. Your neck was also a nice source of warmth. Perhaps I should." She leaned down, caressing the side of Lillian's neck. "Do it more often." Lillian shivered at her touch. She turned her face away from her. "I see." She then glanced back at her. She opened her mouth, and just as she was about to say something, beep, 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 Marionette felt something vibrate in her pocket. She tucked in her right hand and pulled out her phone. Time to get up." "How unfortunate." After saying that, she shirked off the blanket and pulled herself off Lillian, swinging her legs over the couch and standing up. She looked back at Lillian and pushed out her hand. Lillian stared at it before grabbing and pulling herself up into a seated position with her help. She let out a tired yawn and stretched her back. She then turned to Marionette and wrapped her arms around her legs, rubbing her face against her stomach. "You don't wanna go?" Marionette stared down at Lillian with a raised eyebrow. She then moved her hand down and rubbed the back of her head. "It's your second day. Stop being lazy." Lillian turned her face up, smushing the side of her face against Marionette's abdomen, and smiled. "You want to change with me?" Marionette's hand paused their stroking. She stood there, processing Lillian's words before reaching down. Lillian watched as Marionette pulled her arms off her waist. "I think not. I'm going to go change now. Will you be making breakfast?" "Huh. Sure, I guess." Marionette nodded. "I appreciate it." Once saying that, she walked out of the living room. Lillian sighed. "Worth a shot, I guess." She then absently pressed a hand against her chest with a reddish face. "Huh. Once freshening up, having breakfast and chatting, they left the dorm for the academy. Their conversation over breakfast wasn't that eventful other than the fact that Lillian now knew what score Marionette had achieved. If she remembered correctly, the prince had around somewhere 1400. Marionette had a whopping 1459. Lillian sighed. Although she became close with had achieved a score above 1000, she was left here with half of that to her name. We'll just do some more drugs when I'm alone or something. The drugs she was talking about were obviously the affinity pills. She doubted she didn't have enough for a few major qualities. Lillian glanced around at her surroundings. Nothing particularly special happened on their way to the academy building. The bazaar was as bustling as ever. The sun was as bright as ever. Marionette was by her side like, Lillian looked around, glancing at the crowd of commuting people around her before clutching the sides of her head in frustration. Where was Marionette? She was just right beside her. It couldn't be that she had lost her again, right? Lillian checked the time on her phone and discovered that she had about half an hour before she had to get to class. You can't be serious, Marionette. Chapter 108. The Black Mall? Lillian zigzagged through the crowd of commuting students, her face twitching. How was she going to find Marionette in such a crowded place? Of course, such a problem could only be solved by that troublesome accessory around her neck. While Lillian was pushing through the crowd, she felt someone accidentally push her over, causing her to stumble forward. After regaining her balance, she found herself at a stall that sold weapons. Weapons of various lengths. Weapons of various widths. Weapons that were either sharp or dull. This was the very same stall where she had bought her rapier, the Sonata of Revenge. But it seemed that the trader who manned this stall had either undergone a rapid transformation or had decided to leave it to a trustworthy partner. This was because the person who now ran the stall was tall and slim. In his right hand, he leaned on a narrow wooden cane adorned with metal embellishments. He wore a brown leather half-top hat that hid his curly maple brown hair. Although Lillian hadn't paid much attention to the previous trader, she remembered them as being quite rotund and large. Lillian? She turned to the side, meeting a familiar gaze as a pair of red eyes stared into her own. A raven-haired woman stood beside her, tilting her head. Lillian pointed at her scoldingly. You, stop wandering off, would you? I would rather not have to go on a wild hunt again. Pick whichever you want. Marionette stared at her before gesturing toward the collection of weapons the trader had to offer. Pick whichever you want. I would like to compensate you for losing your weapon due to my actions. Why, you don't have to do that, Marionette. I can pay for my own REA. If you don't pick, I will choose for you. Hold on, fine. I'll pick. While Lillian looked a bit reluctant on the outside, she was quite jubilant. After all, who doesn't love free things? Even if she meant to buy a new one sooner or later, she was kind of put off by the thought of having to pay an exorbitant price. But the Sonata of Revenge was quite a meaningful purchase. She doubted she would endure the cursed beetle's charge without it sacrificing itself. She felt somewhat melancholic at the thought before shaking her head and focusing on what to buy. Lillian held her chin, leaning over and skimming through the weapons. She then asked, "What's my budget?" As she was about to look back, a pair of arms wrapped around her neck. Marionette leaned down to Lillian's ear and whispered, "None. Spend whatever amount you want. I can afford it for you, Lillian." "Are you sure? These can get quite expensive." Marionette nodded in understanding. "You are right, but these prices would only be a drop in the ocean. If you feel so guilty about using me, you can just buy one." Lillian grinned. "Can I buy two? Or even more?" Although what she was asking for was shameless if she were given the opportunity to grow her arsenal. Why shouldn't she? She was currently weak against the strong, but strong against the weak in her class. The only ones she doubted she could defeat were Marionette and the prince. She shuddered at the memory of having her arm easily shattered by the prince's attack. She trembled at how powerless she was against Marionette's persistent chase while being pursued by the metallic bear. It was at this point that she began to feel these memories of her pain were too annoying to recall. Let's think about the present and future. She scoured through the collection. She remembered the dwarf's suggestion. She waved her hand and called out to the trader, "Excuse me, do you happen to have something like a jian?" Her call drew the trader's attention, and he tapped his chin. Then he pulled a notepad from his pocket and looked through it. I, unfortunately, do not. But I do have another Eastern-inspired weapon. Another? What do you have, may I ask? He held up a finger before turning around, opening a long wooden crate, and pulling out a long sheathed weapon. The weapon resembled an odachi. Long was an understatement. The blade, hidden under a sheath fashioned with overlapping plates of dark scales, was about 140 centimeters long. The hilt, wrapped in dark leather purportedly from some monster, was around 40 centimeters long. And between the sheathed blade and the hilt was a draconic maw acting as the guard. Its open jaws formed a crosspiece, almost as if it were eternally frozen mid-bite. Lillian felt an imposing aura emanate from the odachi as it was handed to her. It was heavy, possibly weighing a few kilograms. She firmly gripped the hilt and placed her hand on the sheath, stroking the scales perhaps once belonging to a dragon before gently yanking it off. Once the sheath was removed, what lay behind it was a nearly black blade with jagged, serrated edges. The black blade was polished to a near-metallic sheen, but seemed to have an almost reptilian texture to it. Lillian narrowed her eyes at the blade and peered into its details, excited by the history behind such a deadly-looking weapon. Item name, Black Maw item type, weapon item rank, 5 item description. The Black Maw, unlike its current form, was a monstrous drake of the prime rank. It was a cunning predator which, despite its overwhelming strength compared to its nearby competitors, preyed upon a small human fishing settlement for countless dreadful years. That was until one day, upon arriving at the docks under the starry night and the shining moon, it discovered a young hunter. What followed was a savage brawl that tore apart the docks and destroyed a large portion of the settlements. The battle raged on, between land and sea, claw against steel, brute force against sheer skill. When the sun finally rose, the hunter stood over the lifeless, mutilated corpse of the once fearsome drake, a shattered blade in their hand as proof of their victory. It was an overwhelming victory, for amidst all the destruction they had caused, not a single casualty occurred. From the remains of the Black Maw, a magnificent weapon was forged as a reward for the hunter's bravery and strength. Enchantments. Chapter 109. New Weapons Enchantments. Enchantments. Predator's Edge. Relentless Maw. Hunter's Triumph. Predator's Edge. The odachi retains the Black Maw's predatory nature, allowing it to carve through flesh and bones, even reinforced armor with unnatural ease. Relentless Maw. Just as the Black Maw fought across both land and water, the odachi maintains its deadliness in any environment. It will never dull or lose its momentum even when submerged underwater. Hunter's Triumph. The odachi resonates with those who prove their strength. Once conquering a mighty foe, its weight becomes seemingly lighter, its swings more fluid, and its cuts deeper. This weapon that Lillian held in her hands, she couldn't help but be in awe of it. Why was such a beautiful weapon like this in the possession of such an unknown trader? And why exactly did he have a Tier 5 weapon in his collection? Lillian held the odachi in one arm and felt that the weight had incredulously increased. She quickly pulled her hand back to its hilt and stabilized it. She breathed a sigh of relief before staring at it in awe. This weapon was forged from the remains of a prime beast-a monster of the B rank. Not only that, but the tier of this weapon was in the 5th tier. These tiers mainly depend on how many shells the monster had formed before its demise. This meant that the drake, formerly known as the Black Maw, was a prime gore-a monstrous terror that had evolved 5 times. Lillian shuddered at the thought of facing such a nightmarish creature. The corrupted catacomb dweller had haunted her enough alongside the bastard beetle she had turned into a shard. After admiring the blade, she sheathed it and turned a marionette with puppy eyes. The red-eyed woman stared down at her with a raised brow before turning to the trader and asking, "The odachi. I know. Such a beautiful weapon, isn't it?" The trader muttered, tapping his fingers against the wooden cane. He then became slightly unsettled. The longer marionette gazed at him intently. It was at that moment that Lillian spoke up. She was asking how much it was. Oh, that was a question. He held his chin, fidgeting with the rim of his hat. He pondered the price. 235,000 semis. I think I should cover it. Lillian widened her eyes. She knew the price for an item like this would most likely be some kind of over-the-top price, but to think it was this expensive, now that she thought about it, wasn't this double the amount she currently had in her bank account? This was insane. She nervously turned her eyes back to Marionette. She stared at the black-haired woman, who folded her arms and closed her eyes as she fell into deep thought. She must be weighing her decisions. Lillian wouldn't blame her. This was indeed quite the ding. Thank you for the patronage. In mere moments, Marionette had transferred the money needed to pay the trader. Lillian stared at her with a guilt-ridden expression. Did she deserve this weapon? She bit her bottom lip. She then pinched Marionette's sleeve and tugged at it. Staring up at her, she then asked, cutely, "Could I please buy another?" Marionette stared down at her silently. The trader glanced between the two patients, prepared to service them. While the trader seemed calm, he was in fact overjoyed at being able to sell an item for such a cost. He was even hoping they would continue to buy from him. However, he was soon brought back to reality. "Not now. We may after we finish our lessons," Marionette stated, softly pinching Lillian's right cheek. The white-haired girl squealed slightly. She was eventually released and gave a sigh. "I see." Lillian then stored the weapon and hugged Marionette, grateful for her hospitality. She then quietly muttered, "Thank you for the weapon." Marionette stiffened a bit, glancing around and noticing the brief gazes that had been cast their way. "No problem. Let's just head to class, Lillian," she whispered. Lillian's ears twitched at her words. If she didn't know any better, she swore she heard a hint of shakiness in her voice. But that wouldn't be the case, right? It would be so out of character for the lovable assassin. Nothing eventful happened on their way toward the academy building. Nothing except Lillian's obvious good mood as she strolled forward, clinging to Marionette's left arm. She didn't really care if this caused her to draw strange or curious gazes. After all, isn't physical contact one of the many ways to express one's gratitude and affection? When did I become so touchy? She wondered before glancing at the raven-haired woman. She wasn't sure why, but the entire time she was latched onto her arm, Marionette had stubbornly hidden the lower half of her face with her right hand. She was curious why she was doing this, and had even thought about asking. However, she felt she shouldn't be too snoopy about it. Lillian glanced around. She stared at those who conversed with one another, and those who stood before vending machines to fetch either drinks or snacks. Her eyes eventually glanced past a hooded figure, dropping a suspicious box into a bin. She didn't focus on this sight. Instead, she focused on the incoming purple-haired girl, pouncing toward her. Lily, before this girl could even finish shouting her name or collide with her, Marionette swiftly raised her right foot. Millis collided with the surface of Marionette's shoe, scraping down it before landing on the ground. She rubbed her face, wiping the dirt off with a handkerchief she had in her inner pocket. She then spat on a cobblestone road before getting up, and, "What the hell is the big idea, eh? Stop cock-blocking, Red Ice." Millis frustratedly pointed at Marionette, who scoffed, lowering her hand. "Cock-blocking? Why do I need to do that when I'm obviously the better pick? Vuvuha. What the? Why, you little..." Lillian stood before the two, sighing. She rubbed the gap between her brows before staring at Marionette and Millis. "How about you two just..." Chapter 110. 3 Empires. For kingdoms? How about we just calm down? She glanced between the two before ending up at Marionette. "I'm sure you could have found some other way than using your foot." Marionette shrugged before turning to the side, "Perhaps. But I chose the most likely method to keep you safe." While Lillian gave her a deadpan expression, Millis' face was twitching. She gave a crooked smile before yelling, "You make it sound like I was going to hurt her." She then hugged Lillian's side. "How could I do that to such a pretty gal?" "Iya." Lillian scratched her cheek, a bit embarrassed by Millis' compliment. Marionette couldn't help but narrow her eyes and click her tongue at Millis' closeness with Lillian. "Who knows, but your presence irritates me greatly." Saying this, she pulled against Lillian's other arm, causing her to be in the center of a tug-of-war. Lillian sighed. She then flicked her fingers, sending two small, gentle water droplets toward their heads. Marionette quickly snapped her head to the side, narrowly dodging the droplets with ease, whereas Millis flinched at the impact, letting go of Lillian and causing her to fall into Marionette's arms. The purple-haired girl wiped the water running down her forehead. She then stared back at the two briefly, smiling before checking her phone. "Let's head to class," she said before pocketing her phone. She then wrapped her arms around her chest. "I'm sure you guys would rather cuddle each other like koalas sitting down," she stated, turning her body left and right exaggeratedly. Once she finished her gesture, she turned around and walked toward the entrance, leaving Lillian gaping with a blush. Meanwhile, Marionette had a thoughtful look on her face. "I agree with her for once," she said, tightening her hold around Lillian. The rabbit in her arms stared up flusteredly before pursing her lips and turning to the side. Shush, Marionette." She then tapped at her arms. "Could you unhand me now?" Marionette hummed before nodding. "Very well. Let's hurry on to class." After taking their seats near the window, Lillian glanced around, noting how everyone had already arrived except for their homeroom teacher, Mr. Mirage. For a teacher of his status, it was comical for him to be later than his students. After all, shouldn't teachers like him set an example for the younger generation? Unlike some educational facilities, they didn't have the policy to leave whenever a teacher was late for a certain amount of time. Of course, that was only in our old world. Any sort of information that could be bestowed in this world should be taken at the highest priority. After all, how could one expect to survive in the arduous world that the trials constructed without even the most basic of information? Lillian knew this firsthand. Now that she inspected everyone closely, it seemed Graham, too, was missing. She shrugged. Meh. She then glanced to the side and stared as Marionette fidgeted with a black ballpoint pen. It danced in the air, spinning on her fingers, rolling up and down. It then stopped as it landed and was held between her index finger and thumb. She then looked up and saw that Marionette was staring down at her, leaning the side of her face in her palm. She then asked, "Was there something you need?" "Huh? Oh, no, just a bit bored." "I see." She then turned away, staring out of the window and continuing to spin the pen. Lillian stared at this and tried to do the same. Of course, she wasn't exactly good at it, letting it drop several times before giving up. She sighed before turning to the side, staring at Millis, who watched her failed attempts with a teasing smile. "Foo-foo-foo. It seems you're untrained in the arts of pen spinning. Watch and learn, Junior." She grinned, gripping her pen and spinning it. She held it between her fingers, turning her hand, and, in turn, spinning it. She really was quite experienced in the art of pen spinning, it seems. That was until... clat, clat, clat. Millis' pen clattered against the cover of her notebook before rolling over its spine and hitting the surface of the long wooden desk. She gave it a small smile, closing her eyes before turning to Lillian and saying, "It seems this pen couldn't handle my dexterous fingers. So you dropping it definitely wasn't an accident, right? Who you take me for?" Bam! Everyone's head snapped toward the entrance of the room. Mirage stood at the door with his black ponytail over his shoulder. In his right hand, he held the scruff of a large man's neck. It was Graham, and he seemed to be unconscious. Hello, everyone. Sorry about the wait. I had to deal with this rascal." He walked into the room and chucked the unconscious man to the side before standing in front of the class. Lillian smiled wryly as the muscular man hit the ground, waking up and groaning. Honestly, what a troublesome person. This was why she didn't like interacting with him in the game. Too much attention. Too much of a hassle to deal with. Mirage held up a piece of chalk before brushing it against the dark green canvas that was the chalkboard. Today, we should be going over the history of the three major empires and the Supreme Alliance from the Trial World, otherwise known as Hearth. Also, about the four great kingdoms in our world, Earth, he said in a tone that would feel like he was teaching toddlers. He then drew three simplistic illustrations on the chalkboard with titles under them. On the far left was an industrial-looking cog with the name under it, Cogna. In the middle were two items crossed over each other. One was a short hammer, presumably used for forging, and the other was a quill, used to scribe. The name under this one was Echidna. On the far right was a jagged sword and half-broken shield, a strange combination. And behind these two items was a spiky sun. Under these was the name Bellona. Chapter 111. A little jealous? Mirage tapped at the cog several times with the chalk before speaking. Cogna. This empire was known to be a scholarly nation and was renowned for its innovative ways of surviving against the monsters created by the Jester. It's also the one where our technology got the most inspiration due to the blueprints retrieved. This empire was also known to worship the mystical faction of gods. He then moved on to the hammer and quill. Echidna was an empire solely for manufacturing items and supplies for the other two empires to combat the increasing waves sent by the Jester. They dealt in blacksmithing, farming, and enchanting most things outside of combat. This empire was also particularly known to worship the Balancer faction of gods. And lastly, he landed on the broken sword and shield with a charming sun behind it. Bellona was a nation entirely of soldiers, trained to their best and armed with the best equipment forged by Echidna. They're also the ones who defended the other two. Because of this, it was the first to fall, followed by the other two later on. This empire worships the hopeful faction of gods. With a swipe of the chalk, he underlined all three before writing beneath them, Supreme Alliance. These three empires formed what would be commonly known in their world and our world as the Supreme Alliance. We found that it was merely a concept in the fourth era, the era of hallowed silence, before solidifying in the fifth era. He turned around and saw everyone jotting down notes in their notebooks. The signature smile he wore widened a bit. He then turned back around. Now then, moving on to the four great kingdoms of Earth. Does anyone still need to jot down any notes? Or may I now move on? Once he figured that no one was going to speak up, he wiped the board with the chalk eraser and moved on. I doubt I need to remind you of their names, but just to be annoying, I will. Lillian stared as Mirage scribbled on the board before staring down at her notes. The four great kingdoms. The south, where they currently resided, was called Restera. This was also where the cathedral of the Church of Blazing Sun resides. The east kingdom, Lucan, worships the Church of the Weathering Skies and was also where its cathedral lay. The west was called Seth and worshipped the Church of Fractured Shell. And lastly, the North Kingdom was called Nolstra. This region, known to be undergoing a war, worshipped the Church of Natural Order. It was also known that this particular kingdom was the strongest in terms of military power. And like the two kingdoms before it, they too had cathedrals of their own. All four of these kingdoms were situated on a single continent, a supercontinent. More specifically, Lillian only jotted down the bare minimum needed for her to remember. And not long later, class ended. Nothing much happened at the break. Nothing except Lillian filling a bin with water she conjured up. Marionette stared down at her strangely before asking, "What are you doing?" "HM, nothing really. Just filling this thing up with water." "But why?" Just as Lillian was about to answer, Millis came from behind and wrapped her arm around her neck, pulling her in and showing the screen of her phone. "Hey, Lil, where's the technological building?" "Techno? Logical building?" Lillian squinted at her screen, ignoring how close Millis was pressing against her. "Oh, right, for survival combat class." Lillian patted Millis' head and said, "That's for third period. Just follow me. They'll show you where." Millis bobbed her head up and down like a cat and stood still while Lillian patted her head. Off to the side, Marionette was gently caressing the top of her own head as she watched them, an unnoticeable glint passing through her eyes. Nothing particularly special happened in the second lesson. Well, nothing that she didn't already know. Once that was done, they went to the cafeteria that handed out free meals to the students. They stayed there for a bit before making their way to the technological building, which was towards the west. It was a humongous building that had more glass panes than actual stone walls. Massive holographic billboards floated above the building grandiosely. It didn't really show much except for what was on the news most recently. Personnel who commute to this building wear pure white lab coats with badges hanging over their breast pockets. Some even held controllers as they directed drones through the air with all kinds of gadgets attached to them. Millis gaped at the building with glittery eyes as she pointed excitedly. "Look, Lil, isn't this really cool?" Lillian shrugged but smiled nonetheless. "Sure is." She then turned toward Marionette to see her staring at a particular piece of news on the hologram. It was specifically about the political parties opposing the royal family. "Is there something interesting about it?" Lillian asked, waking her up. Marionette shook her head. "Not really. Let's just head in." After saying that, she began moving towards the entrance before being held back. She glanced down at her hand and found Lillian holding it with a smile. "Let's not have you get lost. I'm sure you haven't ever been inside this building before, so it's most likely you would get lost." Marionette stared at her tenderly. "I see. I suppose you were right." Millis watched this exchange from the side with her arms crossed. "Just make out already or something," she laughed. Lillian blushed. "Achou. We aren't even dating." "Shut up. Bah, I'm just joking. I doubt you guys would be dating after just a little over 8 days of knowing each other." She smirked teasingly. She then hooked her arm around Lillian's and pulled her along. Marionette was pulled along as well. As long as it was by Lillian, she didn't particularly mind. In fact, she actually preferred it for some reason. Maybe it was because she was the only one beautiful in her eyes. She didn't know why, but she was beginning to develop a sense of possessiveness towards the woman. For someone like her, it was definitely a strange development. However, what she knew currently was that she was rather annoyed by a certain girl's closeness with a white-haired beauty clutching her hand. She clicked her tongue. TSK. Was she getting jealous? No, she couldn't be, right? Chapter 112. Suspicious Letter? Welcome everyone to the facility. Lillian looked around, specifically at the familiar-looking pods she had been inside just a week ago. She then brought her gaze toward a man in a lab coat who greeted them with a push of his glasses. He was quite a smart-looking fellow, with a studious air as he held a clipboard. He had slicked-back black hair and dark purple eyes. Without a doubt, handsome. Us teachers believed it would be wise to have your class train inside of virtual reality to further improve your skills, he said with a calculating smile as he ticked off the names of students who were present without calling them out. "We'll be having you run through a gauntlet of monsters, which will allow us to gauge your skills when it comes to fighting monsters. Oh yes. Elements, traits, shards, and items you have on you are allowed." Click dash. Hiss. The pods open their latches, tempting the students to approach and reside in them. "Do the best you can. It isn't a contest," he mentioned, gesturing for everyone to get into the pods. Everyone began to make their way to an open pod. Fortunately, there were more than enough for their class. Millis turned to Lillian and said with a happy-go-lucky smile, "I'm going to head in my pod. Let's see if that guy was telling the truth about it not being a contest or not." Before turning around and catching sight of the second prince and skipping over to him, Lillian watched as they conversed with a subtle smile. A commoner casually talking to someone from a royal lineage. How funny. She then turned to the side and saw that Marionette had not even moved an inch away from her side. In fact, she hadn't even let go of her hand. Instead, it seemed she was holding on to her even tighter. Are you not going to go?" Marionette silently stared at her. She then smiled slightly. "It'll enter one. Once I watch you go into one first." Lillian tilted her head. "But why? And what's with the smile?" She chuckled. Marionette rolled her eyes. "Do you need to know the reason?" she asked, emphasizing a particular word. Lillian furrowed her brows. "I guess not. We'll just head into a pod first then." She then stared down at the hand that was being held. "Not mind letting go? HM? I suppose." Marionette nodded and watched as Lillian stumbled into her pod. She then watched as the lid closed over her. As she stared at Lillian's still face, who had fallen unconscious due to the effects of the pod, her ears twitched at her name being called. "Lady Roselle." She then tapped her right foot on the ground, conjuring darkness from under her feet. It then formed around her into a dome, hiding her from the prying eyes on the outside. She then turned around and saw her teacher giving her a half bow, with his right arm placed over his chest and his face tilted up at her. The hand that was placed on his chest then snaked its way into his pocket, fetching a pure white envelope with a red candle wax seal of a rose. The head wishes to send you a physical message. Marionette took the envelope from his hand, inspecting it before storing it within her spatial storage. Thank you, Nicholas. But may I ask why he didn't inform me through our private messaging channel? Nicholas rose from his bow and straightened the creases in his coat. He then adjusted his glasses. The head wishes to keep the reason a secret, but honestly, it's too humorous a reason to keep quiet about. In his own words, he said, sending messages digitally has no class and is insecure. Let's send a physical message because it is much cooler. He then smiled at her. If he asks, do tell him I didn't say anything. Rather, he didn't mount my head on a stand again. He shivered as he caressed a gruesome scar wrapped around his neck. Marionette nodded, very well, before causing the dark dome to shrink back and disappear. The man stared at the disappearing dome, his smile widening a bit. I had them shut down the surveillance for this particular room. There wasn't any need to do that. Marionette turned around and said without facing him, it's a good reassurance. You should perhaps figure out a reason for why you did it, though. Nicholas watched as the Roselle family's heir entered her pod before looking around and scratching the back of his head. She's right. What am I going to say? I didn't really give them a reason why. Lillian looked around, clutching the heavy black-scaled odachi in her hand. She was lost in a maze with an open blue sky. The walls were infested with vibrant green moss. The air also had an earthy smell, as well as being quite humid, a sort of advantage for her, she thinks. She tightly clutched the hilt of the odachi and felt her muscles tighten. She had already assigned it as a shard long ago, so she didn't need to have it take up storage in her spatial ring anymore. She currently had it sheathed and was just swinging it around, trying to get used to its weight before getting into a fight. However, it was easier said than done. Swish! The sheathed odachi cut through the air, dragging Lillian along with it, causing her to stumble a bit. She hadn't ever had to wield a weapon as heavy before. This really went to show how weak Lillian's body was currently in terms of strength. Although her physical capabilities were slightly enhanced with her rank up, it seemed something like this was still a bit much. She sighed as she wandered through the maze, sticking to the right side of the wall. She couldn't really use her gamer knowledge to figure her way out of the maze. Well, I have an hour. Good time to try out this new weapon and maybe my element, I guess. Chapter 113. Mossy Encounters? Lillian clutched the corner of a wall and pushed her head out from behind it, staring at three small figures sitting in a triangle. Moss goblins. They had green bodies with scraggly limbs, masks made of moss, and clothes fashioned from crudely organized wood. They were around 120 centimeters tall and wielded plain wooden clubs. These monsters were of the feral rank the lowest of the low. In other words, rank E. Not only that, but they had only one mana shell, so they were a wretch as well. Even if Lewis Mana Academy was a prestigious academy, as everyone says it is, and as it would test its students' limits, it seemed they were willing to give them even a bit of chance. Even if our class should be given a slightly higher difficulty. She knew without a doubt that she would blitz through them with ease. That was a fact. She had, after all, taken down monsters an entire rank above them, with arguable ease. However, that isn't to say they didn't pose even the slightest bit of a threat to her. Thinking this, she flicked her fingers, summoning two tiny bullets of water and launching them at high velocity. She watched as her two bullets pierced through the skulls of two goblins. After confirming they were dead, she stepped out from behind the wall and confronted the lone goblin. She clutched the gritty hilt of her odachi and brandished it, garnering a hostile look from the goblin, which stood up and swung its barbaric club. Having already unsheathed the odachi, she raised it with wobbling arms over her head before swinging down, cleaving through its club like butter. Lillian watched as her blade passed through the goblin and sliced into the stone ground. She stared up, watching as a thin red line split the goblin in half. Its knees then bent forward, causing its body to lean toward her before being pushed back with a jet of water. She let out a small sigh of relief before inspecting her blade, finding it clean and without stains of blood. Her smile widened a bit as she pulled it out of the thin crevice it had made in the ground before sheathing it. Good investment. Yeah, even if it wasn't with my own money. She then stared down at the goblin with a slight frown. Although, I really shouldn't be testing it on monsters that are this weak, she muttered, scratching her head as she focused her gaze forward and stared down the long stretch ahead. She let out a groan before perking up an idea. She flashed her hand into the air, summoning a reflective shard of glass and chucking it. As the airborne shard flew, it faintly showed cracks in its surface before shattering entirely into a cloud of dust. Lillian watched as it swirled and morphed into a familiar large hexapod. She cringed as she was reminded of its unholy face before patting its horn, ignoring the unintentional, furious expression it was giving her. I'm going to need you to carry me until we find a strong monster. Understanding what she wanted, it lowered its body closer to the ground, allowing her to pull herself up with the help of its segmented, black polished shell before rising. It then gave a twirl, turn around, and began to move forward at a steady pace. Lillian sat cross-legged and waited to find a more worthy opponent, the black-scaled Odachi in her hands. She needed something with a bit more muscle, strength, speed, and defenses to truly test out its abilities. The only thing she had tested about it was its incredibly sharp edge, capable of cutting through stone and bones. She then focused her gaze on the black shell. I keep calling you beetle, but you don't have wings, right? The beetle paused for a moment before continuing, almost as though it had decided to just ignore Lillian's question. She rolled her eyes and laid back down. After a few more minutes, she yawned, feeling a tad bit bored. While on their way through the maze, they had indeed encountered a few monsters. But the thing was, they were all either goblins or at the same level as them. Lillian glanced down at Beetle's legs, which were stained with blood and bits of flesh. They had just had a run-in with a group of goblins. Unlike the exam, the deceased monsters and their internals didn't turn into digital matter and disappear. Instead, they just acted like regular old blood and flesh. She let out another yawn, holding a hand above her mouth before noticing a shadow stretching over her. She widened her eyes, pushed herself off the beetle, tumbled over its shell, and landed on the ground. Smash! Getting up from the ground, she watched as the legs of the beetle shook a bit while something was forced down on its back. A monster resembling a gorilla 4 to 6 meters tall stood on its back with its fists slammed into it. It had dark green fur that looked like moss and wooden antlers growing out from the sides of its head. It also wore a wooden mask that paired well with its antlers. This monster was called a Moss Enforcer. It was around the savage rank and was a maw. Just as it was about to raise its fist to pummel the beetle beneath it, it felt its balance destabilize for a second. The beetle, with shaking legs, gritted its teeth angrily, causing an irritating screeching sound. Then, without any warning, its front body tilted up, causing the gorilla to lose balance. Just as the gorilla was about to latch its fingers around the long, obsidian black horn of the beetle, high-velocity streams of sharp water pierced through its hand, leaving it stunned. Thud! As the gorilla crashed against the ground and tried to get back to its feet, it was suddenly pinned down. The beetle slammed its front legs into its arms like spikes. A primal, pain-filled scream resounded not long after. The beetle then hovered its face over the Moss Enforcer, widening its disgusting jaws, just as it was about to snap down on its head. Chapter 114. Element testing went a bit weird. Its body turned transparent as it shattered into a cloud of glassy dust. It then reformed into a polished shard that was tightly clutched by Lillian. I need that guy, buddy. She then tossed it back in her mana realm. I can't have you snacking on things I need, she said in a playful manner. She summoned the Odachi from her mana realm and unsheathed it. She waited for the gorilla to rise from the ground and waited as it made the first move. With a furious, muffled roar, it shot its fist at her like a cannonball. Lillian twisted her body around, stepping back and narrowly dodging the punch. And with a diagonal swing upwards, she cleaved through its wrist. Its thick muscles were nothing to scoff at for something like her, but the fact that it went through it like it was nothing was amazing. The enforcer pulled back its bloody stump before unleashing another punch. However, with a flick of Lillian's wrist, she blasted its face with a javelin of water, shattering its wooden mask and causing it to tumble backwards as a small stream spewed from its forehead. Thud! She then wandered over to its remaining hand and lopped it off, causing yet another primal shriek to escape from its mouth. Lillian hummed in a satisfied tone, "This weapon is very nice." Once saying that, she dashed away and sliced through its skull. Blood sprayed from the open wound and onto her clothes, causing her to sigh. "I honestly hate getting blood on my clothes. They're always so sticky and—" She raised her hand and sniffed the blood. "Smells bad." She then turned back toward the gorilla and smiled. "At least I can take on these types of monsters with minimal ease. Hey, I think I'm getting a bit better at this." She tapped at her chin with a thoughtful expression. "Maybe my talents are finally revealing themselves." She then froze. Maybe I should have left it alive so I could test the element," she said before shrugging. "Meh, we'll just find another." Saying this, she cast her Odachi back into her mana realm before retrieving the beetle and saddling it again. It didn't take long for them to find another one. Lillian watched as the beetle raised a bleeding moss enforcer with its horn through its stomach. Blood ran down its curved horn and sunk through the gaps in its razor-sharp teeth. It then, with a shake of its head, threw it against a wall before dragging it back to the ground. Lillian walked over, staring as it pinned it down with its spear-like legs. She patted one of them with a satisfied nod. Well done. She soon climbed onto the monster with the help of its fur. It was currently too weak to thrash about due to the tremendous blood loss. Right. Let's test this out before you die on us, shall we?" said Lillian with a small smile. She sat on its chest and placed her hand on it. "Now then, what sort of shape should I give it?" Lillian didn't feel like being creative right now. She had about a few dozen more minutes in this facility today. She would be able to gain access to the facility soon, though. Of course, after getting Mirage to allow it under the reason she was of the disciple rank and was entitled to more resources. After thinking for a bit, she just came up with a simple design. She pulled her hand back from its chest and saw a thin, semi-transparent line stretched from between her palm and it. It had a dull gray to it, causing it to look boring and unmagical when it should be. That was until a faint blue permeated through the murky gray. She watched as it became sky blue and felt a sort of mystical energy travel into her body. It was an almost pleasant feeling as she drained mana from a monster. But suddenly, she felt something was off. It was like her mana was also being drained as well. She raised an eyebrow. She was supplying the connection of parasitism with mana. Yes. But for some reason, the cost to supply was more than what she was getting back. What the? She cut off the line and created a new one. Except, she held back on sucking in its mana and studied how much mana she was spending. After getting a feel, she opened the door and allowed the mana to flow through the thin channel. She was getting a steady but small supply of mana. But at the same time, her mana was also being drained outside of keeping the connection. Her face then cringed. Is this gorilla also taking from me? Could it be the Moss Enforcer under her was taking advantage of the simple form her element was taking? Her face contorted in annoyance, but also amusement. She then got off of it and told the beetle, "All right, kill it." The beetle shifted its body forward and opened its sharp jaws. Lillian ignored the wet, crunching sounds in the back. She held her chin and thought about what to do next. Currently, she felt like it would be most wise to study on parasites. It was most commonly known that they were the takers, right? So that would be what she would base its new form on, something that would only take. But as shown, she can also give under some circumstances. She could act as a support role. She then waved her hand dismissively. Let's not think about support for now. I need more killing and survivability factors instead of supporting others. If she remembered correctly, didn't the Academy have a library? She turned around and clapped her hands at the beetle, interrupting its feast and getting its attention. Chop chop. Let's get moving, no, splat. HM. She looked to the side and saw a blob of blood and saliva dissolving through the ground. Her eyes then creakily drifted back towards the beetle, who avoided her intense gaze. This thing really just spat at me. Chapter 115. Stone Guard? Lillian continued to ride on the beetle, traversing through the tedious maze. She was beginning to suspect something. She looked down and stared at the mountain of corpses the beetle was eating. It was mainly those mossy goblins, though. Is it just me, or are you just going after them instead of taking me to the exit? She asked suspiciously. She got off and walked to the side of its face. The beetle then raised its blood-covered face. Squelch, squelch, squelch. It chewed, letting out wet, crunching squelches as blood dripped over its face. Her face contorted into disgust a bit before she turned away. Just finish quickly, she sighed. She went over to one of the walls and sat, leaning her back against it. She scratched the side of her head. What should I do then? She pondered before remembering a certain item she had acquired. She waved her hand flamboyantly to the side, summoning a thick tome and opening it. She traced her hand over its yellowish, aged pages. I don't really have much to do right now. Might as well see if this has anything interesting. She turned to the first page and paused. She smiled slightly and nodded a bit before closing it. I can't understand it. After tossing the tome back into her spatial ring, she rolled around on the ground. She groaned, am I really going to have to learn another language? She lay on her back, staring at the fake blue sky. It's either that or have someone translate it for me. She thought about the latter option. Just as she was about to plan it, she realized it wouldn't do her much. I might need to read some other things in the trial world. I might as well learn it while I am in the academy. I'm not in any particular hurry to learn it. After all, after a while, the beetle finally finished. Using its sensor attribute, they were able to quickly find the exit once, wiping out almost every goblin along the way. However, of course, every dungeon-like setting is guarded. Lillian stared at a bulky stone statue in the middle of a large open area. It was approximately 6 meters tall, with a round, crooked head with rough edges. And roughly embedded at its center was a dull, gray gem. It had broad shoulders leading to large arms that reached the ground. It was segmented, made up of several small boulders stuck together. Its torso was covered in deep, curved scars and scratches that, coincidentally, gave it a swirling pattern across its body. Its legs were slim and feeble, something that shouldn't be able to hold up a body weighing several tons. It looked to be a stone golem that had been inactive for a long period of uneventful time. That was until Lillian stepped into the room where it resided. The dull gem that looked like an eye glowed a faint green before shining brightly. Its body shuddered like a rusty machine before becoming lively. Lillian, who was sitting in a cross-legged position with the side of her face in her palm, smiled a bit. Something a little bit more challenging. The golem before her was a dire wretche, rank C monster with only a single mana shell. Although it had a smaller volume of mana by comparison, it was still physically stronger than her. Stronger, more durable, but hella slow. Lillian rolled her shoulders, standing up from the beetle's back. Even so, the golem, even as a wretch, was still a dire, meaning Lillian's ears twitched. The air in the space felt heavier and warmer. Not only that, but it sounded like a cacophony of birds. And then, BZZT, a piercing ray of viridian light shot towards her. Her eyes widened briefly. She felt the temperature in the nearby air intensify. Just as it was about to shoot through her, the beetle raised its horn, blocking the laser and causing it to scatter and refract. The refracted ray slammed into the maze's wall, cracking it and causing parts of it to crumble. Lillian lost her balance as the beetle was knocked back outside the entrance of the room. She fell on her rear, stupefied. Whoa, was it that fast, huh? She said while scratching the side of her head. The game made it a lot easier to react to. She climbed down from the beetle and walked over to its head, where she saw its face vigorously twitching in rage. SKRR, SKRR, SKRR. Its teeth chattered together, causing it to let out chilling scrapes and high-pitched screeches. Its eyes were focused on its horn, specifically the area of contact. The middle section of its dark horn had become even darker compared to its surrounding color. It also had a barely noticeable crack in it. Fortunately, The crack was so minor that it could be left out of a report. However, that didn't mean it didn't infuriate the furious insectoid terror. Lillian turned her attention toward the golem, only to see it power off. The trace of light in the deep center of its gem disappeared. She sighed and held the side of her head. An opening move that could one-shot me. She glanced at the beetle, but not him. She held her chin and fell into deep thought. Then she pulled out her phone and checked the time. 28 minutes. She needed to form a plan to, first, avoid being killed by the devastating beam, and second, I need to destroy the gem with the Odachi. Its stone body was the least durable part. The gem was the toughest and the element that held its magical body together. While her magic had indeed grown in offensive power with the rank up from the trial, she felt it was wise to underestimate its capabilities for now. She stared intently at the hunched-over stone golem. Now, then, how should I go about surviving that beam? She murmured, slowly drifting her gaze toward the beetle with a sadistic grin. Time to put that shell to good use. Chapter 116. Plan in action? The beetle crawled through the entrance once again with newfound fury. It stared maliciously at the stone golem with chattering jaws. Lillian clung to one of its legs and watched as the golem began to shudder. Its stiff body, which was covered in a cloak of moss, had risen again. She then watched as the outer edges of the viridian gem embedded in its face began to glow. The light then began moving towards the deep center of it. And then suddenly, BZZT, a startling beam of green light shot from its crystalline eye. Despite the powerful force behind the ray, the beetle did not back down in the face of it. With an unwavering sway of its horn, it slammed it against the viridian beam, scattering and causing it to refract. Lillian clung tightly against its leg, watching as the ray webbed out around them, colliding with the wall, and boom, 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 causing parts of it to crumble. SKRR. The legs of the beetle dug into the stone ground, scraping and leaving long, shallow, and jagged etches. The beam continued to bash against its horn ruthlessly, continuously pushing it back to the point where its back legs reached the edges of the entrance. However, despite this setback, the beetle remained steadfast in resisting the consistent pressure forced against its horn. It raised one of its front legs and stabbed it into the ground, pulling it forward before doing the same with the other. Eventually, every single one of its legs began to move forward. Lillian breathed a sigh of relief. She then noticed something about the refracted rays around them. They became slimmer, much narrower than before. She turned back towards the golem. The gem that powered its existence had become dimmer. Not only that, but the beam had lost most of its power. Soon enough, the beam eventually lost its glamorous form and became a pathetic shell of it. The golem ceased its radiant attack. However, in the split second that it did, the beetle had charged with explosive speed, crashing into its body and piercing through its chest. The rageful beetle stared up with dark satisfaction at the skewered stone statue. But it eventually lost its glint once it saw the gem in its face staring down at it still glowing. The golem wrapped its crude but thick fingers around the black curved spire, piercing through its chest before tugging at it. The beetle felt its body being forced back before being tilted over. The golem twisted its upper body around and slammed the beetle onto its back. Thud! The ground underneath the heavy beetle cracked, webbing out into thick and jagged lines. The beetle's legs twitched and ran through the air like a defenseless crab, especially so when its weakness, its exposed underside, was revealed. The golem grabbed one of its wriggling legs, breaking it off and tossing it to the side, eliciting a pain-filled and horrific screech. Fortunately for the golem, it couldn't hear this ear-bleeding cry. But because of that, it didn't notice a dark Odachi cleaving through its stretched-out arm. Thud! The arm fell with a resounding thud, crumbling and falling apart once disconnected from its body. A large dust cloud arose from this, hiding a small humanoid entity that was the owner of the black blade. It turned its gaze towards its surroundings. Once unsuccessful in tracking down the assailant, it raised its remaining arm and swiped away the cloud. After doing this, it noticed that the flipped body of the beetle had vanished, and so did its dismembered limb. The blood trail of its flight still remained, but still where did it go? That was until, boom, an unpredictable object mercilessly slammed against its side. It was knocked a meter to the side, quickly regaining its balance before glancing at the attacker. It noticed a familiar dark horn before leading it back to a familiar human-like face of the beetle. The human-like face that had shifted to a hot and furious red as blood leaked from its stump. Its expression then shifted to one of pain as the golem turned its upper body and whipped its fist into its side. Boom! The swing let out a resounding sound. Although the beetle's black shell did not falter and bend against the attack, that wasn't to say it absorbed it fully. The beetle's segmented body formed a U as it was knocked to the side once more. Just as the golem was about to deliver another devastating strike, a speeding object smashed against its face, specifically its crystalline eye. What seemed to be water dripped over its face. It then turned its head towards the source before being bombarded with more. Spears made of water collided against its stone body, leaving shallow scratches but none on its eye. It was left briefly distracted and had even changed its course of focus to a white-haired woman. Thud! 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 Its thunderous and rigid steps left imprints on the partially moss-covered ground. Lillian watched as it approached with a slight smirk. She lowered the hand she used to aim and said, "Oi, what are you looking over here for? I'm not the most dangerous one here, you know." As though it understood her, it paused dead in its tracks before looking over towards the beetle, who had rammed into its side once more. However, this time, the damage that was caused was several-fold more compared to before. Cracks formed from its side that stretched across its body, causing it to shatter and crumble like an ice statue. The beetle shook its head, shrugging off the dust before letting out a distorted cackle. It did this until the rubble underneath its legs shook and trembled. The viridian gem that was buried undershone a bright light. From the mountain of rocks, the golem magically reformed. The cracks were now healed, and its missing arm was now back. It then swiftly reached under the beetle's supposed neck and lifted it. It raised the heavy, long beetle into the air with an annoyed expression before slamming it back into the ground. Boom! Another cloud of dust arose, and so was another disappearance of the beetle. The golem quickly whipped its arm around, clearing the dust before scanning the room for the white-haired woman. That was until, amid its turning, it noticed a long rope of water coming from the back of its neck. It then felt something akin to an ant crawl on its rigid, stone back. It was not long till it found out who it was. Lillian sat cross-legged on its head, having a short breather before getting up. Her entire plan was to have the beetle take its entire aggro before climbing onto its head and delivering the final blow. She stood on top of its head, gently and carefully aiming the tip of the odachi at where the gem may be. Once she pinpointed where it could be, the victorious smile on her face widened. She raised her sword and plunged through its stone head. The black blade pierced through its head, entering deep inside the embedded viridian gem. The golem stiffened. Its body then leaned over, collapsing onto its knees. Thud! Lillian swiftly hopped off its head, elegantly landing. After returning the black maw to her mana realm, she rested both her hands on the back of her head. With a satisfied smile, she watched the crumbling titan fall, transforming into a mountain of rubble. She then said with a hint of playfulness, "Huh, what'd you know? My plan worked." Chapter 117. A view over the others? In the control room. 10 minutes ago, in a room filled with screens displaying various scenes of students undertaking dungeons of various types. A male scholar overlooked it. He wore a long white lab coat, short black hair, and purple eyes behind a pair of glasses. This was the class teacher, Nicholas. The scholar smiled, clapping his hands with his eyes closed as he watched the students of his class traverse through the dungeons. My, they sure are doing well, aren't they? Yes, I believe so. Nicholas turned to the side and was met with an exact mirror image of his face, an exact replica of his being existed beside him, sentient and moving. "Which clone are you again?" he asked, opening his eyes and rubbing his chin. "Clone 5. You made me about 20 minutes ago." "Original," the clone laughed. Yes." Which clone was overseeing the lady and prince again. The clone then pointed to the side with his thumb, directing Nicholas' attention to a pair of sack clones waving at him. He waved back before patting Clone 5's shoulder. "I shall be moving over there. Do tell another me about any issues." "Aye, aye." The scholar then made his way behind the two sack clones and placed his hands on the backrest of their chairs. "So, which one are you guys?" The one on the left raised his hand and saluted. "Number 2, original." "The one on my right is number 3. Nicholas nodded. "All right. So, how are these two faring?" Clone 2 answered, "Well, our lady had just reached the boss room, followed by Clone 3, and so have the second prince, albeit a bit faster." Nicholas shrugged. "It's a maze. Even if our lady has a poor sense of direction, you can't quite get lost in a maze if you're already lost, right? All down to luck and time." He then watched the screens, watching the fights that unfolded. He shifted his gaze from between the two before letting his eyes linger on Marionette's battle. The raven-haired woman stood inside a large open room, surrounded by navy blue bricked walls. The height of the room was at least a few meters tall, enough to allow the towering kobold before her to stand upright. It had thick gray fur, a snarling mouth with razor-sharp teeth, and black pupils. It wore a set of leather armor and a crude-looking copper crown on its head. In its hand was a broad greatsword that was flat at the tip, but dangerously sharp at the edges, with a few chips here and there. Behind it was a grand but simplistic stone throne. It was as if it were the king of the dungeon. It stared down at the red-eyed woman with obvious arrogance. With a snort, it raised its broad greatsword over its shoulder. However, just as it was about to swing, it widened its eyes slightly as Marionette took on the same stance. The dark woman wielded a dark greatsword in one hand, holding it over her shoulder and waiting for it to swing. The kobold growled, unleashing a destructive swing that tore through the stone-bricked floor. Boom! Webs of cracks formed, stretching out in waves. The kobold grinned widely before stepping to the side and avoiding the swing of a dark greatsword from behind. Boom! Another wave of cracks formed in the ground. The kobold stared at the owner of the greatsword and discovered a woman made of pure darkness wielding it. It was a detailed replica of the woman, except for the fact that it had no facial features. Where was the real one? Suddenly, it felt a tremendous force pushing on the back of its head. Its body then tilted over before slamming into the ground. Bam! Marionette stood over it with her hand on the back of its head. Her eyes narrowed as she murmured, "You're probably around the savage rank." She then watched as something under its leather armor moved, before exploding outwards toward her. It phased through her dark body before lashing at her violently. Marionette appeared a few meters away and watched as thorny, flesh tentacles wiggled through the air. They were dark red and covered in a disturbing amount of blue and green veins that throbbed. Not only that, but thorns made of bones covered it like the spikes of cactus. The kobold tightened its muscles and snarled at her with red eyes, baring its jaws that were barbarically dripping with saliva. Marionette stared back with a bored expression. "Okay," she said before dashing at it. Nicholas smiled before placing his hands together in a joyful manner. "Looks like she's having fun. Now, how about the second prince?" He looked to the side and saw the second prince standing before a portal and hopping into it, leaving a ruined room with a massive, molten hole in it. The scholar tilted his head before tapping at Clone 3 and asking, "Can you replay the recorded video?" The clone nodded and tapped at the keyboard before bringing up the recording. The second prince walked into the boss room, which was without a roof. He then stared at a massive gorilla covered in metal platings. He hummed slightly. He held out his hand and summoned a majestic crown before placing on his head. The crown was forged from a metal that seemed to constantly shift in color like an aurora. It had 6 elegant, arching points that somewhat resembled a ray of light bursting outwards. Along the crown's band were lines of runes that shimmered and pulsed with light. He then raised his hand towards the charging gorilla, his hand radiating a soft but intimidating light. At the very center of his palm, a ball of light manifested and grew rapidly. The runes on his crown evidently grew brighter in correlation to the bright sphere. Not only that, but the countless rings adorning his fingers shone greatly. It was almost as though these items on his person were increasing his output, just as the gorilla had completely crossed the distance between them. It was blinded by the brilliant light that shot out of his hand. It was a golden beam of light that spanned several meters tall, completely eating through the gorilla and tearing through a hole in the wall behind it. Once this happened, the screen paused. Nicholas stared with wide eyes. He then held his chin and said, "The family may need to rethink its plan." He then turned his gaze back towards Marionette. The cold assassin stood before the kobold. Its entire lower body had sunk into a puddle of darkness, while its upper half was chained down with ropes of darkness. It was in a hideous state, as it seemed to have grown more limbs and fleshy tentacles. But even with these added advantages, it had sustained severe and lethal injuries. Weapons of various types from spears to swords were pierced through its body. It gargled and choked on its own blood, blurrily staring at Marionette, who held a plain black sword. It then felt its head become disconnected from its neck. It flew in the air before being caught and held. Marionette gripped the fur of the kobold's head, staring deep into its eyes, which had lost their light. "A savage maw," she murmured, after noticing a portal open up beside her. She tossed it aside with cold indifference and stepped into it. Chapter 118. Looking over books? After exiting their pods, nothing much happened besides being allowed to leave. It seemed it was the end of class. However, instead of going back home, Lillian had something else in mind. She wandered through a long aisle. Beside her were two towering shelves, complete with books. She drew in the overwhelming smell of aged pages and continued to look through the selection. It was the library. She was currently trying to find some inspiration on what she could do for her element, specifically the parasitic one. Right now, her focus was seeing if there were any that told of species of parasites. Fortunately for her, she found one. The Academy's library was grand enough to have books covering almost every subject. Makes sense, considering people get given powers of the most strangest of concepts. After finding a few more, she walked back down the way she came from, carrying 3 books, and came upon a long rectangular wooden table. At one end were people she didn't know, and at the other were Marionette, Millis, and even Ref. Lillian stared at the purple-headed girl, impressed. Millis had been able to convince the prince to come with them. How she did do it? She didn't know. She didn't really need to know either. As long as the second prince becomes great friends with them, that's all she cares about. In the game, he was classified as an S-tier character to get. Why? That's because of how much of glass cannon he was. Due to his element and the various items that boosted its destructive capabilities, it was no wonder why he was sought after. Added on to the fact that due to a trait that the more luxurious things he had on his person, the more power he could output. With that type of ability, I'm surprised he isn't hella materialistic. Lillian walked over and pulled out a chair beside Marionette and sat on it. She looked over what she was reading and found it to be some kind of fairy tale. She then looked towards the others and saw what they were reading. Millis seemed to be deep inside a romance novel as she hunched over the table and flicked through its pages. Ref was fully leaning back against his chair, with his crossed over and resting on the table. And in his hands was a comic book? More accurately, a physical copy of a webtoon. She let out a soft smile as she remembered the countless times she scrolled through her phone, digesting webtoons one after the other. She looked towards the stacked books on the table next to her and grabbed the top one, reading it. She also had her notebook out on one side, jotting down ideas on what she could do. Eventually, after an hour, she moved on to the next book, repeating the cycle. After another hour, she leaned back in her chair, breathing a deep sigh. She had managed to gain some basic knowledge about the concept and how parasites latch onto their hosts and feed on them. But also the fact that creatures like these could shift between being parasitic and being symbiotic. She wasn't sure whether or not her element was solely about parasitism, but she felt like having some ideas about future spells could help. Currently, she was still thinking of ways to give it shape. Eventually, she decided to keep it the way it was for now. But for that to happen, she had to think of a solution to prevent mana and in a possible scenario hell from being taken from her. She looked over her notes and scratched her head. One of the books talked about mosquitoes, leeches, and even fungi. But she wasn't exactly sure how to make use of the things she got written down. She wasn't exactly smart. About average. She can memorize well, yes, but wouldn't really mean much if she couldn't comprehend anything she gained. She had thought about coating her weapon in her element, but then thought about how energy-taxing it might be. First, to have it wrap around her sword and stay on it. Second, the mental reminder to keep it either on or off. On so she could reap its effect. Off, so she didn't need to waste her mana on something that wasn't making contact with its targets. She rubbed the gaps between her brows. She then rested her chin on her fingers, which formed a net. Lillian glanced around, staring at the tall, dark wooden ceiling that stretched over the shelves of books. She let out a solemn sigh. I really hate studying. School was never a thing. So the fact she was going to spend 2 years here was vexing in a way. Well, 1.5 years. She grimly thought about the event that was going to take place in December before ridding herself of the thought. But she couldn't help but wonder about its usefulness. In the game, it was mainly just a plot point for the player to build connections and bonds. She didn't have to do that. In fact, there wasn't an overly need to. The arc that happens in December needs a team of 5 to truly complete it. Currently, there were already 4. She took a sneaky glance at Marionette before glancing away. So all she needed now was to find one other person. But she'll leave that to her future self. All she had to do now was survive this current arc in the story. Surviving meant she would have to live through countless homework, boring info drops, and many more. She shook her head, already tired of what was to come. Well, at least next month should be a bit more interesting. I believe that's when they're going to select some members as class representatives. While shaking her head, she caught a glance at the 3rd book she brought over. She raised an eyebrow. I thought I brought only 2. Was she so lost in her journey to find books that she forgot she was carrying an extra? And it seemed it wasn't even about parasites to begin with. It was a book about human anatomy. She traced her fingers over its hard, fabric cover and stared down at the vague illustration of a human's internal workings. Out of curiosity, she opened the book and began to read through it. It just seemed to be some kind of in-depth biology study book. She was mildly entertained by its contents, particularly the parts about the heart. Just as she was about to turn away from the page, something sparked inside her mind. Veins, arteries, capillaries. She wondered if she could make it the parasitic form of dull, gray channels that could act like them, specifically veins. To prevent backflow, veins have valves, which could be interpreted as trapdoors. They allow things through, but not out most of the time. This was the key problem she had. Not only was she able to drain her enemy's mana, but they could also do the same to her. But she did also remember that she was lazy in the form it appeared in, which may be the reason. She shrugged. Man, seems like a good idea to add valves. If it works, then it's good. If not, oh well. Its current form was only a temporary placeholder for a much more complex idea she may have in mind. Maybe I should gain some inspiration from that purple tree as well. She tapped at her chin before noticing a certain black-haired woman's gaze. Lillian looked towards Marionette with a tilt of her head and asked, "Did you need something?" Marionette remained unresponsive for a moment, casually clutching her book before responding. "I wanted to rest my eyes for a moment, and I just happened to be the target of it, huh? You seemed like the most logical thing to look at to rest." Lillian rested her right elbow on the table and leaned her cheek into her hand. The edges of her lips curved into a teasing smile as a playful glint jumped in her eyes. Was that supposed to be a flirt? Marionette gazed at her before turning away. "I have no idea what you're talking about." And, facing down at her book, Lillian smirked at the stubborn assassin before noticing that the book she was reading was an entirely new one. She then looked at the fairy tale Marionette had just finished reading and pointed. "Can I read that for a bit?" The red-eyed woman glanced at the book she was referring to before nodding briefly. After reaching over and grabbing it, she turned through its pages, lost in the fantasies. If she had to summarize it, it would be about 5 characters: a lion, a bear, a fox, a cat, and a rabbit treading through a harrowing landscape. Eventually, as they were about to reach the end, the cavern they were in crumbled. Fortunately, none of them were killed by the unstable cavern. However, the rabbit was left trapped under the gaps between the rubble. Deciding it was best to leave it behind and save their own skin, they escaped through the exit. The cat stayed behind and listened to the rabbit's cries for help, and it begged them to get out. However, the cat then unexpectedly turned around and began walking towards the exit as well. Its voice then rang aloud, despite the booming noises of falling rocks. Its words lingered in the chaotic atmosphere. My life is more important than a rabbit. Chapter 119. A month passed. Time skipped 1 month under the night sky, under the shining moon. People in their early adolescence could be seen wandering through the streets, swiftly making their way towards the academy's main hall. They were dressed in the noble academy uniform most commonly and usually seen on students. Once arriving at this large, Gothic building that resembled a castle, they entered and walked up a flight of stairs, conversing with one another. Similar topics could be heard in their chatter, such as, "What do you think today's meeting will be about?" Maybe it's regarding the new students. "All right, isn't their class election about to begin? Let's just get inside." The student council head is the one in charge of this meeting this time. The orderly crowd then funneled through a pair of imposing dark wooden doors with carved illustrations of the 4 cardinal gods. Once entering these tall doors, they stood inside a spacious room with a large round table in the center. Around this table were 28 individual chairs, 6 having already been taken. If one were to total up the current members in this room, they would come to about 14 people. Moments later, after everyone had taken their seats, an elegant and authoritative voice rang out. "Is that everyone?" After getting a few nods here and there, an attractive woman stood up from her seat. They had long, fluttering blonde hair that reached the middle of her back, a pair of piercing blue eyes. Over her left eyelid was a vertical scar. She had the typical academy uniform: black blazer, skirt, white shirt, yellow tie. But on the right side of her blazer was a conspicuous badge in the shape of a shield. While everyone around her wore either a red or yellow badge, she wore a pure black one. "Let's begin today's meeting then, shall we? I'm sure all of you want to go back and rest, so we'll make it quick." After saying that, she pressed a button under the table, causing the center of the table to suddenly open up. In the center seemed to be some kind of projector, and it was. Above this projector was a high-resolution hologram that flickered once and twice before completely stabilizing. Let's start with the small matters. I'm sure all of you are aware of the new student's arrival, and if you haven't, then you must be living under a rock of something. She swept her gaze around and saw that nobody was displaying any sort of embarrassed or guilty expression. She hummed, satisfied. The Academy had gained some high-priority characters due to this, such as the Second Prince, the Lady of Roses, and even one of the Arius who managed to achieve first place in the entrance exam. Someone then raised their hand. "Is that all?" "I'm sure there are others, Miss Beatrice." "Beatrice?" The student council head nodded. "There are, but most of those had either been placed into lower-ranked classes or had been silent during their stay. And I'm sure you all still remember what we do on the side besides dealing with some of the Academy's affairs, correct?" Everyone nodded. But just to be sure, she looked towards the girl beside her. She was a petite young lady with curly pigtails and glasses. This girl then answered by saying, "Disciplinary work." Beatrice nodded. The Academy's students are nobles, so most of them have a bit of pride that tends to go over the limits of what is appropriate. Thus, we must exact our power over them to keep them in line. The hologram then shifted to display an overly muscular man with long brown bushy hair, tussling with a young man with short red hair. It was Graham and Xander. For example, just last month, 2 students were sparring in the center of the bazaar. In the end, only one of them managed to get away with a black eye due to the help of 2 of them who were nearby. The next scene then cuts to 3 beautiful women and a handsome young man. One with long flowing black hair grabbed the scruff of one with short purple hair before throwing them around. It was Marionette and Millis. And between the two was Lillian, who stared at them tiredly, and Ref, who was just yawning. In this photo, we have the ones who had achieved the top 3 in the exams, and also the ones tend to get scolded the most for their actions. She then gestured towards Marionette and Millis, but mainly these two, which I'm sure you all can guess why. Everyone nodded before someone spoke up and asked a question. Who's the girl with the white hair? That you see is the one who placed first. And the hologram switched to a steep line graph. The reason for the waste disposal having a higher volume of liquids the past month. It then shifted to a recording of Lillian filling up a certain bin with water. The recording then seemingly repeated. But it wasn't. This girl had been filling up this exact same bin with water every day. Even after we had scolded her, she continued to do so, even in secret when nobody is around. She shook her head before moving on. Nonetheless, we can't do nothing more than scold her. She is doing exceptionally well in her studies from what I gathered from her teachers. And we have way too much work with the upcoming events that are going to take place soon. She sighed before moving on with the meeting. And soon enough, it eventually ended, and so the next day arrived many hours later. Lillian gave a short whistle as she toddled about in her kitchen, preparing breakfast. She no longer lived in Marionette's room, for the cleaning department had already purified her room. Sunny-side-up eggs and some bacon. Nothing wrong with such a breakfast, right? She asked nobody as she stared down at her plate before sitting at the dining room table. Chapter 1, 2120. Voting for class representative? She then pulled out her notebook and began to do some more studying specifically on the magical side of things. Classwork wasn't going to help her much currently. Nothing overly exciting happened during the month except for the fact she had been scolded by the student council committee a couple of times. Meh. As long as I'm not harming anyone, I should be fine. Their waste disposal is really big anyway. A few liters of water shouldn't do so much. She then pulled up her system panel. Name: Lillian Ker, Aureus Affinity. Water Quest Shards. Black Maw. Lady Fate's Lucky Necklace of Entertainment. Spatial Ring Middle Grade. Depressing Warmth Theatrical Points. 16. 346 System shopped the edges of her lips, curved into a wide grin. She had been saving up the points she had accumulated. She had scrolled through the shop countless times and even thought about buying some of them due to pure impulses. Luckily, she held it back. But that didn't mean there weren't items she hadn't already planned to get. For example, the major affinity pills were quite pricey. She stared grimly at their price, being 3,000 TP for each. She also realized that she was limited to buying only 5. How? That was because of the message at the bottom telling her. She sighed, I would have enough, but if I buy it all now, I would be left with a little over 1,000 left. She then glanced toward a separate plate of breakfast beside her before shifting her gaze towards the entrance of the living room with an expectant look. Any minutes now? Moments after muttering this, she watched as someone entered the living room, peeking their head around the corner. Their red eyes then made contact with Lillian, who gave them a short wave. I already got your breakfast here. Marionette, who was dutifully dressed in her uniform, nodded and swiftly made her way over beside Lillian. Thank you, she said quietly. Lillian smiled softly at her with an admiring glint in her eyes. For the past month, she had been cooking breakfast and dinner for both of them. In exchange, Marionette was to pay for the groceries. Huh, I no longer need to pay for groceries. Isn't that the best? Did you sleep well? HM? Lillian straightened her back at Marionette's words. I did. How about you, beautiful? She asked playfully. The black-haired woman pulled out a white handkerchief from her pockets and wiped her mouth. The usual. However, it was upsetting when you weren't in my arms, she smirked back. Even after a month, their little flirting contest still continued to carry on. Lillian chuckled a bit. All right. Let's just hurry up and finish. I think today is going to be quite the special one. Marionette raised an eyebrow. Special? Were we informed of anything that would happen today? Lillian stared up at her, thinking of an answer before shrugging and opening her mouth. She then said, Lillian shrugged. Nope, just a gut feeling. After they had their fill, They set off to the academy and reached its classroom. They conversed with one another and even managed to find Millis on the way, chatting with a few girls before walking with them. Once arriving at their classroom, they waited for everyone to arrive. Lillian gazed around the room before looking out the window. She then turned her head to the people in the same row as her. She wasn't sure why exactly, but for some reason, Marionette wanted to switch seats with her, making it so she no longer sat next to Millis. Fortunately, Millis wasn't going to be without anyone to talk to, for the second prince decided to sit at the back with them, albeit he was half asleep most of the time. Soon enough, once everyone had arrived, Mirage did as well a few minutes later like always. It was starting to feel like he was doing it on purpose. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all slept well, because I didn't. But you all don't need to know that, he said in an upbeat tone before walking over to the chalkboard. Instead, what you all should know is that today we will be electing a class representative. Marionette slowly turned her head towards Lillian and then asked, "Is this what you meant when you said something special was going to happen today?" Lillian only smiled back in response. She then turned back to listen to what Mirage had to say. "You all shall be doing a vote on who should be representing our Paragon class. Well, the only Paragon class." After saying that, he began to pass around a paper note for people to write on. In the game, it was a little fun drawing mini-games for people to do. However, it did cause Lillian to think there was a much better way to get names down. "Who are you going to choose?" Lillian turned to Marionette and saw her staring at her whilst spinning her pen. She thought about Marionette's question before shrugging, "I don't really know." She then leaned forward and asked Ref, "Hey Ref, can I vote for you?" Ref, who was resting his head on his arms, slowly sat up before turning to Lillian. "If you want to vote for me, vote for me. I don't mind. Just know I won't be doing much." Lillian smiled wryly at him. "You say that, but you were an excellent class representative in the game." Millis then leaned forward and met Lillian's gaze. "I think I'm going to vote for you, Lil." "Eh, me? Yep. I heard somewhere if you manage to become one of the class representatives, you get a higher chance of getting into the student council." "I sure? How did you know I wanted to be a member?" Lillian asked with an incredulous look. Millis smirked and didn't answer. "You want to join the student council?" Marionette asked Lillian, a bit surprised. Lillian scratched the back of her head and said, "Chapter 121. Academy's cafeteria? I think. Being on the council sounds like fun, and it would be quite nice to have it on my portfolio as well." Marionette stared at her for a moment before gazing down at the piece of paper. Lillian watched as the assassin put down a name before asking, "Who are you voting?" She tilted her head. Marionette stared back up before pushing out the note to her. Lillian stared down and read it. "Lillian, you actually put my name down? Can't say I'm not thankful, though." She chuckled. "Why would I? I think you make a fine member, considering how studious and consistent you are in your studies." Lillian tried her best to hide the wry smile that was trying to come on her lips. She wouldn't call herself studious. Consistent, though, was another matter, since she had been able to turn assignments on time. While the two engaged in a conversation, the prince, who happened to overhear them, raised his head before staring down at the piece of paper beside him. After a few minutes, Mirage collected the notes and began to read through them. Once he was done, he held the white chalk and drew on the dark green chalkboard. Scrape, scrape, scrape. He wrote 3 names on the board and 2 under them. Ref von Lionbright, Testry, Millis Lillian, Marionette von Roselle. Lillian's eyes twitched at the names written down specifically how they were. Mirage was a lot more respectful in writing out Ref's and Marionette's full name, while more casual with the others. She pouted a bit. High nobles and their special treatment. She eventually smiled at this small topic, though. There wasn't any need to get upset over such a thing, after all. The names I have seen the most were these 5, but mainly these 3. At number 1, we have the prince with 10 votes, the Testry with 8, Millis with 7, Lillian with 3, Marionette with 2. He then turned around from the chalkboard and gestured toward the back and at the second prince. Ref, who was already sitting upright, held back his obvious yawn and nodded. He then muttered, "Is that so? I hope you guys regret this decision." He scratched the back of his head. Mirage shrugged. "It's not like it's just you. You need to select the vice class representative as well." Ref hummed before glancing around the room. His gaze then landed on Millis, who stared at him curiously before moving on to Marionette. The raven-haired woman, while leaning the side of her face in her palm, gestured at him with her eyes that darted to her left. The prince looked past her and stared at Lillian, who was staring at the chalkboard with a curious gaze. She thought about the people who had voted for Marionette before stiffening at the sound of her name being called out. I picked Lillian Ker as my vice class representative. Lillian stared at him, falling into confusion. Why her? Out of everyone in this class, why was it that she was chosen? Interesting decision, Mirage murmured before writing on a spare piece of paper and pocketing it afterwards. Now that the voting is done, let's start class then. Out of everyone in the class, why did you pick me? Lillian asked, leaning her elbow against the table, with her left cheek resting in her palm and her right hand holding a white soft drink cup. They were currently in the Academy's cafeteria that looked more like the center of them all, and in one of its 90s-style diner corner booths. Ref, who had just taken a bite from a cheeseburger, chewed before placing it down on the plate that came with a red tray. Once swallowing, he patted his mouth with a paper towel. "Did you not say that you wanted to get into the student council?" he asked, staring at her across the table with a raised brow. I mean, but weren't there a lot of other people who would have been more suited for this role? Ref stared at her for a brief moment before pulling out his phone. Then with his left hand, clutching the cheeseburger, he ate while tapping at his phone with his thumb. Millis, who was beside him, glanced at his phone before back at Lillian with a cheering look. "Oh, come on. Me definitely think ya is the obvious best choice. You're quite the hard worker after all," she said, holding her palm over her mouth as she chewed her food. "Well, more like dessert." Millis dug her silver spoon into a large bowl of chocolate brownies with several scoops of vanilla ice cream and chocolate sprinkles. With each scoop shoved in her mouth, her eyes sparkled like gluttonous stars. Am I, though?" Although Lillian was flattered, she was still a bit pessimistic. Well, that was until Marionette spoke up. "Are you doubting yourself?" The stoic assassin cut into her steak, which was drizzled in a dark brown sauce. It had a tantalizing and savory aroma. After slicing down the center of it, the sauce that was layered on top dripped down the midsection, which was a beautiful pink at a perfect mid-rare. After swallowing a slice and wiping her mouth with a paper towel, she said, "You were given the chance to do something you want to do. Take it. If you doubt that you could fit that role, then work hard to where the role fits you like a glove." Lillian sighed. "I guess. And also, if you're still struggling," Marionette rested both her elbows on the table and her chin on the back of her fingers that formed a net. "I'm sure the prince would be willing to help you," she said, staring intently at Ref, who looked up from his phone and stared back. Yeah," he briefly responded. Lillian, who was watching this standoff and sipping the plastic-striped straw of her drink, felt a faint vibration in the inner pockets of her black blazer. She held out her phone and stared at the newly arrived notification. It was a message. But from the prince? Chapter 122. Annuncio Mans. She glanced at the prince, who was still engaging in a staring contest with Marionette, before opening the messaging app and reading what he had to say. "Tair Prince, Joe. Messaging will be better for your question, just in case someone were to be recording what I say. First of all, it's because I am unfamiliar with the rest of the class besides you three. Yes, I know, very unsocial of me. Second, the voted people are either too lax or too strict. Millis, while I'm sure she could possibly get some work done, isn't fit to work in such a role. On the other hand, Testri Gialateria is too strict. I wouldn't be able to rest with her around and overlooking me. As for you, it was partially because you wanted this role and also the fact you're lax enough to let me laze around, while also being competent enough to get things done. As well for another reason." Lillian's eyes scrolled through the page of text. Her face twitched a bit at how massive it was. Couldn't he have broken this up into separate parts? After reading it, she sent back a response. "Me, is that so? How about Marionette then? I'm sure she could be good for the role as well." And another reason? After a few seconds, he responded back. "Tired Prince. Frankly, I'm scared of her." Lillian looked up to find the prince avoiding Marionette's gaze, which seemed to intensify. "Tired Prince. And as for the other reason, let's discuss that another time." Could you get her to look away from me now? It's unnerving. As Marionette continued to stare intently at the prince, she noticed in the corner of her eye a slice of steak hovering towards her. Lillian held the silver fork stuck through the steak and stared at her with a playful grin. Saya! Marionette stared at her strangely before opening her mouth and biting the steak off the fork. Thank you, she quietly muttered. Where was my You didn't say it. Lillian pouted. I'm not saying that. Marionette wiped her mouth with a paper towel. Lillian sighed before putting down the fork. The next day, during tutor, Mirage called Ref and Lillian out of the room. They wandered down the long hallway that seemingly stretched on forever. They soon reached the doors to a room. Mirage pushed and poked his head through the door, checking the inside. He then pulled out and shook his head. He turned to the both of them and said, Looks like no one is here yet, so I'm going to tidy up the room. You two stay out here, all right? Without waiting for a reply, he went into the room and closed the door behind him. The two then waited outside of it, leaning their back against the wall. Ref then yawned. Why are we here again? Did he say? Lillian shook her head. He didn't, but I think he wants to gather all the class representatives in one room. Ref hummed. Sounds like something they would do. After that, silence swallowed them. That was until Lillian spoke up. What was that reason you mentioned yesterday? HM? Ref tilted his head. Oh, right, the other reason? He tapped at his chin. He then turned towards Lillian and raised his hand, pointing his index at her. I'm going to need you to bag the Lady of Roses. Huh? Lillian stared at him with a strange expression. What on earth was this man talking about? And how is this possibly related to the reason for picking her? Perhaps she heard him wrong. He totally didn't ask her to bag Marionette, right? What did you say? She asked before being met with the same response. I said I'm going to need you to bag the Lady of Roses. I think I made that clear. He held his chin before murmuring. Am I slurring over my words without realizing? Want to know you're not. But why would you ask me to do that? And how is it related? Have you heard on the news about the rise of noble houses against the royal family recently? Huh? Yeah. She then paused. Wait, are you saying that the Roselle family is going against the royal family? He tilted his head side to side with an unsure expression. We have our speculations. Most of our family is leaning towards doubt since their family has been loyal to us for a while. But they have been showing signs, and it's becoming concerning. This was the first that Lillian heard of this. She knew the royal family was brought down in the future, but she didn't know it was by the Roselles. All she knew was that they were flanked on all sides and taken apart with the unintentional assistance of monsters. She scratched the side of her head. Of course, in the story, it only assisted in bonding with the prince if you had him in your party. But honestly, 100 really doesn't get you a lot outside of the main arcs in the game. And this ties into me needing to date her how. Because the family still relies on some input from the heir, even if the head commands it. They're independent and over-reliant on each other. He said then, after a brief delay, he continued, and I'd rather not risk losing my life in a hypothetical fight against someone with more biological enhancements than me. Biological enhancements? The prince nodded. If you aren't aware of the royal family's blood, somehow, then know that my physical characteristics are enhanced to a great degree, causing me to be an enhanced human. Yeah, I know that. But does Marionette really have more than you? I wouldn't have lost against her in the entrance exam if I had more, he said with a hint of arrogance behind his voice. But that soon disappeared with the next thing he said. But she would still have me beat in skill, though. Lillian sighed. I see, remind me. Since you're an enhanced human, what flaw did you receive? Are you referring to the flaw that comes with the enhancements? Lillian nodded. Ref stared at her silently with a pondering look, debating whether to tell her or not. Since most of my enhancement came from my parents, my flaw isn't as bad as it could be. And that would be, Ref sighed, I get tired very easily. That's it. Lillian tilted her head. It really wasn't as bad. Annoying, yes, but not terrifyingly bad. Ref nodded. Yes, that's why I tend to finish my fights as quickly as possible. I'd appreciate it if you don't tell anyone about this. I won't. But you're quite trusting of me, huh? Lillian placed her hands on the back of her head. The prince shrugged. I see no reason for you to go after me. Your family and mine are in good relations in the work industry. I suppose. So what do you think her flaw is? Lillian tilted her head at him. Ref shrugged. The more enhancement you have, the more it plays on your mind and body. But I suspect her flaw actually works in her favor with her line of work. Are you saying her flaw makes her cold-hearted? Not sure. Lillian stared at him. The image of Marionette's face popped into her mind. She knew the woman wasn't cold-hearted. Well, not around her exactly. So that couldn't be her flaw. She sighed and noticed in the corner of her eyes the arrival of people coming towards them, more specifically, the room. Then a man came up to them. Lillian recognized him as one of the teachers of the rank C class. Is anyone in there? She nodded, and as she was about to speak, Mirage came out of the room, staring at the teacher before smiling. Ah, you've arrived. Why so late? Lillian's eye twitched at his words. Wasn't this teacher of hers always the one late, other than today? The teacher scratched the back of his head. Mirage rolled his eyes and gestured for all of them to come inside. Inside this room was just another classroom. Ref and Lillian decided to take the front row seats and waited as the teachers sorted out their presentation. Mirage stood at the front and called out to all of them. All right, class representatives. In a few days' time, one of your classes will be going on a trip outside this realm. The chalkboard behind him then opened up, folding and becoming a screen that displayed 3 separate locations. I say trip, but it will be a race. On the far left image was a forest, a normal forest. Well, it would be if it wasn't for the blurry shadows seemingly frozen in between leaps of branches. In the middle, it was the same forest, except it looked more wicked with its gray, dry trees with no leaves. Adding to it was a sinister fog. And finally on the far right was a beautiful waterfall. Even more so when it was taken at night, due to its water having a luminescent, soft blue glow. It was like it had miniature stars trapped in its flow. In the next few days, you all will be having no lessons. But you're tasked to research and prepare whatever is needed to reach the end of the Forest of Disruption. Chapter 123, Preparation Plan? The Forest of Disruption. It was most famously known for its 3 layers. The first was a regular forest inhabited by monsters. The second one was covered in thick fog and filled with creaky trees. The third and last layer has a beautiful waterfall. It has also been referred to several times as the Forest of Appreciation instead of Disruption. Although Lillian didn't understand why, she was sure she would find out when she entered it. But right now, she had to figure out what sort of preparations to make. She was currently inside the cafeteria in one of the booths with her notebook and pen along with Ref. However, just like he said before, he wasn't really doing much and was doom scrolling on his phone. Well, that was what it looked like to Lillian. She sighed and glanced around the cafeteria. They were given time off for the rest of the day, so both Marionette and Millis decided to go back to their room. Well, Marionette took a bit more convincing. She didn't know why, but she felt like she was a lot more adamant about staying by her side at all times. While charming, she was beginning to think it may be a problem. She then thought about it more. Is it a problem, though? Having a beautiful woman wanting to be by your side? Now that she thought about it more, since when was Marionette gay? She scratched the back of her head. She couldn't believe it took her this long to figure this out. I guess the amount of flirting we do kind of distracted me away from it. She then looked at Ref and asked, Hey, did you know Marionette was gay? The prince looked up from his phone and stared at her with a strange expression. I did a month ago. Didn't you? Well, anyway, do you have any ideas? She decided to talk with Marionette later about it. Ref stared at her silently before nodding. He then placed his phone down on the table and showed her his screen. It was an article about the Forest of Disruption. The first layer is merely about monsters. At most, the savage ranks with mana shells no more than 2. These monsters are also visually appealing when cooked, so our food issue is done. No need to spend our 200 semis budget. Oh right, we had a budget. She glanced down at her notepad before sighing in relief. It seems some of the items she had jotted down still fit in the budget. So how about camping then? We may need to stay there for a bit. We were given a maximum of 3 days to reach it. If we beeline through the first, it would take us no more than a day to get past the second and reach the third. That is, if we don't get lost. He stared at her with a certain look that she understood immediately. She then said with a wry smile, "Illa, hold her hand or something so she doesn't get lost." He nodded. "And in the scenario that we need to camp, spend all our budget on tents and plates." "All right." She then paused. Why plates?" He sighed. "Some nobles in our class aren't still used to not having plates with food on them." "Right. But how aren't they used to it? They all entered a trial, didn't they?" He shrugged. "All trials are different. Maybe they entered ones with plates and whatnot. But anyway, that is on the less important side of things. If you have spare cash, use it on those. If not, meh." After researching a bit more, they decided to call it a day and returned back to their dorm. Lillian stood in front of her door and fished out her ID card. After tapping it on the scanner, she entered her room. After turning around and closing the door, she felt something softly wrap around her neck. She jumped a bit before quickly glancing up. Coming out of her shadow, Marionette stood behind her with her arms wrapped tightly around her neck. She then deliberately leaned down to Lillian's left ear and whispered in a breathy voice, "Did you enjoy your meeting with the prince?" Lillian's body stiffened. A slight blush appeared on her cheek. She tilted her head away from her and asked in a flustered manner, Were you with me the entire time?" "Answer mine first." Marionette stepped away from her and folded her arms, staring down at her intently. "Eh? Well, I guess. It was productive, I guess." "I see." Marionette turned her face to the side, covering the lower half of her face while narrowing her eyes. Lillian stared at her with a raised eyebrow. Was it just her, or was the villainess acting a bit strange? "Sue, are you going to answer my case?" Suddenly, Marionette swiftly approached her and bam! Lillian stared with wide eyes at the arms placed beside her head on the wall behind her. She was pinned. She stared up at Marionette's face with confusion. Why did she have her pinned against the wall? What did she even do to deserve it? Marionette craned her head down at the shorter girl and whispered in a low voice, "You wondered when I was gay, correct?" She referred back to Lillian's recent inquiry. Lillian's body stiffened again as she glanced down. Marionette's left knee, slowly but surely, what the hell, was moving up between her legs. Climbing up and pressing against her in a way that made no sense. What the hell is going on? She stared back up with a panicked expression. She was then met with Marionette's face, who was only an inch away from hers. "I'm not gay, Lillian." She moved her left hand down and caressed Lillian's jawline. She then leaned in towards Lillian's right ear, blowing hot air into it before whispering, "But you are the one whom my gaze will always be attracted to." Chapter 124. Worried Reflection. Lillian shivered at the hot air blown into her ear canal. This wasn't normal. Well, their relationship wasn't really, but this was way out of the norm even when they flirted. Hold on, Marionette. Where's the need for all of this?" She chuckled nervously. "From the way I see it, it looked as though you want to break the rule that we both set." She held her fingers over her lips and stared at her with a lecherous look, feigning confidence. "Do you really want to get it on?" Marionette, who had already pulled away from Lillian's ear, narrowed her eyes on her. "Ah, yes, the few months rule." Lillian then watched as Marionette pulled her fingers away from her lips and held her hand. She then watched as she held it up to her own lips before pecking her knuckles. The feeling of Marionette's soft and wet lips making contact with her skin caused her to reflectively pull her hand back. "Vuvoff, what do you think you're doing?" she asked, stuttering with a red face. Marionette tilted her head slightly at her. Is there an issue? I believe I'm not breaking the rule we had set." She then leaned in. Lillian tried to back away from her, but was inevitably stopped by the wall behind her. Marionette cupped Lillian's right cheek and said, "From what I remember, we'll only begin dating after a few months have passed, right? And the time we'll share a kiss on the lips, right?" she said in a low tone. She then moved down to the left side of Lillian's neck. "I don't think anywhere it was stated that I couldn't do things like this, right?" she said, brushing her lips against her neck. This elicited an unintentional, small moan from Lillian. Marionette widened her eyes at the soft sound that escaped from Lillian's lips and leaned closer to her. Lillian bit her lower lip, trying to stay composed as Marionette's knee gently brushed against her leg. Eventually, Lillian had enough. She placed her hands on Marionette's shoulder and pushed her back. Stop. That's enough," she yelled with her face turned down to hide the furious blush on her face. Her body was trembling, and her voice was shaky. This was something Marionette couldn't ignore, something she couldn't turn her eyes away from. "But, en no but," Lillian yelled, turning her face up and staring her deep into her eyes. Marionette's ruby-red eyes shone with a sort of light as she stared at Lillian's flustered glare. Just as she was about to reach up and clutch Lillian's cheeks, she suddenly found herself kicked out of the room and had the door slammed shut on her. Oh, she was a little shocked. Lillian hadn't ever treated her like this before. I went too far again, it seems. She sighed, deeply reflecting on her actions. Why did she do that? There wasn't any need. She held up her right hand, which was turned to the side, and gently bit down on her index finger. Something was wrong. She's been getting too emotional lately. It isn't right. It isn't right at all. But for some reason, she found the thought of Lillian enjoying the company of someone when she wasn't around to be rather vexing. She glanced around at the empty corridor before staring deeply at the door to Lillian's room. She held her hand towards it and prepared to knock. But then hesitance ran through her fingers, causing her to slowly bring it back. Her face went from being stoic to narrowing her eyes to furrowing her brows. Her face wrinkled a bit as she thought about her actions. What happened to her? Why was she feeling hesitant over something so minor? It isn't minor. She clutched the lower half of her face. Her eyes reflected a worried light. Did her actions today affect their relationship? That couldn't be, right? But how would that explain Lillian's decision to kick her out? I went too far. I definitely went too far. She moved her hand away from her mouth, turning away from Lillian's door, and clutched the left side of her face. She was worried. The heir of a high noble family of assassins was worried. She didn't want Lillian to suddenly dislike her. How had all the lessons of keeping her emotions in check suddenly disappeared in just a mere month? What was going to happen to their current relationship? Would they continue to stay as friends? Would it matter? She was tasked to pass the academy with absolute efficiency. Nothing else mattered, right? Her mind was split. She felt like there was an entirely new person festering inside of her, and even overriding some of her. One spoke about her feelings, while the other berated her for thinking about it. She turned back to the Lillian's door. She then gently lowered her forehead and rested it against it. She didn't know what was going on with her. How had the girl behind this door changed her so much in such a short span of time? What she didn't know was, I want her. I want Lillian really bad. She quietly murmured, so quiet that if a person was standing next to her, they wouldn't be able to hear. She soon stepped back and walked away. Too distracted by the thought of Lillian's possibly disliking her, she didn't notice a small stain on her black tight around her knee. Lillian rested her back against the door on the other side. Her face was tightly buried in her palms. She then slowly lowered one of her hands from her face and pushed it under her skirt with an embarrassed expression. Damn it, Marionette, she said, her voice still having a bit of shake to it. She then pulled out her phone and checked the time. It was around dinner. Did Marionette really stick around with her all day? Did that mean she didn't eat anything the entire time? She gave a shaky smile before moving towards her kitchen. She then said with a chuckle, I guess I should begin cooking up something. We'll just drop it off by her door. Chapter 125, Double Breakfast? Knock, knock, knock. Lillian stood with her arms crossed. She was currently in front of Marionette's door. She had just finished preparing dinner, and to fulfill the end of the deal, she made some for herself as well. But it didn't seem like Marionette was going to be opening her doors anytime soon. For some unknown reason, Lillian scratched her head. Was pushing her out of her room a bad idea? Was she now being ignored? She frowned. Her mind then suddenly thought back to what happened, remembering each and every detail before shaking her head. Still, a tad bit flustered after what had just happened. She gave a loud sigh. They'll just leave it in front of her door. Lillian then pulled out a plate from her spatial storage, which had a lid on top to keep the food warm. After doing that, She walked away and made her way down the hallway. However, once she did so, the door immediately opened, albeit quietly to not alert her. Marionette slowly poked her head out of her door. She was still in her academy uniform, minus the black tights. She glanced down at what Lillian had left for her before turning her gaze down the hallway. Her tender eyes then landed on Lillian's distancing figure. After leaning down and retrieving the food, she stared back at Lillian and hesitantly held out her phone, snapping a picture and quickly returning to her room. The next morning, Lillian sat at the table, her elbow resting against the table and her cheek in her palm. She tapped her foot with an impatient look. She then frowned and furrowed her brows. All right, something is definitely wrong. She glanced towards the separate plate of breakfast and at her phone. She checked the time and found that it was way past what Marionette usually gets here by. Could it be that she woke up late? That couldn't be, right? She was strict enough herself to prevent that from happening. Well, there was that one time. Her thoughts wandered back to the first day she met her. But since then, she has always been on time. She took one last glance at the time before looking at the breakfast with a gluttonous stare. Since she's not here, I can eat this, right? Oh boy, im stuffed. Lillian patted her stomach as she walked through the streets of the bazaar. However, after the satiating feeling disappeared, she couldn't help but worry. She did go to Marionette's room before leaving, discovering that no one was in there. She rubbed the back of her head with a frown. Mon, did I mess up? She thought for a moment before shaking her head. Nope. I told her to stop, and she didn't. I was justified. She told herself out loud, garnering strange looks. After a while, she arrived to class. It was still empty, except for a few people like the prince, who seemed to always be here. She remembered the reason along the lines of, if I get in early, I can sleep without worrying about being late since I'm already in class. Which, to be fair, was extremely logical. She walked to the back row and sat down in her seat. She then turned to the prince and asked, We're going to have to inform the entire class about the trip happening on Thursday. Ref raised his head. It's on Thursday? All right. Will you be the one doing it, or should I tell them? Lillian gave him a wry smile. You're the class representative. Well, so are you. Yeah, but I'm only the vice. Ref tilted his head side to side before straightening his back and responding, right. I actually have to do work. All right. Fine. He'll inform them. Lillian nodded and turned to the front of the class. She then waited for everyone to arrive. Soon the class was entirely filled. Well, it would be if 2 people were to show up. Lillian glanced to the side and discovered that Millis and Marionette had yet to show up. Even Graham managed to arrive on time, without any usual issues. She scratched her head. Where could they possibly be? There was no way both of them could be sleeping in, right? Suddenly, Mirage bursted through the door with his usual cold smile. Good morning, class. I hope you had a fun day yesterday, since you had no classes. Because you won't have any either until Thursday. This caused a few students in the classroom to frown and murmur suspiciously. The reason being, what could be the reason for this sudden change? But of course, if you were a class representative, you would know it was because of the upcoming trip. Just as Mirage was about to continue, the door slid open and slammed loudly. Behind it were 2 familiar individuals. One was tired and annoyed with a twitching face, and the other was indifferent about the former's irritation towards them. It was Millis and Marionette. Mirage stared at them strangely. Oh, you 2 are late. What reason do you guys have for this? Millis glanced at Marionette and said, We got lost. But you guys have been here for a month. Shouldn't you guys know by now? Oh, whatever. Just take your seats. You guys aren't really that late anyway. The 2 then went to their seats. But something wasn't right. Marionette had decided to take the seat beside the prince instead of beside Lillian. Not only Lillian, but also Ref and Millis stared at her in surprise. Millis glanced between the empty seat beside Lillian and the seat Marionette was in a few times before eventually sitting down. She then turned to Lillian and leaned in, whispering, Did you guys have a falling out or something? Lillian's face wrinkled. I hope not. But why were you guys late? Millis sighed and began to recount what happened. Basically, on my way to class, I found her just walking through the streets. I figured since she was around, so were you, so I went up to her. Surprisingly evident. and this caused me to be dragged into quite the adventure. She then grabbed Lillian's shoulder and stared at her with swirling eyes. Man, you had it rough. I lost her 5 times the entire way here. Eh? 5? 5. She quietly yelled, frustratingly. How the hell do you get lost that many times in the span of an hour? Her quiet outburst reached Mirage's ear. Please quiet it down in the back. Millis shrunk. And could we have the class representatives come up here? They have something they would like to share, I believe. Lillian and Ref sighed simultaneously and got up. While they were informing the class about the upcoming trip to the Forest of Disruption, a certain raven-haired woman sat at the back with her phone out. Millis, who had noticed this, leaned her head back and took a curious glance at Marionette's phone. It was in the camera app and on the recording feature. What was she recording? Millis pondered before noticing that it was specifically targeted at Lillian, who stood beside the prince, acting studious. While Millis wasn't going to judge her on her kinks, she was confused about why Marionette was recording Lillian, doing nothing. So, what's with the recording? She whispered, getting Marionette's attention. She then answered without taking her eyes off the phone. I'm saving it for later. For later? I'm sure Lillian or Ref will be glad to remind you what's going to happen on Thursday. I'm aware. Marionette went quiet, turning her face away from Millis and whispering, Want Lillian in my phone. Huh? What was that? I couldn't hear ya. Millis leaned in with her hand placed behind her ear. Marionette turned back around. I didn't say anything. Now pay attention to what they're saying. Millis rolled her eyes. Yeah. You don't got to tell me twice. But are you sure you're all right? Nothing strange happened yesterday, right? She then leaned the side of her face in her palm. You totally didn't do anything weird to Lillian, right? Marionette's body stiffened a bit at her words, causing Millis to widen her eyes before narrowing them. Oh ho ho, well, aren't you bold to be going after our adorable little rabbit like that? So what? Did she push you away or something? Millis' strangely accurate guesses got Marionette to stiffen once again, except this time, her stoic face shifted to one of slight worry. Who knows? Marionette quietly said. Millis rolled her eyes. Are you really worried that she's going to hate you for that? She tilted her head at her with a blank expression, her tone changing a bit. I'm sure you know she's totally head over heels for you, right? From what I see, she acts really different around you for some reason. That's true, I suppose. I'm uncertain about that first bit, though. Millis sighed. You're uncertain because you don't know what love really is, considering your background. She then went quiet to think about her words. If you're really worried, then talk with her. Communication is always best when it comes to these sorts of matters. Right now, I think she's starting to believe that whatever she did has caused you to distance yourself from her. Chapter 126. Sweet Gifts? Marionette unconsciously lowered her phone at Millis' words. Communication was indeed the best solution to what was going on. But I'd intended to talk with her this morning. Millis raised an eyebrow. And? Marionette raised her free hand and slowly lowered it onto her chest. I had an odd sensation in my chest that prevented me from going through with it. It felt unpleasant. Millis hunched over slightly with a deadpan expression. Was this woman serious? Dude, you never felt anxious before? Since I always knew what to do. I never truly get anxious. You knew you needed to talk with her, and yet you didn't? She then facepalmed. Anyway, you're going to need to do it soon, or the next time you see her. Next time I see her, Marionette tilted her head at her before glancing back to the front of the class and found Lillian and Ref had disappeared alongside everyone else. Millis' tone returned back to how it usually was. You didn't notice everyone left? No. Where did Lillian go? I think she went off with Ref to discuss BM. Millis jumped, staring at Marionette, who had quite the intimidating expression on her face. Her eyes were narrowed, and the lower half of her face was behind her hands. Do you think there's a possibility that Lillian will be taken from me? Marionette asked with a sharp glint passing through her eyes. Well, Millis slowly turned her gaze towards the ground and found a small dent in the wooden flooring just beneath Marionette's heel. She put on a shaky smile before having a fun idea. She then rested her elbow against the desk and rested her cheek in her hand, Isn't she being stolen away right now? You should definitely go after her. The room seemingly went darker despite the lights being on before returning back to normal seconds later. Marionette got up from her seat and briefly nodded before patting down the creases in her skirt. Is that so? Well, then I should be off. She then turned to her and said in a strained voice, Your advice today was very useful. And thanks for leading me here. After saying that, she left the room, leaving Millis to stare at her departure with a wry smile. She then sighed and stared out the window. Oh boy, I think my little plan of getting her jealous worked a bit too well. Lillian scratched her head as she walked beside Ref. She glanced at the tall, modern buildings around her and the countless cars passing by. The two of them had decided to venture outside the realm. She sighed, buying 30 tents, and they all have to be within 200 semis. This might get hard. Ref walked down the pavement with his hands in his pockets. He didn't seem troubled by the thought of the budget. Well, that could be because tents are that expensive, huh? He stared at her with a tilt of his head. Yeah, you don't know? I never had to buy a tent before, so I'm naive about these types of things. How about the shows you watch? Don't they tell you anything about them? You expect me to remember every little detail when I go through like 5 a day? Lillian gave a wry smile. All right, let's just find a store. Maybe they would have some cheap ones. Eventually, they found one, and although a bit unethical of them, the owner gave them an extremely high discount just for the prince's presence in the store. Well, I guess this is a sponsor in a way, although unintentional. She glanced at the prince to see him handing over the money. But we only got 15. Fortunately, they're all big enough to fit at least 2 people inside of them. At the thought of 2 people, the image of Marionette popped in her head. She gave a silly smile. I mean, we're no strangers to sleeping in the same bed. But did she even want to sleep with her? She rubbed the back of her head. Either way, I'm not in the wrong. But I really hope that didn't cause her to hate me or something. After Ref paid and stored the tents in whatever he used as a spatial storage, he walked over to Lillian to see her fishing out a lollipop from a plastic jar. Once Lillian was done grabbing what seemed to be a strawberry-flavored lollipop, Ref asked, If you have a coffee-flavored one, could I have it? Lillian smiled and looked into a jar before pulling it out here. But in exchange, could we make a short stop at a place that sells chocolate? You want some chocolate? Well, I want to get it for someone. While Lillian believed she was in the right, she felt like getting a gift for Marionette would do well in fixing whatever happened. Ref raised an eyebrow. He then slightly widened his eyes in realization. I see no problems with that. In fact, would you like me to pay for it? You don't have to. Lillian paused for a second before saying, Actually, sure. She helping the prince through bagging the assassin. Why not let him help her through small ways? After doing that, they went home. Marionette sighed. She was currently sitting on a bench around the bazaar. She had been looking everywhere for Lillian or Ref. Well, it's either that or she's been wandering around in circles. She tracked the traces left behind by the two before finding it coming to a stop. She sighed again before checking the time on her phone. It was almost lunchtime. Where could they have possibly gone? Was what Millis said to be true? Was Lillian actually being stolen away from her? Her lips stretched into a thin and shaky line. That couldn't be. They have a much better bond with one another, considering what they do with each other. Well, according to the book, they do. She fidgeted with the helm of her skirt with a frustrated expression. A month ago, the Roselle family had sent her a letter detailing their thoughts on whether or not to side with the royal family or the political parties against them. Ultimately, she was the last member to decide between the two sides. It was currently 50-50. She was thinking of siding with the head, who chose the royal family, but right now, she was believing to think that the royal family was quite the threat, specifically the second prince. She narrowed her eyes down at her lap before raising it. Her eyes then landed on a familiar store in the bazaar. Quand dis-tu? I should get her a gift. If Lillian disliked her for what she did yesterday, she should definitely get her a gift to ease her. After getting up from her seat, she strolled towards it and entered. The chimes of the bell hanging above the door softly rang out, announcing her entry. It had a charming interior with several candy-inspired decorations. The temperature was also a bit cool, possibly from the air conditioners. Soon enough, she was met with service. A young man in a pink and white striped uniform came up to her. "Welcome. Are you looking for something to soothe your sweet tooth?" "Not mine. Could you help me look for something that would work well as a gift?" "A gift?" "Absolutely. Everyone loves candy as a gift. Am I right? What are you thinking of getting for this special person?" "Special? Well, they're special." She held up her hand over her mouth and hid a small smile. "As for what I want to get them," she then froze. What exactly should she get Lillian? Now that she thought about it, she really didn't know much about her besides her background. All she knew was that Lillian loved money and splurging on expensive items. She then remembered, "Do you have anything rabbit-shaped or inspired?" "Rabbit." He tapped his chin before calling toward his colleague. "Hey, John, do we have anything rabbit-themed?" Marionette watched as he went off to his colleague and fell into deep thought. How had she been so complacent all this time? "Rusty. I'm getting rusty," she murmured and saw the worker return with a small white cardboard box with illustrations of small rabbits playing in a green meadow on the sides. He then opened the lid to it and revealed rabbit-shaped marshmallows with half of their body coated in chocolate and sprinkles. These are marshmallow rabbits, as fluffy as the cloud and as crisp as dried autumn leaves. Once biting into them, you'll be instantly met with milk chocolate filling. Marionette stared down at them silently, nodding in satisfaction. "How much?" "About 6 semis." "6? Very well." After leaving the store and storing it in her spatial earring, she made her way towards the female dormitory, albeit it took her a bit. Chapter 127. Lillian's not mad? Marionette stood before Lillian's door with an uncertain expression. Behind her back, she tightly clutched the box of marshmallows, but soft enough to not completely crush it. She then brought her free hand, which was her right, towards the door. Her knuckles hovered above the surface of it. She didn't know why, but, she felt like taking a deep breath would cool her nerves a bit. This was a first for her, after all, getting a gift for a special person. Would she accept it? Would she like it? She didn't know, but she hoped she would. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she saw it slowly open to reveal Lillian standing at it. The white-haired girl stared at her with wide eyes before saying with her head slightly tilted to the side, "Marionette, why are you here?" Marionette paused to think about her words. She then decided to ask back a question to give herself some time. "Where were you off to?" "Well, I was actually about to head to your room." "Pardon? HM? Is there something wrong with that?" No. I'm just a little confused on why." Lillian raised an eyebrow. "Did you have lunch today?" "Lunch?" Marionette asked with a slight tilt of her head, causing her to get a deadpan look from Lillian. Typical and predictable. "Anyway, since you're already here, why not come inside? You might as well since I'm cooking lunch." "You didn't have to. What are you on about?" Lillian grabbed her hand and pulled her in. Marionette quickly flashed the gift in her hand back into her spatial storage as she was pulled inside. After Lillian locked the door, she turned to Marionette to find her oddly fidgety. Well, fidgety in the sense that she looked quite worried about something. She then sighed. "Did me kicking you out of my room upset you, Marionette?" Marionette stiffened a bit, and with an abnormal stutter she replied with, "It didn't. I'm just worried. That's all." She then remembered what Millis had told her. She rubbed the side of her arm and said, "Did I upset you, though?" Lillian was slightly stunned by what Marionette had said. Upset? When had she ever upset her? Other than near the end of the trial, of course. Outside of that, she can't really remember any case where she could have. Eventually, her slow brain realized what Marionette was referring to. The raven-haired girl watched as Lillian turned her face away from her, hiding herself behind her bangs. This her chest feel heavy for a moment. Did she really upset her? However, the answer came not a moment later. Of course not. Lillian whispered with a slight blush as she used her hair to hide it. I was just a bit overly flustered, and really confused on top of that. She then put on a soft smile and turned towards Marionette to find her staring at her with wide eyes. It seemed as though a small weight was lifted off her shoulders. She then chuckled a bit. Puffed. You look quite relieved. A bit. I'm still processing, though. HM. Marionette watched as Lillian slowly approached her with a smile. Lillian then gently pushed her back against the wall. Her smile then widened in a playful manner. "Oh, processing? What would you be processing about?" she said, pressing herself against Marionette and sneakily wrapping her left arm around her waist. "I'd rather have your focus, and no." She then winked at her, causing Marionette to become even more speechless. "So, were you worried I would dislike you, or even hate you for what you did yesterday?" She giggled before moving her right hand towards Marionette's and intimately clutching it. She then brought it up, holding it in between their faces, and deliberately brought her knuckles to her lips. Lillian pecked the shocked assassin's hand while eyeing her reaction. "Quite the adorable blush you got there, Marionette." Marionette unconsciously raised a hand to her face, intending to hide the bottom half of it before being prevented by Lillian. The blue-eyed girl stared into the red-eyed woman's eyes in a teasing manner. "Hey, I just want to see how adorable you look," she said, holding Marionette's wrist and playfully squeezing it. She then brought her gaze to Marionette's face and saw it turn to the side, trying to be hidden but failing. Lillian sighed before pulling away. All right. If you ain't going to tell me right now, you can do so when we have lunch." After saying that, she walked into the kitchen, leaving Marionette leaning against the wall, who then let out a shaky sigh. She then brought the hand that Lillian kissed and stared at it silently, her eyes lingering on it for a moment before. Marionette slowly placed her lips against the area Lillian kissed with a dazed look. "Lillian Westenmelaher." What a relief. Lillian didn't seem even a bit troubled by what she did yesterday. Or relief again. But could she be lying just so she wouldn't make her feel bad? Marionette lingered on the thought for a moment before sighing. It was at this point she started to believe she was overthinking things. It was a habit of hers, and that led her to her next thought regarding the second prince. If she had to assume where Lillian was the entire time, it must have been with him. The prince was most definitely a threat. For while she knew Lillian was attracted to women, she wasn't sure it was only to them. And this made the thought of Ref being a threat increase in her eyes. He was most definitely above average in looks, strong and wealthy, and had a highly respectable family and lineage. Someone with these traits would most definitely have the highest chance of getting with anyone. Marionette approached the open entrance into the kitchen and clutched the corners of the doorframe. She then stared inside and at the apron-wearing girl cooking. She then narrowed her eyes, and by anyone, that meant Lillian, her Lillian. She then slowly approached Lillian from behind, and the white-haired girl, who was minding her business, suddenly jumped at the feeling of a pair of arms tightly wrapping themselves around her waist. She was then pulled back and felt a pair of soft mounds pressed against her back. "Igrejas?" Lillian asked in surprise as she balanced the frying pan. Marionette unintentionally ignored her, only tightening her hold and whispering two words with cold eyes. It was so quiet that even Lillian found it hard to make out. But she was able to make out one word, though. It was Mina. Chapter 128. Marionette got given? Phew. I'm hella full now. Lillian pushed her chair back away from the table and patted her stomach with a satisfied expression. While she wasn't looking, Marionette, who was seated to her left, sneakily snapped a picture of her before hiding her phone. She then patted her mouth with a napkin and thanked her. "Thank you for the delicious food, as always. And for the dinner yesterday." Lillian smiled. "No problem. You're the one paying for the groceries anyway. It's the least I can do." "I see." Marionette gave a small smile. Lillian then watched as Marionette shifted her chair slightly closer to hers. She raised an eyebrow, but let her be. She wasn't doing anything wrong, after all. "So, are you going to tell me you were actually worried I was going to hate you or no?" Marionette's hand flashed towards her before flamboyantly waving and summoning a charming-looking white box. Lillian tilted her head at it. "What's this?" "I want to get you a gift to say." She then paused before deciding on a different answer. "I just want to get you a gift." Lillian held the sides of the box before looking back up at Marionette and grinning teasingly. "You were definitely worried I would be angry with you." "I have no idea what you were talking about." Yeah. Whatever you say, adorable. I actually have something for you, too." She then pulled out a dark brown rectangular box with a golden ribbon wrapped around it. It had a checkered pattern across its surface, a cross between brown and a darker variant of it with a 2D rectangular square with a branding name inside, reading Lovate. She then laughed. To think we both got gifts for each other. She shook her head incredulously. After they exchanged gifts, they opened them. Lillian stared down at the rabbit-shaped marshmallows with a soft smile. She really got her something rabbit-themed. She wasn't entirely against it. The original Lillian's likes and dislikes were fused with hers. She then looked towards Marionette's. The thing found inside her gift was 3 separate rows of 5 beautiful black chocolates in the shape of small hearts. This choice of shape left Marionette a little stunned as she looked towards Lillian and found her face just an inch away from hers. I thought I'd buy something a little extra. On top of knowing you love dark chocolate, I thought this would make a lovely small gift. You know I like dark chocolate. Lillian thought for a moment, figuring out how to make an excuse for this knowledge. She eventually made up some half-ass excuse. Knowing is a stretch. It's more like I just guessed and assumed you would go with it. Marionette stared at her, narrowing her eyes. You're lying. Obviously, she saw through her lies. Lillian gave a wry smile. Does it matter, though? It does. Marionette quickly answered. She then backed off, however, just because it's you. Let it be. Lillian sighed in subtle relief before reaching for one of the chocolates found inside and pulling it out. She then leaned back and raised the chocolate in between her index and thumb towards Marionette's mouth and said, Say ah. Marionette silently stared at the chocolate hovering before her lips. Eventually, she gave in, opening her mouth and even saying ah. Lillian gently placed it in her mouth, snickering and giggling like an idiot. You actually did it. Well, aren't you the cutest? Marionette seemed to pout slightly and brushed Lillian's hand away from her mouth. She then chewed on the chocolate and found a luxurious, silky smooth texture brushing over her tongue. While you could taste the bitterness, it was ultimately faint and mainly sweet. Lillian watched as Marionette enjoyed the chocolate and asked, Well, how is it? It's good. She then fell into thought. Could I ask how much you bought this for? This is one of the more well-known brands for its quality, so it's likely it wasn't cheap. I remember that while you love money, you seem to be reluctant to use it, especially recently. Lillian tilted her head. Recently? She soon realized that Marionette must have researched her background or something. And by recently, she must mean when she crossed over into this world. Oh, well, it was around 50 semis. You're willing to pay that much for chocolate? Lillian chuckled, leaning her elbow against the table and leaning her chin into her hand. She turned her face slightly to the side, at her, and said, Well, it'll be worth it if I can see a smile on your beautiful face. I see. Marionette turned her face away. Just as she was about to respond, Lillian chimed in her words, causing her to freeze. Well, Ref bought it for me, so I didn't spend a single dime. She snickered, smugly not knowing the sinister look hidden in Marionette's blood-red eyes. Excuse me? HM, the second prince bought this for you? She asked, in a low tone, the upper half of her face hidden by the shadows caused by her bangs. Lillian raised an eye at this sudden shift in personality. Yeah. Should I not have accepted his offer? This seemed to cause Marionette to stiffen a bit. So he offered it to you, did he? Lillian wasn't sure why, but she felt like the air suddenly dropped in temperature. She felt an uncomfortable shiver run up her spine as Marionette's hidden gaze focused entirely on her, intently. Just as she was about to open her mouth to respond, something plugged it. It was sweet and soft. She glanced down and saw one of the rabbit marshmallows in her mouth. She glanced up and saw Marionette casually holding out another to her. She seemed to have returned back to normal. Finally, Lillian pulled the marshmallow in her mouth, using her lips, and chewed. She bit into the delicious crispy layer of coated chocolate, running her tongue over each individual sprinkle. Her teeth then sunk into the rabbit's white flesh, meeting its milk chocolate filling that dyed her mouth. As Lillian enjoyed the marshmallow that was continuously hand-fed to her, Marionette was making another mental note about the prince, who was currently minding his own business in his room, watching shows on repeat. Chapter 129. When's your birthday? You would know my birthday? Lillian tilted her head, leaning her back against the couch. Marionette, who was sat extremely close to her, nodded firmly. I found that outside of your family's background. I didn't know you very well, and... so you want to get to know me better? I guess that's what we intended to do with the whole rule thing. She then smirked and raised her left hand towards Marionette's left cheek. Real adorable, though. Marionette. She rubbed her cheek. Marionette stared at her with a frozen expression before clutching the hand placed on her cheek and leaning into it. Lillian was surprised by this. Only for a moment, though. She just expected Marionette to turn her face away like usual. Except, I'm only like this for you. Lillian was left stunned at Marionette's words, speechless, even. This was definitely not what she was expecting, especially not a sudden confession like that. She unconsciously pulled back her hand only for it to be pulled back and placed on top of the assassin's head. She then heard as Marionette whispered, I've been training you whenever I get the chance, but you've been neglecting to give me these. She leaned in towards Lillian and then said, after a moment's pause, you haven't been forgetting about our deal, right? Lillian smiled nervously at Marionette's low tone and slowly began rubbing the top of her head. Wah, of course not. I was just looking for a good time to give it. Is that so? And yet you keep giving them to Millis? The assassin asked with a raised eyebrow, staring skeptically at the rabbit. In an effort to change the subject, she said, June 6th. That's my birthday. How about you, Marionette? My birthday? It's in April on the 3rd. You're older than me? It would seem so. Lillian scratched the back of her head, a little surprised. But she was then distracted by Marionette's words. That also means I have some seniority over you, don't I? She asked with a slight tilt of her head and a small smile. Lillian raised an eyebrow at her. Seniority? You're making it sound like you get to tell me what to do just because you're older. She laughed, slapping her left thigh. The small smile on Marionette's lips seemed to become more forced as she listened to Lillian's words. Indeed. But of course, it's just a joke, she stated with narrowed eyes. The two then went on back and forth, asking each other different questions to get to know each other better. They were so engrossed in their queries that they undoubtedly lost track of time. Marionette watched as Lillian chattered on and on about her favorite hobbies. With a dazed expression, she was still making mental notings of what she said, though. However, she did get distracted from time to time due to the hand, rubbing the top of her head with absolute gentleness. She felt a warm feeling course through her chest. She then watched as Lillian pulled out her phone to check the time. 9 p.m. already? She looked up from her phone at the beautiful assassin sitting beside her. I think we should end the day's questioning for now. We can do some more tomorrow. She smiled, retracting back her hand only for it to be pulled back again. Her smile then turned wry as she stared at the black-haired woman. Was she ever going to be freed from this? She then asked with a hint of curiosity. So, can I get back my hand? Marionette stared up at her. Lillian swore she could see the tail of a black cat swaying behind the woman. No. Okay. Aren't you going to go back to your room, then? Even if we don't have classes, we still gotta attend tutor in the morning. Do you want me to leave? Because I feel like sleeping here today. In my dorm room? But why? Because I want to sleep with you. Now can I, or are you going to kick me out again? Lillian's left eye twitched. You were upset. I kicked you out yesterday, weren't you? Who knows? Marionette rolled her eyes before getting up from the couch and holding her hand out to Lillian, who stared at her with a confused expression. She then said, grab my hand. But why? Grab my hand, Marionette repeated. Lillian sighed and did as she said. She placed her hand against hers, feeling her fingers wrap around hers. Then suddenly, her body flew forward and into the air. Marionette, who had pulled her off the couch, caught her in a princess carry before stating, we're taking this to the bedroom, though. Lillian blushed at her words. Did this woman not know what her words could seemingly imply? You want to sleep in the same bed as me? Marionette, who had already made it to the entrance of the bedroom, gave a brief nod before turning down the handle and pushing inside. What she was met with was a pure white haven of plushies, varying in sizes. However, what they all had in common, though, was that they were all rabbits, and they were strewn everywhere along the floor. It seemed like she didn't even bother picking them back up after waking. Lillian scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Sorry for the mess. Marionette shook her head, carefully stepping over them. Not a problem. Before dropping Lillian and the bed. She then asked, is it possible I could use your bathroom? Huh? Lillian only realized Marionette was still in her uniform, while she was in her pajamas. Oh, sure. Marionette nodded and walked back to the door. She then craned her head back and smiled at her. Do wait for me. Before leaving, Lillian gave a shaky smile at her departure before burying her face in her palms, hiding her blush from no one. Later, Marionette returned to Lillian and sat in the center of the bed, scrolling through her phone. In the corner of her eyes, Lillian noticed a lock of black hair in front of her. Looking up, she realized Marionette was crawling onto the bed and at her. She crawled back instinctively, watching as Marionette slowly approached her with a frown. Why are you backing away? She asked. Lillian stared at her with an uncertain look. Is it just me, or are you more forward with your actions compared to before? I am. I think it's just your imagination, Lillian. There isn't any reason why my behavior would change, after all, she quickly stated, leaving Lillian no room to interject before pulling her down and covering them with a blanket. Soon enough, with the help of a slippery solid darkness, the light switch was flicked off. Lily didn't know why, but she was feeling quite nervous. She looked beneath the blanket and at the arms wrapped around her chest, which seemed to increase in tightness. And her eyes drifted downwards to see Marionette's face buried in the crevice of her neck, with a twitching nose. After finding out Lillian wasn't too bothered by this, Marionette only went further into her neck. She was stuck again. She still believed Marionette was acting weird. As for why, she still hasn't figured out. She gave a short sigh before staring up at the ceiling. She soon closed her eyes and slept through the night, reaching the next day. Chapter 130. Bus ride? Time skipped to Thursday. Mirage stood at the front of a crowded his class with a clipboard. Once he finished calling everybody's name, he raised his hand and pointed back with his thumb. Behind him was a long, dark blue bus with gold flares on the side. All right, everyone. Time to get on the bus. Someone in the class then raised their hand. Why a bus? Can't you teleport us there? Mirage just shrugged. We could. But this is a trip, so we figured you might want to enjoy the scenery on the way. And how long is the drive? 4 to 5 hours, give or take. Wouldn't this dig into our weekends? We'll give you guys some time off. Lillian stood at the back, watching as Mirage answered these questions. She then glanced to the side to see a tall beauty, brushing shoulders with her. It was, of course, Marionette, with her long black hair cascading down the back of a black jean jacket, which was worn over a black turtleneck. She also wore a pair of black jeans to match her jacket and sneakers. Are you not hot in that? You're in all black. Marionette turned her gaze down and responded with, am not. And I'm sure it'll be quite cold in the forest of disruption. Lillian nodded her head and turned away. That's fair. She then noticed Marionette's lingering gaze on her, which seemed to go up and down a few times. She looked back. What's up? You're looking pretty today. Yeah. Lillian perked up a bit, blushing. She glanced down at her attire, which was just made up of a white hoodie with a t-shirt underneath and cargo pants. Doll. I think I look pretty basic in these. Marionette stared at her silently. You look good in anything, but I wasn't necessarily talking about just your clothes. She then turned away from her. Lillian did the same, covering the bottom half of her face with her hand with a twitching face. Her cheeks burned with a blush. The uncontrollable smile on her lips grew to the point it became sore. Why does she have to do this? She then noticed a certain purple-haired girl making their way over to them with a wave. It was Millis. Hey, you guys ready for this trip? Lillian shrugged, as ready as he'll ever be, I guess. She then glanced at Millis' attire from top to bottom. She wore a white turtleneck sweater, a thick coat, and dark blue jeans. Millis also noticed these glances and snickered mischievously. Oh my Lil, how could you check me out like that when your girlfriend is right next to you? Ushu, check you out? Girlfriend? Lillian then felt a piercing gaze from behind that seemed to burrow into the back of her skull. She turned around and saw no one but Marionette, who was just facing forward. She scratched the back of her head. Did I imagine that? She then turned her attention towards the rest of the class funneled into the bus. Not only that, but her gaze brought her to Ref, steadily making his way to them after discussing something with Mirage. What did you have to speak to Mirage about? I was just asking if we were going to make stops along the way. And what did he say? He said we'll take a few to grab some food, but other than that, we'll be going straight to our destination. He yawned. I also wanted to ask you something. HM, what's up? She tilted her head. Is it possible we could sit together? I still wish to discuss some matters. He said, straightening his back a little but still having that tired expression on his face. Sit together? Lillian repeated, surprised. She rubbed the side of her head. I guess we I'm sorry, second prince. Lillian felt a hand place itself on her shoulder. She craned her head back and found it belonged to Marionette, who was staring quite intently at Ref. But I prefer if Lillian sat with me during the entire journey there and back, said Marionette in a strangely ominous tone. Ref stared at her silently, noticing the look he was giving her. That's quite the look you're giving. I have no idea what you mean, Prince. Are you willing to accept my request? The two locked eyes with one another in silence. Eventually, the silence broke. Ref nodded and said in a firm tone, I grant you your request. He then turned to Millis. How about you then? I found a good show recently. For real? She went up to him and began walking alongside him to the bus. Is it an old or a new one? I think it's new, considering I haven't seen it before. Sick. By the way, Millis leaned into his ear and whispered, what's with the tone you used to agree to her request? HM, it's so it doesn't look like I was being intimidated. Was she trying to? Ref placed his foot on the steps of the bus and took a brief glance back at Marionette, who was following them from behind alongside Lillian. He then withdrew his gaze once getting noticed and muttered, maybe. After getting on the bus, Lillian quickly dashes to get a window seat. However, she then noticed a dark puddle going between her legs and reaching the seat. Oh, come on, Lillian yelled as she watched the puddle reform into Marionette, who sat there with arms crossed. The red-eyed woman then eyed her with a smile before patting the seat next to her. Come here. Lillian pouted, but I want the window seat. The person who is least likely to fall asleep should enjoy the scenery. Am I not enough scenery for you? Lillian smirked, causing Marionette to briefly become speechless. The assassin then uncharacteristically coughed into her fist before looking out the window. Lillian rolled her eyes and sat beside her. Oh well, this seat is good anyway, considering him still sat next to you. She flirted playfully. Marionette didn't show any reaction to her words and continued to stare out the window. Lillian sighed and leaned her head back into the chair. She then felt the bus start up and began moving. Since they were still in the Academy realm, they would have to pass through a portal, which they did. After a humongous portal appeared in front of the moving bus, they found themselves on an empty road in the city, most likely cleared for their arrival. While the bus driver and their teacher were fine, that couldn't be said for everyone on the bus, due to the nauseating effects of the portal, which was a lot stronger compared to the ones made by their bracelets. Lillian fared against it a bit better this time, while Marionette didn't even seem a bit bothered by it in the slightest. Millis was hunched over and clutching the prince's left shoulder as support. Ref stared at her concerningly and said, Please don't vomit on me. Millis raised her head and stared at him, covering her mouth with her left hand. I'm definitely going to barf on you if it happens. Ref then gently pushed her face back with a repulsed look. You better not, man. The bus then went on to drive for a while, passing through roads with beautiful mountaintops as its background along with the stunning scenes of the sea. It was during this that Lillian had indeed fallen asleep. Well, was about to. Her head bobbed up and down, quickly shooting back up if her body leaned too far to one side or down. Marionette quickly noticed this. She subtly pushed her left arm around the back of Lillian's head and placed her palm against the side of it. Lillian felt a hand push against the side of her head before having it be placed on Marionette's shoulder. She slowly looked up, watching as Marionette's face deliberately bent down to her. She then whispered, Sleep for now. They'll wake you up when we get there. Lillian smiled a bit. All right. Fine. She adjusted her position and rested the side of her head on Marionette's shoulder before falling asleep. Marionette stared tenderly at Lillian's sleeping face before noticing glances made towards them. She looked up and at the row parallel to them. Two girls glanced at Lillian as she slept on Marionette's shoulder. However, their gazes immediately turned away once noticing the annoyed glare they were getting from the black-haired woman next to her. After seeing their eyes had fully turned away, Marionette leaned the side of her face on top of Lillian's head, staring down at the beautiful sleeping face and whispering in an almost possessive tone, "My eyes only." Chapter 131 131. They have arrived? Amidst Lillian's sleep, she felt something crawl on her face, caressing the sides of it before trailing the edges of her jawline. She slowly opened her eyes and was immediately reminded that she was sleeping on Marionette. Not only that, but she had also noticed that the bus wasn't moving and neither was the outside. She glanced at Marionette's hand, which was frozen, clutching her face before looking up at her. She was met with a gentle gaze and her elegant, deep voice. "Good morning, Sleeping Beauty," Marionette said, with a soft smile. This surprised Lillian a bit as she shot off her shoulder. "Ushel, where did that come from? And where are we now?" Lillian asked, clutching the cheek Marionette was caressing. She then glanced around and found everyone on the bus was gone. Marionette raised an eyebrow. "I don't understand what you mean. And we have reached our destination. I thought I'd wake you up now." She then smiled, but after a little rub or two, Lillian watched as the hand that had rubbed her cheek slowly lifted itself onto her thigh. She was left stunned, especially so after it stroked her leg up and down. She unconsciously jumped out of her seat before having her leg caught by the chair, causing her to trip, and fall onto her rear. She groaned, rubbing her as in the center of her back due to it hitting the side of the chair behind her. She then glanced down at her chest, specifically underneath her hoodie and shirt, and at a particular piece of jewelry around her neck. "I swear if this was your doing, I'm going to rub you in some dirt." At this point, with all the past evidence with her, tripping seemed to be its favorite use to help her. She then pulled her attention towards Marionette and pointed, with a flustered look in her eyes, which could also be known due to the subtle shake in her finger. What the hell are you doing?" She stuttered loudly. What was this woman doing touching her like that? And why were these happening only this week? Marionette feigned ignorance as she tilted her head to the side. "Do what? Could you clarify?" She scooted out of her spot and stood, pushing out a hand for Lillian to grab. Lillian stared suspiciously at her hand. She decided against her help and pushed her up herself. She wasn't sure what would happen if she grabbed her hand. Even though she was being strangely paranoid for some reason over something so minor, she'd rather be able to move and not be stuck in a tightening hug while everyone was outside preparing. "You know what I mean?" She sighed, brushing off whatever dirt got on her before turning around for the exit. "All right, let's just head out. I gotta meet up with Ref to talk about something." "The prince again? HM?" Lillian turned back with a raised eyebrow. "Did you say something, Marionette?" Marionette, who was loosely holding her hand over the lower half of her face, looked back at her before shaking her head. "I didn't say anything. Let's just go out and meet up with everyone." Ref, who was looking over some notes he and Lillian made, spotted as they left the bus. He couldn't help but notice a light blush on the white-haired girl's face and the intense gaze coming from the black-haired one behind her. He grimaced a bit. He couldn't help but feel like his life was currently in jeopardy here, and he didn't know the reason why. Lillian soon made her way over to him and smiled. "Were you looking over something?" Ref nodded, just reminding myself of what we may face in the first layer. "Oh, I see. So, where's Millis?" He stared at her silently, with an almost deadpan expression before slowly turning his head to the side. Hey, may I have the honor of talking to you beautiful ladies?" Millis smiled charismatically as she entered into a conversation with a group of women. Lillian's left eye twitched at what Millis was doing, especially after what she heard next, which left her speechless. "I'm also best friends with this super hot baddie you might know called Lillian. The one that got first place in the exam." Millis rubbed the back of her head, feeling something cold and wet dripping to the back of it. She looked at her hand and found it to be water. She slowly turned back and saw Lillian's face staring at her. Lillian smiled and gave her a wave before looking back at Ref to see him sighing. And this is exactly why I didn't make her vice. He glanced at Lillian. At least you do something besides. He slowly turned his gaze towards Marionette, to find her raising an eyebrow at him. Anyway, he drew his gaze back. He then stared at Lillian. Could we discuss some matters in private? Before Lillian could respond, Marionette did first. May I ask why it has to be alone? She tilted her head. If it's about the forest, I think I can give some worthy input about the matter. Ref sighed, turning his face slightly down and rubbing the gaps between his brows. Never mind. Could you help me get everyone into a group before having them pair up? I think it's best we split them into genders. Sue. No dude and woman in the same tent. Exactly. There are exactly 15 men and 15 women in our class, fortunately enough. What about those extra people then? We have around 15 tents. 2 groups of 7, we can do. It's either they're close enough to the point they can be trusted to share a tent, or they join another, so there would be 2 tents with 3 people in them, which I think is doable. Lillian nodded, all right. The 2 then went off to call everyone over and had them partnered up. Marionette watched this from the sidelines before snorting a bit and glancing over towards the teacher to find them standing under a large tent and at several other buses with other students from their academy exiting. Chapter 132. First layer of the Forest of Disruption. When are you a bit too close? Marionette, after everyone had prepared themselves and got themselves a partner, they ventured into the first layer of the Forest of Disruption. I don't think I am. Currently, both Marionette and Lillian are walking side by side at the very back of the group. But Lillian noticed that Marionette was oddly close to her enough to where instead of their shoulders brushing like it used to, it was more like Marionette leaned against her sometimes, briefly. Marionette then tilted her head. Is there something wrong? She then leaned her face in deliberately. Do you not want me to be this close to you? Lillian reflectively leaned back away from her before shaking her head. And no, that's not what I meant at all. Good, Marionette said, cutting her off. She then leaned back and folded her arms. Lillian was at a loss for words. This villainess was definitely more straightforward than before. She knew she was. Could she be imagining it, though? She sighed, rubbing the side of her head and checking out what the forest had to offer. The trees weren't necessarily like the ridiculously tall ones found in the entrance exam, although they were still tall, around 5 to 6 or so meters tall. But unlike the thick canopies of that forest, these ones felt odd. While there were indeed gaps in between its healthy, green leaves and branches, she felt as though she couldn't see past that. She couldn't even see a bird's nest in it if she tried. But besides that, it looked like any other regular old forest. However, she obviously knew underestimating something so simple-looking could swoosh, be deadly. Her eyes flashed to the side of the group, watching as an incoming bird, the size of an adult wolf, passed through the hurdles of the trees to the left. It had narrowed, sharp eyes with dark green pupils. Its beak was a golden yellow and was curved slightly, resembling the beak of an eagle. It had a brown feathery body with sharp tips at the end of each feather, and its feet were a dull gray, matching the color of its talons. After reaching over them, it swirled in the air, folding in its wings and diving at them with its spread-out talons out first. It let out an ear-screeching caw, which was soon silenced as it was boom, 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 bombarded with projectiles of various sizes, shapes, and colors. Its body ragdolled through the air as the group's projectiles kept it uplifted. Bam! Its body was then slammed against the tree. Fortunately for it, the group had already stopped their barrage. Lillian stared at the horrid state the bird was in as it slid down the surface of the tree with a riddled, bloodied body of holes, a missing wing that must have been torn off and left somewhere, and a shattered beak with half of its face missing. But that wasn't all, for her eyes trailed the bits of shattered bones and torn flesh sliding down the pane of blood smeared on the tree. At the angle that she was able to see it in, she swore she saw parts of scrambled brain matter still left in its open skull. Ah, nasty, bro, said Lillian in a repulsed tone. She then looked towards the group, and saw them continuing on without any thought about what had happened. Well, thoughts other than high-fiving each other and giving each other compliments. Lillian then muttered aloud, "Dude, they're brutal." Marionette stared at the bird's corpse. "Remind me, what rank was this monster?" "HM? Feral. So E rank. But I believe these monsters were gnarl. So, 2 mana shells." Marionette nodded briefly. "Then it's the minimum that they should be expected to be able to kill." She then turned to Lillian and said, "You also didn't have to explain the terms of ranking. I'm aware of what each means." Lillian shrugged with a smirk. "Well, don't want me to over-explain things and baby you? I thought you said my voice was pretty." She then dramatically twirled, placing the back of her hand against her forehead. "Oh, to think this gorgeous woman beside me actually got tired of my voice." Marionette raised an eyebrow as she tilted her head to the side, watching Lillian's dramatic spectacle. She then moved in and turned her around, so she was facing her. With one arm wrapped around her waist, she leaned her back. Lillian was left stunned again as her back was leaned back at an angle, in which she would most definitely fall if let go. She then watched as Marionette's face deliberately leaned in and then muttered, "Quite the opposite. I wouldn't mind being babied by you, nor am I tired of your lovely voice." She stared at Lillian's wide eyes before leaning beside her ear and whispering, "So speak to me lots. All right?" Lillian was absolutely speechless at her words, shivering a bit at the wet, hot air blown into her ear canal. She quickly wiggled herself free and flusteredly yelled while cupping her ear, "Aren't you a bit embarrassed in the slightest by what you said at all?" Marionette straightened her back, staring down at her jacket and adjusting it. "Embarrassed? Of course not. I don't have anything to be embarrassed about." She then raised her eyes and stared at Lillian with a slight smile. "Well, not around you at least," she teased. Shush." Lillian turned her back before continuing, "We'll see later if what you say is true. But right now, let's catch up before we lose them," she said, referring to the group who had already moved on without them. This wasn't out of carelessness or whatever, just pure confidence that the two were strong enough to survive and get back to them if we're left too far behind. Well, pure confidence in Marionette. Most of them still saw Lillian as powerful, even though they mainly saw her get mortally wounded in the entrance exam. But times after that, they saw her skills during classes, so there are definite reasons to at least have some faith in her. "Ah yes, I guess that's true. Do lead the way, my guide." You don't say it like that. Chapter 133. First layer of the Forest of Disruption? Do you still have that talisman? Marionette asked during their walk. Talisman? Oh, you mean this thing? Inside the open pocket of her hoodie, she pulled out a crumble ball of a long strip of pale yellowish paper. After opening it and returning it back to what it should look like, it revealed a line of runic language coming from top to bottom. Please keep that on you at all times. I'm sure you still remember what it does from our teacher, correct? Yeah, I do. No need to baby me, beautiful. She waved her hand before shoving the slip into her hoodie. The talisman she currently has crumbled into a ball was called a return slip. It was basically just a one-time item that allowed them to be found by the mages with spatial abilities and teleport them out of the forest if they were in danger. Mages are the teachers at the academy that Mirage specifically brought along for this very reason. Marionette nodded and faced forward, but only after turning a bit to the side, smiling a bit at Lillian's words before going stoic again. They walked on for a bit. It was at this point that Lillian realized that the group had actually traveled pretty far from them in that short span of time. It's either that or we got lost. Marionette slowly turned to Lillian with a deadpan expression. Lillian chuckled nervously and held up her hands. I was joking. Don't worry. She then paused before continuing, and I'm sure you could track them either way, even if we were lost, right, Marionette? After she said that, her ears twitched at a faint sound passing through the air. It was a whistling sound, most definitely something coming at a very fast pace. The both of them stopped. Marionette folded her arms and nodded briefly before saying, I suppose. Lillian then watched as Marionette slowly raised her hand, pushing out to the side and without looking, whoosh dash, caught a meter-long silver needle targeting her head. She threw a curious glance at the pointy projectile. Lillian tilted her head at it, not even a bit concerned that Marionette had almost been skewered. Well, it wasn't like she believed Marionette could die so easily to something like this. However, that isn't to say her feat wasn't the least bit impressive. The needle was undoubtedly crossing through the air at the speed of a few miles per hour. Even she didn't think she would be able to do that, especially so without looking. Marionette lowered the needle and opened her hand, showing cuts in her beautiful white palm. She scrutinized the dimension of the needles, figuring it was covered in tiny, razor-sharp spikes. She then looked towards Lillian with a blank expression and said, "You might not want to touch this." "Yeah, definitely not." Marionette then looked to the side, clutching the sharp needle. She narrowed her eyes and locked onto something far in the distance. With a fluent twist of her upper body, she brought back her arm and threw the needle with extreme force, sending it back. She then continued to stay in this pose before straightening her back, humming in a satisfied tone before looking towards Lillian. "All right, let's keep going." "Yeah, you didn't even let me have a chance to fight it." Marionette raised an eyebrow before rolling it. "It was too weak anyway. They'll let you fight something of a much stronger rank." She raised her cut palm, facing it towards Lillian and saying with a subtle smile, "Do you want clean it? Clean it?" Lillian tilted her head before realizing what she meant. "Oh yeah, give it here." She clutched Marionette's hand and twirled her fingers at it, summoning a ball of water that dragged itself over her wounds. Marionette briefly expressed faint disappointment. "Not exactly what I meant." Lillian raised her head at her in a confused manner. "HM? What did you mean then?" Marionette felt a bit hesitant to reply and instead responded with, "Never mind." "Hey, come on. Now you made me curious." Lillian watched as Marionette continued to stubbornly remain unresponsive. She pouted a bit. What did this woman mean when she said clean it? What? Did she want her to lick it clean or something? Lillian let out an exasperated sigh. After seeing that Marionette's hand was moderately cleaned, she tossed the ball of water away. The two then continued on where they found corpses of monsters strewn along the way, most likely from their group. It was also at this point that they stumbled upon another monster. Lillian looked up at a furry bear that was standing on its two hind legs, causing it to stand at double Lillian's height. It had an angular head with a sharp snout and a large brown furry body. She then glanced down at its paws, specifically its claws. They were long, about a few inches long, and were covered in scales made of bones, like some sort of exoskeleton. Lillian turned her head back towards Marionette to find her busy dealing with a monster of her own. A large python, at least 20 meters long and a few meters wide, dived constantly at Marionette, who dodged with elegance in her steps. In her hand, she wielded a long whip with a wooden texture to it. It was like it belonged to the root of some sentient tree, due to how lively it whipped through the air for snap. Lillian tilted her head at the weapon. She couldn't help but find that it seemed somewhat familiar. She eventually turned back to her opponent and saw it still facing down at her. Lillian turned back at the bear and sighed. "So I'm fighting you, huh? Not a bad opponent, I guess." Just as she was about to pull out her odachi, the black maw, Marionette called out to her, "You aren't allowed to use the odachi. Abilities only." Lillian glanced back at her with a deadpan expression before noticing an ominous shadow looming over her in the shape of a four-pointed paw. She turned back around and saw the bear swung down on her. Chapter 134. First layer of the Forest of Disruption. 3 swish. The bear's claws, which acted like long knives, tore diagonally through Lillian's face. The left side of her face was slanted. Her right eye widened. Splat, splat, splat. The bear stared down at her before glancing at its claws, feeling something that didn't resemble blood running through its fur. It was Mon. The bear raised its slanted eyes at Lillian to find the left side of her head wobbling a bit. The inside of her head didn't reveal the inside of her skull, flesh, or blood of any kind. Instead, all that was revealed was a translucent and fluid substance. It was water. Bears aren't all that scary now, she said, the side of her face reforming and returning to its previous appearance. And instead, I think that damn cockroach is more scary looking than some bear in the woods." Her eyes shone with a mocking light as she leapt up, cocking back her arm and shooting out her fist like a gun and slamming it into the side of its face. Bam! The bear stumbled slightly to the side, a bit unfazed by the attack, but still pretty pissed off by it. It then stared down at Lillian to find her clutching her hand and waving it around. "God damn. I ain't ever punching things again," she hissed. In the corner of her eye, she noticed the bear going in for another swing before groaning. From behind the bear, a droplet of water formed, growing into a football-sized sphere and, splat, shaped itself into a sharp javelin that pierced through its raised arm. Blood left from its wound, soaking into the liquid javelin as it remained stuck in its arm. Lillian began to taunt it. "Even though I was able to reach rank C in affinity, I can only be able to turn some parts of my body into water at a time. But since you're not imbuing your attack with mana, this'll be easy." She shrugged before having the upper half of her face torn through. The bear watched as Lillian's brainless body swayed a bit, almost like she was going to fall with a grin before losing it. Lillian held up a peace sign as her head reformed again. She smiled in a playful manner. "You're definitely less scary than the cockroach." After saying that, she summoned a long sword, similar to an odachi in her hand, before slashing at it. Swoosh! Its form wobbled and curved back more like an arc as it slashed the surface of the bear's chest. A diagonal red line appeared on its chest as it leaned back. It growled at her as it rolled onto its back, pushing itself onto all fours. It then turned to the javelin still stuck in its arm before biting down and crushing it. After giving its arm a little shake, it turned back to Lillian and pushed itself off the ground. Lillian stared at its quick approach before grinning and dashing at it as well. The air brushed against her face with each quickened step she made. She gripped the hilt with both hands and swung it, swish, only for the blade to be shattered at the devastating swing of the bear, whose claws ripped through it like paper. Splat! Droplets of its liquid form splashed against Lillian's face, who amateurishly flinched at it. The bear, amidst its body to the side, slammed its shoulder against Lillian, causing her to be knocked back. Fortunately, Lillian had raised her arms in time to block, but this left them shaking and numb. The bear, who had fallen onto its side due to its bash, steadily got up before taking another step forward with its front paws. But that was then it felt a sort of draining feeling in its muscles. It was a subtle feeling, though, but for some reason, it felt like it had become more hungry than it was already before. There really isn't any difference. Huh. It stared up and saw that Lillian had already gotten up off the floor and was checking out some kind of long, deep red line attached to the side of her arm. It then followed the line back to it and found that the deep red color it had was actually coming from it. Lillian shook her left arm, feeling it had returned back to normal before disconnecting the red line from it and reconnecting to her other arm. She stared intently inside its inner workings. Something akin to muscles squeezed and pumped the red substance through the channel, squeezing it out of the bear and injecting it into her arm, giving it some relief. They were like valves in a vein, or something similar to it. Lillian spent quite a bit of time on her element's current form and felt it worked quite well. Currently, she was parasiticing the bear's HP. She wasn't exactly sure what it meant, really. All she wanted to do was have it steal some kind of life force from whatever it's attached to. From what she had seen, the area in which the line was attached would have the greatest effect. So for her shaking arms, having it attached to the parasitic line would cause it to become relieved. And yes, she has named it parasitic line. It was either that or parasitic string. Not bad for my first design. She grinned, scratching the back of her head as she caused the line to disappear. Although it was helpful, it was more mana draining compared to draining mana instead of health. She then randomly yawned. "Mon, I just woke up and am still half asleep." She looked towards the bear before flicking her hand at it. "I don't really need you anymore now that I've finished my experiment." Before the eyes of the bear, droplets of water manifested before spinning at high speeds and drilling into its eyes all the way through its skull and exiting from the back, soaked in blood. The corpse of the bear had yet to realize its missing consciousness before wobbling and collapsing onto its legs. Lillian placed her arms around the back of her head before buying a mana potion from the system shop and drinking it. With the transforming her body into water, the parasitic line, it was quite draining enough to where she bought 3 just to get back up to full. She then turned to Marionette, who was constricting the neck of the snake with her whip that seemed to tighten on its own. Across its body were malicious purple cracks forming across its body like a virus. These were its veins infected with a poison-coated whip that had left lasting lacerations on its body. The wooden whip and the snake wrangled with each other. This was soon ended once Marionette nonchalantly gave the whip a tug, causing it to fully tighten around the snake's neck and decapitate it. The snake-wiggling body soon stopped, twitching for a few moments as torrents of blood left through its open wound. Marionette calmly looked towards Lillian and asked with a tilt of her head, "I'm done over here. How about you?" Chapter 135. First layer of the Forest of Disruption? Yep. So what's with the whip? That thing new? Lillian asked, glancing down at the root-like whip in Marionette's hand. The assassin stared down at the whip as well before saying, "A shard. An item I received after killing the parasitic Evergrower." You got an item from a tree? Sick. Lillian leaned down, staring at the whip with keen interest. So what can it do? I saw it wiggling around back there. Marionette stared down at her before holding the whip up. Would you like to see? I can. She nodded, but you'll have to let me read your odachi, said Marionette, who held out her other hand, curling her fingers in repetition. Did I not let you do that before? At her words, Marionette shook her head, causing Lillian to rub the side of her head sheepishly. Sorry about that. She handed over the black maw and took the whip, gazing into its description with an impatient curiosity. Item name, lively root. Item type, weapon. Item rank, 3. Description, Morbasker. Germinating from a mysterious seed planted by a mysterious archer, survived in the dark and lonely space of the catacomb where it grew into a beautiful tree that soon bloomed into a rose due to outside influences. But before that, it was known to prey upon nearby catacomb hunters, who would stumble too far into the light it was nurtured by and steal their bodies. After the bodies had become too rotted and incapable of any other functions, they would repurpose into something more useful, thus creating the hill it once sat on. Enchantments, poisonous excrement, liveliness. Poisonous excrement. Inject the whip with mana to excrete a nerve-paralyzing toxin. Liveliness. Once this whip has detected hostility to its wielder, the whip would automatically react to get rid of the threat. Lillian's mouth shaped an O as she read over its description. Her face then wrinkled at the fact that the dirt hill they slept on was actually the decomposed remains of the beetle's family members. That's not disturbing in the least at all. Her eyes then went back to the beginning of it. She then raised an eyebrow. Archer? Germinating from a mysterious seed planted by a mysterious archer. Who could this mysterious archer be? And what was the reason for implanting it there? Lillian scratched her cheek. She then remembered about a book that was held loosely in one of Morbasker's vines. Could that give her some idea? As she thought about it more, she felt that the term mysterious archer felt somewhat familiar to her. I might actually know who it is. She rubbed her chin before noticing something in the corner of her eyes. It was the black odachi being brought back to her. She turned to Marionette and saw that she had finished, and it seemed she looked quite satisfied with its description. I can see why you favor this weapon a bit. It had quite a formidable set of enchantments. I know, right? Kind of upsetting that yours only have 2, though. She gave back the whip. Marionette shrugged as she took it off her hands before returning it to her mana realm. It all depends on luck. I wasn't expecting to be given a shard, especially from a rank C maw. Fortunately, it happened since this feature of the Jester is now unlocked to me. I guess. Anyway, we should get going now. We already wasted enough times on these guys. Lillian pointed back with her thumb at the bear. Marionette nodded before walking up to the snake. You're right. And causing it to disappear into her spatial storage. We should get going. She paused, and then turned back to Lillian with a subtle smile. But at our own pace, of course, before going stoic again. Huh, I think we should do so quickly. Lillian tilted her head. We're racing the other classes, and no. It'd be pretty embarrassing if the supposed best class were to come last. I suppose. But we won't earn much from this trip besides some combat experience. She walked past Lillian and stored the bear in her storage. She had been doing this to most monsters on the way, mainly the ones in the savage deer rank. The monster that Lillian had killed had only around a single mana shell, so it wasn't too dangerous. Lillian tapped her chin. ITLL still win against a catacomb dweller, though. She thought to herself, those cockroaches had nothing besides a little bit of speed and defenses to them. Oh, I guess they were pretty strong physically. Well, compared to me. While Lillian was deep in her thoughts, Marionette was off to the side, holding out her phone with the camera turned to the white-haired girl. Marionette snapped a picture of Lillian's thinking posture before putting away her phone and snapping her awake with a tap on the shoulder. Anyway, if you wish to win the race, then let's keep on going. All right. Lillian then froze and turned to her. I thought you hate losing. Isn't this out of the ordinary for you to act? Marionette, who had already begun walking, glanced back at her. I do. But I'm not losing in the way that you think. Lillian followed and walked beside her. Huh? What is that supposed to mean? She then watched as the edges of Marionette's lips curved upwards into a smile, albeit slightly. Being with you is considered winning, Lillian. Marionette then watched as Lillian's right fist gently punched her. She raised an eyebrow and looked at her, finding her shielding her face with her left hand. What's with you lately? Lillian quietly asked in a timid voice. You keep popping up with these left and right and giving me no room to think up one. Click. Her ears then twitched as she heard the sounds of a camera clicking, the sound that would be made when someone was taking a photo on their phone. Lillian pulled her hand away from her face and turned to look at her, finding her with her phone up and with an eyebrow raised. Marionette then awkwardly said, why did the sound go off? Why are you taking pictures of me? Ref scratched the back of his head as he stared at the group who were setting up their tent. It had been an hour or two since they last saw Lillian and Marionette. We're behind schedule. He gave an exasperated sigh. Did the Roselle's awful sense of direction rub off on Lillian? He softly face-bombed, rubbing the sides of his temple with his middle and thumb. She said she would hold her hand or something. What happened? He then felt someone slap his back, repeatedly. Smack, smack, smack. Joe, bro. Millis greeted him in a boisterous and casual manner. We camp in here for tonight? Ref sighed, looking up and past the canopies. He stared into the sky that had turned a warm orange. He sighed again. If they don't arrive soon, then we'll have to. Millis wrapped her arms around the back of her head with a mischievous grin. It might take a while. They're all alone in the woods with no one around. They might have the stamina to go all night. Please stop, Ref said in a tired tone. Since you're my acting vice, have you gotten someone on the campfire yet? Javit, I got that guy Xander on it. She pointed back with her thumb. Ref tilted his body to the side and looked past her, seeing two men rolling around in the dirt with a roaring campfire in the back. He then grimaced. Those two are at it again? Uh-huh. You know how they're. The people they were referring to were Xander and Graham. They were infamously known to into a lot of fights in their class and out. This was mainly due to Graham's insistent taunts towards him, while he had his anger-inducing earring activated. I still find that earring a dumb investment. Millis shrugged. You could have gone like a bunch of cool things with the money he paid for it. And how much did he pay? Dunno. I just heard he paid a lot. Ref sighed. He was beginning to feel he was going to be doing this a lot on this trip. At least he's responsible to start the fire before getting into the fight. Aren't you going to break them up? Ref shook his head. Those two enjoyed. And Graham had the liberty of going hunting for us. He gestured his head to a small corpse hill of wolves. I think that'll last us for the entire race, plus the monsters we killed along the way. Totally. Ref noticed Millis' gaze looking somewhere else. He trailed her eyes and saw her staring at a group of girls. He raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Now, dude, don't go block me. I'm sure you can just do this after the trip. Bruh, I got another reason for doing this, you know. And that would be, they'll tell you later. Chapter 136, 136. First layer of the Forest of Disruption. 5 Ref overlooked the camp, finding every dev already set up their tents and were now sitting around the fire. Well, everyone except for 2 certain people that were standing behind him. One had their arms folded and didn't look a bit guilty about being late and lost, while the other was rubbing the back of their head in guilt. They were Marionette and Lillian. Ref sighed and turned around. He then stared at Lillian and said, "How'd you get lost?" "Well," Lillian avoided his piercing gaze and glanced around. She struggled to find the right words until Millis popped out from nowhere and teasingly nudged the side of her arm with her elbow. "Yeah, 2 were flirting, right?" Millis then quickly stepped to the side, avoiding a flustered smack from Lillian before continuing. "Oh dear, Lillian, you gotta at least resist the urge to touch." She gestured towards Marionette. "This beauty over here." "Shush," said Lillian flusteredly. She then looked over to Marionette for her input and found her face turned slightly to the side and a little bit down. Her bangs covered most of her face, but she was able to notice the edges of her lips curved up a bit and moving. She read her lips and made out, "She doesn't have to resist with me." The blush on her face intensified a bit. She then jumped at the sudden hand placed on her shoulder. She turned her head back and found the prince. Ref stared at her and sighed again. "We will have to go over our plans. The other plan we had in place in the scenario we were late isn't going to work. Our backup plan isn't going to work." "Really?" Ref nodded. "Due to you guys, unfortunately. But that isn't much of an issue." Sorry again about that." "Yes, sure we can. And I also have something else to discuss with you." Ref swiftly interrupted her before pulling her to the side. Marionette quickly noticed this and made a step towards their direction before being held back by Millis. "Joe, I'm going to need your thoughts on this. And how about we get that tent of yours up?" Millis pulled her along, filling the air with her almost endless chatter as she somehow distracted her. While this was going on, off to the side, Ref and Lillian were crouched on the ground. The prince held a jagged stick in his hand as he drew in the dirt. "Well, tried to." Lillian watched as Ref struggled to draw crude drawings into the ground. Snap! Ref stared at the broken stick, which hung on by a thread of fiber. He sighed and muttered, "They made it look much easier in the shows. I think it's because the dirt is too hard here or something." She then smiled and thought, "Or you could be bad at drawing." Ref hummed at her words, before nodding. "Maybe." He chucked it to the side. The 2 then discussed some plans for tomorrow, which weren't overly interesting other than the fact they would need to go as soon as they awoke. After that, Ref then got to what he wanted to ask her at the beginning. "Did you badmouth me to Marionette or something?" He raised an eyebrow. This caused Lillian to also raise one as well. Why would he think that she did? "Why do you ask?" And, "No, I didn't." "She's been giving me this strange look yesterday in homeroom. I'm not sure what happened between you 2, even though it looks like it gotten a lot better. Just try and make it so I don't lose my life on this trip. Are you trying to imply that Marionette might go after you or something?" Ref went silent for a moment before opening his mouth. "I'm not trying to imply anything. All I'm saying is that I'd rather there not be any other unexpected happenings on this trip, especially ones outside our control." Lillian scratched the back of her head in deep thought. Yeah, he'll try. I still don't think she would go after you anyway. It's not like she would gain anything from it." She couldn't help but feel a strange sensation tickling the back of her mind when she said that. There definitely wasn't anything Marionette could gain from it, right? Over the dancing flames of the campfire and skewered on long, sharp sticks were parts of a skinned wolf, specifically just small slabs of meat. The people in charge of the skinning were those from families most familiar with hunting and Graham, who tossed a handful of organs into a dirt pit before covering it up. Marionette, who had been waiting for one of the meats to cook, clutched one of the sticks and pulled it out of the fire. She then turned and began to walk in Lillian's direction. The white-haired girl she was walking towards was sitting on the ground, nose deep into a thick grimoire with an annoyed and frustrated look. It was the grimoire she had gotten from inside the trial. For the past month, she had been trying to decipher the language written in it. As much as she wanted to just cheat and have it translated by some kind of device, software, or professional working in the academy, she still stuck to the reason that it would help her in the future if she could understand it. She gave a loud sigh and pulled back her head away from the yellowed pages of the grimoire. Of course, she wasn't doing this raw. She had help online, looking through and researching. Because of that, she had been able to read a few words, but that still wasn't enough. Man, I knew learning another language was hard, but damn. She then noticed Marionette sitting next to her. After the raven-haired woman noticed that Lillian's attention was now on her, she held out the slab of meat to her and said, "Eat." "Oh, sure." She put away the book and held out her hand to the stick. She then saw that Marionette silently brought the stick away from her hand, preventing her from getting it. Lillian raised an eyebrow at her and asked, "What are you doing?" Marionette stared at her slightly, her eyes briefly glancing down at Lillian's lips before back in her eyes. She then said, Chapter 137, 137. First layer of the Forest of Disruption. 6. I want to be the one to feed you, she said in a voice devoid of any sort of shyness. Lillian stared at her with a deadpan look before glancing to the side and finding people staring at them. She then turned back to Marionette with a tired expression and breathed a sigh. She bit into the greasy, lean meat. She chewed the meat and found it a bit gamey. It was far better than what she had in the catacombs, though. She then moved her hand and grabbed the stick out of the assassin's hand. After that, she then held the meat towards her mouth and said, "They'll feed you as well." Despite those looking over at her, she didn't feel even the slightest bit bothered. Marionette glanced at the meat and then at Lillian before opening her mouth. However, she then felt Lillian's index finger gently press against her lips. "No vats, Marionette," Lillian whispered before slowly hovering the meat just in front of her lips. She then said in a deep and almost seductive tone, "Now be a good girl and eat." Marionette widened her eyes, and so did everyone around them who overheard what she had just said. A tint of red appeared on Marionette's cheeks, albeit faint and hard to notice. She gave a small and timid nod before biting into the meat and doing as Lillian said. The rabbit smiled warmly as her assassin ate from her hand and began to slowly pat the back of her head with her free hand. Good girl. As this happened, everyone decided to mind their own business and left them be. And with their eyes turned away from them, Lillian felt a bit different. She paused, a blush also appearing on her cheeks at what she had called Marionette. What came over her to say such a thing? She pulled back the hand that rubbed Marionette's head and as usual had it pulled back. The red-eyed woman raised her eyes at her and said something that caused Lillian to completely freeze in place. "I'm your good girl, aren't I? Shouldn't I deserve these?" Vuvuka achahuch. Lillian was absolutely flabbergasted at what Marionette had said. What was this woman on about? And was she not in the least bit embarrassed by what she had asked for? Her body shook. Eventually, she pulled back her hand with extreme force, escaping from Marionette's clutches and stuffing her face with the meat. Shut up. Oh boy, she sure left you flustered, huh? Lil? Millis sat beside Lillian, who was seated in front of the tent set up for her with her knees against her chest and her face in her palms. She then said in a little voice, "How else am I supposed to feel about what she said?" She then pulled her face out of her hands and yelled, "It was so random. I mean, you was the one to call her it." Millis chuckled, causing Lillian to stiffen and push her face back in her hands. Millis stared at her and smiled, patted her back. "Anyway, I'm glad you guys are still as close as ever. You guys actually scare me a bit on Tuesday." Lillian sighed. Looking at her, I was as well. Not going to lie. But yeah, things are back to normal. Even though it didn't really last that long. Hey, that's a good thing. You don't know the amount of couples who goes through this let it go on for weeks or even months. But we aren't a couple, though. Keep telling yourself that, buddy. You know that ain't true. Oomph. Lillian huffed, and towards the campfire, which now had some logs around it, acting as benches, a nice addition, Millis added. And on the same one, Marionette and Ref sat, overlooking the fire and feeding things into it. Everyone else had decided to go rest for the day in their tent, and currently, they were the first on watch. While Lillian was looking around the camp and engaging with Millis, the two that were sat in front of the campfire and also had a conversation of their own. Ref prodded a stick into a fire before trying to draw on the ground. He was still keen on trying to get it to work. Marionette, however, was just watching as he did this with indifference. She rested her right elbow on her right thigh and placed her cheek into her right hand. She was bored. As much as she wanted to go over to Lillian and bother her, she was going to let her calm down a bit. Snap! Marionette stared at the broken stick before glancing at the prince's face to find a subtle glint of disappointment passed through his eyes. After giving a sigh, he chucked the stick into the fire. Nothing ever goes as planned, he muttered frustratedly. It seemed he was still a bit annoyed at the fact they couldn't get past the first layer before the day ended. We already apologized. He then raised his head, turning to Marionette to find her staring at him nonchalantly. He rolled his eyes. You make it sound like it was an accident. It was. The two locked eyes. Ref narrowed his and said, and it meant to believe that? Why are you so hung up on such a minor thing? Minor? He rubbed the gaps between his brows. Did Lillian think it was minor? We could possibly lose this race. Is there a reason you're bringing Lillian into this? Marionette narrowed her eyes. Ref suddenly felt as though the air had dropped in temperature. Not only that, but he had noticed the cold tone she used. He sighed. All I'm saying is that we could lose this race. And why should that matter? We don't gain anything except a bit of face. And from what I've seen, I don't think even some of the classes would be able to pass through the first layer of this forest. Marionette quickly responded. Ref frowned. Do you think Lillian would agree to what you're saying? Marionette went silent, turning her face slightly to the side. The prince then sighed. That's what I thought. Now, then, I'd appreciate if you could try and not get all of us lost Tomo. Just before he could finish his sentence, Marionette chimed in. I think it's my turn to ask you a question, Ref von Lionbright. She said, slightly turning her eyes back, which seemed to glow an ominous blood-red light. Are your royal guards currently looking over us? Chapter 138. First layer of the Forest of Disruption. 7 Ref raised an eyebrow at her question. Were his royal guards watching over them? Why would you like to know? Ref asked in a suspicious tone. He slightly turned his chest towards her and subtly hid his left hand behind his back. Marionette tilted her head at her, feigning naivety. I would just like to know. That's all. Ref eyed her skeptical. You just want to know, from how hesitant you are to answer this little question of mine, I believe they aren't. Are they? Marionette muttered in a low tone. The darkness surrounding them seemed to darken slightly. The crackling of the fire quieted down a bit. This subtle change in atmosphere caused Ref to go on alert. The hand, which was hidden behind his back, now had rings worn over each individual finger. Marionette narrowed her eyes on how alert the prince looked. What's wrong, Prince? You look a bit worried about something. Mind sharing your worries? I'd rather not. He immediately answered, glancing at Lillian, who was still distracted by Millis' seemingly endless chatter. Oh, is that so? How about this? Are you willing to share the reason why you are so close to my Lillian? This question caused his eyes to briefly widen in surprise. While he was glad that Lillian was able to get Marionette to like her that much, he wasn't quite happy about the fact he was now caught up in their personal love lives. I honestly don't understand what you mean. You spend time alone with her, ask her to sit next to you on the bus, pull her away for private discussions. Each word spoken seemed to increase the weight of their conversation. Marionette lowered her hand to her side, clutching the air as something dark and even sinister slowly manifested in her grip. Ref's hidden hand twitched a bit, glowing slightly. His rings shimmered a bit in activation. You're looking too deep into this. We're merely friends and colleagues, especially since we both are a class representative. Marionette narrowed her eyes. Is that so? Yes. Moments after this, Marionette moved, causing Ref to flinch a bit. But he soon quickly relaxed after seeing a metal canister being held in her hand. After taking a sip from it and putting on its cap, she said, I believe you. She then side-eyed him, finding him look a bit tense. I still don't understand why you look so nervous. I doubt anything in this forest could pose much of a threat to both of us, said Marionette, drawing her eyes back to the campfire. Ref's left eye twitched. He then murmured under his breath, Yeah, for you. HM, did you say something? She glanced at him again and found him stoically shaking his head. Noah, you thought I was going to attack you, correct? She said, smirking in amusement. Even if I may win, I am not so foolish to enact on it. You do, after all, have a saving talisman. And if I didn't? Silence then drew in after he said that, causing his worry to return once again. However, it then disappeared once he saw Lillian sneaking up behind Marionette with a mischievous grin. She then raised her arms just above Marionette, who seemed to have already sensed her presence, and quickly wrapped them around her neck. Gotcha! Lillian yelled, leaning her chest against the back of Marionette's head and resting her arms on her shoulders. The edges of Marionette's lips curved up a bit as she raised one of her hands, softly clutching Lillian's right arm. She then turned her head up and gazed into Lillian's eyes. Yeah, you sure did, she said with a look of amusement in her eyes, her words causing Lillian to giggle a bit. I know you definitely sense me. Who knows? While they conversed with one another, Ref breathed a sigh of relief before feeling a hand land on his shoulder. He craned his head back and found it belonged to Millis. The heroine raised her other hand and greeted him. Yo, bro, you should go get some shut-eye. Me and Lillian decided to take over watch instead of all four of us. HM, are you sure? Yeah, totally. Marionette, who had overheard them, raised an eyebrow. She stared at Lillian, who nodded. You should go back to our tent and rest, Marionette. HM, incapable of staying up before Marionette could finish her sentence, Lillian interrupted her. No, bedtime. Off you go. Lillian pulled her up to her feet and began to walk her back to their tent. Millis stared at them, elbowing Ref's arm and whispering, Don't you think Lillian acts a bit like a mom or something? She then froze before tapping her chin with her finger. Well, I guess if she was taller, she would be Mommy Mater. Before she could finish, Ref stood up. Please don't even finish that sentence. He then began to walk towards a crowd of packed tents with his hands in his pockets. I'm going to head back to my tent. He had already given out all the tents, but was fortunately able to get a private one all to himself. Half into a step, he paused. He then turned his head back and said, Try not to do anything funny with Lillian, unless you can survive the consequences. Millis tilted her head cutely and naively to the side. Funny? But that'll reduce my entire personality below half. Yeah, you can probably survive. After saying that, he rested for the day. Lillian then later returned, and both she and Millis stayed up for an hour or two. Lillian would definitely admit that Millis was a good friend to have, an especially entertaining one. But honestly, don't you want to at least poke one of their boobs? Millis said with a teasing grin, referring to one of the girls in their class. Lillian's eye twitched. She's definitely a good friend, if you look past this side of her. Chapter 139. First layer of the Forest of Disruption. Half an hour later, they decided to head back to their tents. Were you sleeping, Millis? Lillian asked curiously. HM, well, you know those groups of girls I was chatting up? I'm sleeping in one of their tents, she said, puffing out her chest with a smug look. Aren't I amazing? Now I don't gotta bother you guys by being a third wheel. Lillian's eyes blinked in amusement. She then smiled. What made you think we were going to let you sleep in our tent? Why was going to let me sleep outside like a dog? She stared at her with teary eyes. Lillian rolled hers and said, I'm only joking, and you wouldn't bother us one bit. After she said that, she got a strange look from her. Yeah, I'm sure you won't. Can't say much for red eyes, though. She then pushed herself up from the log and began to talk towards the crowded bunch of tents. Later, Lil. See you tomorrow. She then turned back and snickered. Do try to keep your hands to yourself. The tents aren't soundproof, I think. Shut up. Millis. Lillian growled at the retreating Millis before sighing. She then got up from the campfire, wandered over to one of the tents, and got someone else to go on lookout. After that, she went back to hers and unzipped the entrance before crawling inside. Once she had entered, she found Marionette sitting in the corner, her legs fully stretched out, her right leg over her left, reading a book. Surprisingly, the book she was reading wasn't The Art of Seduction, but one that didn't display a title. Marionette raised her eyes from the pages and stared at her. Oh, you're here. Welcome. Ah, shouldn't you be sleeping? HM, like I said before, she put away her book. I can stay up all night. And it's not like I have to listen to you. She then moved around, lowering her side onto the floor of the tent. And also, she patted the spot in front of her. I wanted to sleep at the same time as you. Lillian froze for a bit before quickly turning her face to the side and whispering, "You and your flirts." It wasn't a flirt, though. Marionette responded with a naive glint in her eyes. Well, it sounded like one. She collapsed onto the spot Marionette patted and stared at her. Marionette smirked at her words. "And it sounds like I wouldn't need to do much in the future to get you flustered." She raised her arms and pushed them over Lillian's arm and around her back. Lillian felt herself being pulled in towards her, but she couldn't really do anything due to something holding her hands and arm back. She glanced down and saw some kind of long, wooden rope wrapped around the wrists of her hands and hips. It was Marionette's lively whip. Vuvuka. She fidgeted around, trying to pull her hands out from the unexpected binding. "What do you think you're doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, she felt Marionette's finger place itself onto her lips, followed by a soft shoo. Marionette hushed her, wrapped her arm around her tighter, and pulled her in. "Just go to sleep, Lillian. BBU. Do you really need me tied up for that?" "ITLL help keep you still as I hug you, Lillian." The rabbit gave a flustered and shaky sigh at her words. "Honestly, Marionette, get rid of the whip." "All right." Lillian felt the hold from the whip disappear. She was quite surprised that Marionette was so easily convinced. "That was easy. Why wouldn't it be?" Marionette looked at her curiously. "I just thought. You thought I would say no?" "Well, yeah, actually." Marionette chuckled a bit. "I'll respect your wishes, Lillian. If you don't like what I'm doing, you can tell me. Communication is best when it comes to matters like these." Lillian silently stared at her, a bit surprised. Before Marionette could say anything, a pair of arms wrapped themselves around her waist. She then shivered a bit. She glanced down and found Lillian's face somewhat buried in the crevice of her neck. She then heard her whisper, "Same for me as well. You can tell me about anything I do that you don't like." Due to Lillian's current line of sight, she wasn't able to see the shaky smile on Marionette's lips. Is that so?" Lillian then felt a hand rest on the back of her head, gently pushing her face further into Marionette's neck. The assassin then slightly leaned down beside Lillian's ear and whispered, "I don't think you'll need to. You don't do anything wrong, after all." She spoke in a deep and breathy tone, "And you'll never will. Right?" Marionette then waited for a response, but none came. She glanced down and found that Lillian was already fast asleep. Already? Having already slept for so long on the bus. To think you could fall asleep this fast. She rubbed the back of Lillian's head, "But you not answering my question has made it a bit awkward. So, I'll answer for you." She then paused for a split second before speaking in an ominous tone. "I'll get rid of the things that could possibly make you do something wrong." The night then passed, and soon enough, the next day arrived. And Marionette was in quite a situation. She glanced down at Lillian's sleeping face that was still in the crevice of her neck and at her lips, which were pressed against her skin. She had almost reflectively pushed her off her a second ago, but right now, she wasn't sure whether or not to wake her up or leave her like this for a bit until someone arrived to get them. She shivered again as Lillian moved a bit in her sleep, brushing her soft lips against her skin. A slight blush appeared on her cheeks as she thought about what to do. She then sighed, deciding against what she wanted and waking her up. Chapter 140. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. "One, you're definitely blushing, Marionette," Lillian teased as she walked beside her. After they all had woken up and cleaned up their campsite, they hastily began to make their way through this maze of a forest. And since waking up, Marionette had been unconsciously caressing a side of her neck. Lillian watched as Marionette refused to meet her gaze and glanced around at the surrounding trees. She snickered as she clutched her hand. Since the chances that they would get lost again were pretty high, this was the best solution in more ways than one. "Oh, come on. It was just a little peck on the neck. Nothing too much to be flustered about," Lillian teased, finding this was a good moment to get her back until she thought of one to counter hers. Just as Marionette was about to say something, their surroundings suddenly shifted. The trees lost their vibrance and became a monotonous gray. Their leaves were gone, and their branches were dried and shriveled. The grass beneath their feet had now disappeared, dead and replaced with a dirt path. Floating through the air was an ominous, dark gray fog that shrouded their vision to a degree. Not only that, but they seemed to carry voices from afar as they washed over them. Words like, "What's up with this fog? It's so cold here. Can't we have slept a little more?" Lillian recognized these voices belonging to people in the other classes. It seemed that some had been able to reach this layer. But this led her to question, how far were they from them? Were they farther ahead? Or were they further back? Or could it be that they are right next to us? As she was thinking this, Marionette shook her from her daze and pointed towards the branches of a tree. I saw something leap across from it. That's so? Lillian rubbed her chin, probably a spider then. She then glanced back to the group and found Millis wandering over to a tree before placing her hand against it. Suddenly, a sprout grew from the side of it, growing into a long, gray vine that fell to the ground and coiled. After it was long enough, Millis caused it to detach from the tree before walking over. Once she returned, Ref called out from the front, "All right, everyone, please grab hold of the vine and don't let go. Let's try and have none of us go missing and having to return back to the bus using the talisman." Once he finished saying that, everyone orderly began to grab hold of the vine, passing it back for others to hold. It eventually reached the back where Lillian and Marionette were. Lillian glanced at Marionette and asked, "Would you like me to hold it? Or you? You can hold it." She answered and gave Lillian's hand a subtle squeeze. The white-haired girl nodded and squeezed back, and thus they began to walk through the fog. Ref, who stood at the front, suddenly paused. Swoosh! The wind passed through, brushing against the group's hair. Not only that, but for a split second, it blew the fog in front of them to the side. Behind the grayish fog, the open maw of a large lizard was revealed. The inside of its mouth was a grayish red, and its skin scales reflected the monotonous color of the surroundings. If Ref had wandered any further forward, he would have ended up in its mouth, which for some reason had no teeth. He stared at it, unfazed at the possible future, and raised his hand towards it. His bare fingers were then suddenly equipped with luxurious-looking rings, supposedly from his spatial storage. In the center of his palm, a yellowish ball of light manifested itself into reality before being fired into the throat of the lizard. However, in the split second that it took to create it and shoot, the lizard had realized the shift in looks it was getting. It pounced forward, holes in its gums suddenly being replaced as dagger-like teeth sprang out from within. But before it could snap its jaws over the prince's head, thump, stone pillars on either side of the lizard shot from the ground and slammed into it, causing it to pause mid-pounce. Due to this, the ball of light entered through its mouth before exiting through the back of its head. Blood poured through the hole in its mouth and flooded every crevice inside. Its teeth became stained, small red streams flowing between the gaps in its teeth and falling to the ground. Its muscles, once tense, became relaxed and limp. Its eyes now blurred with death. Ref lowered his hand and glanced towards Millis, who smiled at him. No biggie. He looked towards the monster before glancing around them. Sure, but we will have to deal with the others around us. Crawling through the fog and stubby legs and lowered bodies, more lizards approached with malicious looks in their black slit pupils. There were around 20 of them, 10 on each side. The group bunched up into the center. Lillian smoothly walked over to Ref and whispered, "Do you think we'll lose some people here?" Ref raised an eyebrow at her. "Not if we get careless. These are only rank D, after all. Nothing too much." He then paused and thought for a moment. He then called out to the group, "Everyone but Velen, Arius, and Roselle take care of the 10 on the left, while the 3 mentioned plus me take care of the others on the right." Millis creakingly turned her head towards the prince and said in a deadpan voice, "Bruh, why am I included in this group?" But she never got a response, for everyone had already split up to deal with their respective enemies. Lillian stood before 2 snarling lizards that, if compared to Beetle in size, were just around a meter or so short. She rubbed her chin as she watched them slowly circle her. Should I call out the Beetle? For what she read from research articles, one may be around the same strength as the beetle or maybe a bit lower. She thought about this a bit more before glancing to the side and discovering the open jaws of a lizard several inches away from her. She then said, Chapter 141, Second Layer of the Forest of Disruption? Tuna, I'll do this on my own. With an arrogant smirk, she snapped her fingers while leaping back. Just above the eyes of the lizard, droplets of water manifested before blasting through its eyes, destroying them and blinding them. Thud! After landing back on her feet, she watched as the lizard fell onto its stomach while thrashing around. Lillian stared at it for a moment. Sorry about that. You didn't give me enough time to turn them into spears. She began to take steps towards it, raising her arms forward and opening her hands. In the air, a black odachi manifested itself into reality before being tightly clutched. Lillian felt it strongly pushed itself down due to its weight and tensed her muscles. Over her chest, a palish brown chest plate formed created out of a smooth, protective, and durable exoskeleton. After pulling off the sheath and storing it into her spatial ring, she quickly turned to the side. Her eyes found a second lizard to be standing on its hind back legs. Its underside with a palish yellow with no scales at all. The lizard slashed down its left claw at her, cutting through the air with its 3 knife-like digits. Swish! Lillian spun on her heel, swinging the black blade of the odachi diagonally up and cleaving through the center of its incoming limb. The half that was cut off flew through the air, spilling a trail of blood through the air. Just before it could land, the lizard, unfazed by its wound, twisted its body around and swung its other claw at her. Lillian, while still holding the momentum caused by the swing, continued her movement and ducked down a bit, narrowly dodging the swing before rising. Her blade, which was raised high due to the swing, was then brought down diagonally, sinking into the soft flesh of the lizard's chest and ripping it open. As her unstained blade left the chest of the lizard, so did its organ, which spilled out uncontrollably, starting with its intestines. Lillian stood before the lizard as blood shot out from the stumps of its missing arms and curtains of blood flowing from its chest. The lizard let out a strained growl before leaning back, and thud. Lillian stared at it with an unimpressed gaze. You're definitely not as strong as the beetle. She then glanced at the odachi and said, or maybe the odachi is too cheating. Could be why Marionette doesn't want me using it for combat training. BM. Lillian felt something slam in her back with explosive force, causing her to launch forward and roll uncontrollably at a tree, and thud. Oh, man. Lillian lifted her forehead up from the tree, caressing it with a pained and annoyed expression. What the hell hit me? She looked back and saw the blind lizard staring in her general location. Oh. She turned her body around, resting her back against the tree while still rubbing her forehead. I thought you were already dead. Huh. Maybe I should stop lowering my guard, she said while patting her chest plate. Good thing I got my trusty chest plate. She then raised her eyes back towards the lizard to find it charging at her. She briefly widened her eyes before rolling to the side, narrowly escaping being crushed by it. Snap! The lizard crashed through the tree, cracking and snapping it in half before raising its rounded snout into the air. After getting a whiff of a certain girl's smell, it turned to her. However, it was met with a wet splash on its face and an odd sensation of something sticking to it. It was a bluish pebble-like object that seemed to have voluntarily latched on to its face on its own. It scratched at the itch and found it to act like some sort of stubborn flea or hardwort. Snap! 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 Its head snapped towards the sound coming from Lillian, who was without her odachi. She gave it a lazy smile as she held up her right hand and pressed her right middle finger and thumb together before sliding them. Snap! Droplets exactly like the ones that had destroyed its eyes manifested in the air behind her, growing a bit in size. In the very center of each one, a deep blue pebble formed entirely made up of mana. With a flick of her finger, a barrage of droplets splashed against its body, leaving more of the pebbles on its body. Finding that it did no harm to it, it rushed towards her, slashing its claws and biting at her. Lillian, fortunately, was able to dodge these clumsy attacks from the blind monster while continuously firing more. Splash, splash, splash. After a while of this back-and-forth chase, Lillian's smile did not once leave her face. Instead, it only grew after seeing the current appearance of the lizard. It was covered in pebbles, so much so that it looked as though it was infected with some ungodly disease that caused its botus lymph nodes to swell. She then watched it pause in its tracks as confusion spread across its body. The edges of her lips curved just a tad bit larger as she glanced at the very first pebble that stuck onto its body. It wiggled once, and then again, and then another. It was like a small egg waiting to hatch, and it did. Pop! It let out a soft pop, followed by a hiss as what seemed to be boiled water erupted from within. Hiss! The scalding liquid splashed against the lizard's body, causing it to shake its head left and right vigorously to shake off the water. But as soon as that pebble exploded, it was like a chain reaction of pops. Pop, 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 pop. One after another, each pebble stuck to its body wiggled before exploding with searing water found within. Clouds of steam rose from its irritated body and mixed with the dark fog. Due to all these stimulating pain across its body, it failed to make out Lillian's presence beside it. She stared at it, and then smirked before lopping off its head with her odachi. Thud! Chapter 142. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 3 away from Lillian, a lizard watched as its comrade fought against the humans. It then glanced at the lizard beside it, who stood on its hind legs, just like it. And just like them, it displayed a conspicuous look of confusion. Seconds ago, they had watched as a black-haired woman disappeared before their very eyes. The lizard looked around. It then shook its head, deciding to join the battles alongside others. It looked back towards the lizard to its side, and thud, watched as they collapsed to the ground, their blood leaking through an open slit on their neck, forming a small puddle on the ground that bubbled a bit. And then suddenly, it felt its limbs become locked in place as its shadowy rope-like tentacles stretched out from the ground. It then felt them pull against it, causing its back to curve back. Just before it could collapse onto its back, a dark puddle that was stuck to its back stretched parts of itself outwards, forming a dark, slender arm that took on more color and texture. And in its hand was an obsidian dagger with jagged edges that shone a murderous reflection under the dark fog. Swish! With a twirl of the hand's wrist, the dagger flashed through the air, swiftly cutting into its throat before leaving. Before the lizard crashed to the ground, the dark puddle made its move. It ran from its back and over its body before reaching and moving along the ground. Once reaching a meter or so distance away from the falling lizard, thud! Marionette nonchalantly appeared with her back turned. She brushed the strand of hair over her face behind her ear before looking around. She stared off to the side, watching as Lillian unseamed the stomach of a lizard. Seeing the smirk on Lillian's face, she murmured under her breath, "She's enjoying this." She quickly pulled out her phone and snapped a photo before inserting it into a folder named Lillian Cool after putting away her phone. Her eyes darted towards a charging lizard with bloodied eye sockets and missing eyes. She took one step towards it, intending to get rid of it. However, just before she could intercept, a separate lizard appeared, distracting her briefly. She watched as it pounced at her, its jaws open. Before its teeth could reach her, a dark, sharp spire shot out from the ground, piercing through its bottom jaw and skewering its mouth. It curled its body and scratched at the solid, dark spike. But just a second after this happened, Marionette's voice rang out quietly. "Your breath stinks. Go away," she said, clicking her tongue. The spike then shrunk back, releasing the monster's jaws and giving it momentary freedom. However, it then watched as a separate spike emerged from the shrunken spike's side and pierced through its chest, crushing its heart. Although the monster had already perished, the darkness from the spike began to squirm inside its body. Like a harmful tumor, it grew in size and exploded out, causing the lizard's body to suddenly have spikes erupting from within. Its blood flew through the air, falling like rain and washing over a pitch-black umbrella, which Marionette held. Drip, 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 drip. She watched as the droplets of blood fell from her umbrella before glancing towards Lillian to find that she and that lizard were gone, hidden away by the dark fog. That's not good. She slightly tilted her head to the side, holding her chin with her free hand. She then began to tilt it left and right. She decided whether or not to go after her. She then turned to the second prince to find that he had made swift work on his end. And soon enough, everyone was. Fortunately, they hadn't lost anyone in this little skirmish. Well, in terms of them using a talisman. But they were indeed down people. Ref scratched the back of his head, annoyed. Due to the battle, a portion of their group was now lost in the foggy forest. This included Lillian. How annoying. Not only were we behind on time, ambushed, but now some of our group is missing, and even worse. My vice is also missing. He then glanced toward Marionette and found her holding out her phone. After telling everyone to keep still, he walked over to Marionette and asked, "Are you thinking about going after her?" Marionette glanced over and nodded a bit. That should be obvious. And seeing that all of you are fine, I think I should go and look for her now. She turned around and talked half a step forward before being held back by a hand on her shoulder. Ref watched as she turned her face around, her eyes cold and a bit impatient. "Did you need something, Prince?" Ref went silent for a bit and sighed. "You don't even know where she is. And with your sense of direction, I doubt you'll be able to find her." On my own? Yes, you're right. Marionette turned her eyes towards the sky before looking down and holding up her phone. She turned the screen and revealed to the prince a tracker. He narrowed his eyes before face-palming. "You put a tracker on her?" He rhetorically asked, which Marionette answered with, "Who knows? Why the hell are these still boiling?" Lillian quickly wiped off the blood on her skin as they singed her. After they cooled down a bit, she sighed and stared down at her clothes. Her pristine white hoodie was now completely stained in blood, and so were her cargo pants. She glared at the already dead lizard, specifically at its head that laid on its side. "TSK, I should have bought clothes of different color. This is so crap, man." She stared at her hands, washing them off with a little bit of water. She then glanced around at the fog and realized, am I actually lost? She became silent before clutching the sides of her head and yelling into the sky. Chapter 143. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. For why the hell am I the one lost this time? She then turned towards the corpse of the lizard and gave it a kick to its side. She then turned around with an angered expression before crouching down and caressing the front of her shoe. "Ow!" she quietly muttered as she rubbed her foot. She sighed and got up. "Not much I can do now." Lillian outwardly thought, maybe I should just stay still for a bit and hope they would find me. She held her hand out and pulled a mana potion from thin air. I'm quite rich when it comes to points, so buying some potion isn't much of an issue. Now that I think about it, should I just buy some kind of tracker from the store? She rubbed her chin before biting into the bottle's cork, pulling it out and spitting it onto the ground. She then brought the mouth of the bottle to her lips and began drinking it. Pwah! She brought the bottle away and stored it in her ring, man. I was so low on mana, but I didn't need to test out another one of my experiments. It wasn't a planned experiment in the slightest, but something she had thought up on the spot, which turned out to work quite well, surprisingly. The experiment she was referring to was the pebbles she had created. By having her parasitic element take on that form, she made it into some kind of leech or flea. A mana-created inanimate parasite that sucked out a creature's body warmth. Although the rate it did this left much to be desired, it did work as intended, which she thought wouldn't work. And by it stealing the lizard's body warmth that's super hot, it was able to boil the water I stored inside it. Lillian muttered out loud as she held a notebook and a pen, jotting down what happened. What she had essentially made was a kind of ticking time bomb. Except no. Boom. For someone with my intelligence, I think I did pretty well. You have slain a savage wretch. Snout bear, you have slain a savage wretch. You have slain a savage gnarl. Grayed lizard Lillian stared at the notification the jester sent with a deadpan expression. A bit delayed, aren't you? She wasn't sure why, but the jester had been acting strange. The notifications of her kills would always be extremely delayed. Nothing like the instantaneous she had gotten from it during the trial. Not only that, but its voice felt a bit more distorted and static than before. It felt almost chilling to hear it. She rubbed the back of her head. No way the jester is broken, right? Man, that'll be such a what the hell is that? Lillian froze. Her body stiffened as she reflectively got into a stance. She glanced around and saw no one around her. Strange. She then stared at the fog and realized it must have been someone else's voice. But why do they sound so alarmed? She cupped behind her ear and tried to listen closely, failing to release a subtle tremor through the ground. Q quick. Use the talisman. These voices must be from the other class. But what could leave them so afraid? Was it the lizards? Or the other monsters here? That must be it. She then pulled her hand down and shrugged. It'll be fine, anyway, she said, failing to once again notice another tremor. She glanced at the lizard and thought about storing it in her ring before deciding against it. Nah, I think I'm already running out of room. I don't even think I can fit this thing in the first place. She then turned her gaze towards the sky, placed her hands on her hips, and waited. And waited. And waited. She eventually got bored, and the hollowed screams passing through the fog didn't help either. It gave her the shivers. The blood on her clothes wasn't helping a single bit either. She felt dirty. It was during this that she finally realized the faint tremors through the ground, which always caught her off guard due to how close they felt. And, crack, thud, her head snapped to a fallen branch from a decaying tree. She didn't know why, but this kept happening around her. Crack, thud, her head turned the other way towards another tree to find one of its branches had broken off as well. What on earth was going on? Was there some kind of season for these trees to suddenly lose their branches? After a moment of pure silence, she had thought it was over. Instead, it had only begun to become more confusing. Snap! Thud! She jumped, her muscles tense as her eyes snapped toward the faraway tree that had suddenly fallen over without any given warning. She was now starting to feel a tad bit anxious. Sweat began to appear on her back, sticking to the inside of her clothes. A small shiver ran up her spine, causing trembling goosebumps to appear on her arms. Snap! Thud! The fog felt more dense and cold as it washed over her skin. The howling of the wind felt more dreadful than before as it brushed through her hair. Snap! Thud! What's going on? Lillian thought fearfully as she watched the surrounding trees snap and fall over. She slowly stepped back and unconsciously glanced towards the lizard's corpse that should have been beside her. But all there was left was a still puddle of cold blood. Where did it go? Lillian asked no one in a small voice. She stared down at the blood and saw how stretched the puddle was. It was like the corpse was dragged away from her without any sounds made. She quickly summoned her Odachi and went into a stance. As she did this, she realized her mana wasn't at its maximum capacity right now. Discovering this, she hurriedly bought another potion and pulled out its cork. However, just before her lips could reach the mouth of the potion, swish. Something flashed through the air, destroying the potion and causing the solution to fall to the ground. Drip! Lillian stiffly held the neck of the potion in shock. Drip! She watched as the blue drops of liquid hung on one of the sharp, jagged edges of the bottle. Drip! Before falling to the ground, splashing. Her nose unconsciously twitched and sniffed the air, finding the smell of iron to be more pungent than previously before, and even more revolting. Click! 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 Lillian's ears twitched at the eerie sounds of clicking behind her. This sound caused her to tighten up. This sound caused her hand around the hilt of her Odachi to grip harder. Was she in danger? Chapter 144. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 5. She drew a deep breath before letting it out shakily. With a spin on her heel, she swung her Odachi back, cleaving through the mist that suddenly folded in on itself. She narrowed her eyes on the tunnel in the dark, gray fog. After it had filled itself, she twisted her body around. The fog drew in closer, grazing her arms, which were no longer hidden under her now rolled-up sleeves. It felt colder than before. It felt damper than before. It felt like some kind of hidden horror was staring down her behind the cursed fog. It was like it was breathing down the back of her neck, keeping her muscles tense. Her grip on the audacious black, leathery hilt tightened. Her muscles strained to keep it pointed up. Her body stiffened as scrape, a sharp, deliberate sound appeared. It was bumpy, like the needle of a record player moving over the grooves of a disc. It was like something made of stone was running over the uneven surface of a tree. She quickly turned her head to the side. The sound stopped. But then, scrape! It happened again on the other side. She turned her head around. It stopped again. The scraping then appeared once more in another, and another, and another. Lillian was beginning to grow anxious. This phenomenon, this wasn't familiar to her in the slightest. The second layer of the forest of disruption was meant to play a role in the game to show how dependable the player was in guiding the group, essentially raising the affection of the entire group by a small degree. As Lillian continued to twist and turn, her brain rattled, causing her to be clumsily dizzy. Due to this, the feeling that more than one direction had begun to echo these scrapings as well. And then, it stopped. After Lillian recovered from her dizziness, she placed her palm on the side of her face. Her body then shuddered at the sound of scream. Get away! A recorded scream. A scream carried by the mysterious fog in her ears. She felt her body heat up a bit, followed by the appearance of sweat sticking to the inside of her hoodie. She let out another shaky breath. What was going on? What was happening? Lillian constantly darted her eyes around, trying to figure out the general direction of what could be a monster's current location. Because of this, she was reminded she was alone. Alone. Lost. And Lillian pushed her hand to the side, pulling out another blue potion and holding the cork to her lips. That was when she saw her fingers wrapped around the neck of the bottle shaking. She was trembling. She gritted her teeth and clutched the bottle harder, getting rich from the tremble before biting down on the dry, rubbery cork. Pop! Its exit made a soft pop that echoed through the mysterious, never-ending fog. Just as she was about to take another sip from it to replenish the little bit of mana she needed to be at full capacity. Swish. PSSHD. Something shot through the air, shattering the potion and causing its solution to fall onto her hoodie. Its broken remains fell to the ground, clattering against the ground and the soles of her shoes. She scowled as the potion mixed with the blood on her clothes, and out of frustration, she threw the broken to the side before glancing to the side. Stuck on the ground was a long about a meter and had a metallic sheen to it. It was familiar, but from where? And where did it come from? She slowly approached it, and once she did, she wrapped her hand around it. She then felt something prick her fingers and something warm dripping out from her palm. She flinched, pulling it back and staring at the multiple small red slits in her hand. This pain then sent her mind into a frenzy as it looked through her memories, a light passing through her eyes. A light of realization. She quickly flashed her hand out hurriedly, a certain glass shard, reflecting the image of a familiar horror from within. She chucked it into the air, watching as it shattered and reformed into a large entity that casted a shadow over her as it fell. And while this was happening, a faint whistle began to echo through the air. This whistle became louder, more evident. Thud! As the tips of the beetle's legs dug into the ground. Sinking through the dirt with its fall, a loud and resounding sound followed. Clang! The sound was like striking a bell. Lillian, who was lying on her stomach with her hands on top of her head, felt the dirt under her shift and moved to the side. She then stared to the side, watching as something fell and finding it to be yet another needle. The beetle, who had just endured this sudden attack, slowly drifted its eyes to the side, curving its body inwards and taking a look at the area of impact. While it was unnoticeable and small, there was just the slightest dent in the side of its armor. Its already wide eyes widened even more, trembling a bit in rage. Its first appearance outside, after having its leg torn off its body, was for it to block a high-speed attack, which had the potential to cause an even larger dent in its armor. Even the golem didn't cause damage in its armor with its beam, but a metallic needle did. Just as Lillian was about to crawl out from under the beetle, another needle came. Cling, and then another, clang, and another, cling. Each time they made contact, it let out another ear-piercing ring, followed by it falling to the ground and making a soft thump. Apart from the whistle that announced the needle's arrival, there weren't any other warnings. They were quick, definitely too quick for Lillian to put up a solid defense that would let her remain unscathed, and was definitely too quick to let her turn parts of her body into water. Lillian clutched the dirt beneath her in fear, bracing for another incoming ringing that would leave her ears deaf. But fortunately for her, it never came. But off to the side to her right, something emerged from the dark, grayish fog. Something that left her to stare in fear. Chapter 145. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 6. A dark figure, contrasting with the grayish fog, walked through the fog. Its body was blurred, but it was large, roughly the same size as the beetle itself. It was also wide and had multiple spindly limbs on either side of its body that pushed it through the fog. The ground shook slightly at its imminent arrival. Lillian gritted her teeth and crawled from under the beetle. She then used the odachi as a crutch to push herself up before pointing it towards the large entity. Her eyes narrowed when a part of it finally came into view. The thing that broke through the wall of fog was a long, thin leg made of black chitin. It was similar to the beetles in a way, except it seemed less made for stabbing and puncturing prey, and also the fact it had a frightening amount of joints. It made it seem like some kind of rope rather than a leg, due to how limp it looked. Lillian waited and watched as another leg arrived through the fog. With its two front legs now out of the wall of fog, it pushed itself through, showing its face to Lillian, which left her shocked. It was a nightmarish display of twitching mandibles and layered eyes, 8 to be exact. They were like glistening black orbs that shone with a predatory light. Between the jagged fangs, a wet, pulsating maw was hidden. Drip, 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 dripping in a reddish thick liquid that was mixed in with a purplish venom. Lillian's eyes glanced down at the venom that sunk into the ground before looking back up to its face again. Above its maw were two small, hairy appendages that twitched like cautious fingers. Lillian soon tore her eyes away from it and looked at the rest of its face. It wore a black chitinous armor like some sort of medieval knight with heavy ridges and abnormal symmetry that left her a bit irritated. Its body was bulky and covered in the same exact chitinous material. She moved her gaze onto its back and found metallic quills growing out from it, growing through its black armor. They twitched as though they were alive and smacked against each other, causing small click, 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 clicking sounds to happen. It was like a porcupine crossed with an arachnid. She then moved her gaze down, staring at its bloated abdomen that seemed to pulsate in a disturbing manner. And then she brought her eyes back to its 8 nimble legs that seemed to bend at an abnormal angle, but still moved elegantly nonetheless. Eventually, it came to a stop. The spider stared at the two, soon focusing its gaze on the beetle that glared at it with unbridled hate for the damage it caused to its glossy shell. Lillian watched as the beetle curved its body around her and faced the spider, who continued to stare curiously at it. It then shifted its body around, stabbing its legs into the dirt, and faced the beetle as well, engaging in an unexpected stare down with it. The spider was without a doubt taller than the heavily armored beetle, even more imposing when it came to the aura they gave off. And yet the beetle did not back down with its glare. Lillian hid behind the beetle, hesitant to engage. She didn't know why, but she felt the aura the spider gave off to be quite similar when it came to the tree and the cockroach back in the trial. She narrowed her eyes and held her chin. But why did it remind her of those two? What could be so similar about it? While she went into deep thought, the stare down between the two horrors soon came to an end. And instead, the first attack was made. The beetle tensed the muscles in its legs and blasted itself forward, kicking up the dirt. The spider pulled its body back before using its limp legs to send it forward like a slingshot. Boom! The beetle's horns smashed against the chitinous face of the spider, causing a dirt cloud to erupt outwards from their clash. Lillian, who was behind the beetle, became dirted due to its charge. As she brought up her head to glare at it, another wave of dirt washed over her. "Oh, come on." Lillian rubbed her eyes before eventually washing away the dirt on her eyes with water. After it had been cleared, she turned back to what was going on. With their legs stuck in the ground, the two monsters pushed against each other, trying to get leverage over one another. SKRR. As the beetle pushed its horn against the spider's ridged mask, a low screech emerged from the scraping. At first, it looked as though it was winning this power struggle. And it was. The beetle's strength managed to push it back ever so slightly. This sight left it grinning malevolently as its teeth chattered in anticipation. The spider looked unfazed as the small appendages above its maw twitched at it. Despite it looking to be leaning towards their win, Lillian couldn't help but think further. Why did this thing have such an aura to it? She then widened her eyes. She pulled the Odachi back into her mana realm as she rushed towards the beetle, her arms stretched out towards one of its legs. As this happened, the spider's left front leg was then raised from the ground. At the tip of it, a long needle suddenly grew at an alarming speed, and then in a fluid manner, it flashed the needle into the beetle's side. Crack! Marionette held her phone, staring at its screen and at the arrow that was pointing in a totally different direction than the one she was facing. Why is it facing the other direction? She asked before scratching her right cheek with her index finger. Did I get lost again? Marionette wondered as she turned around again and began walking towards the direction the arrow was pointing. Chapter 146. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 7 before Lillian could reach the beetle's location. The spider had already made its move. With the spike growing from the tip of its leg, it flashed nimbly towards the side of the beetle's impervious shell. Well, crack! Once impervious shell, the beetle widened its eyes for a brief moment before narrowing them dangerously. It pulled its body back away from the spider for a split second before charging and slamming its horn towards its face. The spider, using the help of its legs to leverage itself along the ground, avoided the attack by pulling itself back. It then unhooked its legs from the ground and leapt back. It fell from the air and made its landing by stabbing its legs into the ground. Thud, 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 SKRR, before being dragged by the momentum of its retreat. Lillian, who had finally arrived, lowered her hand and slowly walked to the side of the beetle, overlooking what had happened. That was when shock spread across her face. She stared at the evident cracks on the beetle's armor that formed around a deep hole in its armor. It wasn't a wide puncture, seemingly only made at the tip. But why was this attack different compared to the others? The stab was much slower than the speeding quills, so it should have carried much less force, right? She pondered deeply, tapping at the ethereal energy within her and controlled it to course through her arm. The mana that flowed through her muscles, veins, and possibly even bones sank deeply into them. She then felt as though she was capable of making them become soft, fluid, and even liquid. This feeling she felt was a connection she needed to tap into to morph parts of her body into water. But Lillian stared at the thin layer of a semi-transparent blue aura wrapped around her forearm, mostly around her hand, that then formed a fist. By coating her limbs in mana and having it sink into your organs, you can boost various parts of it to a degree, depending on how efficient and skillful you are. The main reason you would do this was to increase the strength behind your movements. Lillian waved her arm, dissipating the blue aura around it before scowling at the spider's next move. Without any given warning, it seemed ducked back into the grayish fog, hiding itself. TSK. Now I gotta wait until it comes back out? Lillian raised her hand to the side, a look of hesitation crossing over her face. She stretched her fingers through a black panel in the system, pulling yet another mana potion. She stared at it curiously before biting into the cork and spitting it out, releasing the mystical fumes that wafted from the potion into her nose. But she couldn't process its smell, for her ears twitched at a faint whistling from beyond the fog, specifically to her clang. Side? Lillian stared in surprise as the beetle curved itself around her, shielding her again from another speeding attack from the spider that continued to hide itself. Glug, 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 pwah. Lillian tossed away the bottle before patting the side of the beetle with a grateful expression. Thanks, buddy. After briefly saying that, she went silent. How was she going to find the spider in this damned fog? It's too thick for her eyes to see through. It was impossible. As she pondered what to do, her fingers that were rhythmically tapping against the shell of the beetle suddenly felt a sense of movement from a horrid insect. She glanced up from the ground, tilting her body to the side and staring at its face, which seemed to twitch a bit. But it wasn't just its face, but it was eyes that seemed to slowly drift left and right. Lillian followed its line of sight and found it staring blankly through the fog. Aimlessly. It looked as though it was just messing around by watching the fog move. She raised an eyebrow at it. What was her pet doing? That was until she widened her eyes a bit before curling her lips into a broad smile. She raised her left hand and placed her palm against her face. That's how I'm going to find the dam. Whistle. Clang. Lillian looked through the gaps between her fingers, watching as the beetle circled around her once more, defending her from yet another flying quill from Spider. This cycle repeated a few more times. Lillian covered her ears with her hands, blocking out the deafening ringing. She closely watched the beetle's movements and focused expressions. She knew what was going on now. Lillian smacked the side of the beetle with a joyful grin. Ah, you gorgeous, ugly bastard. You know where that damn sniper is at all times, don't you? She felt a weight become lifted off her shoulders. Now she won't have to be so much afraid of the possible chances of its ambush at any given moment. If she remembered correctly from the beetle's attributes section, it had one named Sensor, and by going off of its name, this beetle can sense the spider's location, right? Yes. This filled one of the requirements for her win condition. In fact, she knew the next one as well. Whistle. But before that, clang. After the beetle twisted its body around, smacking the needle out of the air and causing it to spin uncontrollably, Lillian raised her hand, pointing towards the direction it came from, and yelled, "I'll let you eat it." Lillian paused for a split second, opening her hand and catching the falling needle from the sky. And, using it to point, she continued, "If you can kill it, dash," before she couldn't even completely finish the last parts of her words. The beetle had already left her side, scurrying in a totally random direction in the fog. Lillian was the least bit worried she would lose it. Due to their connection with one another with the help of the jester, which seemed to be operating smoothly now, she would be able to find its general location. She breathed a sigh before quickly tossing the needle away and clutching her hand with a pained expression. "Why the hell did I catch that?" she hissed, staring down at her bleeding palm. Chapter 147. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 8. Lillian steadily ran through the fog, her eyes focused on a massive dark figure in the distance as it battled with another. She then raised her arms, shielding her face from the blast of wind that exploded from their clash. As the fog rolled over her, so did a thunderous, distorted roar. She brought down her arms and looked onwards. The monstrous dark beings in the fog had disappeared. She groaned, sensing the beetle had relocated its battle elsewhere. She turned to the side and chased after them. Her ears picked up the sounds of the battle, the snapping of trees, the soft, wet thuds of being slammed into the ground, and the high-pitched screeches and low roars of the monsters. She finally found traces of their battle. Deep, narrow holes were dug in the ground, several of them. These must be from their pointy legs. She glanced to the side, finding destroyed remains of the forest's dead-looking trees. Wrinkled, gray bark was strewn along the ground. Splinters a few centimeters long were found scattered like hay, and over them was a droopy, purplish liquid that ran down their edges and curves. If one were to focus their eyes on this, they would notice a sort of gas rising from it. Had the spider tried to use its venom on the beetle? She knew for a fact that her beetle wasn't strongly resistant to poison at all, if one were to go off of what had happened in the trial. But even so, for the spider to actually have its venom injected into the beetle's body, it would need to A. Destroy the beetle's armor and reach its flesh underneath. Or B. Figure out that the beetle's weakness was its underside. Thud! Lillian shuddered at the strong, sudden tremors sent through the ground, which were followed by a primal roar. She raised her eyes, finding a large, blurry, dark object rolling towards her. Thud! It bounced along the ground, leaving wide dents in the dirt. The sound grew more and more louder. Thud! Lillian squinted her eyes at the thing, trying to make out what it was. Thud! That was when she realized. Thud! Lillian widened her eyes before diving to the side, narrowly dodging the combined bodies of the beetle and spider as they rolled past. The beetle watched as the spider fluidly wrapped its front right leg around its horn like an octopus. It then snapped its jaws at it with a twitchy face, causing the arachnid to flinch back a bit. After the fog swallowed them again, Lillian quickly scurried herself back to her feet. While she was doing this, the beetle laid on its back forced into the ground. The spider stood over it, its legs splayed over its side, wrapping it in a crushing embrace, dripping its venom onto its face that seemed to singe the beetle. Hiss! The beetle snarled at before snapping its jaws. The spider flinched back again and then deliberately drew its head back in. Snap! The beetle snapped at it again, but found that the spider remained still, unfazed. It then watched as the arachnid raised one of its legs, morphing the tip into a spike. And with a sinister speed, it flashed the tip of the spike into the beetle's exposed underside, sinking into its organs. The beetle let out a guttural groan as it felt the cold, metallic spike sink into its flesh and organs. It then felt the feeling of something flowing out of the puncture wound. The spider, using one of its many eyes, focused on the spike stuck in the beetle's body, watching as a red liquid flowed out. It then, with an almost sadistic glint in its eyes, wiggled the spike. The beetle felt the tip of the pointy spike scratch and rip into the inner workings of its body, causing it to let out a furious, pain-filled roar. And with it, its legs that were tied to the side of its body finally broke free from the spider's constricting embrace. And like loaded rifles, the spear-like limbs shot towards the pulsating abdomen of the spider. However, in a flash, the spider pulled out one leg from either side of its body, thud, thud, and stabbed them into the ground. With surprising strength, it pushed itself back, only receiving a minor scratch from the beetle as they grazed its throbbing underside. While it was a couple of meters into the air and a few meters back, one of its last remaining quills on its back stopped its constant twitching before quickly angling itself in the beetle's direction. Pushed, it shot from its back with a loud hiss like compressed air, scraping against the side of the spider's black armor and flying towards the beetle's still wriggling form. However, just before it could skewer its body, Lillian, who had already made it to the beetle's side, quickly absorbed the beetle into its glass shard. Thud! Lillian gripped the glass shard that reflected the image of the beetle's face, which expressed a hint of pain. She then glanced towards the needle beside her feet, watching as it reflected her own face in its polished side. Although her face looked blurry in the reflection, she knew. She looked worried. She turned her gaze towards the spider, which was fortunately unhidden by the fog, but that did allow her to watch its disturbing act. She watched as the spider raised the limb that stabbed the beetle and stared curiously at the blood-coated spike. And then, unexpectedly, a slim and long, dull red tongue slid out from its maw. It wiggled in the air, spraying droplets of saliva onto the ground before wrapping itself around the spike, stroking it up and down and slowly cleaning it of blood. And while it did this, its gaze was focused on her the entire time. She shivered a bit. What a freak, she muttered under her breath before pulling out her odachi. Her eyes then glanced towards its back. She waited for a moment and realized it wasn't growing any more spikes, specifically on its back. Could it be that it can't just create more quills? Could it be it took mana to do that? This question then brought her onto the next win condition. Since monsters can't regenerate mana on their own, the most common way to defeat one was to Chapter 148, 148. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 9 before Lillian could fully complete her thought, the spider leapt at her. And it was fast. Lillian twisted her body to the side, swoosh, narrowly dodging a rapid stab from the spider. The wind from the attack coldly brushed against her face. With a groan, she swung her odachi down on the leg. However, compared to before, when she used purely her physical abilities, she used her mana. Swish! The hand that clutched the odachi's hilt glowed an ethereal faint blue. But despite the added boost, she still missed her target. Thump! The edge of her blade sank into the dirt, carrying her along due to the momentum. She pushed one foot out, balancing herself, before raising her eyes to the side. The spider stood, tall and menacing as the fog seemed to blur its face a little. Its legs, which stretched like noodles from its body, flailed and swayed slowly in the air like tentacles. And at each end was an intimidating spike that shone a metallic luster. As they swayed in the air, swish, 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 the tip of the spike seemed as though it was stretching it apart, dragging and ripping through. Lillian eyed it cautiously, shifting her body into a stance. She just had to reduce its mana levels down to 0. That way, she could have an even higher chance of winning. A higher chance of winning against a monster with an attack power that could break through the tough, black armor of a carapace hunter. She gritted her teeth and leaned her weight onto one leg. After that, she leaned back, raising the audacious black blade from the ground. However, after she managed to do this, the spider, who had watched as Lillian pointed her blade at it, made its next move. Like a fierce whip, it swung one of its right legs at her, tearing through the grayish fog. Its spike darted at her with a merciless light and moved into a stab. Lillian, in response, raised her sword over her shoulder and swung it down empowered with her Manus-enhancing capabilities. The fog parted out the way of the spider's stab. The fog split out of the way of their sword's swing. And just as they were about to meet, swish, the spider shifted its attack. Lillian's eyes quickly glanced at the tentacle-like leg as it made a 90-degree turn. It moved out of the way, just about avoiding her swing. It then curved around her sword and aimed at her face. Lillian watched as it dangerously neared her face, but it was slower than before. Its turn must made it lose most of its built-up speed. She relaxed her face and splash. Let it tear through the center of her head. Her body then went still as her entire head exploded into water, leaving the spider stunned as well. While it was frozen for a moment, in the corner of its many eyes, it watched as water from Lillian's head converged into many points in the air. Droplets gathered before shooting towards the spider's eyes. It leaned back, dodging the sharp droplets. As its leg was pulled back from where Lillian's head used to be, it was suddenly cut off. The water stretched from the stump of her neck, shaping and reforming into a familiar face and head. Once Lillian's face regained its color, a frown was stretched across her lips. She had almost died. Just a split second later, and she would have died. Her eyes watched as the spider backed away, staring curiously at the new serious wound it had received. It didn't look the slightest bit fazed at what had just happened. Lillian stared at it as well, before looking towards the severed part of its leg. It lay on the floor, draining soaked in high-pressure blood. She then raised her eyes towards the spider and noticed a crimson rain falling upon her. The spider, holding up its stump, aimed at the stream of blood that left its body at high speed like a water gun. Lillian held up her hand, intending to counter with a torrent of water, but was inevitably too slow. It washed over her like a waterfall, painting her body. She could even taste as some got past her lips. It was bitter, acidic, and sour. She tried to shield her face as best as she could with her arms, having already stored away the odachi. But ultimately, she closed her eyes to prevent the blood from getting in. Who knew what sort of toxic effects it could have on her eyes? Soon enough, the waves of blood finally stopped its seemingly endless stream. But before she could even have time to recover and wipe her eyes clean, something slammed into her left side. It squeezed the gap between her side and arm. Her body leaned to the left, folding over what had slammed into her. And then, bam, the sound finally arrived. Her blood-red, dyed hair fluttered through the wind as she flew. Her body was like a rag doll as it bounced along the ground. Thud, 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 thud. The intervals between each bounce become shorter. And so was her flight, which was about to come to an end. A conspicuous tree, in line with her trajectory, shuddered as something crashed into it. Thump! What made contact with it was a light brown chest plate made with what could be from a creature's exoskeleton. Thud! Arg! Lillian fell onto her right side, lying over the exposed, uneven roots of the tree with a pained and dazed expression. She had fortunately called upon the chest plate at the last second, but that doesn't mean she didn't feel like shit. Shit! That's the best way I can describe it. Using her right arm, she pushed herself up, resting her back against the tree. Her eyes were closed tight, be it from the pain of having air forcefully knocked out of you, the pain of feeling the bones in your arm almost shatter, or the dizziness of something akin to a cruel hangover. I think it's a mixture of both, really. Lillian chuckled, shakily pushing herself up. She then spat on the ground before washing her face and body in water. What a pain, what a pain. She chanted over and over as she wiped her face with her left hand. Her entire right arm was currently numb. Hard to move for now. She stared at it before shaking her head. She moved her left hand into the air and dragged out a red potion. A healing potion. She wasn't going to take any chances. At least, not against this thing. After yanking out the cork with her teeth, she held it up to her lips. And just as she was about to drink it, whistle, shatter. A blur passed by, shattering the bottle in her hand and allowing the solution to fall onto her clothes. The hand that clutched the neck of the broken glass bottle shook. Lillian gritted her teeth as she glanced to her left, staring at a quill that had landed in the ground at an inclined angle. She wrapped her left hand around her right arm before hissing. Piece of sure. However, just as she was about to finish her sentence, she realized something. Click! Why did it land in this direction? Click! Click! Shouldn't the spider be all the way in front of her? Click! 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 Lillian quickly turned to the side, summoning and swinging her odachi horizontally. As her blade cleaved through the grayish fog, something else shot out from it as well. Clang! Something collided with the underside of her sword, causing it to be sent upwards. And because of the weight and momentum, Lillian was carried along. However, due to her only holding onto it with one hand, it soon slipped out of her grip despite the gritty support of the hilt. Swish! And not a moment later, whatever had caused this took advantage. A familiar metallic spike, narrow and long, pierced through the fog and towards her shoulder. It was at a speed she could react to. Splash! Crack thud! The spike passed through her shoulder, creating a hole through the tree behind her and also breaking apart her chest plate. Lillian gave a quick breath before tilting her body to the side. Once there wasn't anything through the area of her shoulder, she fixed it. With her shoulder back, she pushed against what remained of the tree and dashed back. But the relentless attack continued to come. Pushed! Another spike shot out, attached to a long, spindly black limb. As it snaked towards her shoulder again, once more at a speed she could react to, for some reason she planted her feet in the ground, skidding back a bit. She then controlled the mana inside her body and moved it towards her shoulder again. Shell just passed through the attack again. But as she thought this, she noticed something off about the spike. Something off about the entire limb darting towards her. Splash! And there was something off about her shoulder as well. She felt an odd, thick, and warm, liquid splash against the right side of her face. And then a pain that overwhelmed the numbing arrived. But before she could even process what had happened, she was suddenly... Chapter 149. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. A few days ago, Lillian tilted her head to the side and repeated, "Mana disruption?" She was currently standing in an open center amidst a thick jungle simulation created for her. Since she had managed to the disciple rank otherwise known as the second tier, she had been given some special treatment. While the academy students were allowed the simulation pods, that only really started in the second year. Anyway, she was currently going through jungle, thud, alongside Marionette, who had followed her here. Lillian's eyes focused on the raven-haired woman as she leapt through the air and slammed the head of an orc-like monster into the ground. After the monster had become dazed, Marionette, who landed and crouched beside its head, sunk the tips of her fingers into its eyes. Just before the orc could let out its pain-filled screams, its body jolted and suddenly went limp. Lillian stared with a wry smile as the inside of the orc's head suddenly exploded out with dark spikes, painting the grass beneath it with blood, brain matter, and shards of its skull. Marionette slowly brought herself up from her crouch before quickly waving her blood-soaked hand. Yes, mana disruption. We learnt this particular topic in class, while not off great detail. She then raised an eyebrow at how quickly the orc's blood dried before raising her hand to Lillian and asking, "Could you please wash my hand?" Oh, sure. No problem. After Lillian had splashed her hand with water, she pulled out a pure white handkerchief from the inside of her blazer pocket. Lillian watched as the assassin neatly wiped her hand with an almost disgusted glint in her eyes. This led her to wonder why Marionette even bothered to use her hand if she was going to feel like this. "So what about it?" she asked, getting Marionette's attention, while she was putting away the piece of cloth. "Refer back to what you remember about it from class." That's it. Unless you weren't paying full attention to the lesson and can't do it." She folded her arms. "Huh." Lillian rolled her eyes and waved her hands dismissively. "Donne-moi, Marionette." She then raised her hand, transferring parts of her mana into it. It then twisted, taking on the form of water. When people reach rank C in affinity, they can apply their element onto themselves. She then raised her other hand and poked her index finger through the water, allowing some to just avoid attacks with seemingly no issues. She then pulled her finger out and waved off the water. After her finger was dry, she continued, "Because of this technique, we were able to deal with monsters to much less casualties." Lillian then watched as Marionette reached out towards her wrist, gently clutching it and lowering it. "Then how come we still struggle with defeating some?" Marionette asked, testing her as she stared through the liquid hand. "Since it takes mana to apply our element to our bodies, it can be disrupted by foreign mana signatures. This was found out during a trial where a monster was able to kill a few." Marionette nodded, satisfied. She raised her right hand and moved her index towards the palm of Lillian's liquid hand. Around it was a thin layer of mana, which once making contact, caused the water to take on the color of Lillian's skin and then transform back into it. And soon enough, her entire hand returned back to its previous state. Marionette then spoke. "Despite us humans being able to use mana a lot more effectively than monsters, we still learn a lot from the mana disruption being one of them." Lillian glanced down, feeling Marionette's cold, slender finger wrap under her chin, tilting her face up. She stared into Marionette's tender eyes. "So that's why, unless you're sure you can win against one, try not to underestimate them too much, especially their intelligence. I doubt I would find a smart one anytime soon." Lillian rolled her eyes again. Monsters only really start to become smarter when they reach C rank. She then placed her hand on the back of her head, scratching it. But even so, at that level, only their ability of recognizing patterns would get better. I suppose." Marionette tapped her chin before pulling away and headed off towards the trees. She then stopped and turned her head back to Lillian and said, "Let's continue. Let's try going through the trees this time." "Trees? I don't know how to climb trees." "You don't? Well then, I suppose I can teach you since I'm here." Marionette smiled. "Piece of shit dash," Lillian said, gritting through her teeth as she was dragged through the air by her shoulder. She grimly stared at the spike stuck in her right shoulder and tried to pull herself off with her left hand. Swoosh! The thing's movements were unpredictable. Swoosh! 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 They zigzagged through the air, causing shots of pain to bash against her mind as more blood leaked from her shoulder. And after it made one last final turn, thud, puahk, her back was slammed against the bark of a tree, her chest plate taking most of the blow. Fortunately, she clutched the spike in her shoulder harder, grimacing at the subtle but dreadful light emanating from it. Lillian gave a shaky and nervous smile, This guy found out my trick after just 3 stabs? She then winced as she felt the spike twist in her shoulder. Her body also shuddered as something slowly approached her. Thump, thump, thump. The fog parted once again to reveal the horrific arachnid as it stepped towards her with its many legs. The small appendages above its maw twitched and even curled its many hairs disturbingly. As it stood over the white-haired girl, it then began to drag her up the tree. Escarar, etching a long, jagged streak in the tree's wrinkled gray bark. Lillian felt fear grip her heart as she unconsciously wiggled her legs in the air. She let out short and rapid breaths as the spider opened its large venomous maw under her. She clenched her jaw and pulled her hand away from the spike, moving it to her side and summoning a familiar glass shard and dropping it, causing it to land beneath the spider. And when it landed, it shattered into a cloud of glass crystals. Just before Lillian fell into its mouth, a black spire appeared from the cloud, stabbing through the spider's lower body and flipping it over as the beetle crawled on top, roaring with its appearance. Lillian was dragged along with the spider's flip, causing her to land on her skewered shoulder and making her let out another heart-wrenching yelp. She soon closed her mouth and took in her surroundings that suddenly warped and spun for a moment, a sign of vertigo. As she looked around for anything she could do to escape, her ears were bombarded with the two monsters' hateful screams at one another. And it seems the spider wasn't so unfazed about the new hole in its underside now. But even so, just let go. Lillian cried out in frustration as she stared at the subtle blue light still emanating from the spider's sharp, metallic tip. She had to escape, but with its mana in the way, she wouldn't be able to slip away by morphing her shoulder into water. She could try cutting off the spike. Yes, she could. Lillian pushed out her hand, trying her summon the black Odachi to her hand only to find nothing appeared. Where did it go? I dropped it. Her eyes trembled before flashing with a determined light. In no matter. My water can cut it off, right? Just above the squirming limb that kept on dragging her through the dirt, eliciting more painful shocks through her arm, the blade of a guillotine appeared. With whatever focus she had left, she shaped the water to have the sharpest edge she could make. She knew the leg was armored, but swish! She was sure its joints weren't tough enough to that degree. The breath she was holding was deeply let out once she felt the spike in her shoulder become still. She then shivered at the ear-piercing scream the spider let out behind the fog. Lillian gritted her teeth and just hoped her beetle could hold it down long enough for her to recover. She took in a deep breath before rolling over, placing her left hand on the group and pushing herself up on her knees. She then raised her head towards the sky, taking in rapid, heavy breaths as she tried to calm down her heart. After that, she tried to push herself up on her feet, thud, only to be pulled down by the spike in her arm that was still attached to a portion of the spider's severed limb. Huh! She let out a nervous laughter as she gripped the spike and tried to pull it out. But as she tried to, it felt like her entire shoulder was getting pulled outwards. Huh! It's not coming out. She laughed again. The rate she tried to pull it out quickened. It's coming out? Why isn't it coming out? It should be coming out. The palm of her hand bled more as clutched it. The nervous smile on her lips turned into an exaggerated grin as she tugged at it more. Just come out for me. It's all I ask, you know? Until it eventually became a frustrated frown. Why won't you come out? The more she tried to pull it out, the more she felt her blood drain from her body, just like her bravery. She felt her blood go cold, the fog becoming darker and colder as it comforted her in its embrace. It was almost as though it was mocking her a little. That was when she got an idea. Should she just... A blade of water manifested just above her shoulder. She hesitated at the thought of doing the unthinkable. She soon broke and got rid of the blade, letting it wash over her body. She couldn't. She bent her body over as she clutched the lower half of her face. It was too scary to think about. She listened to the noises of what she would assume to be her beetle being slammed against the trees. How does Marionette do it so nonchalantly? As the noise grew louder, she figured the spider must have gotten up from its back. But it should be weakened, right? The wound left behind by the beetle must be taking a toll on its body. It could bleed out. She can win this. After having this thought, she calmed herself down a bit, and with a calmer mind, she moved her mana from her core and towards her shoulder before pausing. She raised her left hand towards the air, reaching into her system and pulling out a conspicuous blue pill before popping it into her mouth. If she would only turn her shoulder into water, her right-left arm would just fall off. And so, a major affinity pill was needed. Splash! As the spike fell through her now liquid arm, she raised it to get a good look before smiling. It was much harder to keep it in a constant shape. It wobbled inconsistently, glitching almost. She then turned it back into her arm before gazing up into the fog-covered sky. To think I almost resorted to cutting off my arm, she said with a deprecating smile and tone. She had to go now, but should she run over there to fight, or to just run and escape? She then trembled as another roar echoed out from the direction of the beetle. She then let out a deep sigh. I can't escape without it, and I doubt it could win. The spider would track me down soon enough. She then got up to her feet and drank another health potion, followed by the mana potion. That beetle is my ticket out of here. I can't let it die now. She then went silent before adding, and I'd rather not return a marionette like a coward. Chapter 1, 5150. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 11. While Lillian was freeing herself, the beetle was having trouble freeing itself. With its legs dug into the ground, it was forced back. The ground beneath it tore apart, as well as being painted in its blood, which poured out from a severed stump. It was missing its middle right leg, leaving it with two on its right side. And where was this missing limb? Crack! Crunch! It was in the spider's jaws. The exoskeleton surrounding the leg cracked under the pressure of its fangs, shattering and revealing the beetle's succulent meat. And while it was devouring the leg, it forced the beetle back with its face, smashing it against his horn. Despite it missing a couple of limbs and having a hole in its abdomen, the spider seemed to be able to keep up in terms of strength with the beetle. It was like a battle of titans as the trees were torn from their roots, the depressing soil ravished and scarred, and the fog grew lively quicker like excited spectators. If a person were to witness this scene from behind the fog, all they would see were two horrors merged into one, while some parts of it glowed a mysterious, faint blue. This was one of the reasons why the spider had been able to contend with the beetle for this long. Its body was more shaped to be a modern tank made for stealth. A modern tank that could swish, crack PSH. The spider whipped one of its legs through the air, transforming the tip into a menacing spike that stabbed through the beetle's rigid armor like a forceful spear. By enhancing itself with mana, it was able to contend with the beetle's almost Herculean strength, capable of shattering through stone with a swing of its horn. The beetle was incapable of using its mana like this. It chattered its teeth as it felt another tree pressed against its behind. It then felt the tree bend before snapping. It tried to wiggle itself free from the spike stuck in its side, but the spider was persistent in bringing it down. No matter how much it tried to free itself, the spike had locked itself in place. Its eyes then caught sight of the spider bringing up another one of its legs. And just before it could stab it inside him, something shot through the air with a surprising speed. The beetle then felt the constant pressure force upon it by the spider lessened before disappearing. Following this was a chilling screech as the spider reeled back. One of its eyes in its plated and armored face disappeared, replaced with a flowing stream of blood. Whatever that thing was, it was able to destroy one of its eyes, and with a terrifyingly high accuracy. As it stumbled back, deep within its empty eye socket something grew. It was an ominous blue pebble, but attached to it was a long, faint wire that stretched beyond the fog. It stretched far, piercing through the grayish fog and over the empty canopies of dead trees. It eventually reached its destination, for crouched in the tree was a girl with dyed crimson hair, clothes, and a focused expression. It was Lillian, who had decided to take a spot inside a tree. With her hand raised, shaped into a gun, A droplet manifested before her outstretched finger. It then shaped into a spear that radiated a much more powerful energy compared to before. The spearhead then twisted before transforming into a swirling spiral. Its form was more detailed, controlled, and ultimately far deadlier compared to what she had been able to create before. Through the connection she had with the beetle, she aimed in the general direction she thought the spider was in, and with a small mutter, bang, swoosh, it shot through the air like the bolt of a ballista. In its path, the fog seemed to become trapped in the whirlpool it had created, fusing with it in its journey. Seconds later, it reached the spider it had just recovered from the shock of pain and loss of vision. However, it was then left dazed again, for with a sound akin to a thunderclap, the spiraling spear exploded against its face like artillery. It danced back like a drunken man as another wire was tethered to its face. A wire made of water, these wires that were attached to it, and Lillian was something she had invented. Something she created to discern the spider's current location. Constructs made of mana need a constant steady supply of mana to exist, as used mana become shaped and stay in shape, while constructs made with elements are different. Although it uses up more mana to manifest it into thin air, that was about it. The cost of shape, it was the same unless you're adding more to the construct's mass. The reason why you would choose elemental construct over mana ones was because it didn't constantly take a steady supply of mana. That was because once it had been created, it would just feed on the mana stored in it, the mana that was used to create it, meaning it would have a limited lifespan. Basically, if she were to create a spear out of water and gave it enough mana for it to last 30 minutes, it would last 30 minutes without any outside disturbances. This was especially good for what she was doing. By applying her parasitic element with the wire that connected her to the spider, she would be able to leech off of its mana. But instead of feeding it into her, she made it so it fed into the wire, essentially keeping it self-sufficient until the spider ran out of mana. She sighed. It wasn't flawless, though. The mana needed to keep the wire up was to an amount that her parasitic element couldn't use to feed itself, thus causing her to let it feed on her own mana as a source. Lillian clutched a mana potion in her hand before drinking it. A small smile plastered on her face as she did this. Finally, no more flying quills to disrupt this process. She then without care tossed it to the ground, hearing it clatter against the side of the tree before shattering on what she assumed to be from its exposed roots. She then looked back towards the spider's general direction with a hesitant expression. I should get closer, just so I can be near when the beetle becomes too heavily damaged. And this was what she did, but only after sending another twisting spear. As the spear was being made and sent, the spider's remaining eyes glanced at the liquid string that seemed to stretch an infinite length from its perspective. It then raised one of its legs and swung at the lines, intending to sever them. But before it could, the beetle rammed into its side, cracking and shattering parts of its exoskeleton. Just as the beetle was about to bite down on its legs, it noticed the wiggling of a couple of familiar quills on the spider's back. And with a hurried, fluid motion, the beetle turned its body to the side, facing its shell towards the spider, and bang, bang, letting the quills collide with its shell, denting it, but not breaking it. It then turned its face back around, only to be met with a stab through its left eye. It let out a blood-curdling scream that caused the ground to tremble. Just before the spider could go any deeper inside the beetle's skull, its body was knocked slightly to the side as something exploded against its body. This brief distraction allowed the beetle to pull itself back away from the spike stuck in its eye before charging back in and crashing his horn against the spider's armored face and cracking it. It then pulled itself back before moving back in, intending to break open the spider's protective black mask. But before it could, something shot towards its face, tearing through the air and PSHHD, tearing through the side of its face. Blood rushed out of the hole in its face, tissues of skin and muscles mixed in with the flowing blood. The spider stood over the beetle, watching as it fell onto its legs. It then regrew the quill it shot from its back before flipping over the beetle onto its back. It then revealed its dripping, venomous fangs before deliberately lowering its head and sinking them into the flesh of the beetle's exposed underside. A slight groan left the beetle's mouth, a sense of weakness taking over it as its vision went blurry. And then, a feeling of weightlessness. But not one out of weakness, though. The spider felt its face phase through the beetle that had suddenly cracked and shattered into a cloud of glittering dust. It then moved through the air, transforming into a glass shard that was clutched tightly in a woman's hand. A woman painted in blood, who flashed the spider a bloodlusting light, muttered, "Yo, how about round two?" before snapping her fingers and Chapter 151. Second layer to the Forest of Disruption. 12 in terms of mana volume. Lillian was a sure loser. The spider, despite its limited means of attack, seemed to never run out of mana. However, such an advantage seemed to have nearly reached its lifespan. As Lillian snapped her fingers, drills, created from water, manifested in the air. Dozens floated behind her in the air, spinning. The fog around them began to roll over, becoming swallowed by the drills. With a dramatic flick of her finger, one of them was shot from its place. Bone splash! It collided with the spider's chitinous black mask, narrowly missing one of its eyes. However, even so, the force behind the drill caused it to take a meter step back. Not only that, but a dangerous crack webbed from the center of impact. Its entire front body was then tilted up a meter off the ground. The blood leaking from the hole in its abdomen sprayed up. Lillian closely watched the rain of blood darting towards her. With a wave of her hand, she formed a curtain of water that caught the crimson droplets. After tossing the crimson rain to the side, splash, she carried on with her assault. With another flick of her fingers, she launched another volley of drills at it. After doing so, she manifested a liquid longsword in her hand. But amidst its creation, she briefly thought about her current plan of attack. Although the spider was a walking artillery tank with nimble movement, it still had something she could cut through. She can cut through its joints. But would it give her the chance to? While Lillian was going over her plan, the spider danced through the fog, weakened by blood loss but light on its toes. It swerved around the missiles of water, avoiding each one. Soon enough, to escape one, it leapt on top of a tree, causing it to shatter under its weight. It then leapt onto a group of trees, spreading over its weight. It then shuffled its body around, getting into position. Its remaining eyes trailed the liquid wires through the fog. As it did this, the pupils in its eyes seemed to narrow. Because of this, Lillian's blurry, small figure became visible despite the fog. While it was doing this, another quill sprouted from its back at a ridiculous rate. It then aimed the metallic needle towards Lillian to find her staring at it eerily. It felt its body temperature drop for a few seconds, and then suddenly, pop, hiss, something suddenly erupted in the socket of its missing eyes. It was boiling, scalding hot, and extremely irritating. It felt like the entire inside of its head was suddenly lit aflame. During this moment of painful distraction, a drill shot through the air, breaking through one of the 4 trees under it. Its body suddenly dipped to the side. Just as it was about to pull itself up, pop, hiss, another pop rang aloud, followed by a dreadful, fiery pain that caused its focus to dip as well. Thud! It fell to the ground, bleeding, weakened, and nearly out of mana, but still rose back to its legs. As soon as Lillian walked through the fog and stared at the spider, she scowled. They stared at one another, covered in blood. But Lillian, it wasn't hers. In fact, she wasn't even a bit wounded. That was one of her advantages in this fight. Her last win condition, the system shop, no matter where she was, or what she was doing, it would always follow her, ready to hand over a potion at a cost, and even a weapon if she wanted. However, despite her being without her weapon, she chose not to buy one, although she did say she wasn't going to take any chances with the creepy spider. She was going to stick to a little challenge she was always given. No real weapons allowed. She grinned, raising the weightless longsword in her hands. Only abilities. The spider stared at her with caution before pulling one of its legs back to a fallen tree. Just as Lillian was going to take a step forward, swoosh, the spider lobbed the gray and decrepit tree at her. It rolled through the air before being sliced through by Lillian's longsword. However, it didn't really help in stopping it. She crouched, letting it fly over her before watching them hit the ground, finally splitting apart. She let out a sigh of relief before feeling an odd presence near her. Like a spring, she leapt back, THWOM thud, dodging a quick strike from the spider as it stabbed its leg into the ground. The coldness of the fog brushed against her face as it fell with the spider's attack. SKRR. Lillian skidded back before leaning forward. With a kick of her right foot, she leapt back in. She raised a long sword over her head and swung. Swoosh! Her straight blade wobbled before curving back and lengthening. It then sliced through one of the spider's joints, causing another showering of blood to happen. Lillian quickly held up a hand, creating a wall of water, and stepped back. The barrier she had created became soaked in the spider's crimson blood. It was eventually dyed to the point it was no longer transparent. With a push of her hand, she launched the crimson wall, causing it to crash into the spider like a tidal wave. The blood dripped through the cracks in its armor, dyeing its face. Lillian then lowered her hand back to her sword's hilt, and with a kick of her right foot again, she dashed back in. However, just before she could reach it, she suddenly had to twist her body to the side as, swoosh, the spider's leg stabbed at her. The tip's sharp, metallic surface stared at her menacingly as the world seemed to briefly slow for a moment in her eyes. And then, she felt her heart anxiously tighten as the feeling of something breathing down the back of her neck subtly appeared. Her eyes drifted back and saw another leg speeding toward her lower back. Her eyes flashed with urgency. She rushed her mana towards her lower abdomen and, splash, allowed it to pass through her. She let out a shaky sigh, having just escaped death by a hair's breadth. Fortunately, she had already returned the chest plate to the mana realm. As she stared down at the spikes sticking through her lower abdomen, she noticed something passing through the fog. Her eyes were then reflected in the surface of a purplish-looking ball that flew towards her. Her nose twitched at the foul smell. Was it the spider's venom? She grimaced at the lack of time to rest before pulling herself off the spike and dodging. Her nose twitched at the concentrated smell of the venom narrowly passing by her. Thump! Lillian rolled along the ground, clutching her right cheek. Hiss! It burned. A droplet from the venom must have splashed onto her. She placed her finger on the area before jolting away at the sharp pain. She gave another sigh as she summoned her chest plate. After getting back up, she looked around. Lost. And so was the spider, who hid behind the fog. She hissed, "Damn coward dash." She then widened her eyes as a volley of spitballs shot toward her, all being the spider's venom. She raised a wall of water, catching the barrage coming at her. She then gave another sigh of relief. But then, she heard something bubble. She immediately stepped back, watching as the venom dripped from the wall, eating through. She tossed the wall to the side, carrying away the venom. She then heard a subtle whistle off to the side. She glanced in the direction and saw another spitball coming at her. It was no issue. She could just blast it away. And that was what she did. She raised her right hand towards it, blasting a torrent of water that pushed it back. However, something pierced through the blob of venom and the stream of water she sent out. It was long, narrow, and shone with a metallic sinister luster that glimmered a faint blue coating. It was one of the spider's quills. And, Philip, it was too fast. She widened her eyes. Her vision was suddenly filled with the blooming of a red flower. It was an uncomfortable feeling as it flowed through her arm. And then suddenly, she felt like she lost something. Thud! Something that dropped to the ground, allowing something to pour out of her. Lillian slowly moved her left hand to her right arm, only to come in contact with a shallow stream of a warm, thick liquid. The smell of iron tickled her nose. She then slowly drew her eyes to her arm. Her arm. Yes, her arm. Lillian stared dazedly at where her arm should be. She then drew her eyes towards the bleeding stump. Ah, she had lost her arm. A shadow then loomed over her, who was overtaken with shock to notice. The spider stared down at her, flashing its fangs, and Chapter 152, Second Layer of the Forest of Disruption. 13 Snap suddenly reeled back in shock. Another one of its last remaining 6 eyes exploded. Lillian, holding up her remaining hand and snapping her fingers, stared at it with a subtle glimmer of desperate madness. "I didn't need that arm, anyway," she yelled crazily, her lips curling into an exaggerated smile. She then bent her body forward and dashed towards it. As she quickly narrowed the gap between them, from her bleeding stump, an arm grew. An arm entirely made out of water. And in the hand of that arm, a familiar shard reflecting the image of an injured beetle appeared. Before the spider could finish recovering from the loss of another eye, Lillian drew back her liquid arm. It curved back before whipping forward, sending the shard beneath the spider. However, just before throwing it, she muttered, "Hope you still got some more fight in you, buddy." As the shard sliced through the air, the spider had finally regained control of its mind, but became confused at the lack of vision it had. This only lasted for a brief second, though. But it did start to feel something. Something it hadn't felt for so long, after evolving into its current form. And what happened next only solidified it in its heart. It felt its body suddenly become lifted up. Something pierced through its underside, once again, tearing through its organs. And that something was the beetle's horn. Despite a portion of the side of its face missing, its exoskeleton cracked and dented. It still let out a sadistic and almost prideful cackle. Its distorted voice rang inside the spider's ears, causing it to briefly shiver. But this feeling didn't last for even a split second, for on reflex, it flashed its metal-tipped legs at the beetle's back, swish, crack dash, and pierced through its armor, shattering its segmented exoskeleton. As the beetle lost its cackle and went limp, the small appendages above the spider twitched uncontrollably. Venom dripped into its mouth, shaping into a ball. And as it was about to spit it into the beetle's wounds, it felt something crawl on its back. Following that sensation was an uncomfortable feeling of the singular quill in its back being pulled out. And then it watched as Lillian's blood-covered face appeared above it, standing on its head. She still had that eerie, mad grin on her face that only grew more what she did next. Pushed. Another ear-shattering screech rang out from the spider's maw. The cause was the long, narrow needle stuck through one of its eyes. As its high-pressured blood shot through the gaps in its eye, it heard the voice of the woman on its head. "Oh ho ho, we're not done. My friend." Lillian hung onto one of the edges of its plated face. She lowered herself before one of its eyes. She ignored the reflection of her awful appearance in its eyes and raised her liquid arm. The arm wobbled, gradually losing its form. It wasn't perfect after all. Unlike Marionette, who must have gotten plenty of practice, this was her first time. But that didn't matter, especially with what she did next. As soon as her arm was back far enough, she shaped it into a sharp spike. With it aimed at the center of the spider's eye, she stabbed it in. And immediately as she did it, another screech appeared. Due to how close she was, her ears began to slightly bleed. She could feel it too as it ran down from her ear canals. But that wasn't all, for she was once again sprayed with the spider's high-pressure blood. And unfortunately, she couldn't hang on due to that. Thud! Lillian landed on the ground, rolling. She quickly got up into a crouch and then into a sprint back. No delay. She hastily reached the beetle, which revealed signs of cracks across its body, even its flesh. This was a process in which a shard would be completely destroyed. She chuckled a little as she placed her palm on its shell. "Oh no, I can't have you disappear on me now." As soon as the beetle turned into its glass shard, she whispered, "I still have more for you to do. Take a rest for a while," and tossed it back into her mana realm. Thud! She looked back towards the spider, who had collapsed onto its legs, having lost too much blood. It was also out of mana. However, it tried to get back up to its feet, but its shaky legs weren't able to keep it up for long, causing it to fall back down again. Lillian's exaggerated grin then soon softened as she circled the spider, patting its cracked and severely damaged shell. But, oh, boy, you sure did a number on me. She then reached a spot in its armor, finding something unusual deep within its flesh. It was lodged deep but had a familiar metallic color. Because of you, I lost an arm. Behind on time, she knelt down and surgically widened the area around it before strongly pulling against it. It was tough, but by continuously widening the area, she managed to pull it out. Pushed. Lillian was prepared to get blasted by another wave of blood again, but it seemed this time she was lucky. She stood up and gripped onto what seemed to be another one of the spider's metallic needles. But why was it stuck inside its body and hidden under its armor? Lillian grinned. So this was the one Marionette threw? And what? She went around and stopped before its head. It broke through your armor, and you... She then raised her right foot and planted it against its face, just heeled it over and hit it. She smirked. She then aimed the tip of the needle before one of its eyes, twirling it around playfully. Look here, although it would have made sense for you to go after her instead of me. Her words at the end slurred a bit. Her vision suddenly warped and blurred before returning back to normal. She took in a deep breath. You got me. And I say, despite her being stronger than me, you got unlucky. She chuckled a bit because she tends to finish things fast, while I usually don't sometimes. She then tilted her head to the side with an innocent smile on her blood-covered face. I mean, I did lose an arm, right? Call me edgy, but I think you losing a few eyes makes up for it, right? She pulled back her arm, clutching the needle tighter before stabbing at its already blurry eyes. It was indeed swoosh. Quite unlucky this time in its hunt. Splat. You have slain a dire gnarl. Needle prowler, you have received a shard. Chapter 153, 153. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 14 Hue. Lillian let out a deep breath as she stood over the spider's mutilated face. She smiled lightly, but then became lightheaded. Her liquid arm lost its shape and disappeared, allowing her blood to leak. She then stumbled back before falling, thud, onto her back. She was tired, hurt, and quite frankly, a bit hungry. Not only that, but she felt dizzy and a bit sick. She gave a short sigh before moving her hand to the pocket of her hoodie. She rummaged through it and found that the slip of paper was missing. Her talisman was missing. Her eyes briefly narrowed before softening. She pushed her arms out to her side and laid there. Oh boy, where did I put the talisman? She chuckled nervously a bit as she was bathed in the smell of blood and the coldness of the fog. Soon enough, tiredness took over her. Her eyelid became heavy, and she could fall asleep at any minute. However, before she did, she raised her remaining hand towards the spider. With the palm of her hand facing the sky and her hand forming a fist, she pushed out her middle finger. Her arm then went limp and fell to the ground. A split second before she lost consciousness, she heard, "H.M. Lillian?" Walking through the fog, a woman with long black hair stumbled upon Lillian. Her red eyes widened at her injuries for a moment. It was Marionette. She crouched down just beside Lillian's head. She then held up her right hand and summoned a red vial. It was a high-quality health potion. Using her left hand, she tilted Lillian's head up a bit. After biting off the cork, Marionette slowly tilted the vial into Lillian's mouth. The back of her fingers briefly brushed against her face. After emptying the vial into her mouth, Marionette shifted her body around, placing herself behind Lillian and lowering her head onto her lap. She then murmured, wiping away the blood on Lillian's face with her hand, "Honestly, you do have quite the habit of receiving some serious injuries." She glanced towards Lillian's stump that twitched. From it, bones began to grow, taking shape into that of an arm before muscles, blood vessels, and skin grew over at a rapid rate. She then stared back down at Lillian's sleeping face, which twitched in uncomfort. That was until Marionette cupped her cheek, rubbing it slowly. "Don't worry, Lillian. I'm here now. Sleep all you like, and as long as you like." She gave a small, gentle smile, and she leaned over the rabbit's face. Her hair cascaded over the sides like curtains, veiling them from the outside. "And let's get you out of those clothes, too," Marionette whispered. Lillian gave a groggy moan as she felt something cold be poured over her face, and then something wiping it off. She moved her hands over her face, shielding her from it before opening her eyes. Her eyes slowly adjusted to the light. She slowly glanced around, wondering, am I still in the forest? She then looked up through the gaps between her arms and fingers. Oh, you're awake. Good morning, Lillian. Marionette greeted her, moving the purified quench away from Lillian's face. Did you sleep well? Is it just you? And what were you doing? Lillian turned her head side to side. She then felt two hands place themselves on the sides of her face, holding it in place. Marionette stared down at her. It's just me, washing your face. She then frowned. Why? Did you want someone else here with us? She tilted her head a bit. Or did you think I wouldn't be able to find you? She rapid-fired her questions, leading Lillian to become slightly flustered. Well, I got my arm back. She stared at her right arm in surprise. Wait, am I in your lap right now? Don't try to change the subject. Marionette pulled Lillian's arms away, giving her a full display of Lillian's face. Did you want others here or not? She asked in a low tone, with a surprising pout on her face. Lillian widened her eyes briefly before puffed, chuckling a bit. She held up her hands towards Marionette's puffed cheeks and gently squeezed them, pouting now. Where'd you learn to do that? She laughed, so adorable. She then sat up from Marionette's lap and turned around. She then held both sides of Marionette's face and deliberately leaned in. With an inch gap between their faces, Lillian whispered, Nah, I prefer some more alone time with just us. Marionette stared into Lillian's sparkly blue eyes before glancing down at her lips to find it curling up playfully. And then, at her words, her face began to heat up slightly. Lillian raised an eyebrow as Marionette's cheeks seemed to redden. She widened her eyes in surprise before giggling. Are you blushing? Marionette hurriedly pulled away, holding an arm over the lower half of her face and saying, No, nah, you definitely are Marionette. Am not. But I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, come on. Just let me see it. Lillian grabbed onto Marionette's forearm and pulled it out of the way, which seemed to stubbornly not move. She then leaned away and sat on her knees. She then looked at her clothes and found that her attire had changed. Instead of the blood-covered clothes she had on before, it was replaced with a black turtleneck sweater and jeans, exactly like what Marionette was currently wearing now. So, these yours? Marionette lowered her arm and nodded briefly. Yes, I carry around spare clothing. Are they not satisfactory? You sure do ask that question a lot. Lillian smirked. Yeah, they are. But what I want to know is... She leaned in again, crawling towards her. What did you think of the sight of me nude? Marionette slowly pushed herself back. That's quite an inappropriate question, Lillian. And at her words, Lillian paused. She then rubbed the back of her head in shame. I guess it is. Sorry, just as soon as she apologized. However, Marionette spoke up. But if you want to know, she turned her face slightly to the side, the tip of her ears reddening a bit. You were beautiful. Chapter 154. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. Ganza. Lillian froze before slowly leaning away. She then sat on her knees and turned her face away as well. Is that so? She shyly scratched her cheek. Silence then filled the air between them, turning it a bit awkward. That was until Lillian spoke up. Thanks. So, where did you put my clothes? I stored them in my earring. I'll be fine. I'll give them back after we leave the forest. I see. Lillian then stared down at Marionette's lap. She then moved forward and planted her face in her lap. This action of hers caused the woman to stiffen a bit. The assassin stared in surprise as Lillian rubbed her face against the center of her lap, shocking her slightly. What are you? Your lap is very soft and comfy, Marionette. Lillian twisted her body around, so her face was facing the red-eyed woman. I should have done this a long time ago. She giggled. Marionette held her hands above Lillian's face, raising and lowering in hesitation. She eventually lowered them to the sides of the girl's face and rubbed them. Comfortable. I suppose I can allow you to do this more from time to time. Allow me? Would you really push little Oelmy away? She stared at Marionette, pretending to be saddened by her words. Marionette gave a low hum before pinching her cheek. Lillian squirmed under her merciless pinching. Oh, wow. Hey, Marionette eventually pulled back her hand. Don't be so dramatic, she muttered. Lillian rubbed her cheek with a pout. I was just joking. She then moved her hand over her chest. As she pressed her hand against her breast, she noticed something odd. Something missing. She was missing her bra. She slowly pulled her gaze towards Marionette to find her staring down at her with a raised brow. After noticing Lillian's attention on her, she said, Yes? Did you take my bra? She stared at the girl silently before nodding. I did. It was dirty. Lillian then grinned teasingly. So you even saw them as well? Marionette, seeing this as another challenge, didn't back down this time. She smiled back. Yes, I did. And I must say, she leaned down, brushing the tip of her nose against Lillian's. The white-haired girl shivered a bit, feeling Marionette's warm breath brush against her face. Not only that, but a slight blush appeared on her cheek at what she said next. Your chest was quite the sight to look at. Before Lillian could respond, Marionette continued. So much so, in fact, even I got distracted by them for more than a second. She whispered, slowly moving her left hand down the side of Lillian's face. She caressed her jawline and made her way down the side of her neck. She ran the back of her finger up and down it, eliciting a tremble from the girl. Lillian timidly brushed her hand away and turned away from the woman. In a skeptical and quiet voice, she said, Am I really that pretty? She knew she was above average, definitely, even if it would be pretty narcissistic of her to think so. But she had an unconscious feeling of wanting to hear Marionette say she was. The smile on the assassin's face widened a bit at Lillian's adorable expression. She then bent down to her ear and whispered in an almost sultry tone, Absolutely. I almost even want to try and convince you to let me see it again. It was at these words that Lillian finally pulled away. Rolling to the side, Lillian got on her knees. Cupping her ear, she stared at Marionette in shock. Ashu, W, what did you just say right now? Did Marionette really just say that? It definitely wasn't what she heard, right? The Marionette she knew definitely wouldn't say something so perverse and inappropriate. She then chuckled a bit nervously. You're definitely joking, right? As she stared at Marionette's playful expression, she noticed the smile on her face faltered. Her face became stoic once more. And then her voice rang out. Of course. I was just joking. Lillian breathed a short sigh of relief, ignorant of the slight hint of disappointment in Marionette's voice as she sighed as well. The raven-haired woman then said, I think we should make camp here for tonight. HM? How come? Lillian asked with a tilt of her head. Despite the potion healing your body to its supposed optimal condition, I'd rather not risk it. But it's a high potion. Lillian then waved her hand dismissively. They'll be fine. We got to catch up to the others, no? We are staying here. Marionette chimed stubbornly. It seemed she was quite adamant about not making Lillian exert herself more than she already had. Lillian sighed and nodded in defeat. Fine. Well, do what you want. She couldn't help but feel that Marionette was becoming a lot more protective over her or something. She then got up from the ground. She then paused before a massive smug grin appeared on her face. Oh yeah, I killed this massive-ass spider, which was a rank C monster with 3 mana shells formed. Isn't that cool? She asked jubilantly. This adorable reaction from her caused Marionette to give a rare chuckle of approval. Yes, it absolutely is. I'm so proud of you for being able to kill something of that rank, Lillian. Hee. Lillian giggled at the praise as she rubbed the back of her head. So have you seen it? I want to take another look at the thing. Marionette nodded and pointed towards the right. It should be over there. Lillian nodded and took a step in that direction before stopping. She then turned back towards Marionette and asked, Are you sure? Why wouldn't I be? Are you doubting my skills in discerning directions, Lillian? Marionette asked with a cute tilt of her head. Her words caused Lillian to smile wryly. Never mind. We'll just try and find it. And fortunately, when she did move in the direction that Marionette pointed to, the spider really was there, dead. But Lillian recognized it looked a little off. Chapter 155. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 16. It was dismembered. Lillian stared at the neatly arranged part of the once intimidating spider. Its shell was torn apart, stacked on top of each other like bricks on the side. Its legs were severed from its body, arranged in organized rows side by side. Its blood also seemed to be drained and stored in several large glass jars. As Lillian continued to stare at this, she began to wonder, who did this? She then sighed and rubbed the back of her head, already knowing who was the perpetrator. Marionette must have done this. I have to say, it really does look organized. We can probably sell this corpse off to the Academy for quite a bit. She rubbed her chin. She then perked up. Oh, I got a shard from it, didn't I? Let's check that out, shall we? Let's see if it's a good toy or not. Saying that, she opened up her system and went on to look for it. Item name, Fluttering Prowl. Item type, accessory. Item grade, C. Item rank, 2. Item description, a cloak made from a needle prowler's body. It was a fearsome creature, an elite in its brood. Its species resided in low visible environments and participated in ambushes in large groups. But this one was different. Upon reaching a certain age of adolescence and enough exposure to corruption, it cannibalized its kin and mother, thus forming its third mana shell. Enchantments: environmental stealth, durable, spiky. Environmental stealth: inject mana into the cloak to be harder to discover in low visible areas, fog, mist, etc. Durable: this cloak is just as durable as the prowler's exoskeleton. Spiky: inject mana into the cloak to form metallic quills across the cloak surface. Oh, a very nice toy indeed. Her eyes, who had skipped past the description, looked over the enchantments. Eventually, returned back to read it. She then gave a shaky smile. An Alita? She gave a sigh of relief, man. So it was harder to kill compared to its own species? Her smile then turned smug. That means I'm pretty strong. She puffed out her chest, completely ignoring the fact she had help from her system. She then pushed her hand out to the side, manifesting before it was a cloak. It was crafted out of a dark, leathery material with a faint metallic sheen, resembling the chitinous exoskeleton of the spider. The cloak didn't have any visible threads or weaving to hold it together, giving it a more armored and even natural look. Its color, as though alive, shifted between deep black and a darkish gray. Lillian wrapped it around her shoulders, straightening the collars, which were high and stiff. It completely covered her neck, making her feel protected. She smiled a bit and nodded in satisfaction. Nice. She then placed her fists on her hips and got into a dramatic pose. Now I look even more cooler. She then turned her attention back to her surroundings. As she looked around, she brought her eyes back to the body, now only realizing something was missing from it. Something she should have realized instantly. It was missing its head. She raised an eyebrow. Huh. No way it just fell off and rolled away, right? She scratched the top of her head. She walked up close to it before wandering around. Eventually, she stumbled upon a trail of blood leading further into the forest. As she got deeper into the forest, the trail of blood eventually stopped, and what she was led to was its severed head. Well, what was left of one, sharpened rods made of narrow, gray branches from the trees, were mercilessly stuck through the spider's head. A couple? A few? The number of spears was no doubt numbering at least a dozen. Was this Marionette's doing? If it was, she didn't seem to have any care about the blood. That was because, unlike the body drained of its blood, this one was left to leak. A cold puddle of blood surrounded it, leaking and dyeing the dirt around and under it. Not only that, but several parts of its head were torn off and strewn across the ground, from its mandibles to the small, hairy appendages and its fangs. It was like something had brutally burrowed into its head, tearing it apart. It gave this scene an ominous look, especially so when, Mon, these really won't come out? Lillian tugged at one of the spears lodged on the side of its head. She then pulled away, once realizing she wasn't going to get it out. By guessing, she reckoned that it must have gone into the ground. She shivered. If this really was Marionette's doing, what would be the reason for this? She scratched her head, confused. However, her attention was soon drawn towards an eye on the spider's face. Despite the onslaught laid upon it by a mysterious perpetrator, it was left unharmed and intact. She raised an eyebrow and reached out towards it. Once having a firm grasp on it, she tugged. tearing it off whatever connection it had to the head, and stared at it. The eye then seems to twitch. It then mysteriously turned in her hold and stared at her. Its pupil narrowed on her with a glint of revenge. She widened her eyes and stared back in disbelief. What the dash? She then analyzed it. Item name: Needle Prowlers. Item type: Tool. Item grade: C. Item rank: 2. Item description: The needle prowler, once devouring its kins and mother, set off on a journey. There became something the humans called a portal bearer. Enchantments. And Lillian widened her eyes. They then slowly drifted down towards the eye that then suddenly began to glow a worrying light. Oh hell nah. With extreme haste, Lillian stored it within her spatial ring, just before it could summon the portal, which would put her through into another trial. She gave a sigh of relief. She gave one glance at the spider before walking back to Marionette. Her heart beat heavily and her breathing rapid. She was by no means ready for another trial. Chapter 156. Second Layer of the Forest of Disruption. 17. As Lillian made her way back, Marionette was setting up camp. However, as she was doing this, she couldn't help but wonder why Lillian was taking so long. She was just checking out the spider, right? After pulling up the tent, she opened its curtains and took a curious look inside. Once doing so, she found a strange small object inside it. She pinched and held it up to her eyes. It was a small, crumpled piece of paper, and there seemed to be writing on the inside. Was this Lillian's saving talisman? She thought back to Lillian's injuries. She was without a doubt at death's door, especially with how much blood she lost. And if she hadn't arrived on time, Lillian would have almost lost her. Just as she could finish the dreadful thought, Lillian's voice appeared behind her. Yo! Lillian appeared without her cloak, crawling into the tent and finding Marionette. Oh, what are you doing? Huddled in a corner, with her knees to her chest and tightly clutching the crumbled talisman in her hand. It seemed the assassin hadn't realized what she was doing until Lillian arrived. She stared silently at Lillian before holding up the crumpled talisman before their eyes. With the ball pinched in between her index and thumb, she asked, "Why was this in the tent?" What is it?" Lillian squinted her eyes at the object. She soon widened them in realization. "Oh, so that's where my talisman went. You knew it was missing?" Marionette narrowed her eyes. "Well, Lillian rubbed the back of her head. "I kind of realized when I was just bleeding out." She giggled nervously at the end. She then reached towards the crumpled talisman. "But anyway, now that you've found, I should probably..." But just as she was about to take it off Marionette's hand, she watched as she pulled her hand back. What are you?" She was then suddenly brought over and flipped on her back. She stared up in confusion, staring as Marionette pinned her down with a complex expression. Marionette held her down. She tightly wrapped her fingers around her wrist, pushing her strongly against the ground. She then said in a cold tone, "You could have died due to your carelessness." "Well, Lillian stared at her. Her heart was beating more rapidly than usual. Although Marionette was scolding her, she couldn't help but get lost in how attractive she was up close. She pouted a bit and responded with, "You make it sound like you don't normally do this. Losing an arm and all that. That's because I don't. You know those aren't my fault." Lillian rolled her eyes. "Yeah, but you didn't bother regrowing your arms back in the trial. You could have died there from blood loss, you know?" Marionette narrowed her eyes. "Slightly annoyed, I'm aware. But I knew I would be fine if I crossed the portal. That's why I didn't waste one of my potions." Lillian sighed before shrugging. "That may be so, but whatever. Doesn't really matter, right? I'm still alive and all." "That isn't the point, Lillian." Lillian stared up at Marionette, wide-eyed. This was the first time she raised her voice at her. The assassin's eyes, hidden under her bangs, shook a bit, truly out of character for her. She then lowered herself, sitting on Lillian's hip and staring down at her scoldingly. She then said, "I am different from you, Lillian. My body is much stronger and durable than yours. I can risk receiving such serious injuries, because I know I would survive." She then went silent. She leaned down, inches away from the white-haired girl's face. She then continued in a strained voice, "But you, Lillian, don't have any of the enhancements I have, especially ones that would let you have a better chance at surviving severe blood loss. You're more fragile than me, weaker than me. She then moved her right hand away from her wrist, gliding it across her arm. She then placed it on Lillian's cheek, strongly clutching it. Unless you get something that would ensure your survivability, please don't compare yourself to me. I'm in a much different situation compared to you, Lilia. Marionette's eyes widened. She watched in shock as Lillian's lips left her cheek. She then made eye contact with the girl, who stared back, unbothered. Lillian smiled both softly and playfully. Don't worry, beautiful. I won't die yet. She then moved her right hand toward Marionette's right cheek. Definitely not until I bagged you, at least. Marionette's eyes fixed themselves on the hand placed on her cheek, frozen in place. She was still processing the stimulation she received, which had left her heart beating extremely fast. In an attempt to hide her blush, she dropped onto Lillian, pressing their chests together and burying her face in the crook of her neck. Lillian smiled wryly at this. Back to this again, huh? She chuckled, stroking the back of the woman's head. Her ears then twitched at Marionette's muffled voice. Did you even hear what I said? Lillian chuckled and moved her lips to her ear. She blew hot air into it, causing Marionette to surprisingly shiver a bit before whispering softly, I did. Don't worry. Like any other person, I know I'm more fragile and weaker than you. That's definitely a fact. Her fingers ran through Marionette's silky black hair. That's why you should take care of me, Marionette. Who knows when I might suddenly break one day. She then went quiet. Her eyes glanced up at the roof of the tent. She thought about what to say next. And finally, she did after a few moments. We're friends, right? Friends take care of each other. Lillian noticed that Marionette seemed to shiver and jolt a bit at her words. Friends take care of each other, Marionette repeated quietly, moving her face deeper into Lillian's neck. She then wrapped her arms around her waist. You're my friend. You know that, right? Mean it? Eh. Chapter 157. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 18. Lillian froze. What do you mean by that? She asked in confusion, but she was left without an answer. For Marionette had gone silent. But she did get a response, though, although not verbally. Lillian felt Marionette's arms, around her waist, tighten their hold on her to a frightening degree. But, Lillian patted her head with a shaky smile. Hey, I know you like doing this, but it's getting a bit tight, no? She then shivered as she felt Marionette shuffle around. The assassin slowly left her neck and moved towards Lillian's ear, brushing against it deliberately. Just like what Lillian did to her, she blew hot air into hers, causing her to shiver. She then called out her name in a breathy voice. Lillian, Y. Marionette then went silent for a moment before whispering in an almost possessive tone. You are mine, right? Eh? Lillian was left stunned by her words. What on earth was this woman talking about? And so suddenly, too, was this another one of her flirts? If it is, it's quite different from previous ones. Lillian hummed. In what sense? She asked. Let's say, as friends. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm your friend, definitely. Lillian chuckled. She then said, man, I thought you meant something entirely different. She then watched as Marionette left her ear. She then felt her arms leave her waist. Her hands that were stroking the assassin's head were then pulled off and placed to the side as their fingers interlocked. She then felt the assassin lift herself from her body, no longer lying on top of her. Although the inside of the tent was dim, she could still see Marionette's beautiful red eyes staring down at her intensely. Something different? Marionette asked, interrogating her a bit. Lillian also felt her chest press against hers, almost as though it was intentional. Well, it's nothing. Lillian shook her head. I see. Could you answer another one of my questions? Sure. Lillian tilted her head. She wasn't sure why, but she was beginning to feel a bit uneasy under Marionette's gaze. The raven-haired woman pulled her hands away from Lillian's, in general, and cupped her face, tilting it up a bit. She then brushed her thumbs against her cheeks, stroking them. Are you mine? She then leaned down, placing her forehead against Lillian's, whose eyes seemed to widen at her words. Pardon? You heard me. Now, are you? I still don't understand the question. He. Lillian giggled nervously. Are you mine, in general? That's my question. She repeated, clutching her face even tighter. Are you being serious right now? Lillian asked, extremely confused and a bit concerned now. Was she really asking what she was thinking? There was no way, right? However, she was left wrong as she saw Marionette's frown at her words. She was being serious right now, and this didn't seem to be some common flirt she could play off. Her heart thrummed, threatening to beat out of her chest at the realization. She then chuckled nervously. Ashi, is this just another way for you to assert dominance? Lillian cooed. Marionette then watched as Lillian cupped her cheeks as well. She glanced at the hands and leaned into them before looking back at her. Lillian stared with fake confidence and said, To think you would so bluntly ask me such a thing. She giggled. So what would happen if I said no then? Excuse me? Lillian watched as Marionette's frown grew bigger and her brows furrowed. Maybe she shouldn't have said that. She then watched as Marionette sat on her waist, staring down at her coldly. I didn't hear you correctly, it seems. Do repeat that. The inside of the tent became chilly and worryingly dark compared to before. Ashi, I was just joking, all right. Lillian held up her hands, shakingly. I didn't mean what I said. Oh, is that so? Marionette narrowed her eyes, her tone going low and intimidating. Then what are you going to answer with? And do think carefully about your answer. My patience is not as it used to be right now. Lillian felt a drop of sweat run down her cheek. She gave a shaky smile and said to calm Marionette's nerves, I'm yours. All right? Hee. She laughed anxiously as Marionette continued to stare at her skeptically. In general? Marionette briefly added. Yep, definitely, in general. Lillian gave a frantic, quick nod. At her words, Marionette's frown turned into a smile. I see, good. That's good. She then leaned over and moved her face back into the crook of Lillian's neck. That's really good. Marionette hummed as she nuzzled against her neck. Lillian breathed a sigh of relief, letting out the breath she was holding in the entire time. She then glanced at Marionette. It seems that even Marionette doesn't take rejections well either. After a while, Lillian spoke up. I think we should go make the fire. Can you let me up? No. Marionette briefly answered, leading Lillian to smile at her wryly. And why not? Because I don't want us to get up. It's going to get cold. That's fine. Marionette moved her head out of Lillian's neck. She then rested the side of her face on her chest, using them as pillows while staring her in the eyes. She then said in an abnormally upbeat tone, we could just sleep together like this, in each other's arms, just like what we did in the trial. Her voice then went deep. That isn't an issue, right? Lillian turned her face away, slightly embarrassed. It's definitely not an issue, but I'm getting kind of hungry, Mari. Marionette listened to what she had to say and sighed. It has been a while since they've eaten. I suppose. HM, did you call me Mari? Huh. Oh yeah, I did. I just thought I'd give you a little pet name. Bait. Name? Are you referring to me as your pet? Marionette raised an eyebrow. Chapter 158. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 19 Lillian stared at the campfire that crackled before her. Its flame danced as it gazed at the two beautiful women sitting in front of it. She then turned to Marionette, who was leaning in, staring expectantly at her. The assassin then said in a highly unemotional voice, Call me again, but still had hints of excitement behind it. Lillian smiled at her, feigning ignorance. Call you what exactly? She asked, prodding a stick into the fire. They were currently sitting on one of the logs torn down in her battle with the now deceased spider, which was also where they got most of their firewood from. But with that thought, she sighed, remembering her missing Odachi. Although she knew where it was generally, it was still worrying to know it was just out in the open. Her attention was soon brought back to Marionette as her voice echoed in her ears. You tease, Lillian. Marionette stared at her with her arms folded, pouting a bit. And you have yet to answer my previous question yet. She then watched as Lillian chuckled before feeling her hand on her head. Lillian rubbed her head with a soft look. Don't be like that, Mari. Marionette leaned into the hand, relaxed. She then felt the hand disappear. She looked back towards Lillian to find her patting her lap. Lillian smiled persuasively. How about a lap pillow to ease you, then? Marionette looked between the two with a raised eyebrow. Why would she be pleased by having her head laid on someone's lap? She then turned her face to the side, adopting a pondering look. It was Lillian's lap, after all, not some random person's. She then glanced back at it. It would without a doubt be soft and comfortable to lay on. Lillian smiled wryly, watching as Marionette eyed her lap like a curious cat. She couldn't help but find her adorable as she did this. But it didn't seem like she was going to make up her mind at this rate. I'm going to take back my offer if you don't decide quickly. I'll take it. Thump. Lillian watched as the assassin quickly planted the side of her face into her lap. Her smile softened. See? Wasn't so hard now, was it? Marionette hummed, feeling how soft Lillian's lap was. It wasn't indeed. She then shuffled a bit, getting into a more comfortable position. You are right. This is nice. Huh. I'm always right. Lillian puffed out her chest, smug. She then waited for a response from Marionette, who was currently reading a book. And unsurprisingly, it was The Art of Seduction. Lillian chuckled, stroking her hair. Ah, got bored me already? She teased as she played with Marionette's ear. Marionette glanced up at her with a stoic face, unbothered by how Lillian was messing around with her ear, and muttered, Would you like me to play with you? I thought you wanted me to lie here for a bit. Hee hee. I guess I did imply for you to do that, didn't I? Lillian scratched the back of her head, embarrassed. She then leaned a little, taking a quick peek into the book she was reading. However, before she could even read a singular page, Marionette quickly, slammed her book shut before putting it away into her spatial storage. Lillian stared at her strangely because of this. She later sighed. Although she didn't get anything from the page she was reading, she did catch one word, which was marking. Lillian stared at her phone, checking out the time. She scratched her head. Had that much time passed? She then shrugged before looking around. Currently, she was in the tent. The two of them just had dinner. Fortunately, they didn't have to eat the spider, but instead the monsters they had killed on their way here. However, for some reason, Marionette wanted to eat the gray lizard. Its meat was as expected, tough and chewy, but more fatty and delicious compared to a catacomb brawler. She patted her stomach as she looked to her right, finding Marionette reading her book. Whatever chapter she's on, she seemed to be quite drawn to it. She hadn't even spoken a word to her yet. Well, not after Lillian bothered her, that was. Marionette, clutching the sides of her book with her right leg crossed over her left, noticed something, or more specifically, someone leaning against her. She glanced to the side, smiling. She stared as Lillian cutely leaned the side of her head on her shoulder, peering into the contents of her book. Her eyes were also drawn to a certain spot on Lillian's neck. This left her to fall into a momentary daze, which was only broken once Lillian found out. Are you all right, Marionette? Yes, I'm fine, she said, tossing her book into her earring. You sure? You were staring at me for a while. Like, really quietly? She asked, eyeing her skeptically. Marionette gave a small smirk. Her eyes glanced down at Lillian from top to bottom. She then briefly answered with, I was just briefly distracted by your beauty. That was all. Yeah? Lillian was left taken aback. Just as she was about to respond to Marionette's sudden flirt, she felt something crawl onto her right thigh. She slowly turned her eyes down. Marionette, having placed her hand on Lillian's thigh, stroked it up and down. Slowly but passionately, she gave a couple of squeezes. Lillian stared at this with a calm expression, or that was what she wanted to believe. Internally, she was panicking like always when it came to anything Marionette-related. She turned to Marionette and asked, So, what do you think you were doing? Marionette continued to smile at her. Why do you ask? She inquired, ignoring the glaring look she was getting. Well, you're stroking my thigh. That seems like something I should be asking about. Lillian said with a twitching eye. Is it wrong to do this? Marionette tilted her head, confused. I thought it was common sense for people to do whatever they wanted to the things that belonged to them. Chapter 159. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 20. Lillian stared at her blankly, her mouth opening slightly into a gape. Did this woman just claim ownership of her? She quickly placed her hand over Marionette's, keeping it from moving. Hold on. I know I said I'm yours and all, but dash. She was then silenced as a finger was placed over her lips. Marionette stared at her warmly, replacing the finger on Lillian's lips with her thumb. She dragged her thumb across Lillian's smooth and soft lips in an intimate manner. But what? Her smile grew. Like you said, you are mine. Naturally, this is normal, right? Her hand, placed on Lillian's lap, which was held down, made a squeezing gesture. She slowly groped Lillian's right thigh. And it isn't like you are against this, right? She moved her hand from Lillian's lips to her left cheek, cupping it. Lillian stared at the bold Marionette with a shaken expression. Wasn't she being a bit too forward? She unconsciously tried to lean back, but was inevitably prevented. Marionette clutched the side of her face harder. She then furrowed her brows a bit. Why lean away? Marionette asked, tilting her head slightly to one side. She then tilted it back up before leaning in. The tips of their noses pressed against each other. If you are uncomfortable, Lillian, her hand, groping Lillian's thigh, became dark and phased through the hand holding it down. It then moved to Lillian's stomach, patting it before slowly dragging itself up. As it was doing this, Marionette gripped Lillian's chin and turned her face a bit to the side. She then leaned in and whispered into her ear. All you have to do is say that I'm making you uncomfortable, and then I'll stop. After saying this, she waited for a response. None came. Lillian had become silent. She moved away from her ear and got a better look at the girl's face. Lillian's eyes swirled in a flustered confusion. Her face was entirely red. Her mouth opened and closed repeatedly as she tried to respond. Vuvuvukaif. Marionette's gaze softened. Her smile grew bigger at Lillian's adorable flusteredness. Her right hand, which was moving across Lillian's stomach, stopped just beneath her chest. It twitched in hesitation. Instead of moving any further up, it slipped under Lillian's armpit and placed itself onto her back. Marionette then leaned in, lowering Lillian onto the ground before getting on top of her again. Her eyes lingered on Lillian's chest for a few seconds before moving back to her face. Lillian seemed to have noticed her back on the ground now. But nonetheless, she was still shy, especially about what Marionette had just said to her. Well, Marionette tilted her head, her hair draping to one side over her shoulder. Do you feel any dash? She moved her hands to Lillian's waist. Comfort? Lillian jolted a bit, feeling Marionette press her fingers into her sides. She then stiffened up once she felt something in between her legs. She glanced down, staring at the assassin's knee, which inched closer to her crotch. Her lips stretched into a thin line and then a shaky smile. Her fingers fidgeted and pinched the fabric floor of the tent. She turned her face away from Marionette's piercing gaze. Her eyes darted around rapidly as she thought up what to say. All right, you got a beautiful woman riding your waist. You can get out of this without short-circuiting, right, Lillian? She then turned her eyes back to the black-haired woman and said in an overly confident voice, Well, who's to say, really? She shrugged. Personally, I find having a beautiful person like yourself straddling my waist to be quite comforting to the eyes no matter what situation. She gave Marionette a wink before snickering. The woman then gave a small hum of acknowledgement. Is that so? She smirked. Then I'll have you know I'm quite comfortable as well. Lillian smirked back, calling me beautiful, eh? Who knew? Marionette, the heir of the Roselle family, could have gotten so bold with little Oelme. She chuckled. She then noticed an evident frown on the assassin's face. Marionette then said, I'd rather you not refer to me as that, Lillian. Lillian furrowed her brows in confusion before raising one of them. Huh? What do you mean, Dash? Call me Mari Lily. Lillian briefly widened her eyes at the name she was given before narrowing them with a teasing glint. Give me a pet name as well now, are you, Mari? She cooed. So? Do you see me as your pet now? Marionette's frown disappeared. Her expression became blank. She leaned back, adopting a pondering look. She then smirked before speaking in a casual tone. Who knows? An unnoticeable light passed through her eyes, If keeping you as my pet is needed to keep you mine, then I find it obvious I do. She then watched as Lillian raised a hand to her collar, gripping it before pulling her in. Her body fell forward, their faces mere inches apart. But that was enough for what came next. Oh ho ho! Lillian gave a competitive chuckle. Is that right? Seeing me as your pet now, are you? Marionette's smug smirk morphed into a possessive smile as she placed her right hand on the floor beside Lillian's head. She then said stoically, naturally, before clutching the hand gripping her collar. The two then stayed in this pose. Lillian's lantern, the depressing warmth she had placed at the corner of the entrance, seemed to shy away at their intimate closeness. But its flames still gave the inside of the tent a romantic light. The two continued to stare into each other's eyes, their breath brushing against one another. Lillian then spoke up. Sounds like a challenge in a way. Marionette blinked at her words, amused. Could be, but for that to be a challenge, you got to see me as a pet too, Lily. She emphasized. Lillian snorted. She wasn't one to shy away from a challenge. Well, Lillian moved her hand, which was clutching the collar, towards Marionette's chin. That's so? She rubbed the bottom of it with her thumb before tightly holding it. She then grinned broadly. She isn't one to shy away from challenges, except one she knew she would most likely lose. But this? Lillian lifted her head and leaned her forehead against Marionette's. She then said in a low and unintentionally seductive tone, Let's see who would become a better owner than shall we? Lillian stated before moving to Marionette's ear and added my little bait. Chapter 160. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 21. Unnoticed by Lillian, who wrapped her arms around the woman. Marionette tingled at her words. Possibly, the way Lillian said it caused something to stir inside her. It was a subtle, warm, and delicate excitement. However, she hadn't ignored the fact that this was a blatant challenge. She rarely showed it, but the truth was she was a sore loser. She stared glaringly at Lillian's neck, which was close to her face. It was exposed and tempting. She seemed to have developed quite an unusual habit of nuzzling into the crook of Lillian's neck. Lillian jumped a bit as she felt Marionette's face crawl into her neck. There was just something about it to the assassin, something that led her to be so drawn to it, like some bloodthirsty vampire. And she probably knew why. Her nose twitched as she breathed in the scent lingering on Lillian's body. It was heavy and iron, most likely from her body having been previously coated in blood. But there was something else, something a lot heavier but light and delicious. Masked in the smell of blood was Lillian's scent, a strange scent that Marionette couldn't seem to get enough of. Her senses were sharp, far sharper than a regular person. That was definitely a fact. Because of that fact, her flaw had led her to perceive people as walking corpses. Not only that, but they stank like one too. This flaw of hers was truly a merciless one. Fortunately, colognes of people were able to mask this smell. But Lillian was no corpse. She was a beautiful girl in her arms who lived and breathed and smelled a lot better than what she was used to. The best part was it didn't even seem like she had used any perfume as well. Lillian truly was beautiful in the literal sense in her eyes. She was kind of like her in a way. The only reason would be her family had modified her just a bit before birth. She couldn't help but bury herself deeper into Lillian's neck. Her stoic expression had already long been broken under the rabbit's influence. If she had to describe her scent, it would be a fresh blueberry. It was uplifting and energizing to her, and the longer she drew in this scent, the more she remembered the taste of Lillian's lips. It tasted like blueberries as well. This was also the cause of her new cravings for blueberry-flavored items. Fortunately, Lillian had yet to catch on why. Even for her, it'd be quite embarrassing to answer why. Not because the topic was embarrassing in of itself, but because she didn't want Lillian to look at her weirdly. Now that she thought about it, she remembered a certain garment she acquired from Lillian that wasn't stained in blood. Wasn't her panties dash? Eh, Marie? She was soon shaken awake by Lillian's voice. However, too lazy and too comfortable to leave Lillian's neck, she responded, muffled. HM, did you need something? She then heard a small and mischievous giggle escape Lillian's lips. How about, I'll quiche. Marionette immediately shot up from her neck. She then hovered over Lillian's face, her red eyes trembling a bit in shock. Excuse me? She asked, flabbergasted at her words. Lillian smiled. Amused. That sure got your attention. What? Wanted to kiss that badly, Mari? She cooed. Marionette merely narrowed her eyes at the rabbit. Surprisingly, she turned her face to the side and clicked her tongue. Lillian widened her eyes briefly. Her eyelids then lowered as she stared at the assassin teasingly. Did you really want one, Dash? I don't know what you mean, Lillian. Marionette interrupted her, resisting the urge to pout. Lillian laughed, patting the top of her head. Don't be like that, Mari. She then placed her arms to the side spread out. Now, let's go to sleep then, shall we? I'm sure you don't want to be groggy in the morning. Marionette raised an eyebrow before checking her phone. She then widened her eyes, slightly surprised at what time it was. It seems I had lost track of time. She shook her head in disappointment. She then stared down at Lillian.